Every second, a trace of demon power increases. I have become the most powerful demon. Chapter 1 Rebirth of Tiger Cubs, a hint of demon power every second. Mysterious spirit continent, within the Dark Soul Mountains. The jungle here is dense, with spiritual energy gathering, rarely visited by people. The mountains stretch endlessly, almost dividing the continent in two. It is a paradise for monsters and spirits. Countless demons live here. It is a forbidden place for humans. At this moment, in a hidden cave in the mountains, two newly born tiger cubs lay quietly in the corner. One of them closed its eyes tightly and fell into a deep sleep, while the other had already opened its small eyes, staring blankly at the top of the cave, eyes filled with complex emotions, shocked, confused, and helpless. I traveled through time. And it looks like, it's not even dressed like a human. Why is my fate so bitter? In my previous life, I did a lot of good deeds at least. I don't know how many unfortunate girls I saved at the club. After crossing over, not to mention being a prince or young master, I don't even have the qualification to be a human being. Louis Ku's painful cry in his heart. He slightly turned his head and looked to the side. Due to just being born, his body was particularly fragile, and even opening his eyes and tilting his head took a lot of effort. Beside him, a tiger cub was sleeping quietly. The tiger cub's fur was yellow and white, with very beautiful patterns that were quite appealing to humans. I dressed up as a tiger cub, and this person next to me should be my younger sister? Lin Qingyun glanced at the tiger cub underneath, as if there were no little birdie. Where did Tiger Mom go? I guess I should go foraging for food. Ding Infinite Growth System successfully bound. Host, Aaron Kwok. Rank, 0th rank Yao power required for evolution to the first rank is 10,000 points. Race, Golden Tiger Tribe. Constitution, 0.2. Mental power, 1.1. Yaoli, 0 points. Skills, none. Enhancement point, 0. Hearing the sound of the system, Lin Qingyun's small eyes widened a bit, and his two little tiger paws flapped up and down. Cheat code. If you don't come again, I'm planning to reopen. Host, don't mess around with the new number, isn't it better to develop steadily? Andy Lau couldn't wait to ask, Infinite Growth System? What's the story? After activating the system, the host can gain 1 point of demon power per second, with no limit. As long as the host is alive, they will continue to gain demon power indefinitely. In addition, the system will randomly release tasks, and the host can obtain physical fitness, mental power enhancement, skill strengthening points, bloodline strengthening, and so on. Rich rewards are waiting for you. Enhancement points can be used to improve the quality of skills. The ranks of monster beasts are divided into 1st to 9th rank, Monster Sovereign, Monster Saint, Monster Emperor. With each increase in rank, it will cost demon power, and as the rank gets higher, the required demon power will also increase exponentially. Yaoli +1+1+1. As the system narrated, Lin Qingyun discovered that the demon power on the panel was increasing little by little. At the same time, Lin Qingyun clearly felt that a wonderful power was gathering in his body, and his body seemed to have been strengthened. It seems that the world I have crossed into is a fantasy world. Increase a bit of demon power every second. 1 minute is 60 points of demon power. To advance to the first level, you need 10,000 points of demon power, which seems like a lot, but in reality, it only takes 3 hours. This is so cool. At this moment, Lin Qingyun suddenly felt that his eyelids became particularly heavy, and the energy of the newborn tiger cub was really unable to withstand consumption. It doesn't matter anyway, after all, increasing demon power is a passive skill, so he simply closed his eyes and quickly entered the dreamland. I estimate that when he wakes up, he will be able to reach the strength of a first-order monster. Just as Lin Qingyun fell into a deep sleep, his little tiger sister beside him suddenly shivered, and her small eyes opened wide. I am reborn. What place is this? In the cub's mind, a pleasant female voice sounded, with undisguised surprise in her tone. She looked around and found herself in a cave, quickly figuring out the situation. I can't believe that I, the majestic empress of the demon sect, have actually become a tiger cub. Is this little pig-nosed guy next to me my brother? He's so ugly. It will be your great honor to have me, Lin Yueshi, as your sister. It's really true that there is no end to the road of heaven. The three major holy sects, a group of hypocritical people who claim to be on the right path, punishing evil and promoting good, the shady dealings they do behind the scenes are not much better than our demonic sect. You actually framed me. You probably never thought I was still alive. Eventually, one day, I will come back and crush you all to dust. Lin Yueshi shouted joyfully in her heart. After venting out the accumulated emotions in her heart, Lin Yueshi calmed down and began to examine herself. Bloodline, a bit ordinary, but at least it has a trace of demonic beast bloodline, still can be cultivated. At worst, it will evolve later. It just so happens that I once collected a few books on demon beast cultivation techniques. I never thought it was just out of interest at the time, but now it can actually come in handy. Lin Yueshi immediately activated the technique, cultivating demonic power. At the same time, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Xingyun, who was sleeping soundly beside her, feeling quite pleased in her heart. My foolish little brother, when I become a demon lord or even a demon saint or demon emperor, I will definitely take care of you. In the future, the job of pulling the cart will be given to you first. She then calmed her mind and focused all her attention on practicing. Little did they know that Lin Xingyun, who was sleeping soundly beside her, was experiencing a rapid surge of demonic power within his body at this moment. Yali +1+1+1. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Andy Lau didn't know how long he had been sleeping. He suddenly felt his whole face being gently licked by a wet and warm tongue, which made him unconsciously wake up. We slowly opened his eyes and saw a huge blood-red mouth in front of him. Oh my goodness! Andy Lau shouted loudly in his heart, but only a tender whimper came out of his mouth. I remembered, I crossed over and became a tiger. Lin Xingyun's state of mind calmed down. It seems that Lin Xingyun woke up and the other person stopped licking. Then Lin Xingyun saw a huge tiger head looking at him with a loving face. This is my mother, right? Is it my illusion? Why do I see such vivid expressions on the tiger's face? When Louis Koo came to his senses, he quickly took the opportunity to check his own panel. Host, Aaron Kwok. Rank, first rank Yali required for evolution to second rank is 250,000 points. Race, Golden Tiger Tribe. Constitution, 0.9. Mental power, 1.7. Demon power, 11,579 points. Skill, none. Enhancement point, 0. More than 10,000 points of demonic power. It looks like I slept for more than 3 hours myself. We made a breakthrough. Practicing is as easy as turning over one's hand, Louis Koo was quite surprised, feeling that his power had been greatly amplified, and his small body was far from as fragile as it seemed. At the same time, he noticed that his spirit had also improved a lot, and his chaotic consciousness became clear. Chapter 2 Slept for a day, directly to the second level. My breakthrough speed is so fast, I won't be discovered by the tiger mom, right? Although I have reached the first rank, I am still just a tiger cub now. I guess any carnivorous animal could easily kill me. Host, rest assured, the system will automatically block the host's cultivation, suppress the demonic power, and of course, the host can lift it by themselves in the future. Then I can rest assured, I like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger the most. The host is now a tiger. Yali +1+1+1+1. Aaron Kwok retracted the panel and let the demon power rise on its own, then he turned his gaze once again to the tiger mother beside him. Tiger Mom's body is extremely large, even bigger than the tigers she had seen in her previous life, estimated to weigh a ton, and her fur is very shiny and smooth, looking very beautiful. I estimate that in the tiger's view, she is a rare beauty, but unfortunately, Lin Xingyun's soul is now human. At this moment, there are still fresh bloodstains on the corners of the tiger mother's mouth and on her claws, obviously just returning from hunting. Eat and drink your fill, and naturally you will start breastfeeding your baby. Tiger Mom let out a gentle roar, at the same time she turned her body to expose her belly, as if signaling Lin Xingyun to come and nurse. Garulu. Andy Lau suddenly felt empty in his stomach, a sense of hunger surged to his head. After advancing to a higher level, he needed more energy. So he didn't care about any shame or discomfort, and with his 4 little paws, he struggled to climb into the Tiger Mom's arms. Patter patter. Andy Lau was sucking on the milk in big gulps. It was his first time drinking tiger milk, and he felt quite magical. The taste of tiger milk is very fragrant, sweet, and delicious, and at the same time, he also feels that there seems to be power contained in tiger milk. It looks like the tiger mother should also be a monster, but I don't know what rank she is. Sucking tiger milk, physique plus 0.1. Demon power +1+1+1. Just as Lin Xingyun was enjoying his meal, a small tiger paw arrogantly slapped him on the forehead, causing him to almost stumble. Andy Lau turned his head and saw his little tiger sister who had been sleeping all the time, not knowing when she woke up. After pushing her away, she took over his original position, sucking greedily while also giving him a provocative look. She is just too young now, so such humanized behavior is not enough to show. Lin Yueshi practiced for about 2 hours, and there were several more demon powers in her body, which was quite rewarding, and then she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, she saw Lin Xingyun breastfeeding, and her own stomach was also growling. For revenge. I want to become stronger. Lin Yueshi also climbed into the arms of Tiger Mom, slapped Lin Xingyun away with one hand, and ate voraciously. Seeing the innocent look in Lin Xingyun's eyes, Lin Yueshi sighed in her heart, silly little brother, you should know to give in to your sister. Sister needs to cultivate, there's only so much breast milk. Wait for sister to finish eating before giving you some leftovers. You definitely won't starve to death. Louis Koo naturally did not know the little thoughts in Lin Yueshi's heart, he just sighed in his heart. My little tiger sister is quite domineering, she doesn't just have one head, she has to snatch mine. No wonder the mother tiger is so fierce, it turns out she has been like this since she was young. Just as Lin Xingyun was about to change his position and make way for this tiger sister, a voice from the system sounded in his mind. Monster world, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, all resources must be contested through strength. Task, compete with sister tiger for milk, and successfully consume over 70% of the milk. Reward constitution plus 0.3, mental power plus 0.2. Current host progress 15%, tiger sister progress 10%. Upon hearing the task assigned by the system, Lin Xingyun immediately put away his modest thoughts. Silly little sister, this can't be blamed on me. After all, you were the one who started it just now. Andy Lau didn't hesitate at all, suddenly jumped up, stretched out his little tiger claws, and slapped tiger sister on the head with a paw. Sister who was directly knocked out by this huge force and rolled 2 rounds on the ground before stopping. Aaron Kwok controlled the force well, avoiding serious injury and causing minimal harm to himself. He immediately continued to eat heartily. Lin Yueshi lay dazed on the ground, her head still spinning, and then she realized that she had actually been slapped and sent flying. Damn little brother, how dare you hit me? Lin Yueshi was furious, she didn't expect Lin Xingyun to also lay hands on her. Being knocked down by a little tiger cub, where is the majesty of the empress? She was also unwilling to accept it at all, and stood up again, ready to fight back. Aaron Kwok was completely focused on drinking milk and seemed unaware that Lin Yueshi had returned. Just as Lin Yueshi's tiger claw was about to hit Lin Xingyun suddenly lifted a hind leg and pressed it against Lin Yueshi's head. She suddenly became anxious, she wanted to breastfeed. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free from the tiger's claw. She could only watch helplessly as she suddenly became anxious and wanted to breastfeed. Watching Lin Xingyun eat. What's going on? Why is this silly little brother so strong? I have cultivated several demon powers after all, how come I can't even defeat this guy? Lin Yueshi wanted to cry but had no tears. She was the majestic female emperor of the demon sect. When had she ever been wronged like this, unable to even win at eating? Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 70%, successfully completing the task, reward physique plus 0.3, mental power plus 0.2. Sucking tiger milk, physique plus 0.3. Constitution 1.6. Mental power 1.9. The system's voice rang in Lin Feng's mind, and he was also full and satisfied. Moreover, the tigress gently pushed him away with her claws and brought Lin Yueshi over. Obviously, she will not favor one over the other, they are all her own children. Without the obstruction of Lin Xingyun, Lin Yueshi finally ate her meal, tears in her eyes as she finished the remaining milk. At the same time, she secretly vowed to focus on her cultivation and make her silly little brother understand the difference between respect and disrespect. After feeding the 2 children, the tiger mom yawned and quickly fell asleep on the ground. Andy Lau, on the other hand, huddled in the warm embrace of tiger mom, thinking about his own plan. The next stage requires 250,000 demon power points. With full effort, it will only take 3 days to achieve. Pretty fast. Andy Lau closed his eyes, drowsiness surged again. After finishing Tiger Baby, his only tasks were eating and sleeping. When Tiger Mom and Lin Xingyun both entered dreamland, Lin Yueshi, who had curled up next to them, opened her eyes again. She looked at the other 2 tigers, confirmed that they were all fast asleep, and then got up, assuming a strange posture. She exerted all her strength to drive the technique, constantly strengthening the demonic power in her body, digesting the power in the tiger milk. Chapter 3 Tiger Mom Feeding, Demon Power Increasing Wildly. 3 days have passed, Lin Xingyun eats and sleeps, living a quite comfortable life. The feeling of being a tiger is quite cool. Lin Xingyun's body size has increased by 2 rounds compared to 3 days ago, and now he can crawl around the cave. At this moment, he is lying at the entrance of the cave, lazily basking in the sun, breathing the fresh air of the mountains. His current demon power has long since broken through to 250,000, reaching the 2nd rank of demon beasts. Just 3 days after birth, reaching the 2nd order monster. If this news gets out, I don't know how many powerful monsters and warriors will be alarmed. Unless it is a top-level bloodline monster cub, relying on the power of bloodline after birth, can reach this level. Tiger Mom has gone out to hunt again. During the lactation period, she needs a lot of nutritional supplements and almost has to go out hunting every day. She will probably come back in the evening. However, Lin Qingyun is not worried about the tiger mother not being there, as there will be other monsters causing trouble. In the territory of the tiger, it is impossible to allow other predators to roam. As for other creatures, they dare not approach the cave easily, so they are quite safe. Host, Aaron Kwok. Rank, 2nd rank, 90,000 points of demon power required for evolution to the 3rd rank. Race, Golden Tiger Tribe. Constitution, 5.5. Mental strength, 7.3. Demon power, 273,000 points. Skills, none. Enhancement point, 0. The next stage will probably take a little over a week. The speed of this breakthrough is too fast. Unfortunately, although his cultivation level has progressed rapidly, he still cannot form combat power because his body has not fully grown. Without any skills, at the same time, the physical and mental strength are still very weak. Just like the hierarchy of a tiger mother, after observing Lin Qingyun for the past 2 days, it is estimated that he is probably at around the 3rd to 4th level. Even if his rank is on par with Tiger Mom in a few days, he wouldn't be able to hurt Tiger Mom even if there were 10 of him fighting together. The power, speed, and combat experience of the two are worlds apart. However, his physical growth rate is quite fast, and the tiger mother's milk is nutritious. It is estimated that in a few months he will have significant combat power. I don't know how high his rank will be by then. At this moment, he secretly cast his gaze to the side. A few steps away from him, his tiger sister was standing in that position, with her eyes tightly closed and her body in a strange posture. Lin Qingyun could faintly see that his little tiger sister was surrounded by a faint black demon aura all over her body. He had seen this scene frequently in the past 2 days. Whenever the tiger mother was not around, she would strike this pose. After 2 days of observation, he judged that sister who was actually practicing cultivation. Her strength is also steadily increasing. This is incredible. How old was she when she started practicing cultivation? It looks like my little tiger sister is not simple either. Not only do they know how to cultivate, but they are also very diligent. Besides sleeping and eating, they are always cultivating. When she was breastfeeding, she also exerted all her strength to compete with him, as if she wanted to compete with him. There was no refreshing of the task, and Lin Qingyun did not have the interest to compete with her again, and the two maintained a 50-50 level. But it is still obvious that sister who was smaller in size than Lin Qingyun. Starting to cultivate immortality at such a young age, no wonder there is malnutrition. Why bother studying when you're still so young? A tiger cub's job is to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Andy Lau turned over, lying on his back, the sun shining on his face, warm and cozy, making him squint contentedly. When Lin Yueshi opened her eyes again, the demonic aura surrounding her had started to take shape, and the power could be faintly sensed. 1st level. It's even faster than I expected by a few days. It's not in vain that I've been working so hard to cultivate. Lin Yueshi was quite proud in her heart. Now she can freely manipulate a small part of the demon power and has officially entered the ranks of demon beasts. This speed is quite fast. The cultivation method of the monster is very different from that of humans, but she is very intelligent and, coupled with her rich experience from her past life, she still masters it very well. It's time to relax a bit. Lin Yueshi glanced at the peaceful and content Lin Qingyun, unable to help but complain in her heart. Too lazy like a pig, it's been 3 days since birth and still no sense of crisis, how to live in the future. Afterwards, I need to practice harder. It would be great if I could have some natural treasures, which could speed up my cultivation a bit. Lin Yueshi thought, climbed to Lin Qingyun's side, and lay down in the same way, enjoying the sunbath. At the same time, she also didn't forget to place one small foot on Lam Qingying's body. The screen is particularly warm. After some time passed, a huge black shadow leaped up and arrived at the entrance of the cave. Feeling a familiar scent, Lin Qingyun and Lin Yueshi opened their eyes at the same time. Tiger Mom is back. The 2 tiger cubs immediately stood up, wagging their tails and approaching the tiger mother, showing quite an intimate behavior. As for how much of it was acting, only the 2 of them knew. Tiger Mom's body was covered in a lot of fresh blood, and there were even some wounds on her body, obviously from a very intense battle. Tiger Mom's strength is quite strong, there is no danger to life. She seemed unwilling to let Lin Qingyun and the others be tainted by blood, gently pushing them away with her claws. At the same time, she lowered her head, opened her tiger mouth, and 2 crystal clear, watery and translucent fruits rolled out. The fruit skin is red, with a faint fruity fragrance. Obviously not an ordinary fruit. Otherwise, Tiger Mom wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Bilingual fruit, it takes 10 years to bear fruit once, and the fruit contains a fairly pure spiritual energy, taking it can enhance demon power and physique. Tiger Mom pushed 2 Biling fruits in front of Lin Qingyun and the others, as if indicating for them to eat. Looking at the fruit that was almost the same size as his head, Lin Xingyun doubted whether he could eat it, as he hadn't even grown teeth yet. And the tiger sister beside her, on the other hand, pounced directly and started gnawing away with big bites. Seeing this, Louis Koo also tried to take a bite. To his surprise, the fruit almost melted in his mouth, turning into a sweet juice that flowed into his stomach. Take the biling fruit, strengthen points +3, physique +1.3, mental power +1.4. Louis Koo ate all the blue spirit fruits, leaving only a core, feeling very satisfied. Whatever you think of, you get it. The biling fruit is really a good thing. Tiger Mom is really a good mom. Lin Yueshi was quite surprised, feeling a large amount of spiritual energy gradually surging into her body, waiting for her to slowly transform it into her own demon power. The tiger mother was lying next to them, quietly licking the blood and wounds on her body, lovingly watching her 2 tiger cubs. Chapter 4 Fourth Order Demon Beast, violently beating Empress Sister. As the white foal passed by, Lin Xingyun smoothly passed through a month of infancy, and during this period of time, the tiger mother would bring back all sorts of heavenly herbs and earthly treasures from time to time for Lin Xingyun to consume for them. The 2 little ones were also growing stronger every day, having such good nutrition poured into them made them now look about the size of 2 or 3-month-old tiger cubs. At the same time they are gradually growing claws and little tiger teeth. Fourth order now. So much faster than I expected. It's no wonder, with Mother Tiger feeding so many heavenly materials and treasures at all costs, it's hard for demonic power not to grow. Lin Xingyun estimated that with his current demonic power, even if he was still only a juvenile, it would not be a problem to fight a demonic beast below the 2nd rank. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, August 4th. Million points of demonic power are required to evolve to 5th. Race, Golden Tiger. Body mass, 23.4. Mental strength, 22.9. Demon power, 2.5 million. Skills, Tiger's Whistle low level, Tiger's Tail low level, Tiger's Palm Strike low level, Bronze Head and Iron Bone low level. Reinforcement point, 44. Lin Xingyun had secretly tested his strength before. His full force strike and swing of the tiger palm could crack a 200-kilogram stone, and was estimated to have at least a few thousand kilograms of strength. If this slap were to hit a demonic beast, it wouldn't be bruised in purple. And that's just 1 month of his performance, which is already quite an exaggeration. Hey, stupid brother, come and spar with me. If you lose, you have to call me sister for a week after that. At this moment, a voice full of childishness entered Lin Xingyun's ears, and he didn't need to look to know who it was. It was none other than Lin Yueshio, who was one and the same as himself. The relationship between the two seemed to have become close over the course of the month, and even the other party was able to speak, which Lin Xingyun did not find strange. It wasn't something he actively wanted to know either. During that time before, when Mother Tiger was not around, Lin Yueshio also gradually let loose, especially after she grew up a bit. She realized that she could actually speak, and immediately was releasing herself. So she often rambled on to Lin Xingyun, and she thought that Lin Xingyun was a little tiger cub whose spirit had not yet opened, so she shook out all the things that had been pent up in her heart. Lin Xingyun also then learned that his sister was actually a reincarnation of a female emperor, so it was no wonder that she could cultivate. However, this tiger sister seemed to have suffered a lot in her previous life, otherwise she wouldn't have cultivated so desperately and always had revenge on her lips. Finally, on a certain day Lin Xingyun was really a bit overwhelmed, and as he was rambling in his ears once again, he also spoke out. Sister Empress, the story of you being beaten by the group of the 3 great sacred clans has been told for the 32nd time, can we change the story? Lin Xingyun's voice was similarly childish, but he still spoke quite clearly and smoothly. Hearing Lin Xingyun open his mouth to speak caused the unsuspecting Lin Yueshi to nearly jump up in fright. You. How can you talk? Aren't you a tiger? Lin Yuexi looked at Lin Xingyun in surprise. This empress of yours can't be a fake, you're still making a fuss over such a small matter. Lin Xingyun bristled. Lin Yueshi said with some annoyance, I am a demon sect empress, and you actually doubt me. It's not all your fault, why didn't you say so if you could talk? You didn't ask me either. After learning that Lin Xingyun could speak, Lin Yueshi was like she had discovered a new continent and sought him out to speak more frequently. She was curious about Lin Xingyun's identity and guessed that he was a reborn like herself. However, Lin Xingyun was adamant that he was just a tiger baby and was only gifted. Lin Yueshi quickly stopped pursuing this. It was just that she was very dissatisfied with Lin Xingyun's title of Empress Sister and had to say that she was the older sister. The two argued and eventually had to resort to their paws. However, Lin Yueshi, who had just become a first-rank demonic beast, where would she be a match for Lin Xingyun, whose demonic power was constantly growing? The two had fought a dozen times, and Lin Yueshi hadn't won once. It made her wonder a little bit if her demonic beast cultivation method was a fake. However, the successive failures did not cause her to lose confidence, but instead, she became more and more frustrated and often sought out Lin Xingyun for single combat. Lin Xingyun also gained a lot from the two's sparring sessions. Dueling with Lin Yushi and defeating each other. Reward: Copperhead and Iron Bone low level. Beat Lin Yushi so much that she cries out for her mother. Reward: Physical Fitness plus 1.3. The 4 skills he had acquired so far had all been acquired during his sparring sessions with Lin Yushi, and he had become more and more mellow in his combat experience, becoming more familiar with the bodies of demonic beasts. Most importantly, every time he beat Lin Yushi, Lin Xingyun would hear a delicate brother from the other party's mouth. This made Lin Xingyun quite popular. Now that Lin Yushi had once again proposed a one-on-one fight, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. The usual rule: if you lose, call me brother. Lin Xingyun rubbed his fists. Lin Yushi held her head high and looked extraordinarily confident, as if she was quite certain about this cut. It's not certain who will lose or win. With that, she took a direct leap and lunged towards Lin Xingyun. The two tigers immediately wrestled in one place. Since it was a sparring match, naturally they wouldn't move for real. They all put their claws away, but the force of the tiger's paw slapping on their bodies was likewise not to be underestimated. Lin Xingyun's strength was definitely several times higher than Lin Yushi's now as a 4th-ranked demonic beast, so he didn't dare to exert his full strength. Lin Yushi, however, did not hold anything back as her 2 tiger palms continuously slapped towards Lin Xingyun's head. Lin Xingyun's eyes were like moments and his body's coordination was extraordinary, accurately dodging each of her attacks. Fierce tiger swinging tail. He found the right moment to turn around, and the thick tiger tail behind him swept towards Lin Yushi's 2 hind legs in a swift and thunderous manner. However, she seemed to be prepared. Both of her back legs directly leapt up, her body twisting in the air in an extremely tricky position, and one of her tiger palms was using the force brought about by the twisting of her body to slap towards Lin Xingyun's ribs in a smooth manner. Lin Yushi's tiger palm was covered with a layer of sharp golden light, and an extremely destructive aura came out. This is a demonic skill? And the rank of this demonic power. She has actually broken through to the 2nd rank. It has indeed grown. No wonder you were so confident. Lin Xingyun was a little surprised. Lin Yushi's growth rate was truly amazing, one day at a time. It looked like she really was the reincarnation of a female emperor, and if he didn't have a system with such talent, he would probably have been thrown off 18 streets. However, surprised as he was, Lin Xingyun was not worried that he would lose. The other party's movements could all be seen in his eyes. He came after him, similarly lifting a tiger's palm. Tiger palm strike. The 2 tiger palms collided in the air, and Lin Yushi instantly felt a huge force coming from the tiger's palm, mercilessly smashing the sharp golden aura on her palm into smithereens. It made her confidence that she was winning fall to the bottom. By the time she reacted, she had already been sent flying by the force. Chapter 5: New Mission, Bloodline Evolution. Lin Yushi rolled twice on the ground before she was able to dislodge this huge force with great difficulty. Her blonde fur was tinted with a layer of earthy color and she looked a bit wretched. It shouldn't. I'm at the 2nd rank, how come I still can't beat you guys? Lin Yushi gritted her teeth and was a bit skeptical. She kept utilizing the cultivation method these days, digesting the medicinal power of the heavenly herbs night and day, and finally broke through to the 2nd stage yesterday. I had thought to take this opportunity to thwart Lin Xingyun and take revenge. As a result, she was still no match for Lin Xingyun. Lin Xingyun's power seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much she improved, he would always be a step above her. Ah sister, you're still far from it, teased Lin Xingyun. Want to keep fighting? It's not too late to admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushi instantly felt that her dignity had been provoked and immediately mobilized the demonic power within her body once again and lunged towards Lin Xingyun. How can I, the titular empress, admit defeat? Half an incense burner later. I admit defeat, Lin Yuxi said breathlessly as she paralyzed on the ground with a gray head. After all, it lost out to reality. Lin Xingyun still had a steady breath and said to him rather smugly. That's right, call me brother, don't be a jerk. Brother. Brother. Lin Yushi covered her face with her claws and spoke with difficulty a moment later, her voice thin. Lin Xingyun nodded with considerable satisfaction. Good sister, from now on, brother will cover you. Don't be complacent, sooner or later, one day, I will ride you underneath me and make you call out to your sister. Lin Yushi suddenly got up and gave a harsh word, then she ran back into the cave, intending to continue her cultivation. Defeated Lin Yushi again, physique plus 1.1. Demonic power plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. New quest 1, hunt a 2nd order demonic beast, reward plus 10 reinforcement points, physique plus 5.3, mental strength plus 7.2. New Task 2. Devour Rare Demonic Beast Bloodline. Small probability of bloodline evolution. Access to new skills. New demonic power attributes. The current attribute is gold. The direction of bloodline evolution varies with the attributes of the devoured demonic beast bloodline. Lin Xingyun was stunned. There were actually 2 more new quests at once. The rewards were quite generous, especially the latter, which actually allowed for bloodline evolution. Hunting demonic beasts? With my current strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill an ordinary second-stage demonic beast. It's just a rare demonic beast bloodline. This thing is not easy to find. Even if you encounter it, you won't necessarily be able to beat it. There's no need to be in too much of a hurry to do the second task. The only thing that limits him now is time, and it will be much better when he's a little older. In the evening, Mama Tiger returned without incident, and the 2 little ones came running out to greet her. This time was different from before. The tiger mother didn't bring back spiritual fruits and herbs and other heavenly treasures. Instead, he dragged back a demonic beast corpse. The corpses of the first-ranked demonic beast spiritized deer, their eye pupils are covered with a layer of jade color. This is their racial talent that helps them have a better field of vision, keenly aware of any wind and grass, allowing them to avoid the attacks of their natural enemies. However, despite this, it still couldn't avoid being hunted. The strength of the tiger's mother was there after all. By the time it sensed the danger, it was also within the hunting range of the mother tiger. Mother tiger dragged the corpse to Lin Xingyun and the others and gestured for them to eat it. Lin Xingyun was a little hesitant, eating raw meat directly. This was the first time he had done so. He just didn't know if his taste buds would still be human, otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to eat it at all. Lin Yushur even took a step backwards, a bit unable to accept it. However, feeling the encouraging gaze of the tiger's mother, Lin Xingyun gritted his teeth and still chose to go forward. Martyr has become a demonic beast, and he's still afraid of this? I'll eat. Lin Xingyun directly opened his tiger's mouth and bit down towards the spiritized deer's body. He bit open the fur of the spiritized deer and bit off a large chunk of flesh and blood, placing it in his mouth and chewing on it. Tastes pretty good. Even though raw meat didn't taste as good as roasted, at least he could eat it now, and the smell of blood in his nostrils didn't make him vomit, but instead gave him a slight thrill. Looks like I'm familiarizing myself with the habits of demonic beasts. Lin Xingyun sighed in his heart. Devouring the flesh and blood of the spiritized deer, physical fitness plus 2.0. P.S. The 2 eyeballs of the spiritized deer are where its demonic power converges, which is more nutritious for more rewards. Yo! I'll try then. After Lin Xingyun had eaten several mouthfuls of blood and meat, he gradually became more and more reckless, and when he heard that there was a reward, he directly bit towards the spiritized deer's eyeballs. Lin Yushur curiously watched him eat with such gusto, and the resistance in her heart was a few points less. No! I can't be outdone. It's just raw meat. I've also eaten things in my past life that are many times more disgusting than this. Immediately, she also stepped on the tiger's paw and came to Lin Xingyun's side, biting off a piece of meat with her eyes closed. Devour the spirit eyes of the spiritized deer. Reward: physique plus 4.3, mental strength plus 6.6, strengthening points plus 7. Acquired new skill, spiritual sight low level. Spiritual sight low level, a passive skill that widens the host's field of vision, with clearer vision and more clues to see. Lin Xingyun instantly felt that the image in front of him became clearer. On the corpse of the spiritized deer underneath him, every hair, every strand of muscle pattern could be clearly seen. So clear. Lin Xingyun asked in his mind. That's a better way to watch your opponent's movements when fighting. Lin Xingyun then proceeded to take a large mouthful of dry rice. Eating meat does seem to be a little more nutritious than milk, and he gets a lot more increase in fitness. Watching both little ones start to eat meat, an expression of satisfaction and relief surfaced on the mother tiger's face. Well done, worthy of my child. Now we finally don't have to breastfeed. I just don't know why. How come you guys can't talk yet? Obviously fed so many spiritual fruits and herbs before. Is it because I didn't teach? Mother tiger watched Lin Xingyun as they ate, while muttering to herself in deep thought. Just what she said was actually in human language? The voice sounded like a young human woman in her 30s. Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi's bodies stiffened at the same time. The words bubbled up in their minds at the same time. Turns out, they're going to talk? Chapter 6: Demonic Beast Attack, Steel-Bristled Boar. Luckily, Tiger Mother didn't dwell on the matter too much, and when they had finished eating sheepishly, she went up and ate the remains of the spiritized deer cleanly. After she had eaten her fill, and the sky was getting dark, the mother tiger soon fell asleep. The morrow. Hey, can a tiger speak human language in a month? Lin Xingyun asked. Lin Yueshi rolled her eyes. How should I know? Aren't you an empress? Don't you know such common sense things? Even if I'm an empress, I can't know everything. Hell, I don't know how long after a demonic beast is born it can speak. Lin Yueshi defended herself. Say, aren't you gifted? How come you don't know this? You really are some human reincarnated, and you were dead set against it before. Lin Yushi turned the spear around. Lin Xingyun pretended not to hear. Logically speaking, no human being can speak within a month of being born. What makes a tiger able to? It's not scientific. Playing dumb, huh? Well. Sooner or later, I will uncover your identity. Let me think. About which other martial emperor died suddenly before my death? Lin Yueshi walked to the corner and sulked alone, like a little ball of cotton. The host doesn't have to pay attention to this issue. The host's mother accidentally swallowed rare spirit fruits some years ago and opened her spirit wisdom early, so she thought of using the same method to let the host open her mind. Ordinary demonic beasts will condense the demonic Dan after the 4th stage, initially opening their spiritual wisdom and formally stepping into the threshold of demonic cultivation. Individual rare demonic beasts may condense demonic pills in advance and open their spiritual wisdom. The system solved Lin Xingyun's confusion at this time. So that's it. No wonder Tiger Mother always brings back so many spiritual fruits and herbs. Then I'm relieved, so I'll just continue to play dumb and be a tiger cub who doesn't know anything. Lin Xingyun then stopped thinking about this matter. 2 more days. On this day, Tiger Mother did not go out to hunt. Instead, she took Lin Xingyun and the 2 of them out of the cave to patrol the rest of the area. This was just what Lin Xingyun wanted. He was also a bit tired of staying in the cave all these days, and being able to go out and have a look around was also quite good. Familiarizing himself more with his surroundings would also be able to facilitate his tasks. The place they were at was a small hill, and the entire hill was Tiger Mother's territory. She was the strongest in the area and enjoyed all the resources here. Tiger Mother brought Lin Xingyun and the others to a small stream and drank from it with her head down. Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi also followed suit. With Tiger Mom around, there's not much chance of casting even though you don't have to worry about danger. Can't even talk, so I'll just have to wait until I'm a little older and then pretend I can talk all of a sudden. Lin Xingyun was a little depressed in his heart. It was really a bit of a torment to let a modern adult go through a boring early childhood. On the contrary, the side of Lin Yuexi has remained calm. This state of mind is worthy of the Empress, Lin Xingyun. But then, the Tiger Mother sat on her back on the edge, her tiger's tail gently swaying as she watched Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi play and catch fish within the stream. Just then, as if sensing something, Tiger Mother suddenly stood up, her originally gentle expression immediately sinking. A pale golden demonic energy faintly emanated from her body, and her golden fur stood up as she was ready for battle. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi glanced at each other and immediately figured out the situation. It seems like something dangerous is approaching. They too stopped frolicking and rushed to the shore to get behind the Tiger Mother. And the Tiger Mom's eyes stayed dead set on the other side of the creek deep in the jungle. Ow! The Tiger Mother suddenly opened her mouth and let out a deafening tiger roar, which resounded throughout the mountain, and the overpowering pressure shook a large number of birds to fly up and flee. Observe the roar of the Tiger Mother and gain a new skill, Tiger's Roar. That's okay? Before Lin Xingyun could rejoice, he was the one who sensed that several auras of demonic beasts were approaching in their direction in the forest across the creek. Sure enough, there were other demonic beasts, and they weren't weak, or else they wouldn't have made Tiger Mother so wary. The tiger's whistle just now should have been a warning to them, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Looks like there's going to be no shortage of bad blood. Subsequently, Lin Xingyun clearly saw several figures in the middle of the dense forest under the blessing of his spiritual vision. It was a huge boar, probably around 5 in number by the looks of it. Boom! Several huge trees were directly knocked down, and those wild boars directly scurried out of the dense forest, stopping by the creek and confronting Tiger Mother across the creek. Race, Steel Bristle Boar. Rank, 4th. Skills, Savage Punch low level, Steel Mane Spike low level, Berserk low level. The boar at the head was over 3 meters long and weighed at least 1,000 kilograms, like a small mountain. Sharp fangs, red blood-filled pupils and dark fur like steel needles all over his body, looking at the sense of oppression. The other 3 steel-bristled boars behind it, which were 2 circles smaller than it, were all at the 2nd rank level. These steel-bristled boars were basically carrying wounds on their bodies, and with large streams of blood flowing out, they looked even more hideous. This is... Lin Xingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked at the injuries on these boars and was somewhat surprised. These injuries, it's not like other demonic beasts hit out. It was more like it had been inflicted with a weapon, with sword wounds, knife wounds, and even a boar with an arrow sticking out of its asshole. Some humans have gotten inside the big mountains and injured these boars. That's what caused them to flee to the Tiger Mother's territory, and looking at the way they lost their minds, it was clear that they had no intention of backing off at all. And the tiger mom even opened her mouth wide, a constant buzzing sound coming from her throat. There was no way she was going to let this group of boars into her territory when she had to protect her children. "You guys go back to the cave, I'll take care of it here," tiger mom told them. "Mom, we can help you." Lin Xingyun suddenly opened his mouth and said in a childish voice. Lin Yueshi looked at him in surprise, not understanding why Lin Xingyun wanted to reveal that he could talk. But she had no intention of hiding. She was a proud empress. Where would she run away? Moreover, she had been suffering at the hands of Lin Xingyun for the past few days and had held her anger, with no place to vent herself. She then set her mind on the heads of those second-ranked steel-bristled boars. "Can't beat him and can't beat you guys." Although Tiger Mother was equally surprised that Lin Xingyun had opened his mouth to speak, there was no time for her to think about why at the moment. These steel-bristled boars suddenly leapt up and jumped over the creek, which was a little over 5 meters wide, and came towards them for the kill. "You guys be careful." Chapter 7 Storming the Steel-Bristled Boar. Lin Xingyun's Strength. Tiger Mother couldn't care less at the moment. The other party had already killed over. She casually instructed and then faced the 4th-ranked steel-bristled boar straight on. "Ow!" The tiger mother roared, her body rapidly expanding, her body length directly exceeding that of a 4th-ranked steel-bristled boar, her body surface covered with a layer of golden aura. She swung out her sharp claws and the air seemed to be ripped apart as they slapped against the boar's steel-like skin with a buzz. The heavy force directly caused the steel-bristled boar to stumble, and then it stabilized itself, its eyes red as it slammed towards Tiger Mother. 2 4th-ranked demonic beasts fought to one spot, and the scene was quite spectacular. As for the 3 remaining steel-bristled boars, they were heading straight for Lin Xingyun and the others to kill them. "Sister, dare you single-handedly challenge a 2nd-ranked demonic beast? If you don't dare, I'll laugh at all 3 heads," Lin Xingyun teased Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi was instantly ignited by his desire to win, and she snorted coldly. "You said who wouldn't dare? If I had a past life, I could have taken on 1,000 heads like that single-handedly." Lin Xingyun's tiger's mouth grinned up and he did not say anything more. Instead, he directly killed 2 of the boars, giving the remaining one, which was the smallest in size, to Lin Yueshi. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, August 4th. Million points of demonic power are required to evolve to 5th. Race, Golden Tiger. Body mass, 29.9. Mental strength, 29.5. Demon power, 2,660,000. Skills, Tiger's Whistle Intermediate, Tiger's Tail Intermediate, Tiger's Palm Strike Intermediate, Copperhead and Iron Bone Intermediate, Spirit Sight Intermediate. Reinforcement points, 9. The current Lin Xingyun had become a few more points stronger as he strengthened every skill. To go from low to medium rank, only 10 reinforcement points were needed, and there were 9 left after using them up. His overall battle power had been substantially increased again. Now, he would be facing 2 2nd-ranked demonic beasts head-on. Even though they were a few sizes smaller in comparison, they were also over 2 meters long and weighed at least a few hundred kilograms, and Lin Xingyun was still only a juvenile, and from the looks of it was no match at all. However, in the face of the savage charge of these 2 steel-bristled boars, Lin Xingyun did not dodge or evade. He activated the demonic power in his body, and a layer of golden aura covered the tiger's claws, which was metallic demonic power. At the same time, he cast the middle-ranked Copperhead and Iron Bone, and although there was no change on the surface, his entire body's bones were strengthened, and his strength and resistance to blows increased dramatically. Ow! Lin Xingyun roared as his 2 tiger claws slapped out, colliding head-on with the 2 steel-bristled boars. Tiger Palm Strike. Boom! Dust flew and violent collision sounds rang out. Tiger Mother was always keeping an eye on Lin Xingyun's side, fearing that he would get hurt. The next image, however, was a bit of a surprise to her. Ow! 2 miserable screams came from the 2 steel-bristled boars, but with such a disparity in size, the 2 steel-bristled boars let out miserable screams of pain. Their bodies flew directly backwards and rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. On the contrary, Lin Xingyun only retreated a few steps backwards on his 2 hind paws, after which he stabilized himself and stood intact. The scene relaxed Tiger Mom's hanging heart. My son is doing well. It's not in vain that I've fed so many spirit herbs and fruits these days. Although Tiger Mother had opened up her spiritual wisdom, it was very limited, attributing Lin Xingyun's performance rightfully to the spiritual herbs and fruits. On the other hand, Lin Yueshi faced the last steel-bristled boar, but she didn't fight head-on like Lin Xingyun, relying on her strength to win. Instead, he relied on his small size to deftly dodge his opponent's impact. At the same time, she searched for an opportunity to go around to its rear and slammed her tiger paw into the arrow stuck at its asshole. The arrow once again missed inside the bud by a few points, causing the steel-bristled boar to feel sore and scream repeatedly. If it could speak, it would probably have already rebuked Lin Yueshi for not speaking martial virtues. Lin Yueshi similarly had the upper hand and was in little danger. Only then did Tiger Mother feel relieved to withdraw her attention and fully concentrate on fighting the 4th rank demonic beast in front of her. Also at the 4th rank, Tiger Mother's combat power was a few points stronger, plus the other party had suffered some injuries and was highly depleted. Under the Tiger Mom's full strength, it gradually showed signs of decline, and it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. The Tiger Mom also maintained the caution of a feline, and didn't launch a fierce attack hastily, lest the other party frantically counterattacked, and if she didn't pay attention to herself, she would still be seriously injured. Gradual depletion, as it is now, is most appropriate. After having fought the 2 boars head-on and hard, Lin Qingyun also felt the effects of his full strength. It hurts a little, but it's not a big problem. Lin Qingyun's 2 tiger claws were slightly numb, but with the bronze head and iron bones, he did not suffer much damage. At this moment, he was suddenly warlike and quite excited. "Come on, keep fighting," Lin Qingyun said to the 2 boars. The 2 boars reared up from the ground, they roared out in unison. It was obvious that they had been enraged by Lin Qingyun and had lost their minds. Demonic energy surged out around them and covered their body surface, and their fur, which was like steel needles, suddenly grew a few more points and became even larger. Steel main spike. Whoosh! Their bodies shook, and countless thin yet extremely sharp steel bristles shot out, densely packed towards Lin Qingyun. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun didn't dare to fight head-on anymore and hurriedly dodged. He physically pranced around. The strengthening of his physique was an all-around enhancement to him, with strength, speed, and more. Coupled with his middle-rank spiritual vision, his eyes could see even more clearly, and these steel bristles slowed down a few points in his eyes. Lin Qingyun's limbs powered up and easily dodged these steel manies away. Hoof! Eat my palm again! As Lin Qingyun's body dodged, he swiftly approached towards his opponent. After being a few steps away from them, he directly leapt forward and stretched out his tiger's palm towards the head of a boar. Golden demonic power covered the tiger's palm with a sharp edge. Tiger palm strike! Where was this boar's agility compared to Lin Qingyun's? It faced this palm, but it didn't react in the slightest. Boom! The tiger's palm slapped heavily on its head, only to hear a crunching sound. The boar's skull was surprisingly dented from the shot. Ow! The skull shattered, causing the boar to directly let out a shrill scream. Then again, the screams ended abruptly. Lin Qingyun's palm not only shattered its skull, the force also traveled into its interior, homogenizing its brain flower as well. Tiger palm slap pork brain flower. This dish is absolutely delicious. The boar's vitality was cut off on the spot, its limbs unable to support its body, and it fell straight down, bleeding from its 7 orifices. New quest 1 completed. Successfully hunted the 2nd order demonic beast steel bristled boar. Reward: reinforcement points plus 10, physique plus 5.3, mental strength plus 7.2. Acquired new skill, steel mane low level. Chapter 8 Tiger Mother explodes, killing 4th order demon beasts. With the addition of more than 2 million points of demonic power, even if Lin Qingyun was only a juvenile, the terrifying power it erupted was not something that an ordinary 2nd stage demonic beast would be able to withstand. After killing a steel bristled boar, Lin Qingyun's remaining momentum did not diminish as he once again killed another boar. At this moment, the remaining boar, seeing that his companion was killed, immediately developed a trace of fear and wanted to turn and run. Their spiritual intelligence was not high, just a little bit higher than ordinary beasts, and all of their fights relied solely on instinct, so they pressed on and did not pose any threat to Lin Qingyun. Trying to run? Lin Qingyun had no intention of letting the other party off the hook, and immediately, his demonic power gathered and he opened his mouth wide, letting out a tiger's roar that resounded through the sky. Tiger's Whistle Intermediate, a sonic attack that can cause shock to the enemy, and demonic beasts of lower ranks will be stunned or even shot to death. Buzzing. Although Lin Qingyun's voice sounded quite young, the power that erupted from it was quite appalling. An invisible wave of sound erupted directly from Lin Qingyun's mouth, enveloping the steel-bristled boar that was trying to escape. Boom! The boar's body immediately froze in place, its limbs unable to move, and it fell straight to the ground, obviously having been shaken to its core by the tiger's whistle. Lin Qingyun hurriedly took this opportunity to step forward and make up for it. Tiger Palm Strike. At this moment, the steel-bristled boar was already at Lin Qingyun's mercy, and he had easily killed it by merely slapping a palm towards its head. Kill a 2nd order steel-bristled boar, physique plus 2.0, reinforcement points plus 5. Lin Qingyun stabilized his stance, his breath remained steady after killing 2 2nd-ranked demonic beasts. That was easy as pie. At that moment, he cast his gaze to his side. The battle between Lin Yuexi and the remaining boar had come to an end. Although Lin Yuexi's demonic power had reached the 2nd stage, after all, her body was too tender, and she was simply not the opponent's opponent in a hardcore situation. It was a good thing that she was so experienced in combat that she could crush the other pig intellectually. At the moment her opponent was at the end of his rope, panting. Blood had already begun to soar at its chrysanthemum, and the wound at its chrysanthemum was expanded several times by Lin Yueshio as she slapped that arrow completely into its body. Looking at Lin Qingyun, he felt a chill at his back. What a ruthless woman. At the same time, Lin Yueshi dodged back and forth, dodging the opponent's attacks while her claws were on her skin, leaving a wound. In the end, the overburdened boar was caught in a break by Lin Yueshi, and its sharp claws directly scratched one of its eyes, causing it to scream in pain. Ow! Lin Yueshio rode the wave of victory and swung out a few more claws, ending its life. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yueshi gasped for air. Her limbs were a bit weak. She had consumed a great deal in this battle, but luckily she had managed to settle her opponent. She subconsciously looked over to Lin Qingyun's side, only to find that the other party had ended the battle long ago at some point, and was looking at herself with a leisurely expression. Seeing Lin Qingyun easily solving the two boars, Lin Yueshi was quite surprised in her heart. How is this guy so good? Is this his full strength? No wonder how I can't beat him. Immediately, she realized that her wretchedness was completely displayed in the eyes of the other party, and immediately looked away, forcing herself to act as if nothing had happened. Oof. It's just a boar. This empress hasn't even exerted a third of her power. It's so pointless. It's so facetious. Lin Qingyun was a bit speechless, yet he also found it rather amusing. With such a haughty sister accompanying him, his demonic beast career would not seem boring. Not far away, in one of the most important battlefields, Tiger Mother fought hard against that 4th-ranked steel-bristled boar. A battle between two 4th-ranked demonic beasts, that scene would not be a small fight. The place where they stood had long been full of wreckage, and the thick trees around them were all affected by the waves of their battle and were mercilessly cut off at the waist. Ow! On that steel-bristled boar's body, there were already several wounds, the claw marks were extremely deep, and large streams of blood were continuously flowing out. In contrast, Tiger Mother didn't suffer much damage, but instead, she got more and more courageous, slapping the boar's face several times, making it dizzy. After these slaps from the Tiger Mom, the boar also regained some of his senses and cleared his head for a few moments. At this moment, it had already understood the gap between the two sides' battle power, and it could not defeat the other party. However, it seemed to be a bit late to run away now. Handing over his back to the other party would undoubtedly be asking for death. Spare my life, came a hoarse, thick voice from the throat of the steel-bristled boar. It wanted to open its mouth and beg for mercy. I'm being hunted by humans. I'm being hunted by humans. No offense to. Let me go. I'll leave. Here at once. The boar stumbled over his words, struggling to utter a few complete sentences, clearly not as spiritually perfected as Tiger Mother. Tiger Mother sniffed, but she revealed a look of contempt. Dream on. If I wasn't as strong as you, I'm afraid that my children would have been killed by you a long time ago. Dare to intrude into my territory, die. Tiger Mom pressed on, not caring about that, as her offense intensified. Take your demonic pills and give my children a tonic. As she spoke, Tiger Mother's aura surged once again, and the golden demonic energy around her body coalesced into a disembodied armor that was attached to her body's surface. Her fur is as hard as adamantium. A palm was swung out, driving a whistling wind and slapping on the steel-bristled boar's nose at an extremely fast speed. Watching Tiger Mother fight, Bronze Head and Iron Bone medium order fused with Steel Mane low order. Acquired new skill, Golden Tiger Armor middle level. Golden Tiger Armor Intermediate. Using metallic demonic power, it can increase the bones and flesh of the entire body, while generating a golden armor on the surface of the body, bringing a great increase in attack and defense. That's great. You've gotten stronger again for watching a hootenanny. He wasn't worried about Tiger Mom failing. The battle was already completely tilted in her favor. That palm just now, the steel-bristled boar didn't react at all and took it solidly. Its long nose was instantly slapped to the point that its nose bone was broken, blood spurting out from its nostrils, and even one of its fangs was broken by the Tiger Mom. With such injuries, it was no longer able to fight against the Tiger Mother, and no matter how much it counterattacked, it could no longer injure the Tiger Mother. After struggling for a few moments in its death throes, it was then bitten off by the tiger's mother, who found the right opportunity to snap its neck with a bite, and with a reluctant hiss, its life was brought to an end. Chapter 9, Swallowing the Demon Pill, Strength Soars. Mom, it's awesome. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qingyun hurriedly ran forward and came to Tiger Mother's side to offer her attentions, saying in a milky voice. Seeing this, Lin Yusher's heart extraordinarily despised this guy who was pretending to be young, but she could only is to come over, stuttering and opening her mouth, squirming and calling out to her mother. It also lays the groundwork for her to speak up later, otherwise it would be too much to hide all the time. The Tiger Mother put the demonic power around her body away and looked at the two children lovingly, licking each of their faces. Good boy, well done. I can't believe that not only can you guys speak human language so quickly, but you can also defeat second-ranked demonic beasts. Not bad for my boy. Lin Xingyun hurriedly gave the credit to Tiger Mother, thanks to Mom for giving us the spirit fruit. Tiger Mother nodded, which made perfect sense. Though she still felt something strange, she didn't think too hard about it and accepted everything as a matter of course. Mom, it's not safe here. Let's go home. Quickly, Lin Yueshi said in a milky voice. These few demonic beasts were chased here by humans. Then it was a guarantee that those humans would come after them, and then they would be in danger. Okay, let's go back. Tiger Mother naturally agreed down with her own child's safety as her main priority. She dragged the corpse of the fourth-ranked boar and led Lin Xingyun and the others, leaving quickly. After they had left, after a few moments of effort, noisy sounds once again came from the opposite bank of the creek. Go after them. Those steel-bristled boars won't get far. It's in this direction. Damn, how come these pigs can run so well? I heard a tiger whistle just now. There are tiger-type demonic beasts infesting this place. Everyone should be careful. Soon, a group of humans, numbering roughly a dozen or so, came quickly out of the dense forest and into the clearing next to the creek. Seeing this scene in front of them, the crowd immediately stopped in their tracks. On the opposite bank of the creek, at this moment, it was already full of wreckage. Not far away, the corpses of the 3 steel-bristled wild boars, quietly laying on the ground, blood flowing, causing the creek to be dyed red. The several people in the lead glanced at each other, and then they simultaneously leapt up, easily crossing the creek and looking around vigilantly. They were killed by other demonic beasts. Looking at some traces, the probability is that it is a tiger-type demonic beast. It looks like this group of wild boars had an encounter with a few tiger demons. The middle-aged man examining the corpse analyzed it in a deep voice. What about that 4th-ranked demonic beast? It's the target we're looking for. Asked a young man in the center wearing a long robe and holding a long sword with an imposing appearance. There are traces of demonic beasts fighting as well as dragging over here. That demonic beast, 80% has already been killed. The other man shouted out as he spotted the signs of the fight that Tiger Mother had had with the boar earlier. Young patriarch, what do we do next? The middle-aged man respectfully asked the young man. Our speed isn't slow anymore. To be able to wrestle these steel-bristled boars to death in such a short period of time, that tiger demon has to be at least a peak 4th-ranked, or even a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Another person said in a worried tone. The young man looked at the densely forested hill in front of him and felt an invisible demonic force pressing in. He finally gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Bo, take the bodies of these 3 boars with you and let's go back to the clan. We've gone deep enough. A 4th-ranked demonic beast is just a demonic beast, it's not worth our risk. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed in relief, and at the same time began to pat his ass. The young patriarch is right, a 4th-ranked demonic beast is just a demonic beast. With the young patriarch's talent, reaching the 9th-ranked martial artist in the future, that's all on the table. What kind of great demon can't be killed at that time? Another person followed suit. Yes, in the demon hunting conference 2 months from now, the young patriarch will surely win the championship and give face to our Yi family. Hearing these compliments, that young man stood with his hands behind his back, his face as usual, his mouth modestly saying, You guys are overrated. The competition in this demon hunting conference is fierce. The White family's eldest Miss Bai Meishua and the Ning family's Ning Yuan have already entered the 4th grade, so we can't take it lightly. Despite his words, it was just that despite his best efforts to suppress them, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, his face still confident. Where can they compare with the young patriarch, but just entered the 4th grade, the young patriarch just now, but a single person single sword, almost killed that wild boar. A hand of Qingfeng sword method has long been pure fire awe. Well, there's no need for words, let's go back as soon as possible. The young man waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly carried the boar carcass on the ground and returned the way they came. Good boy. Slapped the skull of this boar. That tiger demon is also too terrifying. Strange. Why I feel this palm print seems a little small. Tiger Mother dragged the boar demon back inside the cave. Such a big pile of corpses is enough for them to eat for 3 days. It's kind of rewarding. Tiger Mom used her tiger claws to lift the boar's skull, revealing the white flower of the pig's brain. Too bad there's no way to shabu shabu now. Tiger Mom reached out her paw and gave the inside of brain flower a good pawing. Not long afterward, a black dan pill the size of a quail's egg was peeled out of it. 4th order demonic beast demon pill, containing extremely rich demonic power. It is the place where the power of demonic beasts converge, and can be greatly enhanced after eating it. Is this the demonic elixir? Lin Xingyun looked around curiously. Lin Yueshi, however, looked at the demonic pills with bated breath. The demonic pills were a real boost for demonic beasts. She was in need of strength right now, especially when she saw Lin Xingyun's terrifying fighting prowess. At that moment, Tiger Mother split the demonic elixir into two and handed it to Lin Qingyun and Lin Yueshi respectively. "Children, eat this, it will do you good," Tiger Mom said gently. When Lin Yueshi heard this, she hurriedly and impatiently stepped forward and swallowed half of the demonic pills into her mouth. "Mom, you eat," said Lin Qingyun childishly. Upon hearing this, Tiger Mother, however, laughed. "Mom doesn't need it, you're just in need of nutrients, eat it." Lin Yueshi held the demonic Dan in her mouth, neither spitting nor swallowing. Her face was turning into a pig's liver color. She glared indignantly at Lin Qingyun. "This old six. What kind of filial son is he pretending to be? Make her look like a white-eyed wolf. On purpose. It must be on purpose." Lin Qingyun really didn't need this too much. His demonic power was rising at all times, and his physique and mental strength as well as his skills were all quite strong now. But in the way of Tiger Mother's repeated insistence, he also swallowed that other half of the demonic elixir. Swallowed demonic pills of 4th ranked demonic beasts half, demonic power plus 500,000, physical strength plus 20.2, mental strength plus 25.1, reinforcement points plus 40. Chapter 10 Bloodline Evolution. Lin Qingyun envious. After the demonic pills were swallowed, they melted within Lin Qingyun's body in a matter of moments and were completely absorbed by him. Lin Qingyun instantly felt that the strength of his entire body instantly skyrocketed, and all aspects of his body were drastically improved. This demonic elixir is so effective. When I grow up in the future, I'll hunt and kill a few for a taste. Lin Qingyun's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Lin Yueshi, who had swallowed the demonic Dan, was suddenly lying on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. For her, this half of the demonic Dan, the demonic power contained within it was also very huge. It was not something that her body so small could absorb quickly. Thus she had no choice but to mentally fall into a deep sleep as the cultivation method worked on its own and began to slowly absorb the demonic power within the demon pills. Seeing that Lin Yueshi suddenly collapsed, Lin Qingyun was also the first to step forward to check. After asking the system to make sure that the other party was not a big deal, he was also relieved. Tiger Mom is very maternal, but that's a little shallow common sense. This is only a month-old child, it is directly fed with 4th-order demon pills, and it is not afraid that we will not be able to absorb them. Thanks to the fact that I have the system in place, I can directly refine it, and the Empress sister seems to have the appropriate means of coping with it, or else it shall not be mended to death. Watching Tiger Mother mindlessly start eating the wild boar meat, Lin Qingyun sighed in his heart. But this was good, he could show his power in a proper manner in the future. Not to be treated like a freak. Immediately, Lin Qingyun didn't care about the sleeping Lin Yueshi and joined in the dry rice. When I obtain the fire attribute skill in the future, I'm going to eat a roasted meat high and low. Lin Qingyun thought secretly in his mind after biting down a piece of raw meat. Host, Lin Qingyun. Rank, August 4th. Million points of demonic power are required to evolve to 5th. Race, Golden Tiger. Body mass, 82.2. Mental strength, 80.7. Demon power, 4,020,000. Skills, Tiger's Whistle Intermediate, Tiger's Tail Intermediate, Tiger's Palm Strike Intermediate, Golden Tiger's Armor Intermediate, Spiritual Sight Intermediate. Reinforcement points, 72. Soon, half a month had passed again. Lin Qingyun's size was getting bigger day by day, and now his body length was already about 1 meter, and he weighed dozens of kilograms. For a tiger cub, Lin Qingyun was more or less oversized. An ordinary tiger would need at least a year to grow to Lin Qingyun's size. However, this was reasonable. Lin Qingyun had eaten that much in the past few days. Just the meat of that 4th-rank steel-bristled boar had caused his physique to increase drastically, and now it had reached an extremely exaggerated point. It was a pity that there weren't many demonic beasts above the 3rd rank in this neighborhood for him to practice on, and he wasn't quite sure how strong he was. Lin Qingyun leisurely lay down on a huge fur. Looking at Lin Yueshi, who was still sleeping beside him, he could not help but sigh. In another month and a half, I'll be able to break through to the 5th rank. Silly sister, when will you wake up? Your brother, I'm worried about not having sandbags for me to hit. Since the last time Lin Yueshi swallowed the demonic elixir, she had slept for half a whole month. During this time, if it wasn't for the fact that she was still breathing, while the demonic energy around her body was getting thicker and thicker, it was estimated that Lin Qingyun would have thought that she wasn't cold. In response, Tiger Mom, who started it all, just scratched her head. What took you so long to sleep? Back when I accidentally ate a demonic elixir, I only slept for 3 days. Lin Qingyun sniffed and casually asked, when did you eat it, Mom? More than 10 years ago, when I was promoted from the 3rd to the 4th rank. You don't see how old your sister is, can this be compared? Lin Qingyun was somewhat speechless. Daho, take care of Arrow, Mommy's going hunting. Tiger's mother calculated the time and there was no food left in the house, it was time to go out hunting. Got it, Mom. Lin Qingyun nodded in agreement. Tiger Mother's culture was limited, so she just gave Lin Xingyun the title of Big Tiger and Two Tiger for each of them. Lin Xingyun felt nothing about this anyway, he was now a demonic beast and names and such were not very useful. We'll talk about this later when we have a chance to take shape and enter the human world. There weren't many new quests released recently and there weren't many rare demonic beasts infesting this neighborhood, so Lin Xingyun didn't know what to do for a while. In the midst of his boredom, Lin Yueshi beside him suddenly produced a strange movement. The demonic energy around her suddenly became restless, and the gong methods in her body seemed to run faster. This caused Lin Xingyun to sit up, his eyes flashing with delight. It looks like it's finally been refined successfully. Is this demonic power? Of the third order? Nope, seems almost interesting. Lin Xingyun felt the demonic power around Lin Yueshi in detail and realized that it was already only one step away from the third stage. Such a speed was also very fast, after all, half a month ago, Lin Yueshi had only reached the second stage. If that's the case, then why make such a big fuss about it? Lin Xingyun looked at Lin Yueshi in disbelief. Then he got his answer. Only Lin Yueshi's size began to expand rapidly, and her golden-colored fur grew rapidly, becoming even more silky and oily. At this time, on Lin Yueshi's body surface, a golden flame suddenly rose up without warning, wrapping her whole body. The golden flames kept burning, blazing so hot that the blankets under his feet ignited. Lin Xingyun subconsciously took a few steps backward and looked at Lin Yueshi with a surprised expression. Is this bloodline evolution? How is this possible, eating a demonic elixir and your bloodline evolves? Didn't I eat it too? How come there's no such good thing, there's no heaven? This situation was something Lin Xingyun had never expected. System, what race has my sister become? Golden Inferno Tiger, a rare race within the tiger-type demonic beasts, a bit stronger than the Golden Tiger race, and can control the extremely high-temperature Golden Tiger inflammation to attack. That's not right, the steel-bristled boar doesn't have fire attribute demonic power either? Could it be because of the demonic beast technique she cultivates? Lin Xingyun had found the key. The gongfu practiced by the host sister is the Golden Crow holding the Sun skill, a gongfu created by an ancient golden crow, tailored for demonic beasts and suitable for most of them to practice, which has now been lost due to various reasons. Lin Xingyun couldn't help but tsk. It seems that my sister is indeed a female empress, and she was able to get her hands on such a powerful technique. Right in the middle of Lin Xingyun's envy, Lin Yueshi, who had been sleeping for half a month, slowly opened her eyes at this moment. Chapter 11 by Meishua's Disappearance, Demon Hunting Conference. The golden tiger's eyes flashed out two golden lights, directly punching two small holes in the opposite wall. Lin Yueshi bathed in golden flames and stood up. Ha, my bloodline has evolved. Finally got a whole lot stronger again. Lin Yueshi could not hide her excitement as she surveyed the golden flames around her. She then manipulated her demonic power and took the golden flames into her body, and her form was fully revealed. At the moment, she was several times larger than before she fell asleep, just a little bit smaller than Lin Xingyun. The hairs were also much longer than before, fluttering back and forth as if on fire. Within the black patterns on her body surface, tiny runes similar to flames could be vaguely seen, glowing with a faint golden aura. A pair of golden tiger eyes gleamed, and the overall look was exceptionally dazzling. Why does it feel a bit good-looking? Lin Xingyun looked a bit dumbfounded. Lin Yueshi was in his eyes, as if she was a peerless beauty in the eyes of humans. What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before. Lin Yueshi noticed Lin Xingyun's gaze and subconsciously glared at him, then she inclined her head, not knowing why. Seeing Lin Xingyun's dumbfounded look, she actually had a feeling of delight. Of course the feeling only rose for a moment before she forced it down. How long have I been asleep? Lin Yueshi hurriedly changed the topic. Lin Xingyun truthfully said, about half a month. That's quite a long time. But to be able to evolve the bloodline, all this time is well worth it, reckoned Lin Yueshi. At that moment, she turned her gaze towards Lin Xingyun, who was even bigger than her, and the battle intent in her eyes rekindled. She had just evolved into a golden flame tiger and her strength had risen greatly, plus she was a bit itchy after sleeping for so long. Feeling Lin Yueshi's gaze, Lin Xingyun also already knew her quite well, so he naturally saw what she was thinking. Lin Xingyun raised an eyebrow. Want to fight? Eru, don't be so belligerent, can't you be a little more ladylike? Lin Yueshi poo-pooed, cut the crap, how do you think I got the identity of the demon sect empress? It wasn't by my fists. And what the heck is two tigers? Let's go. If we want to fight, go out and fight. Lin Xingyun took the lead and walked out of the cave, his battle spirit high. He was also quite looking forward to the bout. Lin Yuexi was equally unwilling to show weakness and followed Lin Xingyun's lead. Halfway through the day, The two tigers returned to the cave again one after the other, and the two tigers that were originally shining brightly had more than a few gray heads at the moment. Lin Xingyun was fine, he hadn't suffered many injuries other than a few beards being burnt. Lin Yueshi, however, limped back with an indignant expression. Damn! Must be why I just woke up and haven't eaten in so many days. Otherwise that slap would have been dodged for sure. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that Lin Yueshi still hadn't won the fight. Even though Lin Xingyun had won, this time it wasn't as easy a win as before. The golden flame that Lin Yuexi had executed still caused him a lot of trouble, but fortunately, he was strong enough to fly the bricks and defeat Lin Yuexi with several times her demonic strength. The effect of bloodline evolution is actually this good. Looks like I'll have to finish the quest early and boost my race too. Lin Xingyun thought darkly in his heart. Beyond the Dark Soul Mountain range, on an empty plain at the foot of the mountain, sat a bustling city. Wood Maple City. Towering walls enveloped the extremely extensive city, and there was a large number of merchants and pedestrians streaming through the city gates. Despite being relatively remote and near the side of a mountain range infested with demonic beasts, it didn't stop the place from being quite popular. After all, although there were many demonic beasts in the mountain range, it was equally rich in resources, with all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures as well as demonic pills and furs of demonic beasts being brought here. Merchants buy up the goods here and ship them around. Created the richness of Wood Maple City. The city, however, was nominally in the hands of the forces of the three great clans together. They had been rooted here for hundreds of years, and were so powerful that each family had a 7th-grade martial artist in attendance. Now, the 5-yearly Demon Hunting Conference was about to be held in a little over a month's time. The so-called Demon Hunting Conference was an event jointly organized by the three forces for testing the qualifications and strength of the young clansmen within the family. Not only that, but other young people in the city could also sign up for it, and there was no shortage of heat in the city. Come and get it. Let's all guess who will take the top spot in this year's Demon Hunting Conference. There's no need to guess, the Yi family has won the championship for 3 consecutive years, and the current Yi family's young patriarch, Yi Qing, broke through the 4th grade half a year ago. His talent is amazing. Can't say the Ning family's Ning Yuan is not bad, although he laid a step into the 4th grade, but people's age is also small across cultivation of Kung Fu. A while ago I personally watched him carry a 3rd grade demonic beast's corpse back. That muscle is too exaggerated. I-10 Spirit Stone's pressure white medieval snow, not to mention, her beauty is simply rare in the world, that pair of rounded stunning thighs when the rare white hair. Plus the natural talent is equally not bad. My second brother has already made a choice. This session should be considered the one where the strength of the three families is closest to each other, so it's always something to watch. It's guaranteed that there's still a dark horse coming out to break the monopoly of the three great families. Everywhere along the street, the people of the city could be heard discussing this demon hunting conference. However, while the outside world is in full swing, the White family is dead silent inside, extraordinarily tense. White Sticks is missing. What's going on? It's been 3 days, why can't we find any trace of He Shui? What good does the old man need you for? Inside the White family's council hall, a middle-aged man in fancy clothes roared angrily. Don't worry my lord family head, we've already found out Mrs. Trail, she's heading towards the interior of the Dark Soul Mountain range, and this should be fine. The Bai clan member said in a hurry. This matter must not be publicized. If the other two families know about it, at this juncture, it is not guaranteed that they will fall on their sword. This girl, He Shui, really doesn't let people worry about her. It's not good to leave at any time, but to play missing when the demon hunting conference is about to begin. My White family has been third for several terms now, and I'm counting on her to turn it around. The displeasure in the White family head's brows was not hidden at all. When we get her back, we'll teach her a lesson. If we didn't see that she has a few uses for her outstanding talent, we'd have let her marry a long time ago. Behind him, a group of Bai clan executives were disinterested, seemingly unconcerned about the well-being of this genius of the younger generation of the clan. You guys also cut out the sarcasm. If you can contribute a little bit, the family has at least invested a lot in her, the Bai family head casually said to these senior management. Without her could my Bai family still be destroyed? My battle child will soon break through the 4th rank. I don't have that kind of effort. My distant cousin's second son is having a baby, I have to go see. The crowd of executives dispersed in a flurry. Chapter 12 The Great Battle with the Grey Moon Bear. The White family's situation would be quite bizarre if it was seen by outsiders. The outstanding genius of the young generation, reaching the 4th grade martial artist at a young age, the future top pillar of the family. Yet it seemed to be unpopular in the eyes of the family's top brass, and even when she disappeared, a group of them were filled with disinterest. Seeing this, the White family head could only send his own close friends into the Dark Soul Mountain range to look for them. No matter what, Bai Meishui was still the face of the Bai family's younger generation in the eyes of the outside world, and if something happened to her, it would still have quite an impact on their Bai family. As for worry and concern at the intimate level, the percentage is estimated to be very small. It was just that he was a bit strange. Because of some special reasons from the previous generation, she was not well received in the clan, even if her qualifications were very outstanding, so Bai Meishui usually went against the grain and had a withdrawn personality, and honestly stayed within the clan. I'm afraid there's something else going on here, now that he's suddenly disappeared. My lord family head, a week ago, due by battle had found Ms. Underworld Snow, after which he headed to the Underworld Soul Mountain range without a trace, said the retainer beside the Bai family head. Bai war. The Bai family head seemed to understand something and sighed lightly. This matter would not know, as soon as possible to organize manpower into the mountain range, the movement should not be too big, lest it cause the attention of other families. Yes. A few more days. Within the dense forest, an athletic figure was rapidly weaving through the forest, and in front of him, a giant bear with gray fur was fleeing in a sorry state. The giant bear's size was clearly twice as big as the black shadow at the back, but it had ended up in such a sorry state, which could not help but make people's jaws drop. Lin Xingyun's eyes burned as his spiritual vision helped his vision become more open and clear, allowing him to always be able to lock onto the opponent's trail. Grey Moon Bear, third stage demonic beast with a huge body, a round of white crescent pile of fur on its chest, and infinite strength, capable of lifting objects several times its own weight. This giant bear was exactly the target of this Lin Xingyun's hunt. At the moment he was out within the Tiger Mother's territory, exploring further afield. Leaving the territory also meant that there would be more powerful demonic beasts out there, which was what Lin Xingyun wanted to see. Fighting against more powerful demonic beasts was what would allow him to rapidly increase his strength, and the chances of encountering a rare bloodline would increase drastically. After seeing Lin Yuexi's bloodline evolve his strength to progress faster, he was also quite greedy. That was why he chose to walk out of the territory, and as a result, not long after he had walked out, he encountered a Grey Moon Bear, or a third-ranked demonic beast. This immediately attracted Lin Xingyun's attention. It just so happened that the other party had also sensed Lin Xingyun. The Grey Moon Bear was immediately ready to fight, and with a roar, he came towards Lin Xingyun to kill him. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurriedly opened his mouth wide and let out a tiger whistle. Buzzing. Strong waves of sound rolled towards the Grey Moon Bear, shaking the grass around it. The Grey Moon Bear took a blow from the tiger's whistle head on, and the sound wave shocked its head with a sharp pain, and its footsteps staggered a bit, almost falling to the ground. However, it was at least a third-stage demonic beast, and it recovered after being stunned for just an instant. It shook its head, and the murderous aura in its eyes grew even more tyrannical. Obviously, it was enraged by Lin Xingyun. Such a small little nub actually dared to provoke himself, really out of his depth. It then moved its limbs and crashed towards Lin Xingyun like a small mountain. Lin Xingyun naturally did not expect to shock his opponent to death with a single strike of the tiger's whistle, and looking at the Grey Moon Bear's lively appearance, Lin Xingyun became even more excited. Well, you need a sandbag that can take a beating. Instead of dodging, he killed towards the other party head-on. Golden demonic power was released from its body, almost condensing into substance. The majesty of the fourth-ranked demonic power was reflected at this moment. Golden tiger armor. Golden demonic energy covered Lin Xingyun's body surface, slowly forming a set of golden armor that looked extremely hard. The Grey Moon Bear stood up and roared violently, swinging out its bare paw and slapping it towards Lin Xingyun. Its bare paw was almost as big as Lin Xingyun's head. If this was an ordinary golden tiger race, it was afraid that it would have to be slapped into a meat cake on the spot. Lin Xingyun, however, swung out his own tiger claw at the same time, releasing all his strength without reservation. Tiger palm strike. The bear's palm and the tiger's claw collided in the air, emitting a violent muffled sound, and the airwaves formed by the clash of forces directly lifted the broken rocks and weeds next to them. Boom! There were no frills, just pure power clashes. Eventually, the Grey Moon Bear's massive body fell back several steps, then sat on its butt on the ground. Lin Xingyun's body flew out backwards and rolled on the ground a dozen times before coming to a stop. He quickly stood up, only to feel soreness all over his body, and one tiger claw gripped with numbness. If not for the shelter of the golden tiger armor, he would probably have broken at least a few ribs. It looked like in terms of strength, Lin Xingyun had lost. But in reality, in a head-to-head power sparring match with an adult Grey Moon Bear that was known for its strength, Lin Xingyun's strength was already very exaggerated. Lin Xingyun's expression did not see the color of fear and discouragement. On the contrary, he became more and more excited. He cracked his mouth wide open, and a pair of tiger eyes were covered with wild light. At this moment, he was more like a wild demonic beast. Come on! Fight again! Lin Xingyun once again pounced towards the Grey Moon Bear. The Grey Moon Bear's pupils were slightly dilated, obviously not expecting such a picture, his own such a powerful force, but did not slap the other party to death. Not only that, but this little bitty guy was trying to kill himself. It's simply unforgivable. The Grey Moon Bear sat up and roared once again. The demonic energy within its body surged out in a frenzy. Black demonic energy circled around its two bear claws, constantly waving them around in an attempt to tear the pouncing Lin Xingyun into pieces. Lin Xingyun turned on his spiritual vision and the movements of the Grey Moon Bear became clear and slow in his eyes, giving him plenty of time to dodge. His size was even smaller compared to the Grey Moon Bear, and he was able to dodge his opponent's bear paw slaps very easily. Seeing Lin Xingyun scurrying back and forth in front of his eyes, but he couldn't catch the other party, this made the Grey Moon Bear even more irritable, constantly roaring with rage, his movements even more disorganized, allowing Lin Xingyun to find the right moment to take a hard bite on the bear's paw. Under the golden demonic power, Lin Xingyun's tiger's teeth destroyed the thick bear skin of the Grey Moon Bear. 2 rows of extremely deep teeth marks immediately appeared on the bear's paw, from which large streams of blood gurgled out. Lin Xingyun licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze becoming even more morose. The Grey Moon Bear felt the sharp pain coming from its paw, causing it to lose its mind even more and become manic, constantly venting its power around. However, as it did so, it was also rapidly depleting the demonic power in its body. Lin Xingyun dodged all of his opponent's haphazard attacks, allowing him to continuously vent his destruction. Seeing the other party's demonic power rapidly bottoming out, the other party's aura gradually weakened. Self-inflicted death. Demonic beasts that haven't opened their spiritual minds are just so good to deal with. Next, as long as you are careful of your opponent's dying counterattack, you can cut him down. Chapter 13 Killing the Grey Moon Bear, White Underworld Snow. After some entanglement, the Grey Moon Bear finally realized that he was stepping into Lin Xingyun's trap step by step. It had consumed most of its demonic power and physical strength, but it no longer injured Lin Xingyun in the slightest, but instead, it had many more wounds on its own body. Therefore it didn't care about any face, and demonic beasts didn't need this anyway. Just turn your head and run. Lin Xingyun wasn't in a hurry and chased after the other party closely. Trying to decapitate a Grey Moon Bear that was several times larger than his own size would take a great deal of effort for a while. But since the other party had retreated and left their backs to themselves, that meant that the Grey Moon Bear was one step closer to death. Finding the right opportunity, Lin Xingyun leapt up and climbed up a crooked neck tree in 3 tries, then leapt down high and lunged straight at the back of the Grey Moon Bear. Tiger Palm Strike. This move came from the top, pointing straight at the Grey Moon Bear's spine, and if a palm slapped its spine, it could directly kill it. Boom! The Grey Moon Bear fled in haste, and by the time it sensed Lin Xingyun's attack coming, it was already a bit too late. The tiger's palm accurately slapped on the Grey Moon Bear's spine, and only a click could be heard as the heavy force penetrated through its thick skin and flesh, snapping its spine directly. Ow! The sharp pain struck, causing the Grey Moon Bear to directly let out a miserable scream of pain. It then lost consciousness in the entire lower half of its body and collapsed on the ground on the spot, unable to move. Finally solved. Lin Xingyun looked at the dying, constantly wailing Grey Moon Bear and let out a long breath. This thing is really hard to kill. This battle, however, could also prove that his strength had already surpassed that of a third-rank demonic beast. Lin Xingyun stepped forward and bit the neck of the Grey Moon Bear that was unable to resist, causing it to die completely. Killed the third-order demonic beast Grey Moon Bear, physique plus 5.0, mental strength plus 4.2, reinforcement points plus 10. Acquired new skill, Brute Force Low Level. Brute Force Low Level. After performing the skill, it can immediately make the host's strength skyrocket by 2 times, lasts for 10 minutes, and cannot be performed again for 3 days after use. Sure enough, I've gained a new skill. Lin Xingyun was delighted. A skill that could briefly boost one's power was quite good. As for the corpse of the Grey Moon Bear, Lin Xingyun had no way to take it away. It was a bit of a waste, otherwise if he ate all of it, he would probably still be able to increase his physique by quite a bit. Lin Xingyun looked around and realized that he had come to a completely unfamiliar place. In pursuit of the grizzly bear, he had moved far away from Tiger Mother's territory. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. In case we encounter a stronger demonic beast, it will be troublesome. Lin Xingyun was about to leave when he heard a slight disturbance, not far away. And that dissension, still at a very fast pace, was approaching in his direction. Lin Xingyun's heart stirred slightly and he found a hidden bush to burrow into, and through his spiritual vision, he checked out the source of the strange movement. White Sticks hastily traveled through the woods, no longer knowing where he was. She looked tired, her clothes were a bit disheveled, and her delicate face was stained with a lot of blood and dirt. One of her hands was drooping, unable to move, while the other hand gripped a long sword in her hand with difficulty. In its wake, the sound of chattering and shouting rang out. Numerous athletic monkeys swiftly tumbled over the trees, constantly chasing after Bai Meishue. Bai Meishue's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, her expression was stubborn, and her voice carried a sense of unwillingness. Damn! If I were in my full strength, how could I be chased by these few second-ranked fiery monkeys in such a sorry state? But at last, we have gotten our hands on the Bishin buds. My sister will still be saved. There seems to be sounds of fighting coming from over there. Hopefully there are human martial artists. A glimmer of hope rekindled in Bai Meishue's expression. Just then, her eyes suddenly blurred and her face turned pale. Not good. The poison of the bicentennial snake. She was instantly weak-kneed, her tired body unable to hold on any longer. Those fiery monkeys behind her were rapidly coming at her, and she was powerless to resist. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, she dimly saw an additional golden beast shadow in front of her. Buzzing. After hearing a deafening roar in her ears, she passed out completely. Before she passed out, she did her best to cry out. Master Tiger, spare your life. Lin Qingyun let out a tiger's roar, scaring these timid fiery monkeys away. He then lowered his head and looked at the unconscious Bai Meishue. It's really human, eh? It's still weirdly standard looking. Strange, why am I in the same demeanor as a demonic beast that has never seen the world? After more than a month of being a demonic beast, Lin Qingyun was finally seeing other humans appear. Of course Lin Yuexi, the reborn empress, didn't count. Ha! She seems to be poisoned. Let's see if we can revive her first. Lin Qingyun noticed that Bai Meishue's lips were purple, her face was iron blue, and 2 blood marks were clearly seen on one arm. This was a sign of poisoning after being bitten by a poisonous snake. This made him a little anxious. He could still want to get some information out of this woman. Tiger Mom stayed in the mountain range all year round, except for hunting and drying food. The rest of the time was spent hanging out in the territory, and she was a full-fledged house tiger. Nothing about what's going on out there. Although Lin Yuexi was some kind of demon sect empress, she didn't know what she was staying in now, so naturally she couldn't say anything about it. If he got some information from this woman's mouth, it would be of great help to him in exploring the wider world in the future. I don't know how to antidote poison either. We can't just let it die here. Lin Qingyun pondered for a moment and finally chose to feel around on his body to see if he could find an antidote to poison or something like that. Stripping the woman's thin clothing away, revealing her snow-white skin and a blasphemous garment embroidered with a lotus pattern. Don't look at the woman's waist, but the size behind the blasphemy is not bad. However, Lin Qingyun had no intention of appreciating this beautiful picture. After undoing his shirt, 2 small packages were revealed. One of them was firmly guarded by the woman and looked important. There should be an antidote to the poison in here, right? Lin Qingyun took the lead in opening the parcel that was shielded by it. The tiger's claw pulled out from within the package with difficulty, eventually pulling out a turquoise shootout. What is this? Bishin Buds, the companion elixir of the 4th order demonic beast Bishin snake. Taking it can purify the mind, catalyze the medicinal power, and reduce the effects of going off the deep end. Ha! It's a good thing, just... Can't it cure the poison? Lin Qingyun asked expectantly. Not currently available. Lin Qingyun was suddenly disappointed. He then rummaged around inside another package. Antidote pill cures most poisons, including those of demonic beasts of the 4th order and below. Chapter 14, Saving Bai Meishue, the 7 Southeastern Kingdoms. Luckily, this woman is not stupid and knows to bring antidote pills, or else the body would be stinking at this moment. This Bishin bud should be quite important to it, otherwise it wouldn't be so desperate. Lin Qingyun sent the elixir into the woman's mouth. The elixir melted in her mouth and the medicinal power flowed down her throat into her body. As for whether it works or not, that's up to fate. Putting the woman aside, Lin Qingyun held the idea of not wasting it and began to gnaw up the corpse of the gray moon bear, still fresh. Swallowing the flesh and blood of a gray moon bear, plus 2.3 to constitution. After a few moments of effort, the woman's pale face eased a few points, and her greenish-purple lips regained some blood color. It looked like the antidote pills were effective, otherwise Lin Qingyun could only take advantage of the heat. The woman's breathing became steady, and after roughly 10 more minutes, her eyelashes fluttered gently and she slowly opened her eyes. Bai Meishue opened her eyes in a daze, confusion flashing in her eyes. Am I not dead yet? Just then, a huge tiger's head came over, the tiger demon's mouth full of blood, grinning widely, its hideous fangs coming into view. Hello? Ah! Don't eat me! Before Lin Qingyun could finish, Bai Meishue let out a cry of surprise and fainted once again. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun breathlessly put away his smile. Do I look scary? However, Lin Qingyun recognized that Bai Meishue was pretending to be dead and nonchalantly spoke out. Don't pretend, you're not bad, your physique is quite strong, you're not so strong that you'll faint from me. At those words, Bai Meishue opened her eyes once again. You can talk. It's hard to believe that you're a 4th-ranked demonic beast. But you don't look very big. Bai Meishue looked at Lin Qingyun in amazement, completely not expecting a tiger cub demonic beast to actually be able to speak. Don't worry about that, you're not thankful for saving your life, Lin Qingyun said in a cold voice. Bai Meishue reacted. It seemed that it was Lin Qingyun who drank those monkey demonic beasts back, and only then was he able to get himself out of danger. At that moment, she didn't care if Lin Qingyun was a demonic beast or not. She hurriedly stood up and bowed to Lin Qingyun. Thanks a lot before. Amount. Many thanks to Master Tiger for his help. He Shui will definitely return the favor from the spring. For a moment, Bai Meishue didn't know how to address the other party and could only say this. You'd better sit down, the poison in your body is probably not completely gone. Your body is very weak, said Lin Qingyun in a rather humane manner. Watching Bai Meishue take a bow, his head almost fell to the ground. Bai Meishue sensibly sat down on her knees and lowered her head, only then realizing that her clothes had been undone and the scenery inside was exposed. Is this little tiger? Hardly a colorful tiger? However, this thought was only a flirtation in Bai Meishue's mind. She knew that the other party was looking for the antidote pills on her body. She then thought of something and hurriedly checked up on the Bishin bud, realizing that it was lying unharmed in the parcel, before she completely put her heart down. At the same time her favorability towards Lam Qingwan skyrocketed. What a good tiger! There is such a spiritual wisdom. The general 4th order demonic beasts cannot do this. Obviously it seems to be just an ordinary golden tiger race. Bai Meishue became curious about Lin Qingyun in her heart. She glanced aside at the corpse of the gray moon bear that had been gnawed on a few times and instantly realized that it looked like the commotion just now was caused by Lin Qingyun. What are you trying to do by risking so much to find this Bishin bud? If it wasn't for me, you'd probably be dead already. Lin Qingyun asked curiously. At those words, a touch of sorrow and helplessness appeared on Bai Meishue's face. She said truthfully, my sister, because of earlier years, now suffering from a serious illness coma for many years, not long ago heard the clan's peers mentioned, said that this blue heart buds can cure my sister's illness, which is why I came to look for it. As Lin Qingyun listened, he couldn't help but frown. System, can the Bishin buds cure diseases? Bishin buds currently have no way to cure any disease, but can be used as an auxiliary herb for some therapeutic pills, which can be used to eliminate the side effects of the pills. Lin Qingyun drifted off, and at the same time immediately understood, this girl was being tricked off. Do you know what effect the Bishin bud has? Lin Qingyun asked Bai Meishue. Bai Meishue shook her head blankly. I'm not too sure. This kind of medicinal herb is relatively rare, there is no record of it in the clan, or a clan brother told me about it. Even the location of the Bishin buds was revealed by him. This clan brother counts among the few who have been nice to me. Lin Qingyun looked at the other party with a complicated expression. Being sold and counting money for others, this girl is a little too simple. That so-called clan brother was probably just using her as a gun. If Bai Meishue really brought back the Bishin buds, it was estimated that that clan brother would be able to take possession of them. Solely, Lin Qingyun told the other party about the effects of the Bishin buds and told the other party about his guesses. Hearing what Lin Qingyun had said, Bai Meishue's face gradually became even paler, her lips trembling uncontrollably. After a long time, she smiled miserably and slowly spoke. So? My sister, there's still no way to save her? Don't be discouraged, there will always be a way. Lin Qingyun softly comforted. Thank you, Master Tiger, for telling me the truth, or I would still be in the dark, Bai Meishue laughed. Aren't you afraid I'm lying to you too? Bai Meishue shook her head and said, I believe what you said should be true. I thought there would still be a few conscientious people left in the clan, but now it seems I was still naive. These guys are all in the same boat. If it wasn't for my sister, I'd really... Bai Meishue's eyes contained a morose color, and even the temperature around her was a few points colder. Looks like this girl has a story to tell. Lin Qingyun thought in his heart, but he wasn't interested in that, and instead, he was ready to ask about the information he wanted to know. To this, White Meditation Snow all replied rather honestly. This was how he was able to fully understand much of the outside world. The place he was in was located in the Xianling continent, to the southeast of the Dark Soul Mountain Range. Further east was the closest human city to him, Wood Maple City. White Meditation Snow is from the Wood Maple City within a large family power, the White family. In addition, Wood Maple City was part of the Tianyue Kingdom, one of the 7 southeastern countries. The forces of the 7 countries were the most powerful in the southeastern portion of the country, and each country had a powerful person at the level of martial zone in attendance. Human martial artists were roughly equal in rank to demonic beasts. From the lowest level of the 1st grade to the 9th grade, and then up to the top were the martial zones, martial saints, and even the legendary martial emperors. Martial Emperor. Is it hard to believe that Eru was a martial emperor level powerhouse in his previous life? Lin Xingyun asked the other party if they had ever heard of the three great sacred clans or something like that, and the only thing that responded to him was Bai Meishue's blank expression. The three great sacred clans aren't within the forces of the Seven Kingdoms, they're probably continental forces on the other side of the Dark Soul Mountain Range or outside of the Xianling continent. In response, Lin Xingyun stopped asking more questions. After chatting for half a day, Bai Meishue was already a bit thirsty and her stomach was starting to grumble. Chapter 15 Rare Demon Beast Bloodline. She had run out of dry food on her, and with the addition of being extraordinarily tired in her current state, a strong hunger pang hit her. Are you hungry? How about some grizzly bear carcasses? There's quite a few left anyway. Lin Xingyun said rather generously. Bai Meishue stood up and walked over to the corpse of the gray moon bear, lifting her long sword to slice off a few strips of bear meat. She then picked up some scattered twigs and leaves from under the tree. Taking the materials to Lin Xingyun's side, Bai Meishue took out the flint within her parcel and quickly raised the fire. Feeling the warm sensation from the flames, Lin Xingyun squinted his eyes cozily. Bai Meishue skewered the bear meat with a tree branch and placed it next to the fire and roasted it. Get some more, I want to eat. Although Lin Xingyun had just finished his meal, his saliva couldn't help but secrete frantically in the face of the aromatic kebabs that were grilled. He's missed deli food for a long time. It was a pity that he had an empty cooking skill, but was a tiger's body, so he had no way to utilize it. Upon hearing this, Bai Meishue glanced at Lin Xingyun and silently took a lot more bear meat. Tiger Master, how old are you this year? Why so amount? Generic sacks of money. Bai Meishue finally is unable to hold down the curiosity of the heart, opened his mouth and asked. Why does this sound so strange? Lin Xingyun was speechless for a while, but still patiently said, I'm only a little over 2 months old, there's no need to call me Master Tiger, and as for me being so smart and clever, you can just take it as me being naturally beautiful. White Sticks listened in disbelief. I can't believe he's only a month old and can wrestle adult gray moon bears. And so intelligent, even speaking in idioms. If she closed her eyes, she'd probably think she was talking to a human. It more or less turned her perception upside down. She didn't ask any more questions though, just nodded silently. Then how about I call you Big Tiger? Bai Meishue said tentatively. Lin Xingyun. You've got a talent for naming like Tiger Mom. He didn't say much, acquiescing to the title, it didn't even matter to him anyway. Having learned a lot of information from Bai Meishue, he was in a good mood now. Soon the bear meat was roasted and the aroma was so fragrant that Lin Xingyun was a bit impatient. Seeing this, Bai Meishue removed 2 skewers and handed them to Lin Xingyun's mouth. Here Dahu, how do you taste? He wasn't polite, he just opened his big mouth and accepted the feeding service from the beautiful woman. Smells good. It's true that food is better when it's cooked. Despite not having any seasoning, Lin Xingyun ate with great relish. Bai Meishue just watched as Lin Xingyun took a big mouthful of dry rice, making her feel like she was feeding her pet. It was oddly cute. She then resisted the urge to touch Lin Xingyun's soft fur and got up to bring him 2 more strings to place at his feet. Only then did he silently pick up a skewer himself and take small bites. Dahu, since this bishing bud is of no use anymore, why don't I give it to you, all as a thank you for saving your life. After eating and drinking, Bai Meishue took out the bishing buds and handed them to Lin Xingyun, saying in a sincere tone. I don't need it, keep it for yourself, after all, you got it 9 times out of 9. Lin Xingyun shook his head and refused, the bishing buds didn't do much for him, and he wasn't the type to take advantage of people. Then you must take this bishing snake's demonic pills. Seeing this, Bai Meishue took out another green-colored demonic pill and handed it to Lin Xingyun. Seeing this demonic elixir, Lin Xingyun's heart was moved. This stuff is great. At the same time, he was shocked at the girl's strength, which was indeed very strong. How old was she when she was able to kill even a 4th-ranked demonic beast? Then, I'll be polite. Lin Xingyun didn't make any pretense and graciously took the demonic elixir and held it in his mouth. Thanks. Swallowed the demonic pills of a 4th-order demonic beast, demonic power plus 800,000, constitution plus 41.3, mental power plus 33.7, reinforcement points plus 60. Acquired new skills, Bicentennial Eyes low level, Poison Resistance low level. By Mind Eyes low level and Spirit Sight medium level fused into By Mind Eyes medium level. By Mind Eyes intermediate, the host's eyesight is greatly strengthened. After opening the Mind Eyes, the host's field of vision becomes heat sensitive to better pursue prey, while the host can also see subtle traces of residual demonic power. Quickly digesting this 4th-ranked demonic pill, Lin Xingyun's body was instantly strengthened drastically again. Also gained 2 new skills. There is Antitoxicity. That would be a good skill to have. Lin Xingyun was quite pleased, and his gaze towards Bai Meishue was a bit more kind. I'm going back Dahe, you should go home soon as well. Bai Meishue packed up her things and prepared to leave, instructing Lin Xingyun before she left. Is your body alright? Lin Xingyun asked with concern. Bai Meishue smiled and shook her head. It has recovered almost, it should be able to go back without any problems. By the way, try to go out as little as possible in the last few months, the demon hunting conference is going to start in a month. Lest you get caught in the wave. Demon hunting conference? It's an event held by Wood Maple City where the younger generation within the city will sign up and enter the Dark Soul Mountain range to hunt demonic beasts within, competing in the number of demonic beasts hunted and their rank. The high-ranked martial artists in the city will enter an area within the Dark Soul Mountain range in advance to step inside, preventing high-ranked demonic beasts from disrupting the competition while at the same time drawing routes and marking the locations of some rare demonic beasts, making it easier for the participants to go and hunt them. Bai Meishue patiently explained the rules of the demon hunting conference to Lin Xingyun. Planning a route. Rare demonic beasts? Will there really be a rare bloodline demonic beast marked out? Lin Xingyun keenly captured the key information. I think there will be. It's impossible to say. I remember that in the last demon hunting conference, the first place winner captured a rare bloodline demonic beast, the purple cloud fox. It's reasonable to say that the major forces in the city attach great importance to this kind of event, and would surely mark some powerful and rare demonic beasts in order to increase the difficulty. Bai Meishue cocked her head in thought. Lin Xingyun was overjoyed. It's really not a big deal. He was still worried about where to look for rare bloodline demonic beasts, this would save him a lot of effort. With Wood Maple City's ability, so many high-ranked martial artists entering within the mountain range would definitely be able to find them faster than him, a tiger cub. At that time, all he needed to do was to grab a map during the demon hunting conference, and he would be able to know the traces of the rare bloodline demonic beasts. Of course, there is certainly less risk in doing so. But it's better than him running around like a headless fly. Chapter 16, The Majesty of Tiger Mother. After Bai Meishue had left, Lin Xingyun also moved towards his home. While walking, Lin Xingyun began to check his panel. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, August 4th. Million points of demonic power are required to evolve to 5th. Race, Golden Tiger. Body mass, 133.5. Mental strength, 140.9. Demon power, 5,330,000. Skills, Tiger's Whistle middle rank, Tiger's Tail middle rank, Tiger's Palm Strike middle rank, Golden Tiger's Armor middle rank, Blue Mind's Eye middle rank, Brute Strength low rank, Resistant to Poison low rank. Reinforcement points, 96. Lin Feng took out 20 points and upgraded the Brute Force and Poison Resistance skills to mid-rank, gaining even more significant effects. Brute Force Intermediate, after performing the skill, it can immediately allow the host's strength to skyrocket by 3 times for a duration of 15 minutes, and cannot be performed again for 3 days after use. For a mid-rank skill to be raised to a high rank, it would require at least 100 reinforcement points. Right now, Lin Xingyun hadn't saved up enough, so he simply upgraded 2 low-rank skills first to briefly raise his battle power before doing so. The Demon Hunting Conference in a month's time, I'll be able to grow roughly 2.5 million points of demonic power during this period, and without any accidents, I'll be able to reach a 5th ranked demonic beast by then. Lin Xingyun calculated the time. After reaching the 5th rank, he wouldn't have to worry even if he faced a 4th ranked demonic beast or a 4th rank human martial artist. Alas, by completing the bloodline evolution earlier, one wouldn't be unable to defeat even those of the same rank. Lin Xingyun let out a long sigh. Late at night, Lin Xingyun returned to the cave. Ha! Where's Tiger Mom? Lin Xingyun realized that he didn't sense Tiger Mother's aura and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. At this point, Tiger Mother should have come back long ago. Yo, you still know to come back. At that moment, a ghostly voice rang from his ears. Lin Yueshi walked out from the darkness. A pair of golden tiger eyes were particularly conspicuous in the darkness, and there was a playful look in his eyes. What do you mean? What happened? Where's our mom? Lin Xingyun was a bit confused and hurriedly asked. Our mom went out to look for you. You're done, you're not coming back this late, you're making mom worried. When she comes back there'll be trouble for you. The gloating in Lin Yueshi's tone seemed undisguised. Just kidding, I'm afraid of this? Lin Xingyun was not amused, but he was still slightly vain. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, by the way, I met a human within the mountain range today. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshi was immediately interested and asked, Human? Did you make contact with him? Did you get any useful information? Lin Xingyun didn't hide anything and said directly, Fortunately, do you know about Wood Maple City? Or the Tianyue Kingdom, which seems to be one of the 7 southeastern kingdoms of something. Lin Yueshi's small face scrunched up as if she was thinking extremely hard, searching for these terms in her memory. Eventually she lost it and sighed. I don't have the slightest impression of the Tianjue kingdom, either it's too far away from my previous life, or it's too small to attract my attention. This guy, he's got to brag about himself every chance he gets, right? Lin Xingyun did not feel disappointed, it was all within his expectations. Right now he was still weak, even if he knew how huge the outside world was. Right now, it was still imperative to first establish a firm foothold within the Dark Soul Mountain range. It's okay, we'll go out and look around when we're a little older. But in these recent days, it's better to go out as little as possible and try to stay within the cave. Lin Xingyun said softly. Why? Lin Yueshi asked with a crooked little head in disbelief. Recently, the city outside is going to hold some kind of demon hunting conference, and there are quite a few powerful human martial artists that will enter within the mountain range, so don't be targeted by them. Lin Xingyun explained. At those words, Lin Yueshi revealed a disdainful expression. What did I think it was, just a mere demon hunting conference, that human city has at most a few 7th or 8th grade martial artists sitting around, and I, the titular empress, would still be afraid? Yes, you're the best. Wait for when you beat me before you sound big, flirted Lin Xingyun. You guy, which pot is not boiling? Lin Xingyun's words immediately caused Lin Yueshi to explode. Don't worry, I'm not like you, running out every day to play so much that I don't know what time it is. I usually just cultivate at the entrance of the cave. Lin Xingyun naturally knew that this empress sister was not a little cutie, was still quite at ease with her. It's just that I need to worry about Tiger Mom, so I'll just talk to her when she gets back and give her some careful instructions. At that moment, a demonic wind whistled. Before Lin Xingyun could turn his head, the next moment, a large mouth bit into the back of his fateful neck. Ha! Ugh! Lin Xingyun reflexively scrunched up his neck, his limbs drooping, his heart was filled with a sense of security, and he didn't have the slightest thought of resisting. Mom! Feeling this familiar demonic power, Lin Xingyun knew that it was Tiger Mother who had returned, which was why he hadn't been alerted. Where have you been playing again, you child? Gave me a good search. Tiger Mom's slightly irritated voice came through. I was wrong, Mom. Accidentally ran out of territory earlier. Lin Xingyun could only be drooping his ears and said in a well-behaved tone. Seeing this scene, Lin Yueshi on the side once again revealed a gloating expression, and Lin Xingyun gave her a blank look. This guy will just watch the action. No wandering off next time. Hear that? Tiger Mother said sternly, releasing her bite on Lin Xingyun's neck. Heard that? Lin Xingyun said in a hurry. Go back to bed. Tiger Mom said to the two tigers. By the way, Mom, I just met a group of humans. I heard them talk about some demon hunting conference. What is that? Said Lin Xingyun as he followed Tiger Mom, pretending to be ignorant. At that, Tiger Mother's brow furrowed. Demon hunting conference. Seems to ring a bell. Can't think what it was, but it certainly wasn't good. You will not go out these days. Tiger Mother in turn admonished Lin Xingyun's two tigers. Seeing that Tiger Mother had listened and was wary, Lin Xingyun was also relieved. The Dark Soul Mountain range was so large, and the cave they were in was also very hidden, so as long as they didn't run around blindly, it was usually hard to be discovered. Anyway, he only needed to wait for his demonic power to grow automatically now. Chapter 17 The White Warrior Who Changed His Face. Wood Maple City, White Family. Underworld. Ms. Underworld Snow. The household servants guarding outside the White family's main gate were all a bit surprised to see the wretched figure appearing at the White family's entrance. At this moment, Bai Meishua's face was still a little pale, and her clothes were disheveled, but her gaze was clear and cold and indifferent. She ignored the gazes of the household servants and walked straight inside the White family's gate. Soon, the news that Bai Meishue, who had disappeared for several days, had returned, reached the ears of the Bai family head. He came directly to Bai Meishue's residence, a small courtyard in the most remote part of the Bai family residence. He gently knocked on the door, and soon Bai Meishue, who had changed her clothes, came out, her cool gaze looking at the visitor. Hey Shua, where have you been? You've made Uncle worried to death. The Bai family head asked in a concerned tone when he saw Bai Heishue, who was dressed in plain linen clothes but had an extraordinary temperament. I'm sorry, Uncle, I went inside the Dark Soul Mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. Bai Meishue was indifferent in the face of the Bai family head's concerned gaze, but only said succinctly. The Bai family head seemed as if he didn't hear the detachment in Bai Meishue's tone, as if he was still wearing a gentle smile as he softly said. It's good to have you back safe and sound. Is there anything else, Uncle? I have to look after Haru if there's nothing else, she's gotten worse in the past few days while I've been gone. White Stick Snow said. The Bai family head was momentarily speechless. Finally he sighed and said, Hey Shua, why are you doing this? I know you have a grudge against the family, but everything has to be looked at in the big picture, as long as you Bai Meishue spoke out to interrupt the words of the Bai family head. No need to say anything, uncle. Aren't you here to persuade me to agree to be a concubine to the third prince of the Tianyue kingdom? I can promise, but only if Xiao Qing's illness is cured, otherwise I won't agree. Upon hearing this, the Bai family head was instantly ecstatic. So you promise? You should have figured it out a long time ago. If you were to tie the knot with His Highness the Third Prince, my Bai family would be more than just some third-grade family of Wood Maple City. Fine, don't worry about Xiao Qing. The Third Prince is quite fond of you, so this request is naturally out of the question. I'll arrange a new place for you to stay and assign a few maids to look after little Haru. Seeing how eager the Bai family head was, Bai Meishue's heart grew a few points colder. To put it bluntly, the Bai family master did not promise so many favors on the basis of her being a member of the Bai family. Instead, they are draining her of every last bit of value before giving some token of inconsequential concern. Hey Shui, don't go out in these few days and focus on preparing for the demon hunting conference next month. This conference is unusual. His Highness the Third Prince will come to observe and make a good impression on him. The Bai family head instructed. Since she had already accepted the arrangement of fate, Bai Meishue simply didn't refuse. Feel free to look for Uncle for whatever you need. Uncle will fulfill you. The Bai family head said. Uncle, even though I have agreed, I still believe that my father did not do anything wrong back then. Bai Meishue raised her eyes and said in a firm tone. Upon hearing this, the smile on the Bai family head's face disappeared with fleshly eyes, and there seemed to be anger in his eyes. Enough! Hey Shui, no mention of the past is allowed. If it weren't for your father, how would my Bai family have? The Bai family head closed his mouth in the middle of his sentence and turned around to leave angrily. Is it really all my father's fault that the White family has fallen to this state? You're just looking for a catharsis. White Sticks muttered. She looked a little sad, but then was replaced by determination. She wanted to become stronger and put an end to everything that happened back then. Sister Haidsu. You're finally back. My brother was worried, but he couldn't stop thinking about it. At that moment, another figure walked quickly, and its concerned voice could be heard from a distance. The visitor was dressed in a white robe, with a straight posture and a hard face, and at first glance he looked like a very decent fellow. Sister Hei Shui, I wonder if you found that Bishin bud yet? Haru still needs it to cure her. Give it to me. Bai Zhan, the eldest son of the second house of the Bai family, was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Bai family besides Bai Meishue. At this moment, Bai Meishue, who had learned the truth, saw Bai Zhan's genial smile, but felt hypocritical to the extreme, the same hypocrisy as the Bai family head. She said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, I didn't find the whereabouts of the Bishin buds. What? This shouldn't be. Bai Zhan's face sank, the smile he had just had disappeared, and his attitude instantly became a few points colder. Brother White Warrior, go back quickly, I'll think of another way for Xiao Qing's illness. Bai Meishue already didn't want to say anything more to the Bai family and gave an expulsion order. Bai Battle stared at Bai Meishue's face dead on, trying to find any traces of lying. Hey Shui, don't lie to me, that Bishin bud needs a special formula to be effective. If you give it directly to Xiao Qing it won't have any effect. Get it out of here. White Warrior was already undying, half threatening. I really didn't find the Bishin bud. Bai Meishue said with a cold face. With that, she directly closed the courtyard door, no longer paying attention to Bai Zhan. Looking at the tightly closed courtyard door, Bai Zhan's expression was extraordinarily gloomy. Tramp. With this as concern for her sister, it's unlikely that she won't be able to come back like this without getting the Bishin buds, and her attitude won't be like this. Can't it be that she already knows that the Bishin buds don't have a healing effect? It shouldn't. At this moment, Bai Zhan had completely removed his disguise. He kicked the door of the white medieval snowyard violently with reluctance. Damn it, without the Bishin buds, I'm not sure I can swallow the blood fire pill. Without the blood fire pill, it will take me at least 2 months to break through to the 4th grade. This must have done it on purpose, for nothing I've been acting for so long. White Warrior left angrily. These words of his were also as much as they could be taken into the ears of Bai Meishue. Oh, it looks like Big Tiger was right. Bai Meishue's heart was like ashes. The friendship between the same clan was actually not as genuine as a demonic beast that had just met. She had now completely lost her expectations of the White family. Bai Meishue, you have to keep up the good work. Haru is still waiting for you to save it. White Hades Snow said to himself. Chapter 18, The Fifth Order, All Things Considered. Lin Qingyun had not been idle during this month. He had risked his life and kept expanding his route beyond the territory. He didn't get a lot of education from his tiger mom for that. However, with his current strength, as long as it wasn't a demonic beast of the 6th rank or above or a human powerhouse above a 6th grade martial artist, he would be able to stay alive. After repeated offenses, Tiger Mother simply let Lin Qingyun run amok. A week before, he had groped his way to the very edge of the Dark Soul mountain range. Standing on top of a slope and looking towards the southeast, a majestic city came into view. The location of Wood Maple City was finally found by Lin Qingyun. Having found where it was, 80% of those human contestants during the demon hunting conference had also entered the Dark Soul mountain range through this area. This gave him the opportunity to grab the map. After familiarizing himself with the route, Lin Qingyun looked for a few suitable locations for an ambush. In addition, he himself did not forget to try to look for it, but it was a pity that the power of his one tiger was ultimately too small. Host, Lin Qingyun. Rank, 5th. 15 million points of demonic power are needed to evolve to the 6th rank. Race, Golden Tiger. Body mass, 200.3. Mental strength, 205.8. Demon power, 8 million points. Skills, Tiger Palm Strike high level, Fierce Tiger Tail Swing middle level, Tiger's Whistle middle level, Golden Tiger Armor middle level, Blue Mind Eyes middle level, Brute Force middle level, Poison Resistance middle level. Reinforcement points, 12. There were still about 3 days before the demon hunting conference, and Lin Qingyun finally managed to break through to the 5th rank. His strength had also been drastically improved, and his body size was another round larger than it was a month ago, and the effect brought about by natural growth was that his physique and mental strength were skyrocketing every day. All things being equal, the next step is to wait for the demon hunting conference afterward. I hope that these great clans of Wood Maple City won't let me down. If they can't even find a single rare demonic beast, that would be too much of a waste. The determination and wariness that filled Lin Qingyun's eyes. Hey, what have you been up to all this time? I can't even find a single person I'd like to fight you one-on-one. Can it be that you don't dare to fight me because you see that I've broken through to the 3rd rank? Looking at Lin Qingyun being such a godly dragon, Lin Yueshi finally did not hold back her curiosity and could not help but ask. Lin Qingyun sniffed and casually said, "Little kids ask less questions. Stay honestly in the cave for a few days, but don't be taken as prey." Lin Yuexi was furious. "Just kidding, I'm a Grand Empress, do I need to worry about this? On the contrary, those humans had better not be more sensible and don't come looking for trouble from this emperor, otherwise they won't be able to go back." Lin Qingyun was non-committal. "Tell you what, fight me. If I win, you'll tell me your purpose. If I lose, I'll agree to one condition." Lin Yushi gritted her teeth and said, "Conditions?" Lin Qingyun seemed to be interested. "Right. One of this empress conditions is very precious. Oh, if it were those exalted martial saints back in the day, they would probably have been overjoyed." Lin Yushi lifted her small head with a proud face. Lin Qingyun thought about it and directly agreed. "Good, I really do need your help with something." "Come on then." Lin Yueshi's battle spirit was high. She had managed to break through to the 3rd stage 3 days ago. Her strength had risen greatly. Coupled with the knowledge base of her empress, there were a little more means at her disposal. Lin Qingyun was cloudy on the surface, but in his heart, he didn't dare to be careless. It would be a shame if I, as a 5th rank, lost to this 3rd rank empress sister. Rampant. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yushi was the first to attack. She opened her small mouth and instantly 3 golden flames erupted out of her mouth, coming towards Lin Qingyun. Holy, magic attack. Lin Qingyun was a bit surprised. He could not imagine that Lin Yueshi was actually able to perform such a demonic skill. He himself was still stuck at the level of physical combat. Yet he didn't panic. With his current speed, it would be easy to dodge such an attack. He dodged and dodged easily through the gap between those 3 fireballs. However, Lin Yueshi's eyes were flooded with excitement. "I'm waiting for you." The demonic power around her body was once again activated. In the next moment, Lin Qingyun sensed something strange. The moment it brushed against those 3 flames, only 3 explosions of bang 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 were heard. Those 3 clusters of flames directly exploded and countless strands of extremely high temperature flames shot out in all directions, wrapping Lin Qingyun in the center. "Ah, I knew you would hide like this." Lin Yushi laughed rather smugly. The flames dissipated, revealing Lin Qingyun's figure. A golden illusory armor covered the outside of his body surface, helping it avoid being roasted by the flames into a barbecue tiger. He still looked a little worse for wear, though. "Good guy, is this already figuring out my battle mindset? It's marvelous." Lin Qingyun looked at Lin Yueshi, full of marvel and appreciation. Seeing that Lin Yueshi wanted to capitalize on his victory and kill towards him, the demonic energy around Lin Qingyun surged and roared. "But it's not like I'm not making progress." Bathed in golden flames, Lin Yueshi's body was agile and elegant as she swiftly killed in front of Lin Qingyun. She didn't have any reservations and intended to have a quick fight, fearing that Lin Qingyun would surprise her with something later in the fight. Lin Qingyun naturally saw what she was thinking. Demon technique, brute force. Lin Qingyun also did not hold back and directly executed his demonic skill. His power directly tripled in an instant, and his aura was like a rainbow. Demon technique, Tiger Palm Strike. Lin Xingyun raised his Tiger Palm Strike to a high rank, and directly above his Tiger Palm, he condensed substantial gold and iron Tiger Claws, which were condensed from his vast sea-like demonic power. The Tiger Palm Strike under the triple power enhancement was swung directly. Lin Yueshi instantly felt her breath stutter and her heartbeat steeply accelerate. That familiar feeling rose in her heart. The breath of death. She stopped her movements almost instinctively, exerting her full strength to dodge to the side. Boom! A deafening whistling sound grazed her ear as it whizzed by. Lin Yueshi rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing herself. She gasped loudly and turned her head to look. On top of the hard stone wall, there were several more tiger paw prints. The length of the paw prints was more than 5 meters, and they were deep within the stone wall. Surprisingly, there were dozens of centimeters of depth. If this hits her... Asshole! You're trying to kill me! Lin Yueshi clenched her teeth and shouted at Lin Xingyun with a slight aggravation in her voice. I'm sorry, I didn't confuse the force. But I didn't aim directly at you, don't worry, you're fine now. Lin Xingyun said somewhat apologetically. He also didn't expect the power of this strike to be so terrifying. Luckily he adjusted his angle in time and collected some of his power. Otherwise, it was estimated that that stone wall might have just collapsed. Chapter 19, The Third Prince, Zhao Wentai. Lin Yueshi calmed her agitated state of mind and glanced at the huge marks on the stone wall again, her heart appalled. Such an attack, at least the 5th-order demonic beast can do it. It's hard to believe that this guy is already a 5th-ranked demonic beast. This is also incredible. Lin Xingyun's performance once again refreshed Lin Yueshi's perception. This rate of growth in his strength seemed to never stop, getting faster and faster. All she could do was to catch up. You guys' strength, how on earth did you grow so fast? Lin Yueshi couldn't help but ask. Lin Xingyun smiled, I don't know, maybe it's because I eat more. By the looks of it, I've won this bout double again. Lin Yueshi was silent, considered acquiescing to the result. Say it, what are your conditions, said Lin Yushi as she raised her small face. Even if I can't do it now, I can certainly fulfill you in the future. Condition. Good, that's what you said. It might take quite a bit of effort and requires extreme endurance. Are you sure you can do it? Lin Xingyun asked with a smile. Just kidding, I'm the reincarnation of an empress. Can I lack these 2 things? Feel free to let your horse come over, said Lin Yushi with conviction as she was aroused with the desire to win. After a long time, Lin Yueshi was sitting outside the cave in a crouch with a bitter face. Ugh, lower the fire slightly, don't burn the meat. Beside her, Lin Xingyun had set up a simple barbecue grill with a few slices of tender meat on it. Lin Yueshi opened her small mouth, and a wisp of golden flame slowly erupted from her mouth. As the golden flames continued to sizzle, the slices of meat were also roasted with a moist oil and aroma. Lin Xingyun suddenly had a huge appetite, his small mouth opened and a suction force hit him, directly sucking a slice of meat into his mouth. Under the fine chewing, the aroma of the roasted meat instantly filled his entire mouth. Good. Yummy. The meat roasted by Jin Huyan is really something else. Lin Xingyun was full of praise. Lin Yushi, who was on the side, swallowed her saliva and gave him a grudging look. Is that what you call a condition? I'm an empress, and you're actually asking me to build a fire and help you roast meat. Damn. Why does it smell so good? It had also been a long time since she had eaten cooked food, and the cravings in her stomach were instantly aroused. Don't talk, focus on roasting for me, I might even reward you with a few slices later, said Lin Xingyun casually. Ooh, Lin Yueshi indignantly glared at Lin Xingyun. What's that smell? It smells so good. At that moment, Tiger Mother came out of nowhere and asked with surprise in her tone. Mom, you're back. This was specially made by Arrow, come and try it. Lin Xingyun said in a hurry when he saw that Tiger Mother had returned. Tiger Mother's eyes lit up as she took a slice of the roast and brought it to her mouth. Delicious indeed. This is learned from humans, right? Mom, I want to eat. Too, Lin Yueshi said pitifully to Tiger Mom. Tiger Mother sniffed and glanced at Lin Xingyun. Dahu, you're bullying Erhu again. No way, I'm exercising Arrow, said Lin Xingyun sheepishly. Afterwards, Lin Xingyun found a pile of firewood and had Lin Yueshi light it, which freed her. Not having to do hard labor, she was all smiles, grabbing 2 pieces with her tiger claws and shoving them straight into her mouth. Yummy! At that moment, she noticed that Lin Xingyun was looking at her playfully, and she hastily glared back. What are you looking at? I'm not craving, I'm doing this to improve my strength. Eat more meat to grow your body, Arrow did the right thing, said Tiger's mom in relief. Lin Xingyun agreed. Right, Arrow, eat more. Right, Mom, I want to go out in a couple of days, you see? Lin Qingyun asked to Tiger Mom. Out? Tiger Mom paused at her words. If I remember correctly, it seems that in 2 days, it will be the humans' demon hunting conference. It's going to be dangerous then. What are you doing out there? Tiger Mom asked. No, I can't agree to that. Tiger Mom sternly refused. Lin Qingyun hurriedly said, Mom, I'm very strong now, I'm not afraid of those humans. You don't have to worry, I have my plans. If I'm in danger, I'll definitely run straight back. Tiger's mom was silent, and halfway through the day she sighed. Big Tiger grows up. I know you are smart, smarter than the average demonic beast, even more than humans. You've been running around all these days, and I'm sure you have plans for all of them. Now that you've said it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun was overjoyed. Mom, I will definitely go and return quickly. Definitely won't let you worry. On the side, Ling Yueshi ate the roasted meat while silently staring at Lin Qingyun with inexplicable emotions contained in her eyes. The morrow. Lin Qingyun got ready and left the cave. Arawa, take care of our mom, I'll be right back, said Lin Qingyun to Lin Yueshi. After saying that, he stepped on all 4 paws and drilled straight into the dense forest in front of him. Lin Yueshi looked at his back until he completely disappeared into the jungle. This guy. She murmured, then closed her eyes and once again activated her gong method. Wood Maple City. At this moment, the south gate entrance of Wood Maple City was quite lively. The rare gathering of the 3 great clans, the executives who were rare to see on weekdays, all came together today, making it extraordinarily rare for the people in the city. Why are all these 3 big families here? Who are they waiting for? It's rumored that it's His Highness the 3rd Prince coming to Wood Maple City. No wonder, the person who can make these great clans come out to greet them is really not a small character. A group of executives waited in unison, their expressions extraordinarily serious. The Bai family head looked into the distance with a somewhat eager expression. Coming. Prepare to meet. A long time passed, and in the distance, a group of carriages and horses slowly drove towards the direction of Wood Maple City. A sharp-eyed one saw it and shouted in a hurry. A group of executives were on standby. Soon, the caravan came to a stop in front of the city gates. Wood Maple City greets His Royal Highness the 3rd Prince. The crowd shouted. At the very front of the caravan, a man rode a horse and looked down at the crowd with an indifferent expression. He wore a brocade suit, with a long crimson sword at his waist, and a faint aura of blood came over him. The bodies of the family heads of the 3 great families trembled in unison, their hearts appalled. This person was stronger than them. Knowing that the heads of the 3 great families were all clear 7th grade martial artists, this person had to be at least at the 8th grade level. Sure enough, beside the Prince of Tianyue Kingdom, there are capable people. Please rise, all the love ministers, I have traveled a long way, much trouble. At that moment, a young and bright voice came from the carriage behind the man. Immediately afterward, a young man in a yellow robe stepped down from the carriage. This person was the 3rd Prince of the Tianyue Kingdom, Zhao Wentai. Chapter 20 Demon Hunting Conference, Formal Beginning. The surrounding populace of Wood Maple City peered curiously at the imposing young man. It was the first time they had seen a member of the royal family. Royal brother. Is this Wood Maple City? A pleasant voice came from the luxurious carriage behind Zhao Wentai. The crowd followed the sound and saw a stunningly beautiful woman step down from the carriage, surveying the front with a curious gaze. The woman's appearance was bright, with skin like cream, long hair like ink, and eyes like autumn waves. A long red dress was particularly eye-catching, and a golden jade belt was worn around her waist. It's valiant, aristocratic, and dazzling. Zhao Wentai turned his head to look at the young girl and said in a gentle tone. Yuji, it's been a long journey, quickly follow me into the city to rest. Imperial brother, that what's his name demon hunting conference, can I participate? Zhao Yuji asked as she looked at Zhao Wentai with some anticipation. Of course I can, this time I brought you out, isn't it to relieve your boredom? Zhao Wentai said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuji was quite happy. Good, I knew that imperial brother loves me the most. Staying in the imperial city all day is boring me to death. A few honorable ministers, for the demon hunting conference afterward, can we add a slot for my royal sister to participate? Zhao Wentai said to the family heads of the 3 great families. The 3 family heads slandered in their hearts, where is the possibility for them to refuse the words of you, the imperial prince? Yi family head Yi Tian stood out and said smilingly, Your Highness the 7th princess is able to participate, it is our Wood Maple City's honor, it's just that the demon hunting conference is after all fighting with demonic beasts, I'm only afraid. Humph. What do you mean? Look down on me. I've killed even more vicious demonic beasts, so I'm still afraid of this demon hunting conference of yours? Zhao Yuji's eyebrows frowned slightly, and she said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Don't dare to. Yi Tian was instantly scared into a cold sweat. Seeing this, the two family lords on the side silently laughed at Yi Tian's defeat in their hearts. "There's no harm in it, just arrange it as you please, don't worry about it," Zhao Wentai said. Only then did Yi Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, surrounded by the three great families, Zhao Wentai and Zhao Yuji took steps towards the interior of Wood Maple City. "Ha! Where is the Wood Maple City Lord? His Imperial and Princess Highnesses are here in person, but he doesn't come to greet them, what lawlessness!" At this moment, the man with the bloody blade on Zhao Wentai's side looked around, frowned, and said in a slightly displeased tone. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yi family hurriedly walked out and said, "A month and a half ago, City Lord suddenly sensed an opportunity for a martial breakthrough and chose to go on a closed-door breakthrough, and hasn't come out of the closure yet, missing the time to greet His Highness. Please don't blame Your Highness." "Humph. What a good time to pick," the man with the bloody blade snorted lightly. On the side, Zhao Wentai but waved his hand and said, "Where is the martial Dao opportunity so good to sense? Miss this opportunity, next time you don't know when you have to wait." This emperor naturally understands. If City Lord succeeds in making a breakthrough, my Tianyue kingdom will have another 8th grade martial artist. The man with the bloody knife then shut his mouth. The three great lords brought Zhao Wentai and Zhao Yuji inside the largest restaurant in Wood Maple City, the Chuanha building. At this moment the building was already hosting a large banquet. Zhao Wentai and Zhao Yuji sat at the topmost position, and the banquet officially began. "These are the young talents within Wood Maple City, aren't they?" At this moment, Zhao Wentai said to the few young figures behind the several great lords. "Greetings, Your Highness the third prince, the seventh princess." Hearing this, several people hurriedly rose to salute. Among them, behind Yi Tian was Yi Qing, who had an extraordinary temperament and an upright posture. The youth behind Ning family head, Ning Yuanshan, had bronze-colored skin and wore a thin green shirt that was bulging with exaggerated muscles. This person was Ning Yuan of the Ning family. Behind Bai Wenjing, the Bai family head, were Bai Meishui and Bai Battle. No matter how distinguished and powerful they were in Wood Maple City, they had to be respectful in front of the imperial prince. Wood Maple City is truly a place of great talent, all of them are the future pillars of my Tianyue kingdom. If a few of you can come and participate in the martial arts trials 2 years from now, you will definitely achieve very good results. Zhao Wentai spoke politely, his gaze sweeping over Bai Meishui's face intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Yuji, who was on the side, was extraordinarily bold and unapologetically sized up Bai Meishui. Feeling the gazes of the two, Bai Meishui's thin lips pursed lightly, lowered her eyebrows and lowered her eyes without any reaction. Bai Wenjing seemed to have noticed Zhao Wentai's gaze as well, and the corners of his mouth hooked up as if he was quite satisfied. Zhao Wentai quickly withdrew his gaze, and the banquet continued to go on smoothly. 3 days later, the Demon Hunting Conference officially began. In an open field in the northern part of Wood Maple City, there were many people gathered to watch the crowd. At the center of the crowd, there was a convergence of young martial artists from within Wood Maple City, numbering around 70 to 80 people. At the front of the line stood all the young martial artists from the 3 great clans, as well as Zhao Yuji, who was dressed in red with her head held high. Many people's gazes looked towards Zhao Yuji, their eyes filled with fervor and adoration. Zhao Yuji not only had an honorable status, but her appearance was also exquisite. If she could get her heart, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be a direct flight to heaven. Yi Qing, with a long sword at his waist and a folding fan in his hand, pretended to be reserved as he struck up a conversation with Zhao Yuji, but the desire in his eyes could not be concealed. Bai Zhan's face looked a bit worse, his aura was a bit erratic, but it was already at the level of a 4th grade martial artist. Damn it, if I had the Bixing buds, I would be able to break through to the 4th grade intact, and I wouldn't need to forcefully break through. In this demon hunting conference, I will definitely get a good score. Zhao Yuji showed a lack of interest in the face of several people's chit-chat, so she simply ignored them and walked towards Bai Meishui. She said in an intimate tone as she pulled over Bai Meishui's arm. "You are Sister He Shui, aren't you?" Bai Meishui was originally a bit distracted, and was caught a bit off guard by his conversation. "Your Highness. There's no need to be so formal, just call me Yuji." Zhao Yuji revealed a smile. Seeing that the two women came together, Yi Qing and the others were not in a good position to chime in, so they could only stand back unhappily. At that moment, a middle-aged man shouted loudly from the high platform in the center. Demon Hunting Conference officially begins. Chapter 21 Bountiful Reward, Dark Thunder Evil Python. It's not too late for someone to quit. The Demon Hunting Conference is not a child's play, you will have to fight against real demonic beasts, and if you are not careful, you will lose your lives. The middle-aged man swept over the crowd and said indifferently. The crowd of young martial artists, however, were unmoved, and none of them left. They were at the age of blood and vigor, how could they be dissuaded by a few words? Since that's the case, then I will announce the rules of the Demon Hunting Conference. The middle-aged man nodded and continued. The The demon hunting conference lasts a total of 7 days, and the participating martial artists enter the interior of the Dark Soul Mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. After 7 days, the participants need to return here and submit their trophies, ranking them according to the number and grade of demonic beasts hunted. The higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards. First place in the demon hunting conference, rewarded with a 6th grade treasure weapon and 2,000 spirit stones. Second place in the demon hunting conference, rewarded with a mixed yuan dan and 1,500 spirit stones. Third place in the conference, rewarded with a 5th ranked demonic beast with spirit lizard demon dan and 1,000 spirit stones. The 4th through 10th places are rewarded with 800 spirit stones. All rewards from the demon hunting conference are sponsored by the 3 great clans. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, the surrounding hilarious audience all sucked in a breath of cool air. This reward is too generous. 6th grade treasure weapon. It's actually a 6th grade treasure soldier. I've never even seen it before. Mixed yuan dan. It is said that if you persuade this pill, even those who are no longer talented will immediately enter the grade, utilizing the mixed yuan chi to stimulate martial talent. If I had this pill, then I guess it would be a direct guarantee for a 5th grade martial artist. As expected of the 3 great families, the handiwork is just not bad. The rewards of this demon hunting conference should be considered one of the most generous. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, a commotion immediately came from the crowd of young martial artists. The eyes of the crowd were filled with fiery wariness. Even the usually pampered sons of the great families could not help but show their excitement. Other than that, those spirit stones alone were enough for them to squander for a few years. A 6th grade treasure weapon? The reward is not bad, it barely meets the eyes of this princess can take it. Zhao Yuji revealed an imperative look. Sister He Shui, let's cheer together, Zhao Yuji said to Bai He Shui beside her. 2,000 spirit stones. If we had this many spirit stones around, we would be able to cure Shao Chang. The same light appeared in Bai Meishue's eyes. Even though she had previously agreed to Bai Wingjing's words, she still wished to take her fate into her own hands. Counting on others will not lead to anything good. Sister Yuji, I won't give in to you. Bai Meishue's long hair flew, and her entire aura became equally sharp. Good. Zhao Yuji smiled even more happily instead. At that point, someone brought them a map. Bai Meishue opened it, and it roughly marked the directions within the Dark Soul Mountain range, as well as the activity ranges of some of the stronger demonic beasts. 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 15 4th-ranked demonic beasts. As for the other 3rd and 2nd order demonic beasts, they were not specifically labeled, leaving it up to the contestants to find them. The scope of the map was only a portion of the outer reaches of the Dark Soul Mountain range. After all, the Dark Soul Mountain range was so large that it was impossible to encompass all of it. And towards the depths of the Dark Soul Mountain range, there were more and more powerful demonic beasts present, and it was not good for them to enter them. Ha! Bai Meishue gave a clear eep and saw a striking red dot. A few words were labeled next to the red dot. Rare demonic beast Dark Thunder Evil Python, 4th grade. Rare demonic beasts. Bai Meishue's heart stirred slightly, remembering the image of a month ago when she had met Lin Xingyun. I wonder how that tiger cub is doing now. The corners of Bai Meishue's mouth hooked up as her mind drifted away. Your Highness 3rd Prince, I don't know which contestant you favor to win the championship on the side. Yi Tian smiled as he poured wine for Zhao Wentai and casually asked. Zhao Wentai glanced at Zhao Yuji and Bai Meishue, who were standing together, and laughed lightly. This emperor naturally looks favorably on my royal sister. However, the 6th grade treasure soldier is really precious. If the imperial sister gets first place, the 3 secretaries of love can't be blamed. How dare you? How dare you? Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the family heads of the 3 great families in Zhao Wentai, the many young martial artists walked towards the interior of the Dark Soul Mountain range in batches. As soon as they entered within the dense forest, the crowd quickly dispersed and darted in every direction. With the map in hand, Bai Meishue headed towards the nearest 4th-ranked demonic beast. For those of them who wanted to obtain a ranking, directly hunting 4th-ranked demonic beasts was undoubtedly the fastest and safest. The other several 4th-grade martial artists were also each running towards the territory of a 4th-grade demonic beast. As for the rare demonic beast, it was not their primary goal for the time being. For one thing, the demonic beast was located in the inner part of the mountain range, and it would take at least a day's journey to get there, and it would be a bit of a loss to rush the road specifically for the sake of hunting it. Even though it had the highest points, the risk was also the highest. If the hunt failed, it would be the best chance to catch up with the points would be missed. A demonic beast with a rare bloodline's combat power was not comparable to an ordinary demonic beast. If an ordinary 4th-ranked demonic beast met that Dark Thunder Evil Python, it was expected that it would only be beaten. That's still the case where the gap isn't too big. If they encountered demonic beasts of such a level as the legendary true dragon Luanfeng, even if they were only of 1 or 2 orders, it would be a very easy matter to suppress demonic beasts of 4 or 5 orders just by the power of their unique bloodline. Zhao Yuji entered within the dense forest, her expression unable to hide her excitement. Growing up, it was the first time she left the imperial city and came to such an exciting place. Even though she was usually pampered and enjoyed all the favor, it didn't mean that she was weak, or else Zhao Wentai wouldn't have been so relieved to let her enter the Dark Soul Mountain range. Her talent was not even comparable to that of her several royal brothers, and at only 17 years old, she was already a peak 4th grade martial artist. Coupled with the many protective treasures given to her by the royal family, even if she encountered a 6th order demonic beast, she would be able to retreat in one piece. Let's see, it's better to kill that demonic beast first. Just decided it was you. Zhao Yuji repeatedly looked over the map and finally selected a 4th order demonic beast, the fire-feathered goose, as her first target. She then ran straight towards the fire-feathered goose's territory. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as she was quickly weaving her way through the dense forest, her figure suddenly stopped in place. She jerked her head back, looking warily at the dense forest behind her. Strange. Is it just me? Why do I feel something following me since just now? Zhao Yuji mumbled. She stopped for a moment, and just as she thought it was a mistake and was about to go on her way again, there was a sudden commotion in the grass behind her. Immediately afterward, a golden yellow figure suddenly sprang out of it and lunged towards her. Chapter 22 Ambush Zhao Yuji. After Lin Qingyun left Tiger Mother's territory, he headed to the spot he had stepped on beforehand. He couldn't get too close to Wood Maple City, and in the event of a conflict, he was guaranteed to be surrounded by multiple human martial artists. You can't be too far away either, or you won't be able to touch a human martial artist. This position should be just right, and I hope I can squat a worthy man. Lin Qingyun lay down within a hidden bush and muttered in his heart, then collected his demonic power and aura, waiting for the right moment. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Qingyun, who was faking sleep, sensed something strange and slowly opened his eyes. Incoming! As he looked out through the gap in the grass, he saw a red figure that swiftly swept past in front of him. What speed! That still seems to be a girl, so young to have such strength? It's hard to believe that all the humans out there are at this level. The Bai Meishue that I met before seemed to have about the same strength as her. Lin Qingyun hurriedly got up and swung his limbs, chasing towards the red figure. It's hard to meet someone, you can't let her get away. It's good that my speed isn't bad. After reaching the 5th rank, my physique has seen a qualitative change. Lin Qingyun thought in his heart, silently and gradually closing the distance between him and that red figure. Soon, the red figure suddenly paused in place and looked in his direction. Frightened, Lin Qingyun hastily paused to conceal himself. This insight. We can't put it off any longer or we'll be found out sooner or later. Might as well take advantage of this opportunity and just make a move on her. Lin Qingyun gritted his teeth at the thought and directly made a decisive move. A layer of golden aura covered his tiger claws, and his figure violently scurried out of the thicket. Tiger palm strike. Lin Qingyun swung out a claw and violently grabbed towards the red figure. Ah! The red figure obviously did not expect a demonic beast to sneak up on him, and could not help but let out a cry of surprise. However, her reaction speed was also extremely fast, and after a moment of panic, she directly drew the sword at her waist. Clang! The longsword collided with Lin Qingyun's tiger claw, making the sound of gold and iron clashing. A heavy force came from him, causing Lin Qingyun's figure to stall. It does have a bit of a knack. However, Lin Qingyun had anticipated this, and he swiftly swung out another claw, slapping at the opponent's head. Damn it! Zhao Yuji droned, her long sword suddenly blossomed with flames and swept across, blocking Lin Qingyun's attack once again. Taking advantage of this opening, Zhao Yuji quickly withdrew a few steps backward, pulling away from Lin Qingyun. When both sides pulled away, she then got a good look at the other's true colors, causing her to freeze a bit. Where did that tiger cub come from? It's not even a year old yet. It's kind of cute. The anger in Zhao Yuji's heart dissipated for the most part. She held her sword in one hand, raised her head and said in a delicate voice, "Hey little tiger, you've got some guts. Even this princess dares to sneak up on me. If it weren't for your cuteness, I would have stabbed you to death with my sword. It just so happens that this princess is short of a pet. Let's see me take you back." Zhao Yuji revealed an excited smile, seemingly more interested in taking Lin Qingyun as a pet than taking first place in the demon hunting conference. Princess? Where did the princess come from? Shouldn't all those who enter the Dark Soul Mountain range at this time of the year be humans participating in the demon hunting conference? It's hard to believe I hit the wrong person. Lin Qingyun was a bit hesitant, and while he was hesitating, Zhao Yuji took the initiative to kill towards him. Whatever, let's get her down, then search her. If you don't have a map, find another human as soon as possible. Lin Xingyun withdrew his mind and fought Zhao Yuji with all his heart and soul. Drink! Zhao Yuji waved the long sword in her hand, and countless sharp sword chi directly wrapped Lin Xingyun within. Golden tiger armor. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun directly released a layer of golden armor on his body surface. Dang! The sword chi struck on top of the demonic chi armor and did not break through Lin Xingyun's defense. Instead, it allowed Lin Xingyun to take this opportunity to close the distance with Zhao Yuji. Tiger's tail. Lin Xingyun's tiger tail whipped towards Zhao Yuji's thin waist. Seeing this, Zhao Yuji's other hand lit up with fire as she struck at the tiger's tail that Lin Xingyun had struck. Bear! Lin Xingyun's attack was instantly disintegrated, and in turn, his tiger's tail was scorched. Hiss! Lin Xingyun sucked in a breath of cool air, but it wasn't enough to make him stop his attack. He endured the pain and jerked his head up, his tiger eyes meeting Zhao Yuji's eyes. Killing intent. Zhao Yuji was startled. She actually felt an extremely strong killing intent from the eyes of this little tiger. Buzzing. Lin Xingyun violently opened his mouth and shone a deafening tiger whistle at Zhao Yuji's face. At such a close distance, the sound wave generated by the tiger's whistle suddenly erupted, completely enveloping Zhao Yuji. If it was an ordinary human martial artist, if he took this blow head-on, 80% of them would die on the spot with blood flowing from their 7 orifices, and their brain flower would have to be shaken evenly. So strong. Zhao Yuji's heartbeat suddenly stuttered. She then realized that Lin Xingyun was powerful, even above her. She was gullible. She had thought that Lin Xingyun's sneak attack just now had only succeeded while she was off guard, and she had thought of staying her hand to subdue Lin Xingyun, but now it seemed more or less out of her depth. Boom! Zhao Yuji was directly shaken out by this wave of air, her eardrums bulging and her mind filled with buzzing sounds. The intensity of the impact almost made her pass out. Fortunately, at this time, the jade pendant hanging around her neck suddenly lit up with a soft glow, helping to calm her disturbed mind down. What the hell is this? When Lin Xingyun saw the glowing jade pendant, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. This girl has an unusual family background. Gotta make up for it in a hurry. Lin Xingyun did not hesitate and once again pounced on Zhao Yuji, who had fallen to the ground. Tiger palm strike. He took this opportunity to directly slap Zhao Yuji's head. Clang. The expected brain-splattering scene did not appear. An earth-yellow light shield was released from Zhao Yuji's body again, blocking Lin Xingyun's tiger claw. And can it be that this girl is really some kind of princess with so many treasures to protect her? Lin Xingyun was about to collapse. I didn't realize that a random person would be so difficult to deal with. Whatever. Take the map from her before she reacts. Lin Xingyun simply gave up on the idea of killing Zhao Yuji as he directly grabbed Zhao Yuji's red dress with his tiger claws. With the help of the jade pendant, Zhao Yuji quickly recovered from the stun effect of the tiger's whistle. She slowly opened her eyes, confusion and trance still lingering in them. At that moment, she lowered her head and saw that Lin Xingyun was very carefully undoing her clothes and continuously rummaging through them. Her bodice was open, her delicate skin exposed. Ah! Zhao Yuji came back to her senses and let out a cry of surprise, her stunningly beautiful face quickly climbing up into a blush. Chapter 23 Robbing the Map. Zhao Yuji is furious. Found it! Lin Xingyun was delighted, and from the inside of Zhao Yuji's lapel, he turned over a piece of parchment, the very map he was looking for. Asshole! You little colorful tiger, you dare to undress this princess! Dare to molest this princess, watch me execute your 9 clans! At that moment, Zhao Yuji's scream rang out, her voice tinged with shame and indignation. Zhao Yuji's heartbeat accelerated. It was the first time she had been treated like this, or by a demonic beast that wasn't too old. If this got out, then she wouldn't be able to face anyone. Immediately, she picked up the long sword beside her and stabbed towards Lin Xingyun. Lin Xingyun calmly grabbed the map with his tiger claws, then easily dodged Zhao Yuji's sword. At this moment, her limbs were still a little soft, her brain had just come to her senses, and she couldn't exert any force at all, so how could she possibly hurt Lin Xingyun? Since he had gotten the map, Lin Xingyun had little interest in pestering Zhao Yuji more. Don't be a bloodthirsty brat, I didn't do anything juvenile to you, I just asked you to borrow something. And you'd be dead if I hadn't been in a hurry. The Dark Soul Mountain Range is no place to play house, hurry home and play. Lin Xingyun kindly reminded him, and after glancing back at Zhao Yuji, he left straight towards the front. Stop right there, who do you call a brat? I'm the princess of the Tianyue kingdom, don't let me catch you. Seeing Lin Xingyun leave, the disgruntled Zhao Yuji stomped her feet in place and shouted in anger. However, Lin Xingyun didn't pay any attention to it and his figure quickly disappeared from her sight. What a peculiar demonic beast, so strong at such a young age, and its spirit is not low, it can still talk. Obviously it's just a golden tiger from the outside, it's hard to believe that it's a rare demonic beast that I've never heard of. At that moment, Zhao Yuji reacted and sensed Lin Xingyun's unusualness. Lin Xingyun's performance was completely unlike what an ordinary demonic beast could display. Even though she had seen quite a few exotic beasts, she had never seen one like Lin Xingyun. The breeze was cool. She lowered her head and looked at her untied shirt, a blush coloring her face once more as she put her clothes in full order and realized that her map was gone. This little colorful tiger attacked me. Can it be that it's just for the map of this demon hunting conference? What the hell is it trying to do? Does this map do anything for it? Zhao Yuji's eyes flickered, and her curiosity towards Lin Xingyun intensified a bit. Oof. No matter what, if you dare to treat me like this, I will definitely not let you go. I'm going to beat you up and make you my pet. Zhao Yuji was quite proud. How could she allow herself to be defeated in the hands of a demonic beast and even almost died? Fortunately, she had the protective treasure weapon her father had given her with her. A strong desire to win and conquer flared up in her heart. Next time she would definitely catch Lin Xingyun. Wash away the shame that you have suffered today. Afterwards, she calmed her mind, straightened her disordered clothes, and once again walked towards the interior of the mountain range. She was gifted and could not forget. The contents of the map had long been imprinted in her mind, and even without the map, she still remembered the directions within the mountain range. It must have been looking for something when it robbed my map, which only marked the directions of some fourth-ranked demonic beasts. Just look for the markings on it, and I'm still afraid I won't find you. Next time we meet, I won't be careless. Lin Xingyun scurried back and forth in the dense forest, running out a great distance, and after making sure that no one was following him, he put the map down and opened it. Three-tailed foxes, golden-eyed apes, and sphinxes. Ooh, are these all fourth-ranked demonic beasts? The number is actually quite a lot, and judging from the orientation, none of them are too far from Tiger Mother's territory, so in the future, if you have time, you can visit them one by one. After all, they are neighbors, and it is necessary to bring gifts to each other. As for whether they wanted him to visit or not, Lin Xingyun wouldn't care about that. Lin Xingyun swept over the map and finally settled on that red dot. Rare demonic beast Dark Thunder Evil Python, 4th grade. Too good. Surprisingly, there really are rare demonic beasts tagged. It really didn't disappoint me. Seeing that line, Lin Xingyun was instantly delighted. Now he's on a mission. It's just that the range of this demonic beast is a bit large, but that's okay, I have plenty of time. We have to leave as soon as possible. Don't let the other human martial artists beat us to it. The location is quite far. Has the range of human activity extended this deep? Lin Xingyun gripped the map in his mouth and recognized his position before rushing towards the interior of the mountain range with all his might. The other side. The three human martial artists came together in one place and chatted as they walked. Big brother, are you sure there are other fourth-ranked demonic beasts over here? A person next to him asked the tall and thin man holding a sharp axe in the center. So I can still lie to you? I've been to this area before and encountered a fourth-ranked tiger demon. Luckily I hid rather stealthily and didn't expose myself. The tall, thin man in the center said confidently. Let's leave the demonic beasts on the map to fight. Why are we looking for trouble with this tiger demon? A short, lewd-looking man on the other side asked suspiciously. The tall and thin man explained, with the strength of our three brothers, we wouldn't be able to defeat a fourth-stage demonic beast even if we joined forces. To make it into the top 10 and get that 800 spirit stones reward without killing a fourth-ranked demonic beast, that's not much hope. That tiger demon was pregnant before, counting the time, she should have just given birth some time ago, and now she hasn't fully recovered. Let's go together while it's weak, and if we can take the top 10, we'll split the prize money. At this time, the lewd man on the other side scratched his head and asked, then what if that tiger demon isn't weak? The tall and thin man sniffed and reached out and slapped him violently on the back of the head. You're silly, if that tiger demon is fine, let's just run away. Anyway, there are still 7 days left, let's just find another target. Big brother is wise. Big brother is worthy of being the intellectual leader of our three brothers. How needless to say, this demon hunting conference is the time for our three brothers to make a name for themselves. Second and third brothers, let's charge. Chapter 24 Unlucky Three Brothers, annoyed Lin Yushi. Look, second and third brother, there are traces here. It seems we've entered that tiger demon's territory. The three brothers mapped their way through the area, and surprisingly, it did lead them to Tiger Mom's territory. Big brother, look. There are traces over here. The short man crouched down, pointed to a row of footprints, and shouted excitedly. It looks like that tiger demon's cave is just ahead. All of you get ready to fight. The three brothers each picked up their weapons and walked towards the front with great vigor. If this was known by others that the three of them, third-grade martial artists, wanted to hunt a fourth-grade demonic beast, they would probably think that they were out of their minds. The tiger mother's cave is quite hidden and not an easy thing to find. But they found it in a crooked way. Big brother, look, isn't that the tiger demon's cave? Ha! That tiger demon doesn't seem to be home. What is that thing? It looks like a tiger cub. The three of them hid in a hidden place and quietly peered ahead. And on the opposite side of the road, it was clearly Tiger Mother's cave. In the empty space in front of the cave, a petite tiger demon was lying on the ground in a strange position. It was none other than Lin Yueshi, who was still concentrating on her cultivation. The tall and thin man squinted his eyes and saw Lin Yueshi. He immediately became excited. That should be that tiger demon's child. Brothers, there's been a change of plans. It looks like the tiger demon isn't home. Let's take its child, then make a trap and use its child to lure it to the place of the trap and kill it. Upon hearing this, the other two hastily chimed in. Good plan. Not bad for a big brother. This tiger cub looks so fat, it doesn't feel like it's only been born for a month or two. Who cares? It's hard to be fat and not be able to catch it. Can't beat its mom and still beat it? The tall, thin man snorted disdainfully. Come on. With that, the three of them intended to rush out together and grab Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi was running the Golden Crow sun hugging technique with all her might, but there was no way for her mind to be fully immersed in it. As Lin Qingyun went to hunt rare demonic beasts and Tiger Mother was also wandering around the territory on a daily basis, she was the only one left in this part of the cave. It wasn't like this situation hadn't happened before, and she was happy to be the only one there so she could cultivate without distractions. But today she was extraordinarily distracted. Damn, what the hell did that guy go and do? His strength is growing so fast, it must have something to do with him going out every day. Can it be that he has a cultivation method that is even more powerful than the Golden Crow sun hugging technique? In that case, it seems that he was 80% some demonic great emperor in his previous life. Lin Yueshi shattered her mind, but it didn't calm her down. Damn, I want to get a fight. Just then, she sensed movement and jerked her head around. In the dense forest in front of the cave, three silhouettes suddenly sprang out, heading straight for her. Brother, it's turned around, we've been spotted. What to do? Idiot, a tiger demon cub is just a tiger demon cub, so what if you see it? Get it? The voice reached his ears, causing Lin Yueshi to narrow his eyes. The annoyance in his eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by killing intent and bloodthirsty excitement. Looks like a human who came in by mistake. Is this an attempt to catch me? What an insubordination. But what a time for these three idiots to come. I was looking for someone to take it out on. Through observation, Lin Yueshi quickly judged the strength of the three people. Basically all of them were at the level of a third-grade martial artist. With their strength, they would naturally have no problem dealing with ordinary third-stage demonic beasts. But who she wasn't going to sit around and be a sitting duck. She ran the demonic power in her body, ready to attack. This tiger demon cub is still weirdly cute. Look, if we can catch it back, we can definitely sell it for a good price, and even sell it for a few hundred spirit stones. The short man walked at the front and couldn't wait to grab towards Lin Yueshi. The three of them at the moment did not put Lin Yueshi in their eyes at all. After all, no one would have thought that a tiger cub that was only a few months old would have the strength of the third rank. Eyes on the short man close at hand, without the slightest defense. Lin Yueshi's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, and finding the right opportunity, she grabbed a claw towards the short man's throat. Ah! The short man's pupils abruptly dilated and his mouth opened wide as he watched in horror as Lin Yuexi killed towards him. Her speed was so fast that before the short man's screams could be uttered, the sharp tiger's claws clawed at his throat. Cut! His throat was directly chopped off by Lin Yueshi's tiger claw, and large streams of blood gushed out. In just a single glance, Lin Yueshi killed one of the third-grade martial artists. The short man covered his throat and fell to the ground in agony, his eyes wide open. Sandy! What's going on? The other two were equally unprepared, and were stunned into a trance for a moment by the suddenness of the scene. But at the sight of the short man's body, the two men then reacted with an exclamation of surprise. Die for me! Lin Yueshi killed the short man, blood splattered on her face, and the excitement in her eyes grew stronger. She took advantage of the situation and killed the other two while they were in a trance, towards the tall and thin man in the center. Asshole! The tall and thin man was the first to react. He cursed and raised the sharp axe in his hand, slashing towards Lin Yueshi. Whoosh! Lin Yueshi's figure was flexible, directly dodging the tall and thin man's attack, her sharp claws grabbing towards his abdomen. Clang! The sound of golden iron came as her sharp claws scratched 4 claw marks on the tall and thin man's abdomen. It was just that inside the tall and thin man's clothes, he wore an iron armor, making her attack not deadly enough. But it still pierced through his iron armor, and large streams of blood flowed out of it. The tall and thin man took a few steps backward, and suddenly he was sweating profusely. Damn, isn't that a tiger cub? Why is the strength so strong? What a looker! No, we have to get out of here quickly. If we drag it on, that 4th-ranked tiger demon will come back, and then it will be even more impossible to live. Thinking of this, he urged the spiritual energy in his body, his whole body's muscles bulged, and he fiercely stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! Dull shockwaves spread out with him at the center, shocking Lin Yueshi, who was still trying to kill, back a few steps. Second brother, stop stomping around and finish it off with me. The tall, thin man yelled. Ah! Oh! Damn tiger cubs, I will avenge my third brother. The other man then came back to his senses. He roared angrily, drew the long knife at his waist and slashed towards Lin Yueshi. Lin Yuexi's expression was as usual, and a flash of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Chapter 25: Killing the Three Brothers. Martial skill, tearing wind blade technique. The man with the long sword shouted, frantically waving the long sword in his hand and swinging it towards Lin Yueshi's head. Each swing was accompanied by the sound of breaking wind as the air was torn apart. Lin Yueshi continuously backed up and dodged, dodging each and every blade perfectly, as if she was walking leisurely. Too slow. With such an attack, she couldn't even touch her hair. Even though it was a life and death duel, it wasn't as good as fighting Lin Qingyun to bring up her interest. Seeing that Lin Yuexi was able to perfectly dodge his attacks every time, the man with the long blade became more and more impatient in his heart, and his blade technique became disorganized. Seeing this, the tall and thin man on the side hurriedly joined the fray. Second brother, don't panic, big brother is here to help you. Martial art, earth splitting. The tall and thin man suddenly leapt up, his arms swung out violently, slashing at Lin Yueshi in the air, his sharp axe covered with a layer of golden aura, the sharpness growing several times. Buzz. The sharp axe grazed Lin Yueshi's body and smashed into the ground. The sharp axe directly cleaved a large pit half a meter deep into the ground. This kind of unorthodox martial arts skill is also good enough to take out. Still a martial artist from a small place after all, what a disappointment. Facing the siege of the two, Lin Yueshi remained unperturbed and even had the heart to taunt them. Seeing them gradually closing in on her and surrounding her, she finally struck. Boom! In front of her, a huge fireball steeply coalesced. The diameter of the fireball exceeded 1 meter, and the blazing temperature instantly surged up into a rolling giant wave. What the hell is this? The fireball appeared without warning, causing the two to be taken aback. Was this level of attack really cast by a tiger cub? What kind of existence are they dealing with? Whoosh! The fireball shot out steeply, heading straight towards the two. Second brother, retreat. I'll block it. The tall and thin man shouted in a hurry, making the long sword man hide behind him while he stood in front of the fireball, trying to help his good brother block the blow. Don't underestimate us. The tall and thin man mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, and all of it converged on the sharp axe. Martial skill, broken mountain axe. The muscles of his entire body bulged, and his feet stepped on the ground, the heavy force directly stepping out 2 deep craters on the ground. The sharp axe was swung out, carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and breaking mountains. This strike, on the contrary, caused Lin Yueshi to reveal a look of interest. It's kind of interesting, but unfortunately it's not much use. As soon as the words fell, the fireball directly followed the direction of the sharp axe swing and split into 2 halves on the spot. The tall and thin man was shocked that his attack was actually not hindered in any way. Before he could react to what was happening, the fireball that split in half immediately exploded, and the heat wave that contained a terrifying temperature directly engulfed his figure. At the same time, the fireball that exploded split into countless smaller fireballs that shot off in every direction. The long sword man hiding behind the tall and thin man was directly locked by a dozen small fireballs. Big brother! It was too late for him to grieve, and he hurriedly clenched his teeth and frantically swung the long sword in his hand to fend off these deadly little fireballs. Despite how hard he tried, there was no way he could parry all the attacks. Several fireballs struck his body, sticking to him as firmly as maggots binding bones, continuously searing his skin and flesh, emitting zippy sounds. Ah! The intense, sharp pain caused him to let out a miserable scream. The long knife in his hand fell to the ground, no longer having any means to resist. Such a picture really hasn't been seen in a long time. Lin Yueshi listened to the miserable screams of the man with the long sword and revealed a look of enjoyment. In her previous life, as the empress of the demon sect, where she was some kind of peaceful-natured, innocent and kind-hearted lord. If it wasn't for the fact that Tiger Mom was coming back soon, she would have loved to torture these guys a little more. Please, spare my life. I'll do anything. The man with the long sword forcefully endured the severe pain and kowtowed towards Lin Yueshi to beg for forgiveness, and on either side of him were the burned corpse of the tall and thin man and the tragic death of the lewd man who was dead in his sleep. At those words, Lin Yueshi glanced at him, and a golden flame erupted from her tiger's mouth as it opened wide. No need. Go to hell. The pleas for mercy suddenly disappeared, and the body of the man with the long sword was engulfed in flames, leaving behind only a charred corpse. Thus, all three brothers had died at the hands of Lin Yueshi. As early as half an hour ago, they were still imagining ambushing a fourth-ranked demonic beast and becoming famous throughout Wood Maple City, not anticipating that they would fall into the hands of a tiger cub. Who? My mood is much more relaxed. It seems that I am still very strong. I just promoted to the third rank not long ago, and I can kill 3 third-ranked martial artists. Lin Yueshi raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a look of complacency. In a whirlwind she changed her face again and spoke to herself in a chagrined tone. Damn it, when did I fall to the point where I have to come and gain superiority over these little scums? At that moment, she glanced at the corpses of the 3 brothers, and a glint of essence came to light in her eyes. The corpses of these 3 guys can't go to waste. Although the body is no longer of great use, the soul should not have completely dissipated. Just in time to test out my old magic skills. After about a quarter of an hour, Tiger Mother's figure appeared, her figure slightly anxious and hurried. Eru. Are you okay? I smell a human. They're probably nearby. Tiger Mother hurriedly ran back to the cave, wanting to make sure Lin Yushi was alright. Instead, what she saw was the still calm and peaceful cave, as well as Lin Yushi, who was lying at the entrance of the cave. The traces left behind by the battle that had just taken place had actually swept away, as if nothing had happened here. Mom, I'm fine. Nothing is happening here. When Lin Yushi saw that Tiger Mother had returned, she hurriedly got up from the ground and said in a milky voice. Tiger Mom ran up and gently licked Lin Yushi's little face. Strange, I clearly smelled a human just now, and when I got to this neighborhood, it was gone. On the contrary, it has a strange smell. It seems to be similar to the smell of the barbecue we had yesterday. Tiger's mom's face wore a mixture of doubt and concern. Seeing this, Lin Yueshi revealed a human and harmless expression. Maybe those humans were just passing through and are gone now. I just experimented with my demonic technique coming up. At those words, the worried look on Tiger Mother's face faded a little. Is that right? That's good. That's good. Just listen to Dahu for the next few days and don't go anywhere, lest you get into danger. If any other demonic beasts or humans come, you remember to hide behind mommy. Tiger Mother said to Lin Yushi with concern. Chapter 26 The Disappearing Dark Thunder Evil Python. Hearing Tiger Mother's words, Lin Yushi froze in place, inexplicably feeling some warmth and security coming from her heart. Lin Yueshi took a deep breath and nodded heavily in agreement. Tiger Mother raised her head and looked at the dense forest in front of her with a worried expression. I also wonder how Big Tiger is doing now. It's true that kids are hard to manage when they're older. Hearing this, Lin Yushi comforted, Don't worry mom, that guy will be fine. Let's hope. Tiger Mother took the lead towards the cave. Lin Yueshi raised her right paw, and on the back of her right paw, at some point, 3 more tiny black fine lines appeared. Looking at the black fine lines that emitted a faint demonic aura, the corners of Lin Yueshi's mouth hooked up. It's kind of one more move to save your life. It's just a pity that it's a one-time thing, or else the next time I spar with that guy, I'll definitely let him know the power of my demon power. Thinking about it, Lin Yueshi followed behind Tiger Mother and entered the interior of the cave. One day later. Lin Xingyun had spent a day running with all his might towards the depths of the Dark Soul Mountain Range, and at this moment, he had already arrived at the zone near the center of the Dark Soul Mountain Range. The probability of encountering a demonic beast of the 5th rank or above would greatly increase if one went further in. Shoo! Finding the right opportunity, Lin Xingyun pounced on a wind gazelle that was grazing on a first-order demonic beast and took a bite on its neck, killing it with a single blow. He then proceeded to feast on it, gnawing on its flesh and blood. While replenishing his energy, Lin Xingyun looked around, a puzzled look flashing in his eyes. Strange, why can't we find it? Is that Dark Thunder Evil Python's hiding place very hidden? Or am I missing something somewhere? Once Lin Xingyun entered within this area, he started searching based on the Dark Thunder Evil Python's range of activities drawn on the map. However, he continuously searched 2 circles, but he did not find any trace of the Dark Thunder Evil Python at all. It was hard to believe that the other party had already left this area and ran elsewhere, but then wouldn't it appear that the martial artists who came to investigate within Wood Maple City were too unprofessional? There must be something he hasn't found. This Dark Thunder Evil Python is really cunning. After Lin Xingyun ate his fill, he licked the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and continued to move. This time he searched more carefully, and he would not let go of any clues. Sure enough, under his more detailed search, it really did let him find some clues to come. In a crevice underneath a boulder, Lin Xingyun found the corpse of a demonic beast. All that was left of this demonic beast's corpse was a field of skeletons. The reason why it had caught Lin Xingyun's attention was precisely because the skeleton's surface showed signs of corrosion, and its sternum skull had been broken, obviously having been crushed and broken like this. Immediately, Lin Xingyun judged that the demonic beast must have been killed by that Dark Thunder Evil Python. Found you. Lin Xingyun was overjoyed and hurriedly followed the traces he found and continued to feel around. Eventually, at the bottom of a mountain wall, Lin Xingyun found the hiding place of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. There was a half-meter wide crack below the mountain wall, and on the surface of the crack, traces of friction and scraping could be clearly seen, and even on the ground, he found a few pieces of dark black snake scales. It's in here. A chilly demonic power emanated from the crack. Lin Xingyun raised his spirits and mobilized the demonic power in his body, ready to deal with the sneak attack from the other party. Looking at the narrow crack, Lin Xingyun was about to go in and couldn't help but crouch in place. He was a little hesitant. With such a small crack, if he went in, his movements would inevitably be restricted, and in case the other party attacked at this time, it would be extremely unfavorable for him. Then stand guard here, I don't believe it won't come out. Thinking about it, Lin Xingyun decided that it was better to play it safe. So, he lay down in a hidden place a few meters away from the crack and waited for the Dark Thunder Evil Python to show itself. However, after up to half a day of waiting had passed, there was no trace of the other party within the crack, not even a movement. This made Lin Xingyun grow more and more impatient. What the hell, is it not home? Lin Xingyun scurried out once again, lying down in front of the crack and sticking out his little head to look inside. He couldn't see anything but pitch black, even if he used his blue mind's eye, he couldn't see anything. Thus, Lin Xingyun clenched his teeth, opened his mouth wide, and let out a tiger's roar as he rushed inside the crack. Buzzing. The strong sound wave shook the wall of this mountain and shook the birds on the tops of the surrounding trees to fly everywhere in fear. But inside this crack, there was still no movement. Really? It was reasonable to say that demonic beasts all had a strong sense of territory, especially the stronger ones. Lin Xingyun's behavior was undoubtedly a provocation to the dignity of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. If it had been there, it would have definitely scurried out and fought with him a long time ago. Since this was the case, Lin Xingyun became bold. He was at least a 5th rank, was it hard to be afraid of the other party's tiny 4th rank? Immediately, he followed the crack and drilled inside towards the mountain wall. After 7 turns, Lin Xingyun finally arrived at the end of the crack, which was relatively a bit more spacious for him to move around freely. Lin Xingyun swept across his eyes. This was undoubtedly the residence of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. The skeletons piled up in the corner, as well as a few black snake molts, all indicated this. However, the figure of the Dark Thunder Evil Python was gone. Lin Xingyun looked down. A few scales that emitted a faint black electric aura were placed at the corner. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. The demonic power he felt just now was emanating from these scales. These snake scales don't look like they were accidentally left here. Could it be that the evil python did it on purpose? Is it meant to prevent other demonic beasts from coming in by mistake? Or is it faking its whereabouts? Lin Xingyun picked up a few snake scales and his brain raced. Since this evil python is not in his house or in his area of activity, where would it run to? Chapter 27, Mantis catching cicadas, yellow bird in the back. A black lightning bolt flashed, followed by a miserable scream. Ah! Puff! A martial artist who had participated in the demon hunting conference collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. His abdomen was directly pierced through by that black lightning bolt, and he was directly killed without the power to resist. At that moment, a purple and black snake-like figure slowly crawled out behind him. It was more than 7 meters long, its body was as thick as a bucket, and its body was covered with purple-black snake scales, on which were also engraved a number of thunderbolt-like lines. A pair of turquoise snake eyes were as bright as gemstones. It was the final prize of the demon hunting conference, the target of Lin Xingyun's hunt. The rare demonic beast that disappeared, the Dark Thunder Evil Python. The Dark Thunder Evil Python slowly came to the body of the martial artist and used its snake tail to feel around inside his clothes. A map with somewhat charred edges was then removed from within the corpse's clothing. The Dark Thunder Evil Python spread out the map and looked at it with interest. Oof! What a bunch of stupid and arrogant humans. What bold demon hunting conference, it's simply laughable, when I'm a little cutie. To be slaughtered? The Dark Thunder Evil Python opened its mouth and spoke in an evil and arrogant manner. The smirk in its eyes increased as it saw that it was heckling among them. Sure enough, there's me. It's not in vain that I've been strutting around the territory for such a long time, otherwise how could you possibly find me? Even if a 6th grade martial artist came, it wouldn't be that easy. The plan is going well. Next belongs to me. The Hunters' Convention begins. Surely this group of arrogant humans didn't expect it. They are about to be hunted by me and become a stepping stone for me to advance to the 5th rank. These young humans are a great tonic. GGG. The Dark Thunder Evil Python laughed indulgently. Let me guess, where are these humans going? It then opened its mouth wide and swallowed the corpse on the ground directly into its stomach. A swampy area in the Dark Soul Mountain range, this was the territory of a fourth-ranked demonic beast, the steel-kissed crocodile, which was also unfortunate enough to be chosen for the demon hunting conference. Ning Yuan of the Ning clan peeled back the grass in front of him and looked ahead with a torch-like gaze. And a dozen meters away from him, on an open space in the middle of the swamp, lay a huge-sized crocodile demonic beast. It was currently opening its mouth wide, basking in the sun, revealing 2 rows of sharp steel teeth at its front muzzle, and the powerful demonic power emanating from its body made all the other demonic beasts fearful. The whole swampy area is its territory. However, Ning Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement after seeing that steel-nosed crocodile. This was because he could clearly see 4 exaggerated claw marks on the back of that steel-nosed crocodile. Such a serious injury had diminished the steel-nosed crocodile's aura by half, and even though on the surface it still displayed a ferocious and terrifying demonic aura, in Ning Yuan's eyes, it was already externally weak. Uncle was right, this steel-nosed crocodile just got into a fierce fight with another 4th-ranked demonic beast, the Earth Savage Bear, and was seriously injured. Even after recuperating from its injuries, its strength is less than 0.3%. It looks like I'll be able to kill it without much effort. Ning Yuan murmured excitedly. This time, amongst the exploration in the Dark Soul Mountain range, it was basically the martial artists of the 3 great clans who were in charge. In order to get better results for the younger generation of one's family, there was no excuse for some small maneuvers. The steel-nosed crocodile, which had been severely injured, was the one that had been discovered by the Ning clan's martial artists, but they hadn't chosen to report it to the authorities, so it wasn't on the map. It wasn't like the rules were labeled that they had to hunt the demonic beasts on the map for it to count, which allowed them to take advantage of the loophole. After killing the severely injured steel-nosed crocodile, he wouldn't need to spend a lot of time recuperating before he could go straight to hunting the next 4th-ranked demonic beast. Leading a 4th-ranked demonic beast in the opening round, then his probability of winning first place would greatly increase. 6th grade treasure weapon, 2000 spirit stones, but it's going to be mine. Immediately, Ning Yuan's muscles rumbled all over his body, the chi, blood, and spiritual energy in his body mobilized at full strength, finding the right opportunity to kill towards the defenseless steel-nosed crocodile. Another part of the Dark Soul Mountain range. Yi Qing was holding a long sword as he engaged in a fierce battle with a 4th-stage demonic beast, the Ice Crystal Wolf King. His sword technique was as sharp as an autumn wind sweeping leaves, destroying all the ice crystals shot by the Ice Crystal Wolf King. The Ice Crystal Wolf dynasty whistled in the sky, its ferocious aura growing stronger and stronger, the temperature around its body decreasing steeply as an icy cold storm swept through. Go Grand Master! The first place in this demon hunting conference will definitely still be my Yi family. Around Yi Qing, several other members of the Yi family protected him in the center, shielding him from the crazy attacks of the other ice crystal wolves. Yi Qing had one hand behind his back and his handsome face was filled with confidence. His personal strength was considered to be the strongest besides Zhao Yuji, and it was naturally not a problem to deal with a 4th-stage demonic beast alone. And I wonder how Her Highness is doing. The thought crossed his mind and a frenzy of color flashed before his eyes. His gaze was not just limited to the Smallwood Maple City, he wanted to go higher and farther, to leave his own reputation in the entire Tianjue country. This time, when he takes the first place, he must perform in front of Zhao Yuji. Such a good opportunity will not come again in the future. Thinking of this, the extent of his attack became even more intense, beating the Ice Crystal Wolf King back. Bai Meishua's long hair flew, a head of white hair like snow was exceptionally dazzling, her pretty face was tense and she was holding a long sword. In front of her was the 4th-ranked demonic beast, the golden-eyed ape. The golden-eyed ape angrily pounded its chest, emitting a deafening rumbling sound as it opened its mouth wide and the demonic chi within its body continued to wreak havoc. Facing the berserk golden-eyed ape, Bai Meishua's thin lips pursed lightly, and her eyes were filled with determination. She held her sword in both hands, and her aura was similarly not weaker than that of the golden-eyed ape. Drink! Bai Meishua droned out and violently slashed towards the golden-eyed ape. A layer of golden aura covered both arms of the golden-eyed ape as it waved its arms and directly smashed towards Bai Meishua. Clang! The long sword blocked the golden-eyed ape's arms, and the heavy force pressed in, causing Bai Meishua's arms to weaken a bit. However, she still clenched her silver teeth and fully utilized the spiritual energy in her body to forcefully shake the golden-eyed ape away. The golden-eyed ape took a few steps backward, a flash of shock in his eyes. Obviously it hadn't expected that a human with such a delicate size in front of it would have such a strong power. Ow. However, this aroused its anger, and he once again pounded his chest, killing towards Bai Meishua. Bai Meishua did not retreat but advanced, her aura was unrelenting, and anything that blocked her was to be cut off by her sword. All over the Dark Soul Mountain range, similar battles were taking place, with each martial artist fighting to the best of their ability to obtain a higher ranking. And how could they not have thought that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow was at the back, and a cunning evil python was spying on them in the dark, ready to swallow them up at any time? Chapter 28 Angry Zhao Yuji. Lin Qingyun was a bit anxious. It was so hard to come across a rare demonic beast, but he actually let him get away. Trying to find each other again now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Is it hard to believe that he's going to give up on this opportunity? If he wanted to find another rare demonic beast, he would have to rely on luck or go deeper into the central region of the Dark Soul Mountain range. But then the cost of his time would have gone up considerably. Instead of that, then it would be better to spend some more effort and continue to hunt down that Dark Thunder evil python. That evil python, think it won't disappear for no reason, there must be a reason for it. Rare demonic beasts are not only strong in terms of talent, but also spiritual intelligence when compared to ordinary demonic beasts. It is estimated that evil python's spiritual intelligence now already won't lose to normal human beings, since it is among the ranks of being hunted. It means that not long ago it still stayed here, and it happens to be directly disappeared after this demon hunting conference started. It is hard not to be able to notice the peeping to hide away. Lin Qingyun had a flash of light when he thought of this. This fellow. Could it be that he's planning to cause trouble at the demon hunting conference just like me? He muttered, a glint coming to his eyes the more he thought about it. In that case, Lin Qingyun quickly flashed the image of the map in his mind as he decided to change his plan. The flames around Zhao Yuji danced, and under the backdrop of a red dress, she was as dazzling as a proud fire phoenix. In front of her, the fourth-ranked demonic beast, the red-horned leopard, was currently being beaten to death. It had several sword wounds on its body, large streams of blood, dark marks from the flames on every part of its body, and its beautiful fur was burned and tattered. Zhao Yuji's attack did not decrease, and her eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. Dead tiger, stinking tiger. Let's see if I don't cut you to death. Let you strip me. Let you sneak up on me. Zhao Yuji slashed with her sword while chanting. People. Humans. Are you mistaken? I'm just an innocent baby leopard. I didn't even strip you. Misunderstandings. Are all misunderstandings? The red-horned leopard was aggravated, stuttering as it did its best to evade Zhao Yuji's pursuit. It was using almost every human language it had ever learned in its life. Just now, it was staying well in its own territory when suddenly Zhao Yuji killed towards it with a long sword, giving it no chance to react at all and slashing it a few times on the spot. Hearing the red-horned leopard's plea for mercy, Zhao Yuji was justified. I know you didn't do it, that little colorful tiger ran out of sight, can't this princess take it out on you? Die for me. Blame it on the fact that you're all felines, and this princess is relieved to fight. At those words, the red-horned leopard became even more aggrieved. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law of the land? Unjustifiable disaster somehow hit it on the head. Who can it find to reason with? It still wanted to find a chance to escape, but where would Zhao Yuji give it a chance? Even though its speed was faster, Zhao Yuji had already completely exploded her power, and the countless red-colored flames still surrounded all of its retreats. You're still trying to run. In the palm of this princess' hand, can you escape? The aura in Zhao Yuji's body once again converged in the long sword. The red sword light cut across the midair, only to hear a miserable cry of ow. The red leopard was mercilessly chopped into two, killed on the spot. The poor red-horned leopard was at least the overlord of this territory, and just because it was a feline, it was directly decapitated by Zhao Yuji. Finally a little relief. Looking at the corpse of the red-horned leopard, Zhao Yuji patted her chest and the corners of her mouth lifted. She walked forward and dug out the demonic pills of the red-horned leopard, as well as its red-colored tentacles by the roots, and put them within the purse at her waist. Since it's not here, where else could that little colorful tiger have gone? While thinking about this, Zhao Yuji killed towards another fourth-ranked demonic beast territory. Before walking out a few steps away, an inexplicable feeling once again surged to her heart, a feeling she was very familiar with. She was followed again. It was a feeling she probably would never forget in her life. Well, here we go again. In the end, it's still that this princess has too much charisma. How come she likes to stalk this princess so much? I haven't even looked for you yet, but you've come to me instead. Zhao Yuji was extraordinarily indignant in her heart. She thought it was Lin Qingyun returning again and continuing to follow her behind her. At that moment, she raised her long sword and twisted her head directly toward her back to kill. Get the hell out of here, princess! Zhao Yuji swung out a flaming sword chi and struck directly towards the depths of the dense forest behind her. Whoosh! The other party had obviously not expected that Zhao Yuji would suddenly lash out. The sword she swept past, and she instantly saw a slender figure quickly flash past, quickly fleeing in one direction. Stop! Zhao Yuji held her longsword and chased after the flashing black shadow like a madman. However, it was obvious that she was not familiar with the interior of the Dark Soul Mountain range, and without chasing after her for a few miles, the other party's aura disappeared without a trace. She stopped where she was and stomped her feet in anger. Count on you to run fast. Not far away in the shadows, the Dark Thunder Evil Python didn't dare to breathe a single breath, and its eyes were filled with panic. Where did this human come from? Why is he so raw? I thought that she was fighting that stupid leopard and consuming a lot, so I was able to fish for a profit. But it turns out that she's actually still so capable of fighting. I'm no match for her. Looks like it's better to go find other humans. There's no rush, my plan has just begun. The Dark Thunder Evil Python calmed his mind and rekindled his fighting spirit. When Zhao Yuji finished venting her anger and left not long after, it then dared to carefully crawl away in the opposite direction. By the time it left the area, Zhao Yuji, who had just disappeared, had once again turned back. She rubbed her chin and carefully rummaged back and forth through the area to check again, finally stopping at the place where the Dark Thunder Evil Python had just hidden. Not that little colorful tiger. It's traces of a python crawling through. The calm Zhao Yuji also came back to her senses and discovered the clues. If it had been the little colorful tiger, it wouldn't have run away at all, and it probably wouldn't have followed her anymore. The last time he attacked her was to grab the map from her, this time it would be completely unnecessary. And judging from the size of the black shadow just now, it wasn't it at all. Zhao Yuji, who had returned to her senses, immediately chose to return. Looking at the traces left behind by the Dark Thunder Evil Python, Zhao Yuji fell into deep thought. Python? There doesn't seem to be any python-type demonic beasts above the 4th rank in this area either, right? It's hard to believe that it's a demonic beast that isn't marked on the map? Or did that Dark Thunder Evil Python run here? Chapter 29 Heavenly Burial Scripture. Within Wood Maple City, within the City Lord's mansion that no one was paying attention to at the moment. City Lord Tan Yuan, who was originally supposed to preside over the demon hunting conference while entertaining the third Prince Zhao Wentai, was currently seated in a hidden basement within the City Lord's mansion. He had an upright and robust posture, his short hair was spread out, half of his face was wearing a golden mask, his eyes were tightly closed, his brows were furrowed, and the spiritual energy in his body was as vast as an ocean, constantly pounding his body. Fortunately, the walls of this basement had been purposely reinforced, or else it would be the aftermath of this spiritual energy that could have collapsed this basement. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were covered in blood. Immediately afterward, the aura within him transformed into a spirit sword and shot towards the entrance of the basement. Clang! This spirit sword, which was enough to cause a 6th-grade martial artist to suffer heavy damage, was suddenly held by a large hand. With a forceful squeeze of his large hand, he unexpectedly crushed the spirit sword alive. Then, at the entrance of the basement, a figure wrapped in a black robe slowly walked into the basement. GGG. Tan Yuan, I haven't seen you in a month, is this how you greet me? The hoarse voice came out from under the black robe, and the tone was tinged with teasing. Tan Yuan took a few ragged breaths to calm his churning blood. He indifferently looked at the black-robed figure and said in a morose voice, "Ghost Hatchet, don't disturb me while I'm practicing, next time I'll kill you." At those words, the black-robed figure laughed even more happily in turn. Ha ha ha, that's terrible. But take my advice, don't waste your efforts, no matter how many times you try, it's impossible to break through. As a half-human, half-demon, not only did you manage to survive, but you also cultivated to a 7th-grade martial artist, it's already heaven's favor. Further up, it can be against the sky. If that gets out, it's going to cause an uproar to come. The city lord of a city, a powerhouse whose strength had reached the 7th grade, was actually a human-demon hybrid. Hearing the black-robed figure's words, the light in Tan Yuan's eyes dimmed a few points. Against the odds? I've been traveling against the heavens since I was born, so it's not so bad this time. Tan Yuan snorted coldly. Rather, it's you. What are you doing strutting to my city lord's mansion? If I'm not mistaken in my calculations, that Tianhua Kingdom's royal son has already arrived, right? If he finds out, your identity as a demonic beast will definitely be exposed. You really know how to pick the right time. The black-robed figure sniffed and laughed indulgently. Haha, so what if I've been discovered? I, Ghost Hatchet, have never been afraid. Don't worry Tan Yuan, we're on the same rope, I won't harm you. Tan Yuan stood up and gave his expulsion order. If you're just here to catch up, then you can leave. I have to keep practicing. At those words, the black-robed figure took a few steps forward and removed his wide hat, revealing his true appearance. He looked to be around 40 or 50 years old, his hair was dark, but his skin color was a kind of sickly, tragic white, his eyes were sunken, and his hawkish nose gave him a gloomy and evil feeling. With such a special identity as yours, you won't be able to stay in the human world for long. Sooner or later you'll be exposed, even if you escape that prince. But what about the next time? We are only friends if we demonic beasts are happy to accept you. I came to tell you the good news. A good news that will allow you to change your destiny against all odds and break through the shackles. The man named Ghost Hatchet stared at Tan Yuan and said. Tan Yuan's expression twitched when he heard this, but he didn't open his mouth. Ghost Hatchet continued, do you remember that Bai Qinian of the Bai family? Bai Meishua's father? The Bai Qinian who was considered a sinner by the Bai clan? Tan Yuan hesitated as he thought back. According to the rumors, the Bai clan obtained a supreme treasure 10 years ago, a supreme treasure capable of increasing the strength of his entire clan. However, at that time, Bai Qinian somehow suddenly went crazy and snatched that supreme treasure away, disappearing without a trace. The Bai family was extraordinarily angry because of this, and frantically searched for his whereabouts, but couldn't find him in any way, and ultimately could only vent their anger and resentment on his wife and daughter. His wife chose to commit suicide because she was overwhelmed, his youngest daughter was inexplicably gravely ill, dying and in a coma, and only the girl called Bai Meishua was left to suffer. Tan Yuan narrated the story, and his expression couldn't help but sigh. His impression of Bai Meishua was quite deep. Not only was he exceptionally talented, his character was also strong and resolute, much like him back then. Ghost Hatchet Jia laughed, well said, you still know quite a lot. You're a demonic beast, why would you be concerned about the White family? He is a small one by family, even if he gets any supreme treasure, he should not be able to enter the eyes of your hall's 7th-ranked demonic beasts, Tan Yuan asked doubtfully. Originally that was indeed the case, but by chance, I learned the name of that supreme treasure. Ghost Hatchet was still selling the name, and said in a good manner. It's true that many people are curious about what kind of supreme treasure the Bai family has obtained, but the Bai family members who know about this matter are all keeping their mouths shut and tacitly silent, so how do you know about it? Tan Yuan's curiosity had been completely hooked by Ghost Hatchet. Don't worry about that, I have the means. The important thing is that supreme treasure, the legendary burial sky scripture. Jia, you heard it right, it's that burial sky scripture you know. Ghost Hatchet said sorrowfully. Burial scripture. One of the 4 scriptures of extinction, the burying sky scripture. How is this possible? That's a supreme treasure coveted by martial emperors, how could it be obtained by the tiny Bai family? When Tan Yuan heard what Ghost Hatchet had said, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his original archaic expression was completely replaced by disbelief. 1,000 times over. Well, Tan Yuan, your chance to change your destiny against the heavens is this heaven-burying scripture. Cooperate with me, find this heaven-burying scripture, and achieve Demon Emperor in the future. Ghost Hatchet said excitedly. Can it really help me break through? Tan Yuan was obviously a bit moved and asked with a trembling voice. The master of the burial sky scripture has long since transcended the realm of the martial emperor level, and to him, it no longer matters whether he is a human or a demon. He used the gongfu he created in his ordinary life, naturally he won't be bound by this either. If you are able to comprehend it, won't the problem of bloodline be solved? Ghost Hatchet continued. Tan Yuan lapsed into silence, and after a long time he asked his last question, this kind of good thing, why do you want to cooperate with me? Jia, Tan Yuan, that's just out of line. We are blood brothers from different fathers and mothers, so who will I cooperate with if not you? Ghost Hatchet said with a sincere expression. To be honest, although I know quite a few great demons, there are only a few that I trust. After all, in front of a supreme treasure like the burial sky scripture, there's no one who wouldn't be moved, and I wouldn't dare to pull an allies at random. Chapter 30 The Secret Realm of the Shadow Dragon. Tan Yuan pondered for a long time, and finally chose to accept Ghost Hatchet's solicitation. Ghost Hatchet wasn't wrong, he really didn't have a choice. To go further, he could only choose that mysterious and powerful burial sky scripture, which was considered to be his only hope. He raised his hand and removed his half of the mask, revealing the left half of his face hidden underneath. This half face was not a human face, but half of a face shaped like an augur that looked hideous. He then revealed his left hand hidden in his sleeve robe. On top of his left arm was covered with a layer of earthy yellow dragon scales, densely packed and extraordinarily creepy, and his left palm, which also had only 4 fingers and was twisted in shape, resembling the legendary dragon claw. Tan Yuan looked at his strange dragon claw, his expression gradually becoming determined. Happy cooperation, said Ghost Hatchet to Tan Yuan as he stretched out his bony pale palm. Tan Yuan silently stretched out his hand and shook it. Even if we know of the existence of the burial scripture, how are we going to find its whereabouts? After Bai Qinian escaped with it, he simply vaporized. Tan Yuan asked suspiciously. Ghost Hatchet sniffed and no longer hid, directly saying, since I came to draw you in, I naturally obtained some information. Baicinian is a very intelligent human being. Something like the burial scripture is both a chance and a curse. Once it wasn't unseen, and every time it appeared, it was accompanied by bloody winds and rain, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even if the tiny white family gets it, it will eventually lead to destruction. According to my speculation, there's a high probability that Baicinian will go to 3 places: the Phantom Throat Abyss, the Shadow Dragon Mystic Realm, or the White Bone Wasteland. Tan Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Baicinian did indeed escape towards the north. These 3 places, all of which are full of mystery and danger, are very suitable for him to hide with the burial scripture. Ghost Hatchet said. The Shadow Dragon Mysterious Realm opens once every 10 years. Counting the time, it last opened exactly 1 year or so after Baicinian disappeared. If he's hiding in here, then it'll be a year before we can find him again. Tan Yuan muttered. 1 year later. That was pretty quick. In comparison, the Paleopharyngeal Abyss is too bizarre and sinister. Even if we are at the level of the 7th grade, we don't dare to guarantee a full body retreat. And the White Bone Wasteland is in the far north. Not only is it a long way to travel, but it also covers an extremely wide area, so trying to find Baicinian is like looking for a needle in a haystack, wasting a great deal of time. Waiting for the opening of the Shadow Dragon Mysterious Realm is undoubtedly the most stable. He analyzed it carefully, and was affirmed by Ghost Hatchet. Not bad, that's what I was thinking. 1 year later, we'll move to the Shadow Dragon Mysterious Realm. I reckon that the Tianhua Kingdom's royal family should know something about it. This third prince had previously interacted closely with the Bai family, and even facilitated the marriage that allowed him to marry Bai Meishui. He probably also has the intention of trying to find clues on Bai Meishui this time when he came here. Even though Tan Yuan had been staying inside the city lord's mansion and living in deep seclusion, he knew the outside intelligence like the back of his hand. There's no need to worry, the heaven-burying scripture isn't that easy to obtain, otherwise it wouldn't have been delayed until now. Prepare yourself and don't try to break through anymore, we'll rendezvous a year later. Ghost Hatchet instructed. He then beckoned, and a miserable white flame wrapped his entire body. Along with the gradual dissipation of the white flames, his figure disappeared into thin air. Looking at the once again empty basement, Tan Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and hope was once again lit up in his eyes. The Demon Hunting Conference had reached its 3rd day and was still in full swing. Within the Dark Soul Mountain range, many young martial artists were fighting with demonic beasts, and there were various activities within the city as well, with many merchant caravans coming to buy a large amount of demonic beast materials, rare medicinal herbs, and so on. During this period of time, 4 or 5 participants ran out from within the Dark Soul Mountain range ahead of time, and they basically chose to withdraw from the competition as a last resort because they had suffered very serious injuries, or even broken arms and legs. In the first instance, there was a pharmacist in charge of healing to help stabilize their injuries. They submitted up some materials to prove the number and grade of demonic beasts they had hunted, thus obtaining their final rating. Unfortunately, the highest of them had only hunted and killed a 3rd-order demonic beast, so the rating was naturally not much higher, and 80% of them would not get much reward, and at most, they would be given some consolation prizes. It is the cruelty of reality to risk so much and only get this much. However, they were quite lucky to have at least survived, and many of them had permanently remained within the Dark Soul Mountain range at this moment. Bai Zhan gasped for air, the long spear in his hand supporting himself with difficulty. In front of him lay the corpse of a massive demonic beast, and through the remnants of its demonic aura, it could be deduced that it had already reached the 4th rank. Looking at the corpses at his feet, Bai Zhan couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha! I did it! I killed a 4th-ranked demonic beast. This time the title must be mine. Thanks to the 5th-grade treasure soldier my father gave me. Bai Zhan looked at the long spear in his hand that was emitting a biting cold aura with an agitated expression. Next, I'm going to hunt more demonic beasts. I'm going to trample Yi Qingning Yuan Bai Meishui and the others under my feet. White War. No worse than them. Bai Zhan's mind had already conjured up images of himself winning 1st place, marrying Zhao Yuji, and going to the pinnacle of his life. Yet a guttural voice shattered his illusions. Congratulations! Do you need me to give you an award? The prize is a day trip in my stomach. White Warrior's pupils dilated, and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. An extremely dangerous aura came from behind him, causing his back to prickle. He hastily dragged his tired body and tried to twist his head to fend it off. But unfortunately, the battle with that 4th-ranked demonic beast just now had caused him to consume too much. His aura was almost exhausted, and he was unable to react at all. Boom! He only felt his back being hit hard by a thick whip. The next moment he flew directly backwards a dozen meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Sharp pain came, and Bai Zhan let out a miserable scream as he felt like the bones in his entire body were falling apart from this whip. Dizziness and a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw a huge python with a purple-black body crawling slowly towards him. Seeing the real face of that python clearly, Baijan's heartbeat missed a beat and his expression was desperate. Dark Thunder Evil Python. Chapter 31 White Warrior's Death. The Dark Thunder Evil Python had a humanized evil smile hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze toward Baijan was full of teasing, especially when he saw Baijan's look of despair and fear, which further aroused his animalistic nature. No way. How could you show up here? This should be very far from your territory. Baijan said with a trembling tone, his eyes full of unbelief. Stupid human. Do you really think I'm going to wait around to be killed by you guys? It's ridiculous. Now this area is my hunting ground. The Dark Thunder Evil Python snorted. White Warrior was even more desperate. It was unthinkable that this rare bloodline demonic beast was capable of such intelligence, and it was probably unthinkable to anyone that it was already silently lurking around them, ready to launch a deadly attack at any time. The other party was actually able to wait for him to exhaust himself before sneaking up on him. Damn it! How can I die here? Baijan let out a roar of unwillingness, and he still wanted to pick up the lance beside him and fight to the death. However, the Dark Thunder Evil Python didn't give him this opportunity. It opened its mouth and thunder light gathered. Boom! A ray of lightning shot out from its mouth at such a speed that it directly sent the lance flying out. This weapon is somewhat powerful, it's just a pity that it can't save you now. White Warrior cursed angrily, damn it. I still have. Father gave me the amulet. Baijan panicked and took out a yellow paper talisman from his pocket, and he hastily urged the little spiritual energy left in his body and injected it into the paper talisman in his hand. Seeing this, the Dark Thunder Evil Python didn't stop the other party and playfully watched what tricks Baijan was up to. It wanted to torment Baijan like a cat playing with a rat. The soul of a desperate and painful person was the most delicious. The paper talisman slowly lit up, the runes on it were outlined, and an extremely strong pressure was released from within the paper talisman. Die for me! White Warrior placed his last hope on this paper talisman. The paper talisman contained an extremely powerful martial art, which was powerful enough to heavily damage a 4th-stage demonic beast, and was purchased by his father for 300 spirit stones. For the sake of this demon hunting conference, he had laid down blood money, first using pills to help him forcibly break through to the 4th rank, then buying him paper talismans and pills, etc., and also giving him the heirloom of his own branch lineage, the 5th-rank treasure soldier. However, it was not easy for him to see hope, but because of the appearance of this Dark Thunder Evil Python, it directly knocked him to the bottom. The paper talisman shot out an extremely powerful ray of light, heading straight for the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Facing this extremely dangerous light, the Dark Thunder Evil Python slightly squared its body. A layer of purple electric light was attached to his eyes, and the marvelous patterns on his body also lit up as his aura was no longer concealed and was completely released, pushing him straight towards the 5th-rank demonic beast. Ka-chow! A shocking thunderclap cut through, and the light collided with a spherical ball of lightning glowing with purple light, erupting in a stunning explosion. Boom! The spherical thunderbolt continued to expand, filled with domineering power that directly suppressed the light shot out from the paper talisman, devouring it inch by inch. The paper talisman had no subsequent spiritual power, or was that ray of light a match for the spherical lightning? Under Baijan's despairing gaze, the ray of light eventually dissipated, and the paper talisman in his hand also turned into flying dust. No! Ah, despair. Wail. Any more tactics? Make me happy again. If not, then there's only death. The Dark Thunder Evil Python laughed wildly as it violently scurried towards the defenseless Baijan, its mouth wide open. Put! Baijan's head was directly bitten off by it, and blood sprayed out like a column, all of which was swallowed by the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Swallowing Baijan's body into his abdomen, the Dark Thunder Evil Python smacked its lips, its tone somewhat dissatisfied. Tisk! What's wrong with this human? The blood tastes so bad, it smells like herbs. Forget it, got to get out of here as soon as possible, got a little carried away and made such a big commotion. But I've eaten 13 humans, almost enough for me to break through. The Dark Thunder Evil Python's expression could not hide its excitement. Counting the time, all those other stronger humans are already running towards my territory at this moment. Next I just need to find a place to break through to the 5th rank at ease. When I break through, it will be your death. These humans are the geniuses of the younger generation of the human cities outside, if we kill them all. He. The Dark Thunder Evil Python was just about to leave when it turned its head to look at the 5th grade treasure weapon lance in the corner. That's a good one, take it too. Thinking that, it opened its mouth and swallowed the lance into its stomach. The lance entered into its stomach as if it had disappeared, having no effect on its movements. It then twisted and turned and quickly left the scene. Unsurprisingly for him, Yi King Ningyuan and the others, at this moment, had all entered the field marked on the map, and Bai Meishue was likewise not willing to lag behind, lifting her longsword to search for its whereabouts. Aside from them, most of the participating martial artists had also come here, and although they only had the strength of a second or third rank, they didn't intend to let go of this opportunity and were prepared to come and try their luck. If they happened to pick up the slack, wouldn't the number one spot be secure and life turned around? Strange, where did that evil python run off to? Why can't I find it? Is it hard to hide because you're scared? Hurry up and find it for me, we can't let anyone else get there first. Ha 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 ha, I've never seen a rare demonic beast before in my life, this time it'll be worth it to take a quiet glance from afar. Not to mention rare demonic beasts, old me didn't even find a single snake hair. As time passed, the many martial artists could never find any trace of the Dark Thunder evil python, and they gradually became bold from their initial caution. Started rummaging around with reckless abandon. Yi Qing commanded the other clansmen of the Yi clan to help him search quickly, while he stroked his chin and frowned. Tramp, I'm afraid this map is fake, is that Dark Thunder evil python really here? Ning Yuan walked over cursing as he held the map in one hand. Brother Ning, so you didn't find it either? Seeing Ning Yuan appear, Yi Qing greeted him with a smile. It's really evil. Ning Yuan cursed with some impatience. Miss He Shui Yi Qing saw Bai He Shui swept ahead and greeted him in a high voice. White Sticks paused and twisted her head to glance at them. How many demonic beasts has Sister He Shui hunted? Ning Yuan said to Bai Hezhu with a naive smile. Bai Meishue said indifferently, it's not much. Did Miss He Shui also fail to find any trace of that Dark Thunder evil python? I wouldn't be here if I found it. It looks like this demon hunting conference is indeed very difficult. The three of them casually chatted for a few moments before separating. After all, they weren't very familiar with each other, they were still rivals and wouldn't waste too much time. Chapter 32, Finding the Trail, Encountering Zhao Yuji. At this moment, Lin Qingyun bypassed all the participating martial artists and ran towards the outskirts of the Dark Soul Mountain range. His personal guess was that the Dark Thunder evil python would most likely do the opposite and enter the outer area while all the participants weren't paying attention. Of course, there was also a high probability that it would enter the central part of the Dark Soul Mountain range. In that case, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Lin Qingyun smelled a subtle scent of blood, and he hurriedly paused and rushed over in that direction. There seemed to be signs of a fight here. It should be a human martial artist fighting a demonic beast, just. Lin Qingyun's brows furrowed as he looked at the somewhat gruesome scene. Clear traces of blood could be seen on the trunk of a nearby tree as well as on top of the grass. Judging by the extent of this, at least one of both sides had to be dead. But unusually, there weren't any corpses present in this area at all. This blood fight should have happened like half a day ago. If a human martial artist wins, it wouldn't be so bad to carry away the entire corpse of a demonic beast. But if a demonic beast wins, even if it's going to gnaw on the corpse, it should leave behind blood and flesh remnants as well as skeletons. There's no drag marks here either. Lin Qingyun opened his turquoise mind eyes and his eyes were covered in a layer of turquoise color. The image in front of him changed instantly to a heat-sensitive state. Within a cold tone, those bloodstains also took on a light reddish form. How come there are two different strands of demonic chi remaining? And Lin Qingyun's eyes flashed with brilliance and his expression became excited. Dark Thunder Evil Python. There's the demonic aura of the Dark Thunder Evil Python here. Even though the demonic aura was extremely weak and inaudible, it was still keenly captured by his turquoise heart eyes. He was very familiar with this demonic aura. Finally caught you. It looks like the corpses of human martial artists or demonic beasts were directly swallowed by the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Whatever it is, it's got me on the trail of it after all. Lin Qingyun was overjoyed in his heart. No matter what, as long as he was able to find the other party's trail, he would have that patience to continue chasing after them. What a cunning evil python, actually bypassing all the human martial artists and running to the outer area. Looking at those martial artists, they shouldn't have discovered the Dark Thunder evil python's trail at all, and are still heading to its territory. It's true that rare bloodline demonic beasts are just not to be messed with. His sense of vigilance towards the Dark Thunder evil python rose to another level, and at the same time, it strengthened his determination to hunt the other party. The enhancement brought about by his bloodline was something he had felt a long time ago, even though his rank could be quickly enhanced through the system. But as he reached the 5th rank, he gradually felt the lack of power of ordinary demonic beasts. In total, there were only a few demonic skills, with very few means of attack, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was able to acquire the other party's skills through devouring, he would only know a few of them right now. When he reached the 7th or 8th rank or above and came into contact with the wider outside world, he would be hung up by those rare demonic beasts of the same rank or human martial artists with powerful martial arts. Just as he was thinking, an explosion reached his ears. There are circumstances. Lin Qingyun didn't hesitate and ran directly and quickly in the direction where the explosions came from. After about 10 minutes or so, Lin Qingyun rushed to the area where the explosions came from. This is the territory of the four-eyed golden lion, right? Is there still someone hunting 4th-ranked demonic beasts now? Shouldn't everyone with that strength have already gone to the Dark Thunder Evil Python's territory? Lin Qingyun looked around for a while and eventually found the corpse of the four-eyed golden lion not far from a celestial tree that was more than 4 meters in diameter. The four-eyed golden lion was lying on the ground, the blood had dried up, and several gunshot wounds could be clearly seen on his body. Its demonic pills are actually still there? Lin Qingyun used his tiger claws to lift the head of the four-eyed golden lion right off and gouged out the demonic pills with golden patterns from its brain. He was a little surprised. It's amazing that such a great bargain was picked up by him. He wasn't polite and directly swallowed the demonic pills into his stomach. Swallowed demonic pills of 4th order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 850,000, physical fitness plus 45, mental power plus 39, reinforcement points plus 63. Acquired new skill, Big Dipper low level. With the help of the system, the demonic pills were directly refined by Lin Qingyun in a matter of moments. He then turned his head and looked at the empty space a few meters away from the corpse of the four-eyed golden lion. A circular pit with a diameter of over 3 meters could be clearly seen there, and the pit was scorched black, with hidden remnants of purple-black electricity. It really is the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Seeing that obvious demonic aura, plus the demonic pills that hadn't had time to be taken out yet, Lin Qingyun quickly analyzed what had just happened. 80% is some unlucky bastard who managed to kill a 4th-ranked demonic beast, and before he had the chance to take the demonic pills away, he was killed by that Dark Thunder Evil Python sneak attack. It shouldn't have gotten far, go after it. He didn't hesitate and hurriedly chased after the traces of the Dark Thunder Evil Python's departure. It looked like the other party was in a hurry to leave, and the residual demonic chi and traces hadn't been completely removed. Just then, a fire snake shot towards him from one side without warning, at an exceptionally tricky angle. Lin Qingyun was shocked and hastily urged his golden tiger armor to resist. The fire snake's attack was armored by the golden tiger, but he could still feel the blazing heat. Sword chi? This is a human martial art. There's something familiar, it's that princess what's her name from before? How did she get here? Lin Qingyun's figure flipped in the air, unloading the remainder of the fire snake's momentum. Then, a petulant voice mingled with anger came out. Finally I got you. I knew you'd be here. Little colorful tiger, eat this princess sword. Whoosh. The fiery red figure suddenly sprang out of the dense forest, the long sword in his hand surrounded by blazing flames as he killed towards Lin Qingyun. After the previous Zhao Yuji had sensed the possibility that it might be the Dark Thunder Evil Python sneaking up on her, she had no further intentions of traveling to the other party's territory. For her, participating in this whatsoever demon hunting conference was just to have some fun. How could she, the princess of the hallowed Tianyue kingdom, possibly beat herself to death over a mere 6th-grade treasure soldier? Besides, it was still a toss-up whether the Dark Thunder Evil Python was in the territory or not. The current Zhao Yuji had thoroughly understood the cunningness of demonic beasts, and after being sneak attacked twice, she no longer underestimated them. Therefore, she projected that the demonic beast that had sneaked up on her was most likely the Dark Thunder Evil Python. I remember my master saying that humans are extraordinarily tempting to demonic beasts, and that by eating human bodies, demonic beasts will drastically increase their own demonic power. Is it possible that this Dark Thunder Evil Python is planning to take advantage of the demon hunting conference to sneak up on the registered participants and eat them? The more Zhao Yuji thought about it, the creepier she felt. What about the little colorful tiger, is that what it intends to do? It's an abomination. As Zhao Yuji thought about it, she prepared to convey her guess to the other contestants to avoid them being sneak attacked by the Dark Thunder Evil Python. She then ran non-stop towards the territories of various 4th-ranked demonic beasts. At this time now, Sister He Shui and the others should have all gone to the Dark Thunder Evil Python's territory, and those who still remain in the outer regions are basically weaker martial artists. The responsibility of being a princess haunted her, and she was going to save her people. Thus after she heard the explosion, she rushed over without stopping and happened to collide with Lin Qingyun, who was planning to hunt down the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Zhao Yuji was instantly excited, the enemy was narrow, actually ran into it here, the chance for revenge was finally here. Chapter 33 Working with Zhao Yuji. Buzzing. Lin Qingyun opened his mouth wide and executed the demonic technique Tiger's Whistle. Deafening sound waves whistled, and a flash of fear flashed in Zhao Yuji's eyes, obviously still having some psychological shadows. She quickly overcame her fear, though. The long sword in her hand let out a loud and clear phoenix sound. A crimson phoenix silhouette flew out from the long sword, and after the fiery red phoenix appeared, Lin Qingyun instantly felt a wave of heat come over him, and the temperature around him became extraordinarily blazing. What a powerful move! It looks like the sneak attack last time didn't allow it to exert its full strength. Lin Qingyun watched as his tiger whistle sound wave was directly shattered by that fiery red phoenix shadow, a flash of surprise flashing through his eyes. That long sword looked like it was also worth a lot of money. This princess was really covered in treasures. Subsequently, Lin Qingyun executed the tiger palm strike, which directly tore apart the fiery red phoenix that had dislodged most of its power and dissipated in mid-air. Seeing that even his strongest strike was resisted by Lin Qingyun, Zhao Yuji was shocked. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Qingyun directly turned his head and scurried towards the dense forest. He didn't have that kind of effort to tangle with the other party right now. He had to hurry to catch up with the Dark Thunder Evil Python, otherwise if the other party sensed the danger and hid, such a big Dark Soul Mountain range would be hard to find. Stop! Seeing Lin Qingyun fleeing, Zhao Yuji hurriedly shouted out, lifting her long sword and chasing towards Lin Qingyun. You want to take advantage of the demon hunting conference to kill people, right? I won't let you. And that Dark Thunder Evil Python, when I kill you, I'll go and slaughter it. Zhao Yuji shouted at Lin Qingyun's back. Don't throw dirt on me, I haven't killed anyone so far. I have important things to do, so don't follow me. If you really want to fight, you can fight as long as you want when I'm done with my business. Lin Qingyun said somewhat helplessly. If I had known what I know now, I would have changed my target in the first place. This princess is really difficult to deal with. Her current strength is not able to kill her. The treasures on her body are probably armed to the teeth. Do you think I'm 3 years old? If you weren't out for cannibalism, then why did you sneak up on me and take my map? You're too young to learn, and you're going to eat people. Originally, I wanted to take you as a pet since I saw how cute you looked. Zhao Yuji didn't believe Lin Qingyun's words at all. Her speed accelerated by a few points and she came towards Lin Qingyun to kill him. Told you I didn't kill anyone. I'm a tiger with noble pursuits, not that vulgar. I robbed your map in order to kill the Dark Thunder Evil Python, which was responsible for the commotion just now. Lin Qingyun couldn't even stand being chased anymore. This was the first time he had been chased so passionately by a girl. Is that so? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Hearing this, Zhao Yuji asked with some half-heartedness. I'm just a 2-month-old cub, how can I eat people? At this moment, Zhao Yuji somewhat believed in what Lin Qingyun said. After all, if Lin Qingyun was here for cannibalism, it was unlikely that he would appear here. The explosion just now did not sound like Lin Qingyun's handiwork, it was 80% the work of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. That Dark Thunder Evil Python disappeared from this direction. I have to catch it as soon as possible or it will run away. Lin Qingyun paused and said to Zhao Yuji. What did you kill it for? Do you have any blood feuds? Zhao Yuji asked suspiciously. That's not true, just simply wanting to kill it. Lin Qingyun revealed a harmless human smile. Spare me this time, and I'll let you cut 2 swords later without any problem. Lin Qingyun also went out on a limb. He really didn't want to get entangled with this girl anymore. Zhao Yuji pondered for a moment and angled her head at Lin Qingyun. In that case, I'll go with you. That is estimated to have killed a lot of people. This princess wants to get rid of evil and promote good. This. Lin Qingyun was a bit hesitant. That is probably planning this for a long time. I reckon it should be about to break through, otherwise it wouldn't have risked so much to hunt humans. Zhao Yuji guessed. At those words, Lin Qingyun's heart tightened. If that was the case, then it was even more important to find it quickly. Otherwise, when the other party broke through to the 5th rank, the probability was that he wouldn't be able to beat the other party. By the time he broke through to the 6th rank, it would be a monkey's errand. Alright. Lin Qingyun had no choice but to be agreeing to the other party's request. Zhao Yuji revealed a wry smile. Obediently listen to this princess's command. If you behave well, this princess will take you back to Tianyue City and make you my princess's beloved pet. Don't, said Lin Qingyun mercilessly. You dare to reject this princess? Being a pet to this princess is a blessing you won't be able to repair in 8 lifetimes. Zhao Yuji instantly shouted in exasperation. Lin Qingyun, however, ignored the other party's jumping feet and opened his blue mind's eye to look for the residual demonic chi of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Ha! Zhao Yuji saw Lin Qingyun's eyes that had turned turquoise and let out a soft "ee," stopping her yelling. Did the Dark Thunder Evil Python leave from that direction? I remember there's a cliff over there. The bottom of the cliff is perfect for hiding. If I were it, odds are I'd go there to break through. Zhao Yuji stroked her chin and said in a deep voice. Lin Qingyun was stunned as the image of the map surfaced in his mind, roughly estimating his location and realizing that Zhao Yuji was indeed right. Genius. Let's get out of here. If it breaks through, we'll be in trouble. Zhao Yuji put away her smile and nodded silently. There was still half the time until the end of the demon hunting conference. If they were allowed to make a successful breakthrough, the returning human martial artists would be in danger. By then the human martial artists' retreat will be blocked by the other side. After reaching the 5th rank of the Dark Thunder Evil Python, everyone would be no match for it. Chapter 30 for the Hidden Dark Thunder Evil Python. Lin Qingyun and Zhao Yuji walked towards the front with one left and one right, both of them pulling away from each other at a safe distance. After all, their trust in each other had to be improved in this temporary and shaky alliance. Zhao Yuji surveyed Lin Qingyun from time to time with a curious look in her eyes. Sure enough, that evil python is running in the direction of the cliff. Lin Qingyun's tone was excited. His entire focus was on finding the Dark Thunder Evil Python, following the clues and locking onto the other party's location. This princess's speculation can still be false, said Zhao Yuji with a smug expression. Little colorful tiger, you still have a lot to learn. When Lin Qingyun heard this, he turned his head violently and suddenly said in a ghostly tone, Little princess, haven't you ever thought that I'm actually in league with that Dark Thunder Evil Python? To lure you here and kill you together. Thump. Zhao Yuji's sweaty hairs exploded all over her body, like a fried kitten quickly falling back a few steps, lifting the longsword in her hand and looking around vigilantly, the smugness on her face disappearing. What are you doing? Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding, no need to be so nervous. Little princess, you have a lot to learn. Seeing Zhao Yuji's comical look as if she was on the verge of an attack, Lin Qingyun's mood was so good that he laughed loudly and continued on his way. Reacting to the fact that she had been tricked, Zhao Yuji's face was suddenly red with anger. Damn it! I'm going to beat you up. Cunning little colorful tiger, where is your innocence as a cub? Zhao Yuji shouted and chased after him. On the other hand, after searching the Dark Thunder Evil Python's territory multiple times without any discovery, the crowd gradually lost their patience. Grandma, it's hard to find its nest, but it's still empty. I guess that evil python must have hidden into the middle of the Dark Thunder mountain range. This is troublesome. If we go in rashly, we will probably run into quite a few powerful demonic beasts. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come to this hustle and bustle. There is this time while not as good as killing a few more demonic beasts to be real. Most of the martial artists chose to leave. The race was already half over. They still had to go hunting demonic beasts as soon as possible to grow their points. They didn't have that kind of free time to spend here. Soon, those martial artists who had come to join in the fun left one after another, and Yi Qing, Ning Yuan and Bai Meishue once again gathered in one place. Yi Qing held a few pieces of snake scales that he found within the crevices of the rock wall and stroked his chin in contemplation. What do the two of you say? It looks like this famous prize ran away on its own, and if you want to compete for the number of points, you still have to go back and proceed to hunt other demonic beasts. Ning Yuan looked at the other two and casually asked. Whitesticks held a long sword and similarly frowned without speaking. Hasn't brother Ning Yuan noticed anything unusual? At this moment, Yi Qing suddenly spoke up. Ning Yuan was stunned as he scratched his head and swept around before saying in a confused voice. Abnormal? Where's the anomaly here? The only abnormality is also the disappearance of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Bai Meishue looked like she thought of something and faintly spoke. The number of martial artists who came here is not quite right. There are at least 7 or 8 more that should have come, and they did not appear. Not bad, fellow 4th grade martial artist brother by battle and Her Highness the 7th princess didn't come, and a few of the leading lights amongst the 3rd grade martial artists are also absent. Yi Qing nodded rather approvingly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan said rightfully, what's so strange about that? Maybe they felt that they couldn't defeat the Dark Thunder Evil Python and chose to give up, taking advantage of this time to hunt other demonic beasts. Or accidentally dying in the mouth of a demonic beast is also a great possibility. After all, in past demon hunting conferences, the death of 7 or 8 martial artists was a normal thing. Bai Meishue shook her head and said, It's unlikely, Your Highness, in that attitude of white warrior. It's obvious that they're running for first place. It's unlikely that they'll miss it. As for those other few people, as long as they don't go out of their way to find trouble with 4th-ranked demonic beasts, they will definitely have no problem defending themselves against other demonic beasts. Miss He Shui is right, let's leave the others aside for now. Her Highness's safety still needs to be ascertained before she can do so. Although it is said that the Demon Hunting Assembly is a cruel and fair duel, her safety is much more important than the Demon Hunting Assembly. Yi Qing took the opportunity to say. Is that so? Ning Yuan heard it all. In any case, it's not a solution to dry up here. We'd better go hunting other 4th-ranked demonic beasts individually, and the probability of encountering Her Highness in their territories will be much higher. At the same time, maybe we can meet a few people who didn't come, said Yi Qing. Whatever, I'm leaving anyway, you guys better hurry up as well, or else the first place will go to me. Ning Yuan simply stopped thinking about that. He didn't linger too much, but left straight away. When he walked away, Bai Meishuas suddenly said to Yi Qing, "Is brother Yi guessing that those few people who didn't come would have something to do with the missing Dark Thunder evil python?" Yi Qing hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Demonic beasts with rare bloodlines, they are extraordinarily cunning if their intelligence is beyond the ordinary. The purple cloud fox from the previous term is an example. At that time, several 4th grade martial artists surrounded and chased after it. Not only did they fail to catch up, but they were also killed by one of its counter-killers while taking advantage of the opportunity, and in the end, it still wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers to finish it off. If that's the case, then we have to go back as soon as possible as well. Bai Meishuas said. Take care of Miss He Shui. Yi Qing arched his hand. Aha! The two of them parted ways at this point, and Yi Qing returned with the rest of the participating Yi family members. The Dark Thunder evil python escaped to the bottom of the broken cliff and utilized its demonic power to forcefully open up a small cave on the rock wall below the broken cliff. It then burrowed into the middle of the cave. GGG, finally able to break through the 5th rank. After I break through, I will definitely eat all those humans, not one of them will be left behind. At that time, this area will all be my territory. The Dark Thunder evil python's eyes concealed a color of exuberance. It closed its eyes and catalyzed the demonic power in its body. At that moment, its abdomen suddenly began to swell up, becoming incomparably bulging, as if it were a balloon. The corpses of those human martial artists that were swallowed by it were all temporarily stored in a small space in its stomach, and that space functioned similarly to a human martial artist's storage bag. At this moment, it put the human martial artist corpses inside back into its stomach, and the gastric juices that contained his demonic power rapidly corroded the corpses and quickly transformed them into its own nutrients and demonic power. I feel it. I'm getting stronger. The Dark Thunder evil python immediately felt its demonic power growing as its aura climbed. As it watched the process of its breakthrough gradually smoothing out, a loud bang suddenly came from outside the cave, almost causing it to go off the deep end. Chapter 35 The Game at the Cliff. The Dark Thunder evil python opened his eyes, his body's chi and blood churned, and he wasted a great deal of effort to calm down his out-of-control demonic chi. His eyes were rounded and his anger went straight to the sky. Treadmill, who made the whole commotion, if I knew about it, I'd have to skin him. The Dark Thunder evil python moved its body to the entrance of the cave. Not far from the cave entrance, a huge boulder with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared in front of it, smashing a large pit in the ground. It was obvious that the boulder had fallen from above the cliff. Where's the rock? Is it hard to be an accident? Strange, I clearly didn't see any boulders like this when I came down. The Dark Thunder evil python was a bit puzzled, and it was just about to poke its head out of the cave, only to have the sound of a whoosh of breaking wind come from above its head in the next moment. Boom! A boulder about the same size as earlier grazed its scalp and smashed in front of it. This sudden change caused the Dark Thunder evil python to be startled and hastily shrink back again. What's going on? My whereabouts are exposed. Those humans didn't all go to my territory, there were leaks. To say that once was an accident, but this time, the Dark Thunder evil python could be certain that there was a human martial artist on top of the cliff and had found its location. Good, very good. Since you've come to send me to my death, I'm not going to be polite. The Dark Thunder evil python just wanted to charge up the cliff and fight with the incoming person, but then it paused and the anger in its eyes gradually dissipated. Since the other party made a move like throwing a boulder, it's obvious that they're not sure I'm here either. He just chased me here based on the traces I didn't have time to deal with, trying to provoke me into showing up voluntarily by behaving like this. I won't be that reckless, the priority now is to break through as soon as possible, as long as I reach the 5th rank, no one will be my opponent. When he thought of this, an exquisite light erupted in the eyes of the Dark Thunder evil python. It mobilized the demonic chi in its body and converged on top of a few snake scales at the 7-inch mark. Snake scales with a rich demonic aura came off his body surface, flashing with deadly electricity. The Dark Thunder evil python maneuvered these scales towards the cave's opening through his mind. Eventually, the scales landed in a specific location hidden on the stone wall. After doing so, the Dark Thunder evil python returned within the cave and once again prepared for a breakthrough. Above the cliffs, Lin Qingyun stood next to the broken cliff and looked down at the dark abyss below. The bottom of the cliff was surrounded by thick smoke, so he couldn't see anything, and even when he cast his blue mind's eye, he was still blocked by this fog. Therefore Lin Qingyun did not jump down hastily. In case of a sneak attack by the Dark Thunder evil python, it would be over. However, it was certain that the residual traces of the other party's demonic aura had disappeared precisely in this area. The Dark Thunder Evil Python was most likely underneath the cliff, and since he couldn't rush in and break through, he could only lure the other party out. Zhao Yuji found a corner and sat down cross-legged, holding a spirit stone in one hand as she closed her eyes and began to recover her own spiritual energy. Lin Qingyun swept around and saw a few boulders in the distance. He had an idea. He then pushed a boulder over, and with a forceful push from his two front paws, he directly pushed the boulder off the cliff. After about 8 seconds or so, there was a dull rumble from below. No reaction? That's quite a sinking feeling. Seeing that there was no movement from below, Lin Qingyun was not discouraged, but instead pushed in a few more boulders and pushed them down without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. A loud noise once again came from below, even shaking the cliff a bit. However, calmness soon returned below, and no movement of the Dark Thunder Evil Python could be seen at all. Murphy's not down there? Or is it making a breakthrough with all its might and ignoring the rest for the time being? Seeing this, Lin Qingyun decided to go down there himself. At least he was a hallowed 5th rank, he wasn't afraid of a 4th rank demonic beast. With all the commotion, I thought that Evil Python had run out. At this time, Zhao Yuji, who had recovered most of the way, came over. She stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down curiously. Look at your timid face, you haven't even met yet and this is a wimp? It's still up to this princess. Zhao Yuji patted her chest and said confidently. Saying that, before Lin Qingyun could stop her, lifted her long sword and jumped straight down. So brave. Lin Qingyun sighed. Really have something to rely on is to be able to casually reckless. He now have a sense of security cards or not, looks like in the future to prepare a little bit more. He then followed Zhao Yuji and jumped a few steps slower than her. With Zhao Yuji in the lead, he was also much more at ease. Zhao Yuji was full of confidence and was bound to dismantle the Dark Thunder Evil Python. She tumbled through the air a few times and landed firmly at the bottom of the abyss. However, before she could gain her footing, several purple-black lightning bolts suddenly cut through the air and surrounded her. By the time Zhao Yuji reacted, she was already surrounded in the center by these electric awnings, and within the awnings were snake scales outlined with mysterious runes. These snake scales had a marvelous connection with each other, surprisingly forming a simple formation. Ka Chao. These snake scales emitted a purple glow, and several lightning bolts with terrifying power shot towards Zhao Yuji in the center. Hey! When Zhao Yuji was within the formation, she immediately felt a paralyzing sensation in her body, and her power was directly cut down by half. In the face of these lightning bolts, it was surprisingly impossible to make an immediate move. Seeing that these lightning bolts were about to hit her, just then, a tornado suddenly rose up with Zhao Yuji at the center. Phew! The tornado whistled and spun at an extremely fast speed, directly blocking these lightning bolts. Big Dipper Wind Intermediate can directly generate a tornado of Big Dipper Wind, possessing great speed and destructive power, tearing the enemy apart mercilessly. After Lin Qingyun obtained the new skill through the demonic pills of the Four-Eyed Golden Lion, he then spent 10 skill points to upgrade it to the middle rank, which was considered a skill with a decent amount of power. After the wind dissipated, Lin Qingyun's figure descended from the sky and landed on the periphery of the formation formed by the snake scales. Zhao Yuji was still a bit confused. These purple and black snake scales seemed to have sensed the danger and twisted their heads towards Lin Qingyun to shoot out several thunderbolts. He saw this and condensed all the demonic chi in his body. Tiger Palm Strike. Boom! There was a burst of sparks with lightning, and all those electric awnings were easily erased by Lin Qingyun. He was not subjected to the paralyzing effect of the formation and swung another Tiger Palm Strike with all his might, slapping heavily on top of the formation. In an instant, this temporary formation directly shattered on the spot under Lin Qingyun's brute force. The light of the snake's scales dimmed and fell to the ground. Chapter 36, All-Out Strike, 5th Order Demonic Beasts. Are you in a hurry to die? We don't have much of a friendship, so you don't need to be cannon fodder for me. Lin Qingyun let down, stabilized himself, and said to Zhao Yuji without a trace of anger. A blush of shame hung on Zhao Yuji's face, but she still said with a stiff upper lip. Who asked you to help? I have my own solution. If you hadn't made a move, I would have dismantled that formation a long time ago. Yes, Lin Qingyun didn't argue with her too much. Instead, he cast his gaze on the humble cave in front of him. Since even the snake scales had appeared, it was already nail-bitingly certain that the Dark Thunder Evil Python was here. He's been looking all over for you. Lin Qingyun opened his blue hard eyes and looked inside the cave. The surrounding aura fluctuated extraordinarily violently, all surrounding this cave. At the same time, an extremely powerful demonic power is also undisguised from the cave emanated, and the aura of this demonic power is at the naked eye visible speed climbing. What a cunning python, it's already trying to break through. Lin Qingyun's face sank. Ha! Let's stop it or we won't be able to beat it. Zhao Yuji instantly panicked and shouted in a hurry. Buzzing. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyun opened his mouth wide and cast a tiger's roar into the cave. The deafening sound of the tiger's roar poured into the cave as much as it could, shaking the humble cave that had been temporarily opened up. The sound faded. However, within Lin Qingyun's field of vision, the Dark Thunder Evil Python inside was not affected in the slightest. Its body curled up into a ball, and a light shield of demonic power similar to the shape of a snake's egg wrapped it in it, helping to isolate it from the outside world. This demonic power barrier was exceptionally sturdy, condensed from extremely pure demonic power. You join me in launching an attack towards the cave, Lin Qingyun said to Zhao Yuji. Zhao Yuji hurriedly nodded her head. She raised the long sword in her hand. Blazing flames spread out from her circumference. The flames converged on top of the long sword, and a flaming phoenix silhouette coalesced. Martial skill, Fire Phoenix grows long. She chirped and stabbed her sword violently. The flame phoenix shadow carried an incomparably hot temperature as it flew towards the cave. Demon technique, Big Dipper. Demon technique, Tiger Palm Strike. Lin Qingyun also stopped holding back and used the high-ranked Tiger Palm Strike in conjunction with the middle-ranked demonic skill, Big Dipper Wind, to strike a golden dragon scroll containing extreme sharp demonic power. The golden dragon scroll rotated crazily, directly drilling a big hole out of the not-so-big hole, and those hard stone walls were like papier-mâché in front of the golden dragon scroll. The flame phoenix and golden dragon scroll accurately drilled within the cave and hit the demonic power barrier. Boom! A horrifying sound wave like a landslide exploded. Not only this cave, but even the entire cliff became shaky, and cracks like spider webs covered the entire stone wall. In the end, the stone wall was overwhelmed and transformed into a lurid landslide that collapsed. A large amount of rocks and dirt poured down, flooding the entire cave. Lin Qingyun and Zhao Yuji hurriedly fell back dozens of meters away, which prevented them from being affected. Is it dead? Dead. With an attack of this magnitude, you'll be buried alive if you don't die. Zhao Yuji gasped and looked at the ruins in front of her. This all-out strike drained the spiritual energy that she had managed to accumulate with great difficulty. Lin Qingyun was much better in comparison. His physique had already reached a very exaggerated point, which made his recovery speed very perverse as well. He opened his blue mind's eye once again and looked at the ruins, his face becoming grave. No, it's alive. Quickly hide and recover, I'll stall it first. As soon as Lin Qingyun's words fell, purple-black electric arcs suddenly appeared in the calm ruins, followed by a loud bang, and the stone and earth layers pressed above were directly shaken by the tyrannical electric arcs, scattering in all directions. Within the smoke and dust, a huge silhouette slowly emerged. Hiss! A creepy, bone-chilling hiss sounded. Damn humans! You guys are still a step too late. I did it! Next is your death. The smoke and dust that covered the sky was dispersed by this roar, revealing the true form of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Its size was a few points more massive compared to before. Its body length had exceeded 10 meters, and two small bulges bulged in the place of its forehead. Even though Lin Qingyun and Zhao Yuji's attacks didn't kill him, they still inflicted heavy damage on him, as most of its body became bloody, with large swaths of its skin and scales being destroyed by the astral winds and flames. It still managed to reach the fifth order. It remains unstoppable. Ha! Why is there another tiger? The Dark Thunder Evil Python lowered its head and saw Lin Qingyun in front of it, surprise flashing in its eyes. It had thought that the human martial artists had sensed its existence and had come to surround it. Instead, it turned out that what came was just a human and a tiger demon. Lin Qingyun raised his head and locked eyes with the Dark Thunder Evil Python. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he ignited a burning desire to fight. He no longer concealed his aura at this moment. Again, it's the fifth order. Noticing Lin Qingyun's demonic power fluctuations, the Dark Thunder Evil Python couldn't hide its surprise, and then it laughed out loud. Interesting. That was fun. A golden tiger that is not even a year old has actually reached the fifth rank. That's amazing. I've lived 150 years and it's the first time I've seen it. Either you possess some sort of powerful chance, or you possess a trace of divine beast-level bloodline. But no matter what, I'm eating you up. The Dark Thunder Evil Python's gaze towards Lin Qingyun was filled with greed. He could see Lin Qingyun's value at a glance, and if he devoured him, his strength would skyrocket by a large margin once again. Fifth order. Hearing the Dark Thunder Evil Python's words, Zhao Yuji on the side was even more surprised. Even though she knew that Lin Qingyun was very strong, she didn't dare to think at the fifth rank level, and now that she had heard it confirmed from the Dark Thunder Evil Python's mouth, she felt like everything she had learned before had been in vain. Lin Qingyun looked at the Dark Thunder Evil Python with the same bloodthirsty chill. You want to eat me? Sorry, I was going to eat you. As early as a month ago I was planning to eat a rare bloodline demonic beast for a meal, and it just so happens that you, the unlucky one, was chosen by me. he said in a cloudy voice. Both sides were at swords drawn, and the air was torn apart as the two powerful demonic forces collided in the air. Chapter 37 Battle against the Dark Thunder Evil Python. The two fifth-ranked demonic beasts faced each other, and taking advantage of the time he had just spent sniping, Lin Xingyun was able to recover much of his demonic power. At the same time, the Dark Thunder Evil Python had saved the intention to recuperate from its injuries. Just now, Lin Xingyun's attack on them was too much even for it. If it hadn't broken through in time, it would probably have been blasted into crumbs on the spot. He's a bit of a powerhouse right now. But it knew deep down that this battle was inevitable. Even how demonic the other party was, it was after all only a juvenile demonic beast, and it still had a chance to defeat the other party. Feeling that its injuries had been delayed by a few points, the Dark Thunder Evil Python decided that it could not delay any longer, and it would take the initiative to strike. Immediately, it urged its demonic power, and several lightning orbs instantly surfaced around it. With the urging of its intention, these lightning orbs instantly struck out several arms-length electric arcs. With this breakthrough, his bloodline talent was further developed, and his control over purple-black lightning was a few points better. Seeing these several electric auras that contained a destructive aura, Lin Xingyun's face was grave and he did not dare to be careless. Ow! Lin Xingyun roared angrily. Demon technique, Big Dipper. In a flash, Lin Xingyun directly summoned two huge tornadoes that haunted his sides. Several electric ons collided with these two tornadoes, and neither of the two supreme forces would give in to weakness and die to the end. Boom! The tornado was torn apart by the electric ons, while the electric ons were destroyed by the tornado, and both sides fought to a draw. But Lin Xingyun knew that he couldn't be complacent because of this. In reality, the other party's power was still a few points stronger than his own. It was only because he had just made a breakthrough that his control of demonic power wasn't that mellow yet, and once he let it slow down, his chances of winning would be even lower. A quick battle. The Dark Thunder Evil Python on the other side similarly sensed Lin Xingyun's weakness. Despite its overwhelming demonic power, Lin Xingyun was like a baby with hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth. There was no way to fully utilize that wealth. The corner of its mouth hooked into a cold smile. It's still just a golden tiger clan after all, the ceiling is there. However, it would not be careless enough to belittle Lin Xingyun because of this. It would instead plan to end the battle as quickly as possible. Its injuries couldn't be ignored after all, and with the addition of Zhao Yuji hiding in the distance and starting to recover her own spiritual energy, if she dragged on, she would be under siege. In addition, the commotion here was not small. If he attracted other human martial artists, his situation would be even more dangerous. It also wants a quick fix. And so it was that both sides lunged towards each other at nearly the same time. Demon technique, Golden Tiger Armor. Lin Xingyun's body surface was covered with a layer of golden demonic power transformed into armor, and his sharpened stern aura was on full display. The Dark Thunder Evil Python hissed, and those marvelous patterns once again lit up on top of its snakeskin as countless electric awnings continuously circled around it. The two fifth-ranked demonic beasts fought together with all their might like this. The golden iron and electric awnings did not give way to each other, and each attack shocked the heavens and filled them with an extreme killing aura. Oh my god! Zhao Yuji, who was far away, opened her eyes and couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration when she saw this shocking scene. Is this the fight between demonic beasts? It's a wonderful world out there. This is what I want. Zhao Yuji's body trembled slightly, her heartbeat accelerated, and she felt an unprecedented excitement. This was much better than her being in the Imperial City, watching the matches in the gladiatorial arena. That's the kind of thrill she likes. I need to recover quickly. I want to fight too. Zhao Yuji pressed down the restlessness in her heart and continued to absorb the spiritual qi within the spirit stone. Right now if she went in, she would only be dragging Lin Xingyun back. Boom! Another loud bang rang out as the Dark Thunder Evil Python spewed out a bolt of lightning that struck Lin Xingyun's golden tiger armor. The heavy force directly knocked Lin Xingyun to the ground, sending him tumbling a few times. He hastily stabilized his stance and killed back again. Lin Xingyun's attacks were very tricky, basically punching at the injured parts of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. This made the Dark Thunder Evil Python extraordinarily constrained. Lin Xingyun searched for the right opportunity and struck a fierce tiger swinging its tail, heavily hitting its bloody outer skin. Bone-piercing pain swept through the Dark Thunder Evil Python's entire body, causing its body to twist and turn. I'm going to eat you. The Dark Thunder Evil Python became even more furious. It was clearly a few points stronger than Lin Xingyun, but instead, it was taken down by Lin Xingyun because of its own injuries. This is something it will never tolerate. It let out a long whistle, and a thick layer of gloomy clouds suddenly coalesced above the sky, from which rolling thunder and lightning constantly scurried. Demon technique. Underworld Thunderjack. The Dark Thunder Evil Python cast his racial talent. In the next moment, the layer of cloudy clouds suddenly poured down countless streaks of horrifying lightning, completely encasing Lin Xingyun. Lin Xingyun's pupils dilated. This level of attack was something he simply could not dodge. Little colorful tiger. Zhao Yuji had recovered most of the way, and when she opened her eyes, what she saw was the image of Lin Xingyun's figure being submerged by this waterfall like lightning. She couldn't help but gasp out in shock. Ha ha ha. Aren't you arrogant? Let's see how arrogant you can still be this time. The Dark Thunder Evil Python arrogantly laughed. Zhao Yuji raised her long sword with a resolute expression. Dare to hurt my pet, I'll kill you. Red flames blossomed out with her at the center, and her sword chi became even more powerful. Human, just you? It's a shame that I didn't kill you off last time. Your physique is the most tantalizing among this group of humans. By eating the two of you, my bloodline will definitely be able to evolve again. The Dark Thunder Evil Python sneered. Facing Zhao Yuji's attack, it appeared to be more subdued. After all, no matter how strong she was still only a 4th-grade martial artist. Countless red-colored sword chi shot towards the Dark Thunder Evil Python, but they were directly destroyed by it with just a single bolt of electricity. Seeing this situation, Zhao Yuji clenched her silver teeth and didn't get discouraged. The Fire Phoenix chirps. The flaming phoenix silhouette reappeared, and Zhao Yuji once again performed her stance. Seeing this shadow that contained a terrifying temperature, the complacency of the Dark Thunder Evil Python was only slightly curtailed. This level of attack was enough to make it pay attention. It was this move that had seriously injured him just now. If I were still at the 4th rank, this would indeed hit me hard. But alas! The Dark Thunder Evil Python once again condensed several spherical thunderbolts, which were several times more powerful than the last one he had cast. Whoosh! Purple-black thunderbolts shot towards that phoenix shadow, breaking it apart directly. Chapter 38 by Neishua's Rescue, Killing the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Zhao Yuji's hands trembled a little as she watched her strongest strike being cracked by the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Her power was already a bit weak. Even though her spiritual energy could be replenished through spirit stones for a short period of time, it would be difficult for her to recover her physical strength. Having unleashed the Flame Phoenix Everlasting Sound 3 times in a row within a day, she was now a bit powerless. Die! The Dark Thunder Evil Python opened its mouth and lunged towards Zhao Yuji to devour her. Zhao Yuji didn't have the strength and could only watch as the other party lunged towards her. She closed her eyes tightly and pinned her hopes on the treasures she had on her body to block the other party. Clang! A dull crash came. Hiss! A slightly agonizing hissing sound from the Dark Thunder Evil Python then resounded. Before hearing the commotion, the intact Zhao Yuji opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional figure in front of her. Little colorful tiger. Zhao Yuji's eyes widened in some disbelief. The one who stood in front of her was clearly Lin Xingyun, who was flooded by the Sea of Thunder. At this moment, the golden tiger armor on his body was already tattered, and even the fur on his body was scorched black by the electricity. But his figure remained steady and his aura unabated. I know you're touched, but can you stop calling me a little horny tiger? It'll ruin my reputation. Lin Xingyun's voice reached Zhao Yuji's ears. And what else do I call you? Zhao Yuji's heart settled down, but on the surface, she still had that haughty look. Never mind, we'll talk about this later, I'll get it over with. Lin Xingyun didn't have time to chat with her. The enemy at hand hadn't been resolved yet. Just now, facing that terrifyingly powerful Sea of Thunder, he had exerted all his strength, utilizing the threefold increase in power brought about by the demonic skill brute force, coupled with the golden tiger armor that he had exerted with all his might, and only then was he able to barely resist this strike. Nonetheless, he was close to running out of gas. His golden tiger armor was directly destroyed, and he relied on his body's strength to carry off the remaining aftershocks. He then helped Zhao Yuji repel the Dark Thunder Evil Python, preventing her from being swallowed into the python's belly. The Dark Thunder Evil Python fell to the ground, and at the wound on one side of its body, large streams of blood spurted out from that wound. Just now, Lin Xingyun's strike had gouged off a few more pieces of python meat from this wound of its, which had forced it to stop its attack. No. Why are these two guys so difficult? I've had quite a bit of exertion, plus this injury. The Dark Thunder Evil Python secretly said in its heart that it was in an increasingly dangerous situation. Now it was necessary to leave in a hurry and finish recovering from the injuries before thinking about anything else. It had always been cautious, and if Lin Xingyun and Zhao Yuji weren't extraordinarily tempting to it, it wouldn't have risked so much to die. Gotta get out of here sometime. The Dark Thunder Evil Python had already developed the intention of retreating, but it already had that look of fighting for its life without dying on the surface. No matter what you guys do, it's useless. Now you have nothing to do but die. The Dark Thunder Evil Python cried out, and its purple-black demonic power once again transformed into countless bolts of lightning, clustering it in the center. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun was like an enemy. In the next moment, these lightning bolts transformed into a large net of thunder and lightning, enveloping towards the two. After executing the last attack, the Dark Thunder Evil Python did not hesitate and turned around to run. No good. This is going to slip. Lin Xingyun was instantly anxious, however, his front was already blocked by a large net of lightning, so there was no way to immediately chase after him for a while. Jia, compared to me, you guys are still too young. The Dark Thunder Evil Python laughed wildly, then moved his body and climbed towards the top of the cliff. Lin Xingyun had managed to break through the blockade of the Thunderbolt net, but the Dark Thunder Evil Python had already climbed up above the cliff, and the distance between the two sides had already been pulled apart by a long distance, so it was a bit too late for him to chase after it. Damn it! He became anxious and rushed after him. The Dark Thunder Evil Python once again twisted its head triumphantly to look at Lin Xingyun and Jia Yuji, and was about to turn around and flee the place. Just then, however, a change of heart occurred. A sword-like with a biting cold aura appeared without warning and came towards the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Put! The Dark Thunder Evil Python didn't even think that there would be a sword stabbing at it, it didn't react at all, and the sword light directly pierced into its body. Ah! Sharp pain came, and the Dark Thunder Evil Python let out a wail. Dahu! Go on, finish it! A sweet voice with a slightly anxious tone suddenly came out. Lin Xingyun looked up as a snow-like stunning silhouette appeared in front of the Dark Thunder Evil Python, a silhouette that he was quite familiar with. Hades Snow. The person who stopped the Dark Thunder Evil Python was clearly Bai Meishui. She took advantage of the Dark Thunder Evil Python's inattention and directly threw the long sword in her hand, sticking it into its flesh, giving its weakened body another heavy blow. Hiss! Seeing Bai Meishui's appearance, the Dark Thunder Evil Python was furious. Why? Obviously it was so smooth in the beginning. Why does someone keep getting in my way? To hell with it all. The Dark Thunder Evil Python forced down its worsening injuries as it recklessly lunged towards Bai Meishui, countless electric ons wrapping its entire body. Seeing this, Bai Meishui hurriedly fell backward. Without her weapon, she had no means to block her opponent's life-fighting attack. And right at that moment, Lin Xingyun's figure had already closed in behind the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Right in the split second when Bai Meishui shouted out, Lin Xingyun decisively seized this excellent opportunity and quickly closed the distance between the two sides. The Dark Thunder Evil Python's grievous injuries had severely slowed down its speed, while Lin Xingyun was still intact, apart from being a bit more depleted, but compared to its speed, it was still 1 point faster. Seeing that the Dark Thunder Evil Python didn't care about anything and only wanted to kill Bai Meishui, Lin Xingyun decisively urged the last ounce of demonic power in his body. The increase in power from brute force was not completely over. Lin Xingyun utilized the only remaining demonic power he had obtained paired with the increase in brute force to wield the most powerful Tiger Palm Strike. Demon Technique, Tiger Palm Strike. Lin Xingyun's right claw was directly covered with a layer of golden aura, and terrifying power converged within it. A palm was swung out, directly tearing apart the layers of lightning that covered the Dark Thunder Evil Python's body surface, and ruthlessly slapping at its 7-inch position. Boom! The Dark Thunder Evil Python had already lost his mind and had no defense against Lin Xingyun, nor did he think that Lin Xingyun had actually caught up with him. Ah! How can I fall down here? The Dark Thunder Evil Python let out a sad cry of unwillingness, its vitality also gradually dissipated, and finally its huge body collapsed onto the ground, and it didn't even touch Bai Meishui in the slightest. Kill a 5th order Dark Thunder Evil Python, physique plus 72, reinforcement points plus 80. Chapter 39 Bloodline Evolution, Underworld Thunder Tiger. After killing the Dark Thunder Evil Python, Lin Xingyun's limbs went limp and he almost fell to the ground. His heart was finally settling. Although the process had quite a few mishaps, it was always a success in terms of results. Hey Shui, it's been a long time, why are you here? Lin Xingyun looked at Bai Meishui and asked with some excitement. Thanks to her timely appearance, or else she had really let the Dark Thunder Evil Python escape. I came back from the Dark Thunder Evil Python's territory, and the commotion over here made a lot of noise, so I heard it, and that's why I rushed over. I happened to see you guys fighting with that Dark Thunder Evil Python. Bai Meishui pulled out the long sword that was stuck in the Dark Thunder Evil Python's corpse and came to Lin Xingyun and said. She then looked at Lin Xingyun with a curious gaze full of inquiry. Say, Dahu, why are you here? And with Rainbird's sister. Not only that, you guys actually fought with that Dark Thunder Evil Python, and it seems like it's even reached the 5th rank? Bai Meishui asked a series of questions. That's what I came here to kill it. As for why I'm with that girl, it's all because of some kind of bad karma. Lin Xingyun said somewhat helplessly. No wonder. You asked me about the demon hunting conference last time, Bai Meishua realized. It's only been a month since I've seen you, Daha, you've grown up and gotten stronger. To actually be able to kill even a 5th-ranked demonic beast. Bai Meishua looked Lin Qingyun up and down, resisting the urge to not rub his head. How have you been doing? How is your sister? Lin Qingyun and Bai Meishua chatted about family matters. I'm okay, still trying to find a way to cure her, Bai Meishua said with a forced smile. Lin Qingyun thought about it and said to Bai Meishua, Hey Shui, tell me the characteristics of your sister's condition, maybe I can find a way to cure her. Really? Bai Meishua was a bit surprised. I'm not too sure, but one more person is more power, isn't it? Said Lin Qingyun casually. Bai Meishua was at least the first friend he had made in this world, and since she had just helped him kill the Dark Thunder Evil Python, he naturally wanted to help her. When she went back and asked Lin Yushir, she was an empress in her previous life, so she must have seen a lot of things and might know a way to cure her sister. That's true, Bai Meishua agreed quite a bit. She thought about it and said in a deep voice, It's a bit complicated to say, and it's not the right time to talk here, why don't we meet some other time, just at the place where we met last time? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun twisted his head and looked towards the cliff at the back. At this moment, Zhao Yuji finally climbed up with difficulty. Good, then set it for 7 days later, Lin Qingyun agreed. Thank you Big Tiger, Bai Meishua sincerely expressed her gratitude. I still have to thank you for helping me stop that Dark Thunder Evil Python. What is this? Laughed Lin Qingyun. At that moment, Zhao Yuji's surprised shout came from behind him. Sister Hades Snow! How did you get here? Zhao Yuji saw Bai Meishua's figure, and a smile lifted up on her pretty gray face. She came running at a trot. At that moment, she noticed Lin Qingyun and the smile on her face turned into nervousness. She hurriedly blocked between the two and said to Bai Meishua, Hey Shui, don't do it, this little colorful tiger is not an enemy. Little colorful tiger? Bai Meishua tilted her head, feeling extraordinarily puzzled at the title. There's no need to be nervous, Sister Yuji. Dahu and I used to know each other. Bai Meishua revealed a gentle smile and said to Zhao Yuji. Dahu? Zhao Yuji looked at Lin Qingyun with some surprise. So that's what you're called, and oddly comical. Why do you guys know each other though? That's too much of a coincidence. Bai Meishua reached out her jade hand and rubbed Lin Qingyun's little head, helping him to straighten out his messy fur. Lin Qingyun didn't refuse and quite enjoyed the young girl's touch. Big Tiger saved my life before, and it just so happens that I met him here again. Watching Bai Meishua stroking up Lin Qingyun so naturally, for no reason Zhao Yuji had a trace of envy rising in her heart. She also wants to rub. Alright, I'm going to devour the Dark Thunder Evil Python's essence blood as soon as possible. The picture is a bit bloody, little kids avoid it. Lin Qingyun was still thinking about the corpse of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. He had to complete his bloodline evolution as soon as possible so that he could feel at ease. With that, he walked over to the Dark Thunder Evil Python's corpse, opened his mouth and bit down hard on one of its wounds, then gulped down its blood. Zhao Yuji and Bai Meishua both looked at Lin Qingyun curiously. Completion of Task 2, Devouring the Essence Blood of the Rare Demonic Beast Dark Thunder Evil Python. Reward, the host's bloodline will evolve to the rare grade, with attributes of gold and thunder. New skills are acquired and original skills are enhanced. It worked! Lin Qingyun was overjoyed in his heart as he instantly felt that his body was undergoing a radical change. As the Dark Thunder Evil Python's essence blood was completely devoured by him, his aura also steeply soared once again. Boom! Countless purple-black arcs of electricity suddenly surfaced on Lin Qingyun's body surface, circling around him continuously. At the same time, Lin Qingyun's appearance was also changing. His originally golden-colored fur suddenly turned dark purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, while some marvelous patterns could be faintly seen on it, somewhat similar to the patterns of snake scales. At the same time, his demonic power also turned into a state similar to the Dark Thunder Evil Python's attributes, but even sharper and more powerful than it. His foreclaws became thicker and his claws and teeth became sharper. The entire tiger is directly off the ground. Ow! Lin Qingyun violently opened his eyes, 2 streams of brilliant light flashed through his eyes, then he suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. The tiger's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and a horrifying pressure shrouded 1,000 meters in a radius. At this moment, he had officially completed the evolution of his bloodline and stepped onto a higher level. Bai Meishua and Zhao Yuji, who witnessed this scene, all revealed a look of surprise. So powerful. Originally, they thought that Lin Qingyun was already strong enough, but they didn't expect that his current strength would actually skyrocket once again. Host, Lin Qingyun. Rank, 5th. 15 million points of demonic power are needed to evolve to the 6th rank. Race, Thunder Tiger. Physical, 411.1. Mental strength 350.8. Demon power 9.6 million. Skills: Thunderbolt Palm high level, Underworld Thunderjack high level, Thunder Drive intermediate level, Lightning Pendulum intermediate level, Thunder Sound Whistle intermediate level, Thunder Tiger Armor intermediate level, Blue Eyes intermediate level, Brute Strength intermediate level, Resistant to Toxicity intermediate level. Reinforcement point 113. Chapter 40. Divide the spoils on the spot, separately. Lin Xingyun collected the electric aura that lingered around him and his aura calmed down. He checked up on the inside of his body and felt extraordinarily surprised. At this moment, he had completely completed his metamorphosis, and his demonic power turned purple-black, filled with the power of lightning. And his strength had also skyrocketed more than several times compared to before. At the same time, his skills were all strengthened, and the original Tiger Palm Strike, Tiger Tsunami, and other demonic skills had all taken on the elements of the lightning attribute, turning them into new and more powerful demonic skills. On top of that, he has two new skills. Underworld Thunderjacking high level. Use your demonic power to condense a thundercloud, which can release massive lightning attacks on enemies within a range of 10 meters, causing massive damage. Driving thunder and electricity intermediate. The host's control of the demonic power of the thunder attribute has reached the point of perfection, and he can manipulate the demonic power to condense thunder and electricity to attack at will. Both of these new skills he had felt here in the Dark Thunder Evil Python, especially the Stygian Thunderjack, the power of which was really quite terrifying. If not for the fact that he had just made a breakthrough, in addition to the serious injuries he had sustained, the power of that attack just now would have to be doubled, directly splitting him into a black tiger. At least with this skill in his hands, he felt that the power exerted would be even more terrifying. Great! Congratulations to the host's bloodline for reaching the rare level. The host's demonic power gained per second is increased to 2 points with no upper limit. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. Lin Xingyun was so happy. Don't look at the fact that it was only raised from 1 point to 2 points, but the boost it brought was truly huge, and in the future, the speed at which he would reach the 6th and 7th stages would be shortened by half. That was great. This adventure was so worth it. He was glad for his decision. New Mission 3. Enter the central zone of the Dark Soul Mountain Range and occupy a territory. Reward: Spirit Toad Bag 1. Skill points plus 50, 500 Spirit Stones. New Quest 4. Kill the 6th Order Demonic Beast of Bloodrogue Mountain and obtain the Jade Bone Fragments it possesses. Reward: Spiritual Strength plus 70, a 6th Order Treasure Weapon, the 10,000 Demon Streamer. At this time, the system enacted 2 new quests, both of which were relatively average in difficulty, and the rewards were quite generous in appearance. It just so happened that Lin Xingyun also had the intention of moving into the central zone. The demonic beasts in the periphery were at the highest level of the 4th rank, which already did not interest him. Bring Tiger Mother and Sister along. The aura in the central region is much denser and the heavenly treasures are much rarer, and the enhancement for them will be tremendous. Lin Xingyun thought. At this time, Zhao Yuji and Bai Meishue curiously walked over. Looking at the disembodied Lin Xingyun, they were both extraordinarily surprised as well. Dahu, how did you become like this? Is this bloodline evolution? It looks quite handsome. It's indeed suitable to be my pet. Lin Xingyun looked at the two of them and said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you for helping me with it today. This Dark Thunder Evil Python's demonic pills and the materials on its body, you guys can distribute them yourselves and turn back to the Demon Hunting Assembly for some more points." He wasn't that desperate for strength growth now, and naturally he didn't need the demonic pills, even if it was a 5th rank demonic pill. Furthermore, the two had helped themselves and were his friends, and he had always been very generous to his friends. Upon hearing this, Bai Meishue quickly waved her hand and refused. "How can that be? I didn't do anything, so how can I ask for such an expensive thing? You killed this evil python. This princess won't rob someone else's trophy." Zhao Yuji said with her waist crossed. This. Lin Xingyun still wanted to insist when Zhao Yuji suggested. "How about this? The demon pills go to you, and you can't use the rest. The python skin, python pupils, and its teeth and other materials go to Sister Medikshu as evidence to prove that she killed the Dark Thunder Evil Python, and its points go to Sister Medikshu. I'll just need a few snake scales to take back as a decoration. To say that this demonic beast is really full of treasures, especially the higher grade demonic beasts, every part of their body has a very high value. The Dark Thunder Evil Python's python pupils, teeth, python skin, snake bones, snake scales, and other parts of the python were all very good materials." Hearing that Zhao Yuji wanted to give her the points, Bai Meishue was shocked and wanted to refuse again, but she was interrupted by Zhao Yuji again. "Sister Heiyue, don't refuse. I'm just here for the fun, reward rankings, and all that don't matter to me. If you don't want it, what if some other martial artist rushes over later and snatches the credit?" Zhao Yuji spoke with vigor, causing Bai Meishue's heart to waver a little. Lin Xingyun was more agreeable to this distribution and followed an agreement. That's right, don't hesitate if you're He Shui. If I delay any longer the other human martial artists rush over, I'll be in danger. Under the urging of both, Bai Meishue finally nodded her head as she said with a smile on her face and some redness in her eyes. Dahu, Sister Yuji, thank you. White meditation snow heart to both extraordinarily grateful. This is the first time to feel the warmth of others, and such warmth extraordinarily real, not mixed with other. Afterward, the three of them hurriedly began to dissect the Dark Thunder Evil Python's corpse and take out its demonic pills. Its demonic Dan was purple-black in color, with faint cloud patterns in the shape of thunderbolts on it, and the demonic power contained within it was exceptionally majestic. Lin Xingyun directly ate the Dark Thunder Evil Python's demonic pills and instantly refined them. Swallowed demonic pills of 5th order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 2.5 million, physical fitness plus 82, mental power plus 99, reinforcement points plus 123. Acquired new skill, Hidden Thunder Formation low level. Hidden Thunder Formation low level can briefly generate a lightning formation that launches a lightning attack on enemies in the formation, with a small probability of causing a paralyzing effect. The other two peeled the python's skin off carefully, even though large swaths of its outer skin were horribly battered from the attack. But it can't help it still can pick off a few pieces of complete python skin. Its skin is extraordinarily tough, is a good material for making war clothes, soft armor and other protective gear. Zhao Yuji, on the other hand, snapped off several hundred pieces of snake scales with patterns down. All of these snake scales contained lightning attribute demonic power, emitting a lavender luster, looking extraordinarily beautiful, and were loved by Zhao Yuji. Ha! There's something else in this python's belly? After Bai Meishue cut open the Dark Thunder Evil Python's stomach, he found that its stomach was bulging. Do we really have to open it? It seems to have eaten a lot of people, right? Will it be all? Inside, Zhao Yuji's small face was white. She was terrified that it would be filled with corrupted bodies corrupted by stomach juices, and the image would be nothing short of beautiful. You can stay away if you're afraid, said Lin Xingyun casually. I'm not scared. I'm just disgusted. Zhao Yuji stomped her foot in exasperation. At this point, White Hades Snow didn't hesitate and slashed open its stomach. Chapter 41, The Discovery of the Body shook the crowd. Acid corrosive taste of the stomach liquid out, White Medieval Snow but the face as usual, she in order to live, faster to enhance the strength, from childhood into the Dark Soul Mountain range within the hunt for demonic beasts, what bloody disgusting picture has not seen? She used her longsword to pick it apart, revealing the bones, clothing, and other remnants of the Dark Thunder Evil Python's stomach that hadn't been fully digested. Frightened, Zhao Yuji took several steps backward and covered her eyes with both hands. Take those things, I don't want them. At that moment, Lin Xingyun noticed a long stalk-like object stuck in its stomach. He hurriedly signaled Bai Meishue to take that thing out. Immediately, a long spear appeared in Bai Meishue's hand. This is like a white war weapon? I can't imagine that he was also buried in the mouth of this evil python. It's just a pity that this 5th order treasure weapon is gone. Bai Meishue recognized the lance. Since you recognize He Shui, then this lance will be yours. Lin Xingyun said. However, Bai Meishue refused. No, I can't have it. I actually don't have a good relationship with White Warrior, and bringing it back would only bring me unnecessary trouble, so just pretend I haven't seen it. The value of a 5th-ranked treasure weapon is not high, it's a strange pity to lose it. Why don't you take it, big tiger? Bai Meishue handed the lance to Lin Xingyun. This. Even though Lin Xingyun had no concept of treasure weapons, he roughly guessed that this lance was worth a lot. This is too big of a bargain to take for yourself. If you don't want it, you'll have to leave it here. That won't do, this favor can't be given away. Lin Xingyun flatly refused. So he had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. He manipulated a lightning demonic power and wrapped the lance within, so that he wouldn't be afraid of not being able to bring it with him. After the three had finished dividing the spoils, Lin Xingyun took the lead and said, Alright, I have to go back as soon as possible, you guys take care. Zhao Yuji sniffed and suddenly spoke, Wait, this is for you. With that, she took out a piece of jade from her purse, which was tied with a string and handed it to Lin Xingyun. This is a tracking stone that can locate your position. I'll be back next time. You need to keep it with you or I won't be able to find you. We'll fight again then, and if I beat you, you'll be my pet. Zhao Yuji said warily. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun cried and laughed a little, but agreed to the other party. Good, I'm looking forward to it. Saying that, Zhao Yuji hung the jade around Lin Xingyun's neck, and in passing she even rubbed his head a few times, revealing a rather satisfied look. It feels so good in my hand. After both parties bid farewell, Lin Xingyun turned his head and ran, burrowing into the dense forest. He had already sensed that a few human martial artists were rapidly approaching the area. He didn't really want to have too much contact with them right now. The two women kept looking at Lin Qingyun's departing back until he was completely out of sight. Big Tiger's identity is really mysterious. If I hadn't seen him undergo a bloodline evolution with my own eyes, I would have really thought of him as some sort of divine beast. By Mei Shue's side. Sister He Shui, don't say anything about De Hu after you leave later. Zhao Yuji said seriously. Bai Meishua nodded. Don't worry, I have my measure. For the sake of De Hu's safety, I won't easily tell others. He. For a rare demonic beast like the Great Tiger, the fewer people who know about it, the better, naturally. Let's get out of here quickly too, there's a lot of commotion over here, so we'll probably have people coming over later. Zhao Yuji enthusiastically said as she pulled on Bai Meishua's arm. Bai Meishua was obviously a bit uncomfortable with this kind of intimacy. She took a few steps back, but didn't break free. With the points from the Dark Thunder Evil Python, Sister He Shui will definitely be able to get the first place ranking, and I'm sure that Imperial Brother will be very happy when he sees this. When I didn't see you before, I was still wondering why my royal brother chose you to be my sister-in-law, but now I finally do understand. Sister He Shui is indeed 100 times better than those mediocre girls in the Imperial City. Zhao Yuji said enthusiastically. It was just that there wasn't much of a smile on Bai Meishua's face, her eyes drooping. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Rainbranch, I'm actually not that good. Noticing the change in Bai Meishua's mood, Zhao Yuji didn't say any more and looked at her with concern. Sister He Shui, is it true that you did not marry my royal brother of your own free will? Or did he force you? You can tell me if you don't want to, although the third imperial brother looks very amiable, but it is indeed a bit uncomfortable to get along with him. If not for the sake of coming out to play, I won't get together with him. Bai Meishua sniffed and shook her head. I'm not a Yuji sister, I volunteered. Really? Of course it's true. Okay, let's get out of here. Continue to go hunting demonic beasts. Even with the points from the Dark Thunder Evil Python, we can't slack off. Wait until they're gone, about 5 minutes. Several more figures appeared in the area one after another. Holy, what's going on here? What a terrifying destructive power. It feels like even if a 4th-ranked demonic beast came, it wouldn't be able to do it. Look! There's a demonic beast corpse over there. A few martial artists who heard the commotion and then cautiously rushed over were immediately stunned by the ruins before them. Ning Yuan, who was in the middle of the crowd, saw the corpse of the Dark Thunder Evil Python next to the cliff at a glance, and his pupils contracted slightly as he vaguely guessed in his heart. My gosh, if I'm not mistaken, this demonic beast corpse is the corpse of the Dark Thunder Evil Python, right? How did it get here? Who killed it again? Ning Yuan's heart was extraordinarily shaken. Even though the Dark Thunder Evil Python's corpse had been dismembered beyond recognition, it could still be recognized from its residual lightning demonic aura as a comparison. There was another commotion, and not far away, a few figures quickly came running, the leader of which was the Yi family's Yi Qing. What the hell? Brother Ning Yuan, was it you who caused the commotion not long ago? This is the Dark Thunder Evil Python? Brother Ning Yuan, was it you who killed the Dark Thunder Evil Python? As soon as Yi Qing had just appeared, he noticed the corpse of the Dark Thunder Evil Python with the same glance, and his mood, which normally did not change much, produced a rare violent fluctuation. How is that possible? How could the Dark Thunder Evil Python be killed by this 5 big guys? That's not true. The first one should belong to me. Yi Qing growled in his heart, but his face still maintained the look of a leathery smile too. Seeing Yi Qing appear, Ning Yuan blankly glanced at him and said without any good humor. What are you thinking? I just got here too, I thought you killed them. Chapter 42, Returning, full of money. Hearing that it wasn't Ning Yuan who killed him, Yi Qing was relieved that it wasn't this stupid big guy. If you didn't kill him, then who else could have killed him? Did you run into anyone else while you were here? Yi Qing asked as he looked around the circle. The crowd looked at me and at you, all shaking their heads in unison. At this moment, the corpse of the Dark Thunder Evil Python was already emitting a gust of foul odor, choking these people to stay far away. Ning Yuan crouched down and examined the corpse of the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Why is this head here? We're digging in its territory. Yi Qing walked over at the same time, and with a glance, he saw the Dark Thunder Evil Python's dissected stomach, and among the green gastric juices, there were still a lot of undigested clothes, bone residue, and the like. He wrinkled his brow. This stomach seems to be human bones? Why so many? How many has it eaten? Although Yi Qing was arrogant, although haughty, he was not a dish. He was quite experienced and immediately noticed the difference. Have you guys ever known someone who was in a race together and disappeared and couldn't be found? Yi Qing once again inquired about the few other martial artists who had arrived. There really is. I came with a fellow countryman, but after entering the Dark Soul Mountain range, I couldn't see him anymore. Originally we also agreed to hunt demonic beasts together. One of my second cousin's nephews has also disappeared. It's reasonable to say that the area of the demon hunting conference isn't particularly large, and it's not so bad that I can't see him. How does that arm look so much like Wang Ergo's from my next village? He has a black spot at his little arm that looks exactly like this. The other martial artists sniffed and began to voice their findings. They had all noticed something was off as well, but had just assumed it was an illusion, and now the answer seemed to have finally found its way to them. That's right. I said, why does it feel weird somewhere? Hoping that within this huge jungle, the Dark Thunder Evil Python is also quietly hunting us. Yi Qing finally figured everything out with a hammer hand. Hearing what Yi Qing said, the others immediately shivered, sweat soaking their backs all over. It was unthinkable that while they were happily hunting demonic beasts, there was a powerful evil python lurking in the shadows, ready to eat them at any time. Good thing they're alive or they'd be the ones in this belly. Gosh, what a cunning demonic beast. In previous demon hunting conferences, this hasn't happened. Ning Yuan was also a bit scared afterward. He had a few times when he fought with demonic beasts, his strength was consumed greatly. If the Dark Thunder Evil Python sneak attacked him at that time, it is estimated that even he could not resist. Fortunately, it died here, otherwise there will still be people who will be devoured by it, Yi Qing said in a heavy tone. Looking at this gruesome scene, a vicious battle must have taken place just now. Who could its opponent be? Ning Yuan guessed, it can't be Miss He Shui or Her Highness the Princess. It doesn't look much like it, but it's possible. Judging from these wounds, it's more like an attack by a demonic beast. But if the Dark Thunder Evil Python was killed by another demonic beast, then why was its python skin cut again? Yi Qing analyzed based on the traces on the Dark Thunder Evil Python's corpse. Ning Yuan, however, didn't have the brain to think about this, nor did he have the patience to do so. Who cares? All I know is that the Dark Thunder Evil Python is dead, and the deciding factor for the ranking is gone. To compete for first place, it depends on the number of other fourth-ranked demonic beasts hunted. I estimate that most of the fourth-ranked demonic beasts in this area have been killed by now, so for the remaining 3 days, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Yi Qing's brows tightened, and he also hastily drew his attention back from the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Yeah, without the Dark Thunder Evil Python. The ranking became confusing, and in case it was still killed by Mei Shui or Zhao Yuji, then they would have to kill more fourth-ranked demonic beasts if they wanted to compete for the number 1 spot again. According to the previous session, the points gained from hunting a rare demonic beast ranged from 80 to 100 points, while hunting an ordinary fourth-ranked demonic beast would gain a maximum of 50 points. It would require them to hunt 2 fourth-ranked demonic beasts to catch up. Both Yi Qing and Ning Yuan had only hunted 2 now, and it wasn't safe yet. Now was not the time to waste time on a useless corpse. Immediately, Yi Qing said, Brother Ning Yuan is right. Then it's every man for himself next. So everyone present stopped scrutinizing and hurriedly looked for their own routes out of here. Yi Qing looked back at the Dark Thunder Evil Python unwillingly, and ultimately twisted his head to leave as well. If they were to look closely, it would definitely not be difficult for them to see the sword wounds on the Dark Thunder Evil Python's body as well as the damage caused by Lin Qingyun's tiger palm. But they were so focused on points that they missed these details. On the other hand, Lin Qingyun bypassed all the human martial artists and ran straight in the direction of his home. He was in an unbelievably happy mood now, taking easy steps. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! A high-ranking demonic beast is passing by, please be careful to stay hidden. When he heard the system's voice, Lin Qingyun's body instantly tightened up, and he hurriedly lay down on the ground, holding his breath and hiding his breath. Holy, isn't this the outer area? Where did a high-level demonic beast appear from? This is too evil. Lin Qingyun said in his heart. After a few breaths, Lin Qingyun's tail hairs exploded as he felt an incomparably powerful pressure sweep over his head. The aura was extremely powerful, and the entire forest became silent. Lin Qingyun closed his eyes and did not deliberately check the source of that aura. Instead, he silently waited for the other party to leave. It was obvious that the other party was not targeting himself before releasing this aura. He was just passing by, he just needed to wait. Sure enough, after about a minute or two, the aura gradually dissipated, and the pressure pressing down on his head lessened a lot. He stood up and looked up into the sky. Only a very small black dot seemed to fly by in the distant sky, unapologetically flying recklessly through the sky in the direction of the depths of the Dark Soul Mountain range until it disappeared into thin air. A flying-type demonic beast is at least of the 7th rank or above. Lin Qingyun roughly guessed. It was just that what puzzled him was that the direction that the high-grade demonic beast was coming from seemed to be with Maple City no matter how he looked at it, didn't it? Isn't that the area controlled by human martial artists? Even demonic beasts above the 7th order wouldn't dare to appear so recklessly in a human city. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shrunk within the Dark Soul Mountain range, giving up large swaths of plains and fertile land to humans. Who cares? It's none of my business. Lin Xingyun whirled around and no longer thought much about it as he continued to take steps towards home while silently calculating his next step in his mind. Chapter 43. Returning to the cave, Lin Yushi shocked. After spending roughly a day, Lin Xingyun was finally back in the area he was familiar with, and it wasn't far from Tiger Mother's territory. I wonder how they are doing at home. In his mouth was a parcel made of animal skin, which was made from the cowhide that he had casually killed, and it contained quite a few heavenly treasures that he had searched for. These things were basically scavenged from within the territories of those fourth-ranked demonic beasts. The heavenly treasures that can get into their eyes are definitely all good things, and they are all hanging anyway, so these things will be kept by themselves. When they went back, these could be used for Tiger Mom and Empress Sister, and could be a great boost to their strength. As for the 5th grade lance, he found a random place to bury it. He really couldn't use this thing right now, and there was no package that could hold it, so it was a bit of a hassle to keep relying on demonic power to hold on to it. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, 5th. 15 million points of demonic power are needed to evolve to the 6th rank. Race, Thunder Tiger. Body mass, 493.1. Mental strength, 449.8. Demon power, 12.1 million. Skills, Thunderbolt Palm High Level, Underworld Thunderjack High Level, Thunder Drive High Level, Lightning Pendulum Intermediate Level, Thunder Sound Intermediate Level, Thunder Tiger Armor Intermediate Level, Hidden Thunder Formation Intermediate Level, Blue Eyes Intermediate Level, Brute Strength Intermediate Level, Resistant to Toxins Intermediate Level. Reinforcement point, 126. Lin Xingyun checked his panel and spent 110 points to upgrade the Driving Thunder and Electricity to high rank and the Hidden Thunder Formation to medium rank. Right now, Lin Xingyun possessed a total of 3 high-rank skills and 7 middle-rank skills, and all of these skills were enhanced and lethal. These skills are powerful, but they are basically for attacking. I need some powerful control, speed, and recovery skills right now, and since I don't have the dexterity or body of a human, there's no way to carry things, so that's a bit of a pain in the ass. System, is there any way for me to take human form? Although Lin Xingyun had gotten used to the body of a demonic beast, he still wished to have a human form so that his movements could be much easier. Once a demonic beast reaches the 9th rank, it can undergo transformation, but demonic beasts with more advanced bloodlines can also transform and advance. In addition, the transformation pills refined by humans can also help demonic beasts transform and advance. 9th order? To be that high? That's going to take a monkey's time. Lin Xingyun couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. The host is not in a hurry. When your bloodline reaches the epic level, you can try to transform during the 7th to 8th order, and there is also a certain success rate. The high-ranking demonic beast that I just encountered, although it is only of the 7th rank, with the power of its bloodline, it can already complete its transformation. So, that would make it quite a bit earlier. But I'm not in a hurry now. Anyway, I have to stay within the mountain range all the time now, and I'll have to travel to the central region after a while, so even if I transform into a form, it won't be of much use. Lin Xingyun thought optimistically. He then put the matter behind him. The current him was still 2,900,000 short of the 6th rank, and if he did nothing, it would only take him a month or so to reach it. The speed of this progress is really fast. I'm not even sitting on my 5th order as yet, and I'm about to reach the 6th order. Lin Xingyun thought, already prepared to swing for a month. Within minutes of entering the Tiger Mother's territory, Lin Xingyun suddenly felt a familiar aura rapidly approaching him. Is Tiger Mom here? Lin Xingyun's perception was now several times more powerful than before, and he was able to sense Tiger Mother even if she was several hundred meters away from him. Dahu? Is that you? The figure of Tiger Mother suddenly appeared in front of her. She stopped in place a few feet away from Lin Xingyun and looked at him vigilantly. She asked hesitantly. Mom, it's me. I'm back. Lin Xingyun knew that his appearance had changed drastically, and it was normal for Tiger Mother not to recognize him for a while, he said in a hurry. The good thing was that his scent hadn't changed, and Tiger Mother could still recognize him by smell. At the sound of a familiar voice, Tiger Mother's eyes were a little less wary. She walked forward and ran her nose over Lin Xingyun's body. Dahu, it's really you. How did you become like this? Tiger Mother recognized Lin Xingyun and asked in a slightly surprised tone. Before Lin Xingyun could reply, the Tiger Mother naturally bit on the back of Lin Xingyun's neck and gripped him. Lin Xingyun's size was another round bigger than when he left, and Tiger Mother nearly missed her mouth. But she didn't think much about it. She just sighed in her mind that Dahu had grown up again, then she rushed towards the cave with Lin Xingyun in her mouth. Lin Xingyun's limbs drooped, allowing Tiger Mother to carry him like this. This is really secure. Within a short time, they had successfully returned to the location of the cave, and Tiger Mother whirled around and set Lin Qingyun down. Yo! And you know to come back. Ha! At the entrance of the cave, Lin Yueshi was lazily lying on a boulder basking in the sun. It was a rare day that she did not cultivate. She heard the commotion and opened her eyes to see Lin Qingyun, who she hadn't seen for over a week. She was just about to subconsciously flirt with him, but then she whirled around and realized the change in Lin Qingyun and rubbed herself up to sit up. You actually completed bloodline evolution? Stygian Thunder Tiger. You evolved into a Stygian Thunder Tiger. Lin Yueshi's eyes narrowed and she immediately saw Lin Qingyun's current racial type and couldn't help but be even more surprised. Seeing Lin Yuexi's look of surprise, Lin Qingyun was quite flattered. Well, it's no worse than your golden flame tiger. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshi sensed Lin Qingyun's smug look and immediately put back her shocked look as she said with a feigned disdain. Sloppy too. It's just the Stygian Thunder Tiger, it's just like that in a tiger clan of rare bloodline. I think I was even. Lin Yushi just wanted to brag about her glorious deeds during her time as an empress, but then she got in the way of Tiger Mother's presence, so she resentfully stopped her latter words. Tiger Mother didn't care much about this, as she looked lovingly at Lin Qingyun and Lin Yueshi. Though she didn't know why, these two guys were the way they were, she knew both were changing for the better. So Tiger's mom was very happy from the bottom of her heart. Lin Qingyun opened the package he was holding in his mouth and the heavenly treasures inside were revealed. Chapter 44, You Smell Like a Woman. Several aura-filled scents drilled into Lin Yueshi's nose, and she instantly widened her eyes and followed the source of the scent. Red xia fruit, Hei Hua wood, and golden jade lotus seed, Yen Kong iron, and frost condensing jade. Where did you get all these? How can you put them together? In case their phases clash, then the aura will be gone. Lin Yueshi recognized these heavenly materials at a glance and looked at Lin Qingyun in shock. These things aren't that easy to find. Basically, there will be 4th-ranked demonic beasts guarding the side. Did this guy ransack the territories of several 4th-ranked demonic beasts? And the way it was packaged was so shoddy. These spirit materials people's 4th-order demonic beasts had to be carefully cared for. Hey, it's all a gift from nature. Call me brother and I'll share a few with you. Lin Qingyun raised an eyebrow at Lin Yueshi and said frivolously. Shay, nice try. Just this thing of yours can't get into this. My eyes. Lin Yueshi subconsciously became arrogant, but immediately she regretted it a little. After all, several of the heavenly treasures did appeal to her. Forget it, I'll give it to my mom. Lin Qingyun laughed and turned his head to Tiger Mother. Mom, these golden jade lotus seeds for you to eat will help you refine your own demonic power and further your strength. There is also this Hei Hua wood, you sleep with it in your arms every night. It has the effect of condensing the spirit and calming the soul, which is good for your spiritual development. This is all my heart, you can't refuse it. At that, Tiger Mother's words of refusal clogged her mouth, and she could only reveal a loving smile and said gently. Okay, since it's from Daho, I'll take it. Tiger Mother's strength was considered relatively strong even in the 4th rank, and it would probably not be more than a few years before she broke through to the 5th rank. However, if she had the added power of these heavenly materials, she believed that the opportunity for her breakthrough could be brought forward much earlier. The stronger the Tiger Mother was, the more it would help him. Are you sure you don't want it? If you don't want it, then I'll use it myself. Lin Qingyun looked at Lin Yueshi with a smile and laughed lightly. Lin Yueshi clenched her teeth and thought in her heart. It's not just calling out to your brother, what's the big deal, you've done it so many times anyway. When I recover all my strength, I'll beat this guy up and make him call out to his sister every day. Brother! Brother, I want to. Lin Yushi squirmed and whispered. Hey, that's my good sister. Which one do you see with brother? Lin Qingyun was quite flattered by this elder brother. It was still strange to miss it after not hearing it for a few days. Really? Then I'll take the rest of these 3. Since he called this brother, Lin Yueshi thought that he couldn't call it for nothing, and how much he could get out of it was as much as he could. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun but said, No, the Yen Kong iron cannot be given to you, the other 2 are fine. Why? What do you want that piece of Yen Kong iron for? Lin Yushi was puzzled. This guy's attributes didn't seem to be able to use this, right? Lin Qingyun, however, said rather seriously, I'm going to roast meat with it, the effect should be very good. Lin Yueshi was momentarily speechless. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? As an excellent piece of metal material, Yen Kong iron was not only very strong, but also capable of storing fire attribute aura and was extremely stable, making it an excellent material for crafting treasure soldiers. This guy actually brought it to the grill? What a waste! However, she couldn't say anything. After all, it was Lin Qingyun's own belongings, how he handled it was his own business. Immediately, Lin Qingyun handed the red xia fruit and condensed frost jade to Lin Yueshi. Thank you, whispered Lin Yushi. The red xia fruit was undoubtedly a spirit fruit with a huge boost for the current her. The fire attribute aura within it was extremely pure. If she refined it, it would have a drastic boost to her own fire attribute demonic power. This allowed her to control more powerful and hotter flames, and her combat prowess went to another level. As for the condensed frost jade, it was not very useful to her at the moment, but it was good to keep it for forging treasure soldiers in the future, and the only role it could play right now was to lean on it and bask in the sun. Mom, let's move to the middle of the mountain range after a while. The aura in the center is much denser, making it convenient for us to come and cultivate, and there will be far fewer humans. Lin Xingyun said to Tiger Mother at this time. Central. You mean within the mountains? It's dangerous over there. I've been there before and escaped here. Tiger Mom said with some concern. Don't worry, Mom, with me protecting you, nothing will happen. Lin Xingyun said with conviction. When he was able to reach the 6th rank in a month's time, it would be more than enough for him to gain a foothold in the central region of the Dark Soul Mountain Range. What do you think, Eru? Tiger Mother couldn't decide what to do for a while as she asked Lin Yushi. Obviously she is the mother of both, yet she has to let them both make decisions from time to time. Lin Yueshi looked at Lin Xingyun and cocked her head in thought. I don't really have a problem with it. I'm tired of staying in this place anyway. A new environment would be nice. Ah. That's fine. Hearing that Lin Yueshi also agreed, the Tiger Mother was immediately a little frustrated. As a house tiger, she really didn't want to run east and west. But since both kids wanted to get out there and make a go of it, she had to agree to it. Yeah. Lin Xingyun was quite elated. Tiger Mother returned to the cave with the spirit material Lin Xingyun had given her in her mouth. Lin Yueshi said to Lin Xingyun at this time, Hey, what are you playing at this time? Why the sudden thought of moving? It's hard to believe you've been to the Midlands the last few days and found something? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyun pretended to be profound and said, You'll know when the time comes. By the way, I need you to do me a favor in a few days. What favor? You'll see when the time comes. You guy. Lin Yushi was so angry that she stomped her feet, itching to bite this guy into a twist. After receiving my favors, it's not fair not to help me out. Che, I know taking a shorthand, Lin Yushi naturally could not refuse. Phew, sleepy, I'll go back to sleep first. Lin Xingyun yawned and was planning to go back to the cave for a beautiful sleep, but was suddenly pulled by Lin Yueshi. Stop, now you should explain what's up with the tracking stone hanging around your neck. Lin Yueshi said in a bad tone. Things like tracking stones are props refined by humans. You ran into other humans? Looks like it's still a woman. Lin Yushi came close to Lin Xiangyun and carefully sniffed his body. Two extremely hard to detect smells drilled into the tip of his nose. Lin Yushi instantly exploded. Chapter 45 End of the Demon Hunting Conference, tense and exciting score counting session. Lin Yueshi glared angrily at Lin Xingyun as if he had done something wrong to her. Holy, are you a dog? You can even smell this. Lin Xingyun was shocked. Cut the crap and give an honest account. Lin Yueshi still said with a tight step. What do you care about this? Lin Yueshi just wanted to say something, but the words were blocked in her mouth. Yeah, why do I care so much about this? Damn it, how did I become like this? Lin Yueshi returned to her senses, her eyes a bit averted, and she stammered, I'm not. Well. Right. This tracking stone of yours is of unknown origin in case a human locks onto our location through it and kills us all. I'm ensuring my personal safety. She found a suitable excuse. That did make sense, and Lin Xingyun nodded his head. So, he told his previous experience in an evasive manner. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lin Yushi, it was really that the other party's identity was too unusual. Don't look at the fact that Lin Yushi was quite dull and cute on weekdays, but this Empress identity was real. They hadn't gotten to that kind of push and pull between them. Don't blame me, old sister. I don't feel safe at all now. Lin Yuexi looked as normal and listened carefully to Lin Xingyun's narration. So because of that, you became some kind of so-called friends with those two women? She even gave you a tracking stone and asked you to meet her next time. Your relationship is still good. Lin Yushi skimmed her mouth, and her tone became a bit more conspiratorial. You haven't looked for a Taoist couple at first glance, you don't understand women at all. Women's words can't be trusted. Maybe that what's-her-name princess is for the next time to bring people to capture you and bring back to take you to make medicine, skinning, digging demon dan. Lin Yueshi said in a serious tone. Che, I'm just a kid, where am I going to learn about women? Plus, say it like you're experienced. Lin Xingyun said casually. You're so nice to say that. Lin Yueshi said angrily. 2 days later, the demon hunting conference came to an end. One after another, the many participating martial artists walked out from within the Dark Soul Mountain range and returned to the starting location to submit their proof of hunting demonic beasts. On a more humane note, these materials would eventually be returned to the participants. After all, they were worth quite a few spirit stones. Wui several hunted and killed 2 third-order demonic beasts, 6 second-order demonic beasts, and 16 first-order demonic beasts, with a total of 72 points. Kaisushin hunted and killed 3 third-order demonic beasts and 9 second-order demonic beasts. Under the witness of the many spectators as well as the senior members of the 3 great clans, the points of each participant were gradually tallied. The crowd was also quite excited to see who the final first place would go to. Strange, why are all these contestants showing the look of having been robbed of their lives? What's so strange about this? After spending so much time in the Dark Soul Mountain range, which is full of dangers and demonic beasts, it's not like that now that you've come out. Then why do even Yi Qing and the others all have this look on their faces? The outskirts of the Dark Soul Mountain range is not much of a challenge for them to be right. Yi Qing stepped forward, and beside him, 2 other participants from the Yi clan carried 2 large pockets of baggage and placed them on the stage. After opening the bag, the materials piled up into a small mountain were clearly laid out in front of the crowd. Yi Qing hunted and killed 3 fourth-order demonic beasts, 12 third-order demonic beasts, and 39 second-order demonic beasts for a total of 372 points. When this statement was made, the audience in the room all revealed a look of surprise. 372 points, so high. 30 points more than Ning Yuan. The Yi family is afraid that they won't be number 1 again. It's been 4 consecutive terms. It's really hard to say. Statistically speaking, Yi Qing doesn't seem to have killed that rare demonic beast. On the stands, Ning Yuanshan, the head of the Ning family, arched his hand at Yi Tian and said, "It's true that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son. The Yi family has produced another good seedling. Hey! That child Ning Yuan isn't any worse than Qinger. This time it's just that Qinger was more lucky. Wood Maple City is full of talents. Even those geniuses within the Imperial City may not be able to do the same when they come." Zhao Wentai casually complimented as well. "I don't think so." Although Yi Tian was happy on the surface, he could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. Yi Qing hadn't killed that rare demonic beast. This first-place position was still uncertain. His eyes drifted to Bai Meishui and Zhao Yuji, who hadn't tallied their points yet from time to time, and in his heart, he could only pray that the rare demonic beast wasn't killed by them. When it was Zhao Yuji's turn to walk up, she didn't have a package, but instead casually tapped her hand on the purse at her waist, which instantly lit up with a faint glow. After that, a pile of materials instantly appeared on the stage as well as the 4 demon pills at the very front. Storage bag. What a fuss! How can Her Royal Highness not have such props? The referee froze for a moment, whirled around, and started counting. Her Highness the 7th Princess has a total of 385 points. At those words, the field was once again in an uproar. As expected of Her Highness, this is too strong. Actually hunted and killed 4 4th-ranked demonic beasts, this number is too exaggerated. It's almost a record breaker. Don't look at Yi Qing's points being so high. It's not without the help of the other Yi family members, and Your Highness, this is all solidly killed by yourself. Ha! Even Her Highness didn't kill that rare demonic beast. It's hard to. Zhao Yuji raised her head and showed a proud look. With her strength, even killing a 4th-ranked demonic beast would be a handful. In addition, the great battle with the Dark Thunder Evil Python had given her more experience in facing battles with demonic beasts, and after parting ways with Lin Qingyun, she began to hunt frantically along with Bai Meishui. It could be said that the only remaining 4th-ranked demonic beasts on the map at that time, all of them did not escape her clutches, and even an unlucky one that had not been planned in by the map was also unfortunate enough to be touched by her. Oof. This princess hasn't even been very serious yet, and she actually managed to get this high. Zhao Yuji lightly hummed, and although her mouth said so, her expression was extraordinarily proud. As expected of Yuji, you didn't let me down. Zhao Wentai smiled at Zhao Yuji. The surrounding people from the 3 great clans also took this opportunity to furiously kiss their asses. Bai Wenjing looked toward the dusty Bai Meishui in the corner, and his heart couldn't help but tense up. Where's War Child? My War Child? Why isn't he back yet? Behind him, a middle-aged man with a bloated body was anxiously observing around the field. He was Bai Zhan's father, Bai Wenxiong. Chapter 46 Dark Thunder Evil Python's evil behavior exposed, shocked by the crowd. Bai Wenxiong's hands were trembling. Bai Zhan, who he had pinned all his hopes on, actually didn't come back. Although he himself was a 3rd-grade martial artist and was considered a backbone within the family, holding considerable power by virtue of his own seniority, because of an accident in his early years, his body was left with a dark disease, and his strength was basically limited to being fixed at the 3rd grade. Although there was a gap in strength between him and the others from the same clan right now, it wouldn't be too big. It was just that they were now in their prime, and if things went well in the future, their strength would definitely not stop at the 5th and 6th grade, and the gap between them would only grow wider by then. At that point, his voice in the clan would be taken away from him. He wouldn't allow that to happen. So then he put his hopes on his own son, Baijan. It was a pity that Baijan's talent was rather average, belonging to a level that was more than adequate, so he spent all of his resources to help Baijan rapidly improve his strength. He even spent hundreds of spirit stones to buy a strength-enhancing elixir to help Baijan barely break through before the demon hunting conference. Afterwards, he even handed him the ancestral 5th grade treasure weapon of his branch lineage. The reason for this was to allow Baijan to emerge as a star in this demon hunting conference and make a name for himself. In this way, his position in the clan, too, would become more secure. As wonderful as the idea was, reality hit him head-on. White Warrior didn't come back, and the odds were that he would end up dying within the Dark Soul Mountain range. Although he held a slight chance in his heart, his intuition told him that the final result might not be what he wanted. Old brother Wenshone, don't be anxious, maybe Xiao Battle was delayed due to hunting demonic beasts and is now on his way back. Yes, Wenshone, Xiao Battle is so strong, how could he die in there? The other Bai clan executives beside him hurriedly comforted him. In fact, there wasn't much sadness in their hearts, they were thinking more about how to snatch the resources and power from this guy's hands. The total number of points for Bai Meishui is 380. At that moment, the referee's voice came from the arena once again, followed by an uproar. Oh my god, Bai Meishui's score isn't low either. I told you I had my eye on her, and not because she's pretty. The Bai family has been the 3rd oldest for several terms, and now it's finally considered to have turned the corner if the princess hadn't participated this year, or else the Bai family would have won the title. White Sticks walked back with a normal face. Hey, Shue's sister is really a woman, I admire her. Yi Qing came forward, smiling and congratulating. Although his heart was already filled with unwillingness and anger, there was nowhere to vent it at this time. Bai Meishua nodded gently, brother Yi is obliged. Ning Yuan scratched his head, he actually only managed to mix it up to 4th this time, it was really a bit stifling. Zhao Yuji, however, threw her a puzzled look and frowned slightly. Because Bai Meishua hadn't submitted the Dark Thunder Evil Python's eyeballs as well as the Python's skin as she had expected, if the Dark Thunder Evil Python's points were counted again, then she would definitely be able to take 1st place. Only White Hades Snow didn't do that. Sister Heishua, why don't you take that out? Zhao Yuji asked in a somewhat anxious whisper. Bai Meishua, however, gently shook her head. I've since given it some serious thought, it's better not to take it out, there would be a lot of trouble that way. And I don't feel comfortable taking this credit. I'm satisfied to get 2nd place. The reason why Bai Meishua hadn't taken out the Dark Thunder Evil Python's materials, there was also the layer of having to protect Lin Qingyun. With the experience of the 3 great families' family heads, they would definitely be able to tell through these materials that the Dark Thunder Evil Python had already reached the 5th rank. Common sense would say that it was impossible to kill a 5th-ranked demonic beast with her strength, which would inevitably attract their attention. The Dark Thunder Evil Python's corpse had already been discovered by the others and would definitely be reported to the family hierarchy. That killed so many people, it is impossible for the strong people of Wood Maple City not to investigate properly. She will undoubtedly be the focus of the investigation if the material is produced now. Not only would she herself be in trouble, but she might also implicate Lin Qingyun. At this point, it only makes sense to minimize the presence as much as possible. If I had known this, I would have shared a demon Dan with you before. Or I would have given you my reward later. Zhao Yuji still sincerely hoped that Bai Meishua would get 1st place. Sister Yuji, there's no need to be so nice to me, you've already helped me a lot, Bai Meishua said from the bottom of her heart. At this time, the martial artist who was the referee said loudly, within 3 hours, if no other participant has returned, they will no longer be counted in the rankings. It was clear to the spectators present that if they hadn't returned yet, the odds were that they had died in the Dark Soul Mountain range. Xinger, didn't you guys head to the Dark Thunder Evil Python's territory? Or is it that none of you were able to kill it? Yi Tian asked Yi Qing, his brows furrowed. Other people also want to know the answer. According to reason, the strength of the Dark Thunder Evil Python is not that strong. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing hurriedly arched his hand and said, Father, we entered within the Dark Thunder Evil Python's territory, but we didn't find it. Rather, we found its corpse a few dozen miles away from its territory, near the outer edge of the dense forest. The moment these words came out, many of the higher-ups showed their astonishment. This is the first time they have heard of this situation. How is this possible? Demonic beasts usually don't stay away from their own territories, how could they run so far? And why is it a corpse? Who killed it? Yi Qing continued, at that time, we heard an extremely violent explosion, so we rushed over to check it out, and all we ended up seeing was its corpse. In its stomach, we found the bodies of many other martial artists. According to my speculation, it knew the rules of the demon hunting assembly and used this time period to sneak into the area of the assembly and sneak attack other martial artists. I suspect that Brother by Battle may have been poisoned by it. But it encountered and was killed by some even more powerful demonic beast. After listening to Yi Qing's analytical speculations, the many executives were instantly nonplussed. That's a bit too much information to be true. It's no wonder that the number of people coming back this term is so much less than last time. What a friggin' it's so cheap to die. Oh. My war child. The last glimmer of hope in Bai Wenxiong's heart was completely dashed. Chapter 47. A more powerful demonic beast. To be able to kill the Dark Thunder Evil Python and still be able to retreat in one piece without being detected by you guys, that's at least a 5th rank. Oh my god, why would a 5th rank demonic beast appear in the outer perimeter? The several family heads glanced at each other, well aware of the seriousness of this matter. One must know that such an accident at such an important event as the Demon Hunting Conference would inevitably have a great impact on Wood Maple City in the future. And since the interests of Wood Maple City were tied to the interests of their own clan, they couldn't just ignore it. All of you stay calm, we will then send out martial artists to investigate within the Dark Soul Mountain range, and we are bound to capture that 5th ranked demonic beast. Although the incident with the Dark Thunder Evil Python is heartbreaking, it also fits the purpose of the Demon Hunting Conference. In honor of our ancestors who came here 100 years ago, they built this city under the claws of the demonic beasts of the Dark Soul Mountain range, which has led to the prosperity of our descendants. Through this incident, let's not forget the cunning and frightening nature of demonic beasts and always remain vigilant, providing valuable experience for the smooth organization of the next Demon Hunting Conference. We have to keep that in mind at all times. Yi Tian stood up and delivered a rather mellow speech that was quite productive. The crowd's panic and uneasiness was also mostly eliminated, turning into hatred for the demonic beasts. Patriarchy is right, it's not like everyone hasn't experienced the beast tides in the past, but Wood Maple City still stands. We're not going to be afraid. It looked like this matter had been suppressed for the time being, and Bai Meishue breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yi Tian said that he wanted to capture the so-called 5th order demonic beast, through the words that followed, it could be heard that this matter would definitely end up unsettled. The Dark Thunder Evil Python that killed the contestant had been killed, and the 5th ranked demonic beast was nowhere to be seen, completing a successful closure of this incident. It was impossible for them to spend so much energy on a comprehensive investigation again. The Dark Soul Mountain range was so big, and there wasn't just one 5th ranked demonic beast, so the devil knew which one had killed the Dark Thunder Evil Python. Even if they had investigated, they would not have thought that the incident would have been done by a tiger cub that was only a few months old. In the stands, Bai Wenjing gave a wink to the senior members of the Bai family beside him. Take Wenxiong back to the clan, don't lose your honor in front of the third prince. The two executives nodded and hurriedly dragged the howling Bai Wenxiong away. Zhao Wentai, who was on the side, looked at Bai Wenxiong, who was dragged away with his mouth covered, with a somewhat meaningful expression. Your Imperial Highness is amused. Bai Wenjing hastily said with a slight apology. The pain of losing one's son is engraved in one's bones, and I still hope that all of you can retrieve their corpses and bury them properly. Zhao Wentai said in a somewhat low tone. Yes. Since no new contestants returned, the final standings were set. The rankings did surprise a lot of people this time around. Zhao Wentai himself walked down the stage and gave everyone an award. Zhao Yuji had an extra pile of small mountain-like spirit stones in front of her, as well as a beautifully shaped jade bracelet, which emitted a faint glow and looked exquisite. The 2,000 spirit stones, Zhao Yuji didn't even take a look at them, so she directly moved her hand and put them into her own storage bag. She was very interested in that 6th grade treasure soldier and held it in her hands to play with it. It looks pretty. Not bad, not bad. When it was his turn to give Bai Meishue an award, Bai Meishue's expression was extraordinarily flat, not sad or happy. Hey Shue, congratulations. Zhao Wentai handed the dan box containing the mixed yuan dan to Bai Meishue. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Bai Meishue said lightly, and did not have any emotional fluctuations, only detachment. In response, Zhao Wentai didn't seem to care about that, and still had a calm smile on his face, after which he proceeded to give the awards to the people behind him. Zhao Yuji, who saw this scene, rubbed her chin and frowned tightly. She was pondering why this royal brother of hers would marry Sister He Shui. Obviously these two people were not familiar with each other. Could it be that it was his own royal brother who fell in love at first sight with Sister He Shui? But I don't think they've met before. The only possibility was a political marriage, but although the Bai family was prestigious in Wood Maple City in the entire Tianhua country, it was at best a second-rate family, and it was simply not worth it for him to draw in. That would seem to be the only other reason. Although she wasn't interested in the open and shut battles between the princes, she didn't really want Bai Meishue to get caught up in it either. If Sister Heishua arrives in the Imperial City, feel free to come find me, I won't let anyone bully you. Zhao Yuji said to Bai Meishue beside her. Thank you Sister Yuji, I will definitely go when the time comes. Bai Meishue smiled. Subsequently, the demon hunting conference was finally considered a success. Your Highness, Third Prince, can you come to the Yi family later? The demon hunting conference had just ended, so Yi Tian couldn't wait to invite Zhao Wentai. However, Zhao Wentai casually refused. I'm really sorry Master Yi, I have important matters to discuss with Master Bai, so I'll pay a visit another day. Hearing this, Yi Tian could only retreat resentfully. Bai Wenjing, on the other hand, had a fox-like smile on his face as he glanced at Yi Tian triumphantly before running over to Zhao Wentai and said respectfully, Your Highness, Third Prince, please follow me. Zhao Wentai nodded his head stoically and stepped away surrounded by the Bai family's top brass, while the guards holding blood swords beside him followed him oh so closely without moving an inch. I've long heard that the Bai family is going to marry Bai Meishue to the Third Prince, and now it seems that the rumors do seem to be true. The Bai family is really shameless. It's clear that they immensely hate Bai Meishue internally, yet they still have to rely on her to hold up the stage. Yi Tian and Ning Yuanshan said rather jealously. Yi family master, what is the best way to handle the matter of the Dark Thunder Evil Python afterward? Ning Yuanshan asked Yi Tian. Yi Tian said rather indifferently, just organize some manpower to go and investigate, and just bring back the bones of those who were killed by them. As for that 5th-ranked demonic beast, it's not easy to find a demonic beast in the vast Dark Soul Mountain range, and if it runs away to the central region, the search will be even more difficult. Yi Tian's meaning was already clear, it was to deal with the pendulum swing. The three big families, the Yi family held together, and except for a few injured ones, basically no one was in trouble. The Ning family had also only lost 2 sidekicks, and it was impossible to say whether or not they were killed by the Dark Thunder Evil Python. It was also a bit more serious for the White family to die a white war, but then it was also the White family who sent out their own people to find it, and it didn't have much to do with the two of them, and at most, they would symbolically send a few people when the time came. The two men then returned to the city, each with the rest of their clan as well. Chapter 48 Zhao Wentai's visit. Bai Meishue returned to the Bai family alone. Her current house had been moved from a small isolated courtyard to within a luxurious compound. She didn't care much about these out-of-body things, just a change of comfort and she would be able to take better care of her sister. Behind her, a few servants carried a few large wooden boxes and followed her, which contained the spirit stone she had obtained this time as well as demonic beast materials, worth at least 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones. She instructed them to place them in the compartment and then hoofed it towards the inner courtyard to check on her sister. Ms. Hadesnow. You're back. When the two plainly dressed maids saw Bai Meishue, they hurriedly said respectfully. These two were specially selected by Bai Wenjing to look after Bai Shaoqing. How is my sister doing? Bai Meishue asked to the two men. Ms. Shaoqing is still the same as usual, nothing has changed, said one person in a low voice. There was no surprise in this, Bai Meishue. Go ahead and stand down, I'll look after her myself. She said. Yes. The two maids left in a hurry. Bai Meishue lightly sat down on the edge of the bed. At the moment, on the bed, lay a girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. The girl's eyes were closed tightly, her face was pale, and she didn't move a muscle. Looking closely, her looks were somewhat similar to Bai Meishue, except that she had a furrowed brow, sunken cheeks, and was extraordinarily thin. In addition, the girl's hair was white like white meditation snows, except that the tips were ebony. Bai Meishue gently lifted the quilt, revealing the girl's extraordinarily thin figure, as if she were a skeleton. At the girl's left arm, there was a hideous scar, and from the scar, there were countless thin black lines spreading seemingly, looking particularly creepy. In this regard, Bai Meishue had long been surprised. Her sister, Bai Shaoqing, has been in this state for almost 10 years. Obviously only 4 or 5 years younger than her, but not nearly the size of an 8-year-old. At this moment, she was like a broken candle in the wind, her vitality was extraordinarily fragile, but such a small group of life fire, but under the persistent care of Bai Meishue, she still burned for 10 years. Haru, do you think father did the right thing at that time or not? If he's telling the truth, why would? Bai Meishue held Bai Shaoqing's arm and murmured softly. Before she could continue, the maid outside suddenly said, Miss Heishue, His Highness the Third Prince is here to pay you a visit. The Third Prince? Bai Meishue's body trembled as she hurriedly lowered Bai Shaoqing's arm and covered the quilt tightly before she got up and said, Got it, I'm on my way to meet. She then came to the courtyard gate and saw Zhao Wentai standing outside the gate with an extraordinary temperament. As well as behind Zhao Wentai, the man with the bloody sword who didn't move an inch. "Greetings, Your Highness the Third Prince," Bai Meishue said respectfully, her tone still as cold as ever. Zhao Wentai let out a light laugh and said in a gentle tone, "Hey Shui, there are no outsiders here, you don't have to be so formal." Hey Shui wouldn't dare. Bai Hiju was unmoved. Zhao Wentai didn't say much more, but naturally changed the topic. "I know that your sister has a very rare and serious illness. I wonder if you can let me go and take a look, maybe I'll be able to do something about it." At those words, Bai Meishue glanced at the blood sword man who was not far away as she stepped aside half her body and said, "Sure. Your Highness, please follow me." Although Bai Meishue didn't really want to get in touch with Zhao Wentai, it wasn't good to refuse. If the other side dares to do anything to her. Her hand rested on the sword at her side intentionally or unintentionally, and this action was also noticed by the blood sword man, who raised an eyebrow with a somewhat playful expression. Zhao Wentai followed Bai Meishue and arrived at the room where Bai Shaoqing was lying. He asked the blood sword man to stand guard outside and entered the room by himself. Seeing Bai Shaoqing, who was as thin as a bone and lying motionless on the bed, a flash of surprise flashed through Zhao Wentai's eyes. "Is this Haru? What a poor kid." Zhao Wentai's expression looked quite distressed as he walked forward and gently touched Bai Shaoqing's head. This action was completely seen by Bai Meishue. A twinkle in her eye. This was because she noticed with astonishment that the moment Zhao Wentai's hand brushed the top of Bai Shaoqing's head, one of her hairs was stroked down by it and disappeared in an instant. Bai Meishue was gifted with a sword heart and meticulous observation, and even though this image was too subtle, it was still noticed by the meticulous mind. Why would Zhao Wentai take one of Haru's hairs? That being said, in the past, after Haru's hair was detached from her body, it automatically dissipated into flying ash in less than 2 days of work. This phenomenon is supposed to be the link to her strange disease. Just what is the purpose of Zhao Wentai again? Bai Meishue saw a ring on his middle finger, and thought that the ring was similar to a storage bag-like function, and that hair was hidden inside by Zhao Wentai. In that case, Zhao Wentai's purpose, I'm afraid it's not that simple. At that moment, Zhao Wentai put his hand back as if nothing had happened and asked Bai Meishue, "I heard from the White Family Master that Shaoqing's illness was contracted after your father left? I'm not trying to stir up those bad memories of yours, I'm just asking if this will help Haru's illness." Bai Meishue sniffed and said in a calm tone, "I can't remember. I was young, I think it was around that time." Zhao Wentai's eyes narrowed slightly as an invisible aura was released from within his body. "So? Did your father say anything to you before he left?" "Not really, I was sleeping with my sister at the time, and it was already the next day when I found out about it." Bai Meishue's tone still didn't fluctuate. Well, Zhao Wentai didn't continue to ask further in this area, but instead asked some more questions about the symptoms of Bai Shaoqing's condition as well as her past treatment. To these questions, Bai Meishue answered meticulously, unable to hear any faults. After asking these questions, Zhao Wentai was still smiling, not knowing what he was thinking. "Well, I've understood the general problem, and I'm sorry I don't know much about the exact cause. But don't worry He Shui, in another 2 months, I will receive you and your sister into the Imperial City and ask the best physicians in the Imperial City to treat her. Your sister will be fine." Zhao Wentai said is sincere, anyone who looks at it will have to praise a good man with commitment. "Thank you, Your Highness Third Prince." Bai Meishue bowed and saluted. "Alright He Shui, I still have some things that I need to go back to the Imperial City to deal with, so I'll come pick you guys up when I'm done settling everything." Zhao Wentai took one last look at Bai Shaoqing's quilt before he withdrew his gaze and stood up and said. He seemed to be in a hurry, and naturally, Bai Meishue had no intention of retaining the other party. Chapter 49 White Jade, White Family Back Mountain. After sending Zhao Wentai out of the courtyard, Bai Meishue went back inside her room. She picked at Bai Shaoqing's hair, her eyes twinkling. This Zhao Wentai is 80% also here for that so-called supreme treasure. It just looks like he's not quite sure what that supreme treasure is, whereas Shaoqing's hair can be used to identify it. In that case, Lin Qingyun's figure appeared in Bai Meishue's mind. Daho said that he might have a cure for Haru. For some reason, both Lin Qingyun and Zhao Wentai said this, but she trusted Lin Qingyun's words a little more. She decided to wait for half a month, and then she brought one of Bai Shaoqing's hairs over. She wondered how much Zhao Wentai knew. After Zhao Wentai walked out of Bai Meishue's courtyard, he strolled leisurely with his hands behind his back. "Your Highness, that girl seems to be treating you badly. Seeing that in a few months she will be married to the royal family, she is still so unreasonable." At that moment, the man with the bloody sword behind him said with a light smile. "Heh, so what? If you don't like it, you don't like it, and the end won't change anyway. Either way, her blood is essential if we want to find the disappeared Bai Qinian. Zhao Wentai, however, looked like he didn't care, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. This Bai Meishua definitely knows something, but she's so meticulous that she can't ask anything broken. Then do you want your subordinates to? The man with the blood knife lowered his voice and said with a harsh tone. There's no need, now when the main focus is on stability, seeing by Xiaoqing's state, I roughly already know the truth. Zhao Wentai waved his sleeve. Hee, the burying sky scripture. My family is really blessed. Still, we must bring that hair back as soon as possible and ask the state master to recognize it before we can make a decision. Zhao Wentai's eyes were filled with fire and greed. Blood Underworld, go inform Yu Ji that we're departing back tomorrow. Zhao Wentai instructed the Blood Blade man. Is it not possible to go back so early? The man with the bloody sword was a little surprised. Big brother, they are not a light of oil, not to go back as early as possible, that how can it work? Zhao Wentai said in a cold voice. Yes, your highness. The blood sword man said with an arch. Zhao Wentai covered his hands and looked to the sky. Heh, big brother, this time, let's see what you guys are going to fight me with. Day 2. Zhao Wentai's caravan was already fully loaded and slowly drove away from Wood Maple City under the cheering of the three great families. On the carriage, Zhao Yuji clasped her arms to her chest, her small mouth pouting. Imperial brother, really, I still want to play for 2 more days, but it turns out that I have to go back so soon. When they had sent Zhao Wentai and the others away, the senior members of the Bai family returned inside the Bai family. You guys didn't misspeak, Bai Wenjing said in a serious tone as he looked toward a group of executives. Don't worry, big brother, we've been cautious for 10 years, it's hard not to reveal ourselves at this point in time, the top brass assured. I'm going to go check on Jade, so you each go about your own business. By the way, organize a grand funeral for Wen Xiong in the next 2 days, and tell the public that he died tragically due to the pain of losing his son, which led to the recurrence of his old injuries. Bai Wenjing said in an indifferent tone. Indeed, since his return yesterday, Bai Wenxiong is no longer in the ranks of these executives. This guy, Fumio, almost got us all killed. He actually wanted to collude with the third prince, fortunately we discovered him in time. The crowd of executives didn't have any sadness for Bai Wenxiong's death, instead, they revealed a look of hatred. For all this, Bai Wenjing did not stop. He took a step towards the back of the White family's mountain. The back of the White family's mountain was relatively hidden and secluded, with only one path leading to the outside world, and 2 rows of bamboo planted beside it. The emerald bamboo made a rustling sound as the breeze blew by. Bai Wenjing followed the path to the top of the back mountain. This is where the White clan members are buried, a mausoleum is placed here. Bai Wenjing walked to the last row, in front of a small, inconspicuous dirt bag. Above the tombstone in front of him, there were 4 big words engraved. Tomb of the White Jade. Next to a line of small letters, it reads, Bai Yu's father, Bai Wenjing Li. What's buried here is actually Bai Wenjing's son. In the perception of people in the outside world, Bai Wenjing's son, Bai Yu, died tragically at the age of 7, and now almost 10 years have passed. Bai Wenjing's face was expressionless as he looked around warily to make sure no one had noticed him. Only then did he suddenly raise his hand, his spiritual energy gathering in his palm before he slapped his palm on top of this tombstone. Buzz. Spiritual energy was injected within the tombstone, and the tombstone instantly produced a slight tremor as a faint glow lit up from above it. At that moment, only the sound of clicking and clicking could be heard. A passageway appeared in the open space in front of the tombstone, leading to the bottom of the tombstone. Seeing this, Bai Wenjing hurriedly walked down the passageway, and when his figure disappeared, this passageway closed once again. He followed the passage and went to the end, which was a crypt covering an area of 7 or 8 square meters. It was pitch black here, extraordinarily cold and damp, and a chilly aura drilled into Bai Wenjing's pores, causing him to shiver. He should know that he was a 6th grade martial artist, and had long ago achieved cold and heat, yet he felt cold because of this yin qi. He took out a fire folding and lit the candles on the walls of the chamber. The flames of the candles were a miserable white color and one could not feel any temperature. The chamber was lit up, and Bai Wenjing also got a good look at the huge coffin on the stone platform in the center of the chamber. The yin qi in the chamber was all emanating from inside that coffin. Jade? Jade! Are you awake? Bai Wenjing came to the coffin and called out softly. Ka Ching! As soon as his words fell, the lid covering the coffin was suddenly pushed open, revealing a gap. Father! Is that you? A slightly childish voice ghostly came out from the coffin. Immediately afterward, the lid of the coffin was overturned by a huge force, and a miserable white and withered arm stretched out. It's me, Jade. My father has come to see you. Bai Wenjing said in a soft tone. Then, within the coffin, a figure slowly sat up. It was a child who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. His skin was extraordinarily fair, his body was slim, and although his features were three-dimensional and delicate, they were topped with a pair of thick black circles under his eyes, and he exuded an evil aura. His current state seemed to be slightly similar to Bai Xiaoqing's, except that while Bai Xiaoqing had been in a coma, he was able to move freely. Jade. The first volume of the Burial Sky Scripture, how is your cultivation going? Bai Wenjing opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 50, 500 Coffins. The boy in the coffin sat up and his scent revealed itself. Surprisingly, it was a 6th grade martial artist. A 6th grade martial artist at only 17 years old. The young man said in a rather proud tone, back to father, I feel like I'm only one step away from consummation. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenjing heartily revealed a smile, good, worthy of being my Yuer. Even the legendary extermination technique was able to comprehend it. The future of my Bai family depends on Yuer. Don't blame my father for locking you up here since you were 7 years old. I will bring you out when your first scroll is complete, and at that time, it will also be the time when my Bai family rises to power. Bai Wenjing was quite agitated. How can I blame you, father? It's all for our family. Bai Yu grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. AI, it's just a pity that the subsequent contents of the Burial Sky Scripture were taken away by that white-eyed wolf Bai Qinian before I had the chance to memorize them. Otherwise, your future achievements will definitely be higher. It's okay, father, when I get out, I'll look for this uncle's whereabouts. If he's willing to return it, we'll still be a family. Bai Yu was already in that harmless appearance. You, still childlike, are so kind. It can be tricky out there, there aren't many good people. Bai Wenjing smiled and shook his head. You focus on your cultivation, I'm going out. Bai Wenjing intended to leave. The gloomy atmosphere inside the chamber was extraordinarily cold, even he didn't dare to stay for too long. If you need anything, you can notify me through the night wind chime, and we, the Bai family, will fully support any request you have. Bai Wenjing instructed. Any requests? Really? Bai Yu suddenly spoke up. Of course it's true. Bai Wenjing twisted his head to meet Bai Yu's dark, deep eyes, and his body shivered, but he managed to force a smile and gently agreed. Bai Yu seemed a bit excited as he stood up from within the coffin and said, Then father, I need 500 coffins. Preferably one made of logs that still favor the Yin attribute. At those words, Bai Wenjing was stunned. Coffins. 500. He couldn't help but frown. That's a lot of work for that number of coffins. The amount of spirit stones spent was not estimated to be a small amount. Are these coffins needed for practicing the Burial Sky Scripture? Bai Wenjing asked hesitantly. Do you still need so many coffins to practice the Burial Scripture? Of course, father. With these coffins, the first volume of my Gongfu will be complete. Bai Yu grinned. So? Good. For father promise you. It's just that with so many coffins, they still have to be logs with Yin attributes, and there's no way to get them together for a while. And the commotion can't be too loud, or it will alert others. You wait some more time, I'll try to go and get it together for you. Bai Wenjing gritted his teeth and agreed. These coffins were time-consuming and labor-intensive, but they were able to come together. After all, sitting in a resource point as large as the Dark Soul Mountain Range, finding a place where Yin Qi converged would enable one to find a large amount of timber. With the timber and a few carpenters paid heavily in secret, they would be able to finish in a few months. Thank you, father. Don't worry, father, in the future when I go out, I will lead the family higher and farther. Bai Yu patted his chest and assured him. Bai Wenjing's eyes became a little moist as he sniffed. Not bad for your own good son. Good boy. With your words, my father is content. When Bai Wenjing left, the tomb room was once again closed, and the candles on the wall gradually went out. Under the slight glow, Bai Yu revealed an evil smile unlike his age. Jia, my stupid father. Haven't you ever wondered who these coffins are for? The avenue that belongs to me is just around the corner. Bai Yu muttered to himself. He recovered the coffin and lay back down in it, and the Yin Qi within the chamber converged towards him once again. Half a month later, calm was once again restored within the Dark Soul Mountain Range. The traces of the demon hunting conference were also wiped clean by the forces of nature. At that moment, a sound suddenly came out from within a forest. Hey, where are you taking me? That's a long way to go, what exactly do you want me to do for you? Lin Yueshi said in an extraordinarily reluctant tone. That's how far out of the cave it is, and you've complained about it 5 times. Be patient, it's almost here. You're a nerdy girl, even more nerdy than our mom, she at least still goes around the territory, you don't go anywhere except lying in the cave and sunbathing. Lin Qingyon said with a bit of displeasure. Che, what are you doing out so early? I'm still so weak, what if I run into a powerful demonic beast and get eaten in one bite? Having lived again, it's only natural for me to be cautious and steady. Lin Yueshio said with vigor. You're scared less with me here. When you encounter danger you just run straight away. Lin Qingyun said rather confidently. Soon, Lin Qingyun brought Lin Yueshi and arrived at the place where he had met Bai Meishue last time. It looks like people haven't come over yet, let's wait for a while. Lin Qingyun looked around. People? What family? Lin Yueshi frowned. Murphy, did you bring me to a human? Yeah, her sister is sick and wants you to help look at her. Lin Qingyun said. See a doctor? Although I'm an empress with great powers, I'm not good at healing things. I don't suppose it's much use for you to call on me. Lin Yueshio shook her head and said. Geez, you're so good, you'll be fine. Right now she doesn't even know what the disease is, and you'd have something to work on if you did. Even if you can't see it, it's okay, it's always a good idea to try. Lin Qingyun said rather optimistically. You can't blame me if you can't cure it. Got it. At this moment, Lin Qingyun's perception noticed that a figure was rapidly approaching in this direction. It was his familiar scent. Here comes the white sticks. She's here. Lin Qingyun said. Only a dozen seconds after Lin Qingyun finished speaking did Lin Yuexi notice the unfamiliar aura. How strong is this guy now? I can't believe I recognize the other side so far ahead of me. Not long after, a delicate figure appeared in front of the two tigers. Dahu, long time no see. Bai Meishue's breathing was a bit ragged, but it was still hard to hide her elation. It's been a long time. Chapter 51 Bai Meishue's concealment. Lin Qingyun revealed a naive smile, looking at Lin Yueshi rolling her eyes. So it's a beautiful woman, and it's still white-haired. I said, why are you bumbling to help? At those words, Lin Qingyun was instantly anxious. Don't talk nonsense, beware I'll sue you for slander. I'm not helping her because she's good-looking, we have a deep friendship. Tisk Lin Yushur had a look of disbelief on her face. Seeing this scene, Bai Meishue's beautiful eyes widened, feeling somewhat comical. Dahu, is this your sister? So cute, just not the same color as you. Ha? Wait. Bai Meishue was just about to boast more when she reacted. How is it that this little golden-looking tiger can talk? It was rare enough to have one big tiger, but I didn't expect another one to pop up now. Who the hell was their mom to give birth to such a pair of demons? Tiger Mother, who was wandering around the territory at the moment, yawned and found a comfortable pile of grass to lie down on. Yes, she is my sister. I'm the one who asked her to help. She's had a gift since she was a child that allows her to know a lot of things that other people don't know. Lin Qingyun said casually. So powerful. Bai Meishue really believed it. Don't listen to his nonsense, and who is his sister? The next competition hasn't even started yet. Lin Yushur protested. Seeing Lin Yushur's dumbfounded look, Bai Meishue couldn't help but laugh out loud. You junior, how rude. Lin Yushur became even more angry. Well. Let's get down to business. Lin Qingyun interrupted. Poof. Forget it, I don't bother with juniors. Where's the patient? Put it out for me to see. Lin Yueshi said to Bai Meishue. My sister, she has no way to leave the White House. If I bring her out, the White family will certainly not let me run around. That's why I only brought her hair. Bai Meishue said somewhat sheepishly. At those words, Lin Yueshi stared wide-eyed and thought she had heard wrong. What? Only with hair? I've never really heard of anyone being able to see through their hair. You juniors wouldn't be teaming up with this guy to make fun of me, would you? Lin Yueshi's voice was exceptionally childish, with a hint of milky voice, and her figure only reached Bai Meishue's crotch, but the aura of this speech made Bai Meishue even more humble. Eroa, don't be in a hurry, just listen to her finish her sentence first. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun hurriedly persuaded. Lin Yueshio scraped him and closed her mouth. Only then did Bai Meishue continue, there's a reason why I brought Haru's hair. Check it out before you. Saying that, Bai Meishue took out the tightly wrapped handkerchief in her arms, then carefully opened it. In the center of the handkerchief were only two whitish, dark roots of hair. What can a few hairs tell? Ha! Lin Yushur was just about to say something when she suddenly paused and let out a light eep. Her gaze was fixed straight on the two hairs in Bai Meishue's hands. This? She mused and pondered, her eyes full of inquiry. Seeing this scene, a glimmer of hope flared up in Bai Meishue's heart. Two tigers, what do you see? She asked cautiously. After a long time had passed, Lin Yushur let out a long breath as she asked Bai Meishue in a serious tone. When did your sister contract the disease? And by what means was she infected, and what were the symptoms? Upon hearing this, Bai Meishua didn't dare to slow down in the slightest and told it all. My sister contracted it when she was 5 years old. I was sleeping with my sister at the time, and in the middle of the night he suddenly ran into us. I was so startled that I could barely make out my father through the moonlight. I remember that my father was in a very strange state at that time, with a cold aura all over his body, and his eyes were covered with a layer of blackness like a nightmare. Before I could react, he swooped in and grabbed my sister's arm with his fingers. My father was still trying to make a move on me, but then he suddenly convulsed as if he were struggling, his eyes streaming with blood and tears. In the aftermath he looked like he had recovered, and with tears in his eyes he said to me, "Yuki, Haru, it's me who has wronged you, I'm going to a faraway place." And then told me to take care of my sister, that Haru's life might be in danger, and that he would find a way to come back and save Haru. After saying this, he ran off without looking back. After father left, Haru went into a coma, and the scar never went away, and released countless black lines until now. White Sticks narrated in a low tone. Lin Yueshi and Lin Qingyun listened very carefully, and Lin Qingyun frowned. "How is this? This so much like being possessed. Did your father touch something he shouldn't have?" Lin Qingyun asked. "I don't know," said Bai Meishua, her eyes evasive and hesitant. "No. You're lying," Lin Yueshi suddenly said, her eyes looking sharply at her. "I think you and your father said something else. No hiding, tell it all. I have a general idea of why, and how to save her. If you don't even have that much trust, then I don't see the need for me to tell you." "Lying." Lin Qingyun was a bit surprised as he looked at Bai Meishua. Bai Meishua's face turned slightly white when she heard this, and she shook her body for a bit before finally letting out a long sigh. Sorry. I promised my father at the time that I wouldn't say anything to anyone. But I only have my sister as a family member left now. I can't watch her like this," she said with a slight catch in her voice. Bai Meishua calmed down a little and continued, "I'll say. By chance, my father found an ancient book from within a relic, and the name of the book was called the Burial Sky Scripture." Hearing this, Lin Yueshi revealed a look of determination. It really is the Burial Scripture. One of the 4 scriptures of extermination. Only such a peerless technique can execute this level of deathly aura. Though this deathly aura is very faint and easily overlooked. But that's still easy for me to tell. I can't believe it actually appeared in such a remote realm and was even found by your father. Should I say that your Bai family is lucky or unlucky? Bai Meishua revealed an expression of admiration as she looked at Lin Yueshi. "You? What kind of existence are you guys that you even know this?" Lin Yueshi was very flattered by such a gaze, and an imperceptible smugness and satisfaction appeared on her face. I dang. Forehead, what don't I know? What is this?" Only Lin Qingyun, who was next to him, was left in a daze. "Ha? What burial scripture? I don't know anything." Chapter 52, The Phantom Abyss. My father told me at the time that he had researched the contents of that supreme treasure. The burial scripture, while being able to bring strong power to a person, will also confuse one's mind, and the desire to kill and thirst for blood in one's heart will be infinitely enlarged, bringing calamity and destruction to one's side. If we let it remain in the Bai family, it will definitely bring misfortune to the Bai family. Hurting Haru wasn't his intention. He realized that he couldn't control himself anymore, so he had to leave the White House as soon as possible before he completely lost his humanity. White Sticks said, "Oh, your father was a wise man. He was actually able to see the essence of that gongfu." Lin Yueshi complimented. Over the past thousands of years, there have been at least 5 recorded appearances of the burial scripture around the world. Yet every time it appears, it is accompanied by the destruction of hundreds of millions of living beings. Every possessor of the burial sky scripture is bound to have blood on their hands after they appear. The figurative product of the way of the past life, burying living beings, burying humanity, burying heaven and earth. A color of memories surfaced in her eyes and she said rather emotionally, "Does your family know about this?" Lin Qingyun asked with concern. Bai Meishua nodded her head and said, "My father was discovered during his escape from the family, and they spared no effort in hunting him down, but in the end it was for nothing, and a dozen or so people died instead. So they then implicate their anger on us. They kept questioning me, but I bit a bullet and didn't say anything. I think my father must have told them about the dangers of the burial sky scripture, but they didn't believe it. Instead they thought that my father had doused the flames of the Bai family's rise and was a sinner of the Bai family. Things like strength and power are just so obsessive, but they can also lead to ruin." Lin Yueshi mocked the Bai family's stupidity. "Since we know that your sister was harmed by the power of the burying sky scripture, there is actually a way to try to solve it," Lin Yueshi said. Bai Meishua was overjoyed when she heard this. "Really? What a way to go! She was extraordinarily excited in her heart, never imagining that the problem that had plagued her for 10 years was to be solved today. Your father should be practicing the burial sky scripture, but he hasn't been practicing it for a long time. That would be great. Your sister's current state is probably a case of her soul being detached from her physical body, and her flesh being eroded by the residual death aura. One of those two died and your sister couldn't be saved. Thankfully there is something to be saved now. There should be a place where the dead air is extremely dense in your area. Your sister's soul will only fly to the place where the dead air is dense on its own without anyone pulling it. Just find her. As for the residual death chi within her flesh, there are still quite a few ways to exorcise it, so when you become stronger, find some heavenly materials full of vitality to slow down the lifespan of her flesh, and you can also restore her state a bit. Lin Yueshio narrated. Bai Meishue carefully memorized her every word. The latter is still a bit better, but where else to find a place like the former? Lin Qingyun asked worriedly. It's not hard to do. Places with a strong death aura have always been filled with danger for the living, and are basically forbidden places. For creatures as exploratory as humans, places like this must be fascinating. I haven't heard much about such things as forbidden legends before, Lin Yueshi said in a cloudy manner. At those words, Bai Meishue bowed her head and pondered for a moment. It seems like there really is such a place. In the Golden Crow country to the north of the Tianyue country, there is a place called the Phantom Abyss within its land. Inside is filled with treacherous and unknown horror, with the abyss as the center. The bare earth is thousands of miles, a dead silence, no creature can survive in that area. The legend is that there is even a strong person of the level of martial arts soon have fallen in it. As if she had thought of something, Bai Meishue said in a hurry. A martial exalt? Oh. Lin Yueshi sneered. But this place does sound like it fits the bill. Such a dangerous place, I guess you can't enter it for the time being. Let's improve the state of your sister's flesh first. White Sticks nodded. It's just, my sister's soul isn't in danger. In case she couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. In a place that dangerous, with her sister's fragile soul, she probably wouldn't be able to hold it off for long. That I can't guarantee. We can only listen to the fate of the heavens, said Lin Yushir hopelessly. But your sister's state hasn't worsened in the past 10 years, so I believe she should still be quite lucky, she reassured. Bai Meishue nodded. She could indeed only hope for luck now. Then again, what gave you the idea to bring her hair? Lin Yushir looked at the hair in her hand and asked casually. The third prince of the Tianyue kingdom secretly took a hair of my sister's head under the pretext of visiting half a month ago, and I discovered it. I'm guessing he also got wind of the burial scripture and determined that through my sister's hair. That's why I did it. Oh? It looks like he has someone high up behind him. They wouldn't have your father's whereabouts anymore, which is why they followed the clues and found your head. Lin Yueshi said. Hades Snow, you have to be careful. Lin Qingyun said with concern. Don't worry Big Tiger, I'll be fine. Bai Meishue revealed a smile. Alright, I've said everything I need to say, this favor is considered done, said Lin Yushir in a bored manner. Thank you, Eru. You and Dahu are my benefactors. There's nothing I can repay you for, so please do take these 2 items. Saying that, Bai Meishue took out 2 things from her package. Those were 2 cloth tiger pendants, looking quite cute in appearance, somewhat similar to the previous month-old Lin Qingyun and Lin Yueshi. So exquisite, did you make this yourself, He Shui? Lin Qingyun asked in delight. Bai Meishue nodded. Originally, I thought to give one to you and keep one for myself. But I didn't think you had a sister. But it's okay, I can go back and embroider again. I'll take it then. Lin Qingyun was quite cuddly. He asked White Hades Snow to hang the pendant around his neck. Chapter 53 Lin Yushir's Intentions. Lin Yueshi was however a bit squirmy. After all, something like a Muppet might be appropriate for Lin Qingyun, but it would be a bit childish for her. Still, she stepped forward and allowed Bai Meishue to put it on her. This. Looking at the tiger Muppet around her neck, Lin Yueshi had an indescribable feeling. In her last life, from the time she was born, all she was exposed to was medicinal baths, cultivation, and battles, and when she received gifts, they were all valuable heavenly materials and such. It was the first time she had received such a gift. Just take it. Hey Shui, in a while, we will be moving to the interior of the Dark Soul mountain range. Take care of yourself if you do. Lin Qingyun suddenly said. After entering the center of the mountain range, the distance between them and the human cities would also become very far, and they would not be able to get out without 2 or 3 days. So it's expected that they won't be able to see each other for some time after that. Perhaps when Lin Qingyun became stronger, he would be able to travel back and forth. Hearing that Lin Qingyun and the others were leaving, a touch of sadness surfaced in Bai Meishue's eyes. Dahu, take care of yourselves too. Lin Xingyun and Bai Meishua parted ways, and he stood still watching Bai Meishua's back, gradually disappearing into the dense forest. Hey, is it that good looking? Look at you like that. Lin Yueshi slapped her palm on Lin Xingyun's back and said in a rather dissatisfied tone. What are you doing? I'm saying goodbye to a friend, don't break the vibe, okay? Lin Xingyun was furious. Che. The plan to travel to the middle of the Dark Soul Mountain range was something you brought up on your own. I didn't force you. Lin Yueshi gave him a blank look. Then what's your own plan? Tell me about it, asked Lin Xingyun. Lin Yueshi really did think about it quite seriously. Then said, it's definitely still necessary to raise your strength first. When I reach the strength to transform, I'll take human form and go to the human world. Although it's good to be a demonic beast, after all, the system of this world is still dominated by human beings, except for a few legendary level divine beasts or powerful demonic sanctuaries. Ordinary demonic beasts rarely have records in civilization as such, and only know how to fight and kill. I need to find out where exactly this area is as soon as possible. Sooner or later I'll have to kill my way back there one day. After hearing Lin Yueshi's thoughts, Lin Xingyun nodded his head gently in recognition. Then I guess you'll have to spend quite a bit of time. Demonic beasts can't take form until the 7th stage. You'll have to cultivate until the monkey's age, not to mention revenge. To be able to kill you in your last life, I think your opponent is not that easy to deal with. Lin Xingyun said. Lin Yueshi looked determined, her eyes filled with fire. So what, 1,000 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In comparison, I'm more worried that those old bastards will suddenly die violently and won't last until the day I violently beat them up. Tianyue Kingdom, Imperial City. It was one of the most prosperous cities in the 7 southeastern countries, with tall buildings and gates, and a population of tens of millions of people contributed to the prosperity of Tianyue City. In addition, the Slanted Moon Academy, one of the 3 most prestigious academies in the 7 countries, as well as 3 of the top 10 martial arts academies were located here, which made even though Tianyue country's strength within the 7 countries was only in the middle of the pack, nobody dared to take this country lightly. Zhao Wentai's caravan was finally back to Tianyue City. Half a month was more or less a long time, thanks to Zhao Yuji who was looking at everything new. On the way they made some detours, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long. Imperial brother, 7th sister, you finally returned. In the inner city of the palace, Zhao Wentai and Zhao Yuji stepped down from the carriage, and in front of the carriage a man wearing a green coat with an elegant temperament arched his hand and smiled. The man beside the elegant man was standing lazily with his hands behind his back, with a cynical look. Both were born with a good skin. 4th brother. 5th brother. Zhao Yuji saw the man and waved her hand joyfully, running towards him. The elegant man smiled and rubbed Zhao Yuji's little head. 7th sister, you've lost weight and gotten a tan. Yuji, did you have fun outside? Did you meet anything fun? The lazy man beside him raised his eyebrows at Zhao Yuji. Zhao Yuji grinned a harmless human smile, happy, almost died. At those words, the 2 men's faces bristled as they looked her up and down with a nervous expression. What happened, Yuji? Where are you hurt? Quickly let my brother take a look. Tramp Zhao Wentai, how did you kid take care of Yuji? I'm going to fight you one-on-one. The lethargic man glared at Zhao Wentai who approached him. Zhao Wentai was dumbfounded. Yuji, don't screw me over. Haha, I'm fine. With the treasure given to me by Father Emperor to protect me, no one can do anything to me. Zhao Yuji laughed extraordinarily happily. Well, it's good that it's okay. The elegant man put his heart down. I've long said that this Zhao Wentai kid is unreliable, actually letting you come across the point of triggering the protective treasure. In the future, when my brother takes you out, I'll make sure you won't lose even a single strand of hair. The lazy man patted his chest and said confidently. Yes, you're so nice, 5th brother, but that would be too unexciting. Zhao Yuji beamed. Haha, worthy of being my sister, but your safety still has to be guaranteed, or father will have to skin me. It's better this way. My brother just bought a few 7th grade treasure weapons, so I'll give them to you when it's your birthday, the lazy man said with a smile. Really? Thank you, 5th brother. Xian Feng, you're spending money indiscriminately again. Zhao Wentai said to the lazy man. The other party was unconcerned. A few tens of thousands of spirit stones is just a small amount of money, and it's meant to be given to Yuji, so how can you call it spending money indiscriminately? Let's go, Yuji. Since you're back, brother will take you to Ichuan House for recreation. Upon hearing this, the elegant man frowned and said, Nonsense. This is unseemly. Yuji was taught bad by you. Going to see father first is the important thing. 4th brother is right. 5th brother, go ahead and go by yourself. I also quite miss father and mother. Zhao Yuji nodded, looking very well behaved. Zhao Xianfeng revealed a disappointed look and an aggrieved look. At this time, Zhao Yuji winked at him playfully, and he was stunned for a moment, then he revealed an I know-it-all expression and regained his vigor. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Zhao Xianfeng once again turned into that dangling look and took a step towards the outside of the imperial city. This image was all seen by Zhao Wentai and the elegant man, and the two of them looked at each other, revealing a helpless expression. These two are a couple of live ones. Let's go, imperial brother, and Yuji, father is waiting for you. The elegant man laughed. Zhao Wentai suddenly said, by the way Manhwa, I remembered that there is an important matter in my residence that needs to be dealt with in a hurry, so I won't go to see father first. Say hi to father for me. Zhao Wenha looked at him suspiciously with a probing look in his eyes. However, Zhao Wentai was insistent on leaving. Alright, then I'll take Yuji over, you go back first. Zhao Wenha sighed and said. Zhao Wentai nodded his head and once again got into the carriage, heading straight to his royal residence. What is third imperial brother going to do in such a hurry? Zhao Yuji asked in confusion. Zhao Wenha didn't reply, but only gave the departing carriage a deep look, then turned his gaze back to Zhao Yuji with a gentle smile. Yuji, what new and strange things have you encountered along the way? Talk to fourth brother. There are quite a few of them. I was in Wood Maple City, participated in their demon hunting conference, and also encountered a within the Dark Soul Mountain range. Zhao Yuji said as she walked. Chapter 54. I have to get it. Zhao Wentai hurried back inside his royal residence, and just after getting off the carriage, he said to Blood Underworld beside him. Send for Mr. Wu, I have something important to discuss. By the way, come in through the side door of the royal residence and don't let anyone notice. Yes. Blood Underworld turned around and left. Zhao Wentai stepped inside the royal residence, his heart was incomparably agitated at the moment. Now the truth is close at hand. He paced the inner room, and after about half an hour's time, two figures hurried in at the door. Your Highness, Mr. Wu is here. Blood Meditation said with an arch. He then stepped aside to allow the man behind him to walk in. The man's hair was white, his face was withered and thin, and his dark face was full of wrinkles, like a burnt and blackened rotten wood. But his eyes were extraordinarily bright and gleaming. He was leaning on a cane and had a cloak full of patches. Those who didn't know thought he was a beggar from somewhere. However, upon seeing that person walk in, Zhao Wentai hurriedly stood up with a respectful expression. Master! There you are! Zhao Wentai greeted in a humble tone. The old man grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. Kid, you're finally back, have you gained anything? The old man said. Zhao Wentai didn't open his mouth immediately, but instead looked at Blood Underworld. You go outside and stand guard, no one is allowed in. The blood meddler nodded and silently walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Only then did he continue. Master, I found the girl from the White family and took her hair. With that, Zhao Wentai raised his hand and urged the ring on his finger. With a flash of light, a slender hair fell into his hand. The old man had run back impatiently, his eyes looking thirstily at the hair. Aha! Nice! To the point where it looks like that the old man let out a soft hum from his nostrils, the excitement in his eyes growing stronger. But with my Dao, there's no way to determine that with the naked eye. You take 2 steps back. The old man grabbed a handful of hair and motioned for Zhao Wentai to step back. Zhao Wentai hurriedly backed up to the side in a well-behaved manner and looked at the old man nervously. The old man stretched out his fingers and used his sharp nails to make a cut in the palm of his other hand. The wound cracked open, but no blood flowed out, instead a miserable white viscous liquid gushed out. He mouthed the words and took a handful of that hair in his wound-bearing hand. Boom! In an instant, this palm of his hand was covered in miserable white flames. Zhao Wentai, who was on the side, covered his ears as he heard extraordinarily mournful screams from the white flames that shook him to the point of dizziness. He crouched on the ground in pain, clenching his teeth. Before his eyes, an image suddenly appeared. On a barren land, rows of coffins stood in front of him, and a boundless deathly aura surged out, threatening to drown him. Clang! At that moment, a crisp sound exploded in his ears. Those images in front of him dissipated abruptly. Kid, is everything okay? I somewhat overestimated your strength, you can't even withstand this. The old man put one hand on Zhao Wentai's shoulder and laughed. Disciple is not talented, letting the master down. Zhao Wentai wiped a handful of sweat and said breathlessly. Master, how is it? Is it the residual scent of the burial heaven scripture? Zhao Wentai asked expectantly. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. Judging from the purity of this death chi, only the burial sky scripture can do it. It's already certain that so-called supreme treasure of the Bai clan is the heaven-burying scripture without a doubt. Too good. At those words, Zhao Wentai clapped his hands in excitement, his previous composure gone. It's just that kind of peerless technique, why is it that even that Bai Chinian is able to cultivate it and still be able to cause such power? Zhao Wentai was a bit puzzled. According to reason, such a level of gongfu should be difficult to comprehend, but Bai Qinian cultivated it so quickly. The extermination technique is naturally not comparable to those garbage techniques, it is completely different from the vast majority of techniques, even going against the grain. Not to mention Bai Qinian, even if a 6-year-old child came along, he could have succeeded in his cultivation. That's why whenever it appears, it's accompanied by boundless killing. The people who get the gong method, they tend to be bunglers, or even ordinary people, and their minds naturally won't be that firm, and it's only because the burying sky scripture is able to evoke the most primal negative emotions in a person's heart that it's able to control him. Killing, sin, pain. I even have some suspicions that this burial scripture has its own consciousness, specifically picking on those unremarkable fellows, and the places where it appears are all in the thinnest zones of aura. This so-called 7 kingdoms doesn't even have a single martial saint, no wonder it was chosen by it, tisk. The old man shook his head and began to speak slowly. After listening to the old man's words, Zhao Entai's face turned a little white as he was a little shaken. Is such a gong method something I can manage? What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? Don't you want the throne anymore? The old man said quietly. Although your elder brother is 3 years older than you, he is already a 6th grade martial artist, and he has also worshipped into the Heavenly Flower Palace as a personal disciple. That is the legacy of a former martial saint powerhouse, and he is your greatest competitor. Not only that, there is also your 4th and 5th brothers, all of them are also outstandingly gifted. One of them is a great disciple in the Slanting Moon Academy, and is full of vast righteousness. One of them is superficially foppish, but actually hides his clumsiness, and the rest of those female dolls are not to be mentioned. If you don't have something to hold on to, what makes you compete for that throne? The old man's words were like a heavy punch to Zhao Entai's heart. He instantly made up his mind to come, his eyes filled with determination and ruthlessness. I have to get it. Chapter 55 Breaking Through the Sixth Order. Lin Yuexi's request. That's right. Although my old bones don't have much skill, it's still no problem to help you control the erosion of that burial sky scripture. After all, I've been studying that thing all my life. The old man was quite satisfied with Zhao Entai's performance. At this point, he looked around eagerly and asked, "Where did you put that woman?" "I'm going to drain her blood as soon as possible and perform a blood attraction technique to find her father's whereabouts through her direct bloodline. In this way, we will be able to find that missing heaven-burying scripture." Zhao Entai lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, master, I didn't bring her back, and for the time being, I'm still placing her in the Bai family." "What? Why don't you bring the people back, you bastard?" The old man was furious. Zhao Entai mumbled for half a day and finally stifled a sentence, "Because my big brother is coming back soon. If he notices anything unusual, our plan will be defeated. To obtain the burial sky scripture, it will be as difficult as climbing up to heaven. In another 2 months or so, he will return to the Heavenly Flower Palace once again, and at that time, I will immediately receive that woman into the royal residence." At those words, the old man's anger subsided a bit in turn. "You are still so jealous of your big brother. However, your concern is not unreasonable. His current power in the open is indeed not to be underestimated, and if word gets out, your chances of winning will be even lower. The less people know about a supreme treasure like the burial scripture, the better. There's no problem with being cautious. It's just that the woman is thousands of miles away, so you'll need to line up more people to keep an eye on her, but don't let her get away. Master, don't worry, even if I let her run, the Bai family will not let her leave. Her sister is controlled by the Bai family at all times, she cannot leave," Zhao Wentai said confidently. "And I've already left manpower in Wood Maple City to monitor Bai Meishua's movements at all times. It's for the best." Another roughly half a month passed. Lin Qingyun was bored as he lay down next to the Yinkon iron, stretching out a tiger claw and silently inputting demonic energy into the iron piece. Demonic power entering within the iron sheet made of Yinkon iron could cause the temperature of the iron sheet to rise, up to even thousands of degrees of heat. Now he controlled the flow of demonic power input, making sure it was only around a few hundred degrees, just right for roasting meat. The few slices of meat on the iron were squeaky and aromatic. On the other side, on top of the fire, there was the lance that Lin Qingyun had seized, on which a large skewer of meat was currently threaded, flipping, and roasting on the fire. 5th grade treasure soldiers were used by him as barbecue sticks, and extremely high-grade forging materials were used by him as barbecue plates, a level of extravagance that made Lin Yuexi on the side of the room blush when she looked at it. "What are you pounding on? Want some barbecue?" Lin Changyan noticed Lin Yusher not far away, her head lowered, not knowing what she was doing. Usually she was only cultivating, why was she so abnormal today? "No. Didn't do anything. I'm not hungry, you can eat by yourself." Lin Yueshi sniffed and scrambled to hide the things in her hands behind her. Lin Qingyun glanced at it and realized that it seemed to be something shaped like a small fireplace. Kind of like an alchemy furnace in a metaphysical novel in miniature. It seemed like since the other day Lin Yushur had also started to run around blindly, seemingly collecting things. If there's anything you need help with, you can tell me. As an elder brother, I definitely care for my sister, said Lin Xingyun casually. Bah! Who needs your help? Lin Yushur blankly glanced at him and ran away with that small fireplace. Both left Lin Xingyun a tiger looking at the roasted meat glumly. Hey, my sister has grown up and has her own privacy. I used to obviously call myself brother all the time. Although I was forced to do so after being beaten and losing. Lin Xingyun pretended to be despondent while stuffing the cooked roast meat into his mouth. Yummy. My skills are getting better. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, 6th, 76 million points of demonic power are required to evolve to the 7th rank. Race, Thunder Tiger. Body mass, 567.7. Mental strength, 500.3. Demon power, 15 million. Skills, Thunderclap high level, Underworld Thunderjack high level, Thunderbolt high level, Lightning Pendulum intermediate level, Thundersound intermediate level, Thunderbolt Tiger armor intermediate level, Hidden Thunder formation intermediate level, Blue Mind's Eyes intermediate level, Brute Strength intermediate level, Resistant to toxins intermediate level, and Strong Wind intermediate level. Reinforcement point, 152. As he ate, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Hey, it's finally the 6th rank. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body and flowed to his limbs and bones, and on his body surface, wisps of purple-black electric ions scurried about uncontrollably, full of destructive power. His fur became smoother and more textured, looking like a steel needle. In addition to those patterns spread across his body surface, they also became a bit deeper. Yes. This series of changes made Lin Xingyun feel extraordinarily comfortable. Today his strength is a month at a time. Last month, even though he had reached the 5th rank for a long time, he was somewhat stretched when facing the Dark Thunder Evil Python that had just been promoted to the 5th rank. But the current him, even if he had only reached the 6th rank initially, with the purity of his current demonic power and the many demonic techniques he had, hanging on to the vast majority of the 6th rank demonic beasts would not be a problem. He has accomplished a qualitative change. Aha! It's also time to head towards the middle of the Dark Soul Mountain range. Lin Xingyun felt that the time was ripe. Hey, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. At this time, Lin Yushur suddenly scurried out from nowhere again, slightly squirming as she said to Lin Xingyun's. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun couldn't help but want to laugh a little. This empress sister of his had also started the law of true fragrance. Don't! Lin Xingyun decisively refused. You this guy. Just said. Lin Yueshi was furious. Just now was just now, and didn't you turn it all down? It won't be so easy for me to help now. Lin Xingyun was very satisfied with Lin Yueshi's reaction and continued to tease her. Well, Lin Yueshi has some regrets. She should not have been brave. But right now he really needed this bad guy's help. Then name a condition. How can you help me? Lin Xingyun pretended to be thinking and mused. Then I have to think about it. There. We're moving in a couple of days, so you'll be responsible for carrying my bags over there. Lin Xingyun pointed at the lance and Yenkong iron pieces beside him and said to Lin Yueshi. Good. It's a deal. Lin Yueshi immediately agreed. It was just doing some heavy work, it was no big deal to her. Say, what favor do you want me to do? Lin Xingyun casually said. Help me find a few herbs. Lin Yueshi said seriously. Chapter 56 Going to the middle of the Dark Soul Mountains. Those medicinal herbs are not rare. With the abundance of resources in this Dark Soul Mountain range, they can definitely be found. Lin Yueshi hurriedly said. Herbs? What are you looking for herbs for? I'm going to try to break through to the 4th rank, and I need the assistance of these medicinal herbs. Lin Yueshi did not hide it. 4th order. You're going to break through the 4th rank so soon? Lin Xingyun was a little stunned. This is how long? His sister's speed is also too fast. At those words, instead of being complacent and proud, Lin Yushur gritted her teeth. Xiao Yin Yang Mi. Don't think I don't know that your strength is now far beyond mine. It's clear that you could barely see your exact strength before, but now you can't see it in any way. Lin Xingyun shrank his neck resentfully. That seems to be true. That's a bit unkind of myself. But he did feel it from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had the boost of the system to be so swift. Alright, it's my fault. What are all the herbs? I'll find them for you. Lin Xingyun softened his tone and said. Seeing this, Lin Yueshi winked wryly. I want Fire Cloud Ganoderma, preferably over 100 years old. There's also the Golden Silk Chalcedony. This heavenly treasure will appear in places where the spiritual chi is more dense, especially within the spirit stone veins. An earth fiend demon ginseng will usually have earth crystal beasts guarding around it, but this kind of demonic beast is only at the highest level of the 5th rank. Lin Yueshi said 5 or 6 herbs in one breath. She had now seen this guy Lin Qingyun, who was very easy to be soft-hearted and had a knife's mouth and a tofu heart. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Qingyun was now feeling a bit guilty towards her, she could still make more demands to come. Lin Qingyun very carefully memorized the names and looks of all these herbs as well as the locations where they might appear. When we move to the center, I'll get it for you. Thank you, Lin Yueshi said gratefully. Right at this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from the cave behind the two. Noticing the fluctuation, both were stunned at the same time. Tiger Mom breaks through. Lin Qingyun was the first to react. This fluctuation of demonic power was caused by none other than Tiger Mother. As early as half a month ago, Tiger Mother stopped running around in the territory and instead burrowed back into the cave and fell into a deep sleep while holding Hei Hua Mu. Slept through the whole thing. After taking the golden jade lotus seed, it caused the Tiger Mother's realm, which was already at the peak of the 4th rank, to loosen up a bit, in addition to the assistance of the Hei Hua wood. Breaking through to the 5th rank was also a natural thing to do. I just didn't think this day would come so soon. Mom actually broke through. She is also considered extremely talented in the Golden Tiger Clan, it's just that the Golden Tiger Clan can only go up to the 5th rank at the highest level. Lin Yueshi was a little surprised. The lifespan of an ordinary Golden Tiger Clan would be 20 to 30 years at most, and as the rank increased, the lifespan would also increase, and after reaching the 5th rank, the life expectancy of the Tiger Mother would come to 200 years. And she's still only in her 40s or 50s, which is considered young. We need to find a way to help Tiger Mother revolve her bloodline. There's no rush on this, she's only just reached the 5th rank anyway, so it's not just yet. Lin Qingyun pondered in his mind. Ow. A loud and clear tiger's whistle rang out from within the cave, shaking the sky and the earth. It looks like it worked. After a moment's effort, the fluctuations slowly subsided, and Tiger Mother slowly walked out from within the cave. Her aura had become more severe compared to before, her body size had grown larger, and her fur had become more blonde. The aura of a 5th-ranked demonic beast was revealed without a doubt. Boys, I'm home. Tiger Mother seemed very excited as she shouted in a rather happy tone. Dahu Aneru, did you miss me? Tiger Mother trotted over to Lin Qingyun and the others and rubbed her face on each of them. Lin Qingyun inexplicably felt as if Tiger Mother had changed into a tiger. In the past, she seemed a bit mousy, her mind spinning. The current Tiger Mother, on the other hand, had become more spiritual, and it looked like the Hei Huamu that he had given to Tiger Mother had worked well, and Tiger Mother's spirituality had been boosted, and her emotions had become more varied. Mom, you broke through. Congratulations. Lin Qingyun said smilingly. The two children have become so strong now, so I as a mom can't lag behind. Tiger Mother laughed softly, her voice as gentle as ever. Mom, you must be hungry, there's grilled meat here, it's still freshly grilled. Lin Yushi said as she pointed to the grill next to her. Thank you, Eru. Lin Qingyun slandered in his heart. Who did my sister learn this from, that she has begun to pander, or to use the meat he roasted in her name? Mom, how about we move in 2 days? Lin Qingyun proposed. After thinking about it, Tiger Mother nodded and said, it's fine, it just so happens that I've broken through the 5th rank, so I can protect you guys that way. We'll protect you from now on. After 2 days, Lin Qingyun and the others finished their preparations and were ready to leave. Packing all the heavenly materials and the long spear, Lin Yueshi reluctantly carried them onto her back. Tiger Mother looked back at the cave with some dismay. This was a place she kinda liked even though she had only lived here for a year or so. But in the end, they still had to leave this place after all. The richness of the aura in the outer reaches of the Dark Soul Mountain range was already of minimal help to their cultivation, which was why those high-level demonic beasts didn't stay outside. Traveling all the way towards the northwest, the 5th-order demonic beast aura on Tiger Mother's body was released, causing those demonic beasts to retreat, not daring to block their pace. This allowed them to pass through unhindered. Even if they passed through the territories of some 4th-ranked demonic beasts, they could only pretend that they didn't see them. The mission says to take over a territory. How is it to be considered an occupation? Is it hard to take someone else's territory over? That kind of thing is so immoral. Lin Qingyun was calculating in his mind. And what is the spirit toad bag in the quest reward? Spiritual toad pouch, a storage prop, a prop made from the belly of a spiritual toad, which hides nearly 30 cubic meters of space and can store a variety of items. Oh. So it's a storage bag. But right now I do quite lack one of these, and when I rob. Oh no, acquire something good in the future, this tiger's body of mine is not convenient to carry. Lin Qingyun nodded silently. As for the Blood Rogue Mountain mentioned in the other quest, he would wait until he landed first before searching for it, thinking that it should be quite easy to find. Arrow run faster, don't fall behind. Lin Qingyun shouted at this time to Lin Yuexi, who was behind him, carrying the package. You have the nerve to rush me. Can't you just walk a little slower? Lin Yushi indignantly accused. Chapter 57, Attack in the Night. As they gradually walked deeper into the Dark Soul Mountain range, Lin Qingyun was able to clearly feel that the aura around them was gradually thickening. The vegetation became more dense and thick, 100-year-old trees could even be seen everywhere. The humans who were able to come here basically had to be above the 5th grade, which already filtered out 90% of the people. Once again over a hill, the view opens up in front of us. After about 5 days, they were finally entering the central zone. This area is quite suitable for living, why don't we just settle down in this neighborhood? Lin Qingyun broadly strolled around and was quite satisfied with the place. Then stay here for now. Lin Yuexi couldn't wait to stop for a while longer. The package on her body wasn't heavy, but it was extraordinarily twisted and made her uncomfortable. Tiger Mom agrees quite a bit, and she is also of the personality that is too lazy to run around. The two geeks found a shady place to lie down, and Lin Qingyun had a black line. How come I'm the only one who's so diligent? He was certainly not a master who could be idle, and immediately explored towards the depths of the mountain forest. The strength of the central region was indeed not comparable to the periphery. Lin Qingyun had walked for roughly 10 minutes when he saw several third-order demonic beasts infesting the area, and there were even fourth-order demonic beasts. A fourth-ranked demonic beast that was able to have a territory in the outer perimeter would not be able to act as a bully here. That fourth-ranked demonic beast was also quite lucky to be Lin Qingyun's hunting target, and it was decided that it would be the one for today's dinner. Fourth-ranked demonic beast Golden Horned Bull. It was huge and its two sharp-pointed horns were golden in color. At the moment, it was leisurely nibbling the grass on the ground, unaware of the danger coming towards it. By the time it snapped to alertness, Lin Qingyun's attack had already reached its face. Fury Thunder Palm. Lin Qingyun's double claws were covered with a layer of purple-black electric aura, slapping towards the Golden Horned Bull's face at an extremely fast speed. Ah! The Golden Horned Bull froze in place in fear, and before it could react in any way, the heavy and domineering force had already slapped its head alive. Boom! The Golden Horned Bull collapsed helplessly to the ground. In just one strike, this fourth-ranked demonic beast was attacked and killed by Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun lightly took out the demonic pills of the Golden Horned Bull and swallowed it into his stomach. He controlled the force and the demonic pills were intact. Swallowed demonic pills of 4th-order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 600,000, physical strength plus 31.3, mental strength plus 23.7, reinforcement points plus 50. Ever since Lin Qingyun had broken through to the 6th rank, he had gained less rewards from the 4th-ranked demonic beasts and wouldn't be able to obtain new demonic techniques through their demon pills. This was to his liking, after all, so many skills he had a headache looking at them. After taking the demonic elixir, Lin Qingyun dragged the Golden Horned Bull's corpse and ran in the direction of Tiger Mother and the girls. This Golden Horned Bull was probably around 2,000 kilograms, but Lin Qingyun dragged it without the slightest strain, as if it was walking on the ground. After finding them, Lin Qingyun found Tiger Mother and Lin Yuexi lying on the ground with neat movements and languid expressions. These two guys, they're not afraid of other demonic beasts sneaking up on them. Lin Qingyun was a bit speechless, but he didn't wake them up. Instead, he silently prepared dinner. Ever since he had the Yin Kong iron, they stopped nibbling on food, and Tiger Mother was brought to love cooked food by him. Soon, huge cow legs were set up on the fire by Lin Qingyun. The scene was quite spectacular. The aroma of roasted meat drilled into the tips of Tiger Mother's and Lin Yuexi's noses, and both jumped up from the ground at the same time. Whoa! When did you get back? Even dinner is ready. Lin Yuexi said to Lin Qingyun with a surprised look. Lin Qingyun said without a trace of anger, "Come on, don't think I don't know that you weren't asleep at all. It's just to pretend to sleep to avoid labor, and eat ready-made food when it's done." Lin Yuexi had a thick skin and wouldn't admit it at all. "How could it be? I carried so much luggage, it wore me out." Instead, Tiger Mother, who was really asleep, said with some embarrassment, "Tough on you, big tiger." "It's okay, Mom, come on over and eat." Lin Qingyun also just flirted with Lin Yuexi, not really caring. He, then I'll be polite." Lin Yuexi laughed. Thus, the three tigers each hugged and gnawed on a thick cow leg. As his strength grew, Lin Qingyun's meal size was also exaggerated, and without a moment's effort, the several hundred kilograms of beef leg was gnawed clean by him. This meal was eaten until darkness fell, and this entire cow was all chewed clean by the three tigers, and Lin Qingyun once again gained 50 points of physique. After eating and drinking enough, Lin Yuexi was really sleepy this time and yawned and lay to the side. Tiger Mother cuddled up to Hiwaraji and went to sleep afterward. Lin Qingyun glanced at them before finally lying down on the ground. At this moment, the sky was completely dark, the entire mountain forest was dark at the moment, unable to reach out and see five claws. Under the cover of the night, dozens of black shadows shuttled between the mountains and forests, silently and gradually approaching towards the three tigers. A fifth-order tigress. And 2 tiger cubs. Brothers, today's midnight snack has been provided. A hoarse voice broke the quiet dark night. In the darkness, a pair of eyes filled with ferocious light flickered with a dangerous glow as they slowly emerged. Subsequently, its entire body was revealed, a wolf covered in green hair. Behind it, a dozen or so wolf demons that were one size smaller than it also stepped out. The Green Wind Wolves. The Green Wind Wolf at the head was clearly the leader of the entire wolf pack, the fifth-order demonic beast Green Wind Wolf King. At the moment, it was in a hidden corner, staring deathly at the 3 tigers of Lin Qingyun who had fallen into a deep sleep. Chief, the brethren are ready. Going on? Aside from that tigress being a bit of a powerhouse, those 2 cubs don't look threatening. This operation, it will be a success. Beside it, there stood 2 fourth-ranked Green Wind Wolves that were primed to speak, their voices somewhat hyperactive. Yes. Leave that tigress to this chief. Wait and listen to my order, together we will launch an attack towards those 2 tigers. Hey! Wait! How did it become 2 heads? The Green Wind Wolf King was just about to give an order to launch an attack, when it suddenly realized that Lin Qingyun's figure had disappeared from its original position at some point, leaving only Tiger Mom and Lin Yuexi, who were still sleeping. It took it by surprise and was a bit overwhelmed. Could it be that one's eyes are blinking? It was clearly 3 heads just now. Even if its intelligence had gone to another level, it couldn't explain the situation for a moment. Just as it froze, a purple-black lightning bolt suddenly cut through the night sky and came towards the Green Wind Wolves. Chapter 58 Green Wind Wolf Pack Overthrown. Ka-chow! An ear-splitting pop pierced the quiet night sky. Accompanied by a few mournful screams, a few unlucky Green Wind Wolves were struck by purple-black lightning on the spot, and the violent lightning attribute demonic power instantly split those Green Wind Wolves into charcoal. The other Green Wind Wolves were startled and their formation became disorganized. Who is it? The Green Wind Wolf King roared. Yet within the darkness ahead, it did not see any figure. It didn't dare to act rashly, the power of that strike just now was a bit terrifying. What happened? The explosion woke up the sleeping tiger mother, who stood up in a hurry and looked around warily. Mom! Beside her came the voice of Ling Yusher, who seemed to have gotten up long ago. Eru, is there an enemy? Where did Big Tiger go? Tiger mother looked at the extraordinarily calm Lin Yueshi beside her and asked in a panic. It's okay mom, go back to sleep. He'll take care of the rest. Lin Yueshi said calmly, her eyes looking into the distance. Ow! There were purple-black lightning flashes constantly in that direction, accompanied by mournful wolf howls. Tiger Mother followed Lin Yusher's line of sight and a stunned look emerged on her face. Are those the powers of the great tiger? How is this kid so strong now? When I was his age, I couldn't remember. The fact that even Tiger Mother felt it was strong showed that Lin Qingyun had already reached the 6th rank. Lin Yueshi's heart shook. Also determined to break through as soon as possible. Purple-black thunderbolts kept shooting in the night, each time taking away the life of one or several Green Wind Wolves. The Green Wind Wolf King was sweating profusely at the moment. If it weren't for the extraordinarily disciplined nature of the wolves, it was expected that they would have scattered in all directions long ago. Damn it! Attack me! The Green Wind Wolf King was still unable to lock onto Lin Qingyun's figure, and it instantly became a little anxious in its heart. It let out a long whistle and ordered all the Green Wind Wolves to attack. Countless wolf howls rang out, and around these Green Wind Wolves several wind blades gradually coalesced. The Green Wind Wolf King's body even condensed several millstone-sized wind whirls. Whoosh! The wind whirls and these hundreds of wind blades shot out in unison, smashing into the darkness in front of them. In a blink of an eye, these giant trees in the dense forest were struck by the wind blade wind whirlwinds, and deep gullies were immediately hacked out at their trunks, and wood shavings flew. Some were even directly cut off by the attack. The front became a mess. Even though these attacks didn't hit Lin Qingyun, the Green Wind Wolf King's purpose had been accomplished as it managed to force out Lin Qingyun's figure to come. Seeing Lin Qingyun's true appearance, the Green Wind Wolf King's heart jumped. Isn't that the tiger cub that disappeared? I can't imagine that the one who sneaked up on them was actually this inconspicuous tiger cub. Lin Qingyun's true strength was hidden by the system, and as long as he didn't put up a fight, no one would be able to tell his true strength. Plus the wolves' attention was on the tiger mom, which was why he was ignored. With just a little tiger like you still want to deal with us? Although the Green Wind Wolf King was shocked at Lin Xingyun's strength, it did not think that he could defeat the entire Green Wind Wolf pack. Just now, it was only because Lin Xingyun relied on the dark environment to launch a sneak attack on them that he was able to succeed. Demon Technique, Green Wind Slash. The Green Wind Wolf King opened its mouth wide and its hair exploded all over its body, condensing a wind blade over 5 meters wide in front of it. The wind blade instantly chopped towards Lin Xingyun's figure at an extremely fast speed, or it cut through, it split the air in two, extremely sharp. In the face of this full-force strike from the Green Wind Wolf King, Lin Xingyun felt that it was nothing. With his strength of the 6th rank, this level of attack was simply not enough anymore. His tail was covered with a layer of electric aura. Demon Technique, Electricity Swing. Lin Xingyun's tiger tail transformed into an arc of electricity, ruthlessly drawing in the incoming wind blade. Boom! That green wind slash that seemed to be able to tear everything apart was more or less inadequate in front of Lin Xingyun's absolute strength. It was directly smashed to smithereens by Lin Xingyun mercilessly. How can that be? The Green Wind Wolf King's mind exploded a bit. His strongest strike was actually easily blocked by the other party. What is the strength of this little tiger? Is it hard to be a 6th order? It's so anticlimactic. Its own child was 5 or 6 years old and had only barely reached the level of the 2nd rank. Retreat! The Green Wind Wolf King also quickly reacted to the fact that he was definitely not a match for the other party and hurriedly shouted. Once the opponent was stronger than they would retreat without hesitation. It's a little late for that, isn't it? Lin Xingyun urged the demonic power within his body. Right at this moment, the corpses of those electrified and charred green wind wolves around the green wind wolves suddenly lit up with a faint purple glow. Several rays of light slowly floated out from the corpse, and upon closer inspection, it was actually Lin Xingyun's tiger hair. Demon Technique, Hidden Thunder Formation. Lin Xingyun catalyzed these hairs that he had specially arranged in advance, which contained his demonic power and were well hidden. Right at this moment, the hairs created a connection with each other, trapping all the green wind wolves in them and forming a formation. Ka-chow! Countless electric ons shot out from these hairs, forming a large net of lightning that wrapped all the green wind wolves in it. Ow! These ordinary green wind wolves were only below the 3rd rank. Where could they withstand the attacks executed by the 6th rank Lin Xingyun? Countless electric ons raged in the formation, and the Green Wind Wolf King could only watch his group of men being devoured by the electric ons. Ah! The Green Wind Wolf King let out a wail. The 2 4th-ranked green wind wolves beside it, although they had not been electrocuted alive, their bodies had also been heavily damaged, with their entire bodies first scorched black, and their bodies paralyzed, unable to move. Demon Technique, Breaking Thunder Palm. Lin Xingyun suddenly attacked and sent them to the west with 2 claws. In an instant, there was only one wolf left, the Green Wind Wolf King, and the entire Green Wind Wolf pack was wiped out. The Green Wind Wolf King was still struggling to resist the attack of the Hidden Thunder Formation. It was incomparably desperate in its heart. It couldn't even run if it wanted to now. Spare my life. I'll give everything. The Green Wind Wolf King looked pleadingly at Lin Xingyun in front of him. Do you know where Blood Rogue Mountain is? Tell the truth and I won't kill you. Lin Xingyun looked at it and casually asked. Blood Rogue Mountain. I know where it is. I'll take you there if you let me go. Even though the Green Wind Wolf King didn't even know where the Blood Rogue Mountain was, it still gritted its teeth and said. Then Lin Xingyun was shaking his head. You're lying. Chapter 59, The Cave Behind the Waterfall. I said I won't kill you if you tell the truth. The electric aura lingering around Lin Xingyun became more and more dazzling, and the Green Wind Wolf King's heart beat wildly. Is this guy a mind reader? How did he find out? There was no way around it. The Green Wind Wolf King could only is to admit it. Well, I really don't know where Blood Rogue Mountain is. I can help you find it though. I still have part of my wolf pack. I can get them to look together. At those words, Lin Xingyun actually revealed a disappointed look. Tisk. So you really don't know? I just swindled you a bit. Why did you admit it? Since you don't know, there's no point in keeping you. As he spoke, several thick electric ons roared out from Lin Xingyun's body, slashing towards the Green Wind Wolf King at an extremely fast speed. Demonic skill, driving thunder and lightning. You don't keep your word. How could you do this? You clearly agreed just now that you wouldn't kill me if I told the truth. The Green Wind Wolf King's lungs were about to explode with anger as it roared with unwillingness. Children's words are reckless. You believe in a child's words. Lin Xingyun said without changing his face. Besides, I really don't believe you'll help me after I let you go. When it comes down to it, you lied. Boom. These lightning bolts mercilessly struck the body of the Green Wind Wolf King, even though it released all the demonic power in its body to resist Lin Xingyun's attack. However, the difference in strength between them was too great. The wind whirl around it was easily pierced through by the electric ons, and the remaining momentum of the electric ons did not diminish, electrocuting the defenseless Green Wind Wolf King into charcoal. With the collapse of the Green Wind Wolf King, this massive group of green wind wolves was completely annihilated by Lin Xingyun. This pack of wolves should have been on us since we first entered the center. After following behind for a day, I wanted to take advantage of the night to strike, but it's just a pity that you guys overlooked my ability to see. Despite the fact that this group of wolves were disciplined and did not produce a single crack, leaving both Tiger Mother and Lin Yueshi unaware, they never expected that there was a 6th-rank Lin Xingyun inside. Their self-perceived perfect tracking has long since been completely exposed. Lin Xingyun took out the demonic pills from the Green Wind Wolf King's brain, as well as the demonic pills of the 2 4th-ranked Green Wind Wolves. He swallowed the Green Wind Wolf King's demonic pills into his stomach in one gulp. Swallowed demonic pills of 5th-order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 2,550,000, physical fitness plus 90, mental power plus 95, reinforcement points plus 120. Acquired new skill, Windwalking low level. Fusion of Windwalking low rank and Big Dipper middle rank to create a new skill, Wind and Thunder Steps middle rank. Wind and Thunder Steps intermediate level, condense demonic power into the limbs, causing the host's speed to increase drastically, with a figure as ethereal as the wind and as swift as thunder. After swallowing the 5th-rank demonic pills, Lin Xingyun naturally unlocked a new skill. Seeing that it was actually a skill that could increase speed made Lin Xingyun quite satisfied. With this skill, both chasing and tactical shifting are guaranteed. There were 2 4th-rank demon pills left, so they could be given to Tiger Mother and Lin Yueshi. Anyway, the 4th-ranked demonic pills would have a limited boost for him now, but it would help them and would not be small. Lin Xingyun returned to Tiger Mother and Lin Yueshi with the 2 demon pills. Resolved. Just a bunch of ungrateful little moles. You guys don't have to worry. Seeing Tiger Mother's concerned gaze, Lin Xingyun said easily. Phew, thanks to Big Tiger. It's really dangerous inside the mountain range. Tiger's mom sighed in relief. Lin Yueshi did not worry too much, although she was the weakest, she still had the means to save her life, and she trusted Lin Xingyun's strength. Let's wait until tomorrow when we proceed to go deeper inside the mountain range. There's no point in staying here. Lin Xingyun said casually. Since the Green Wind Wolf King didn't know about the existence of the Blood Rogue Mountain, it meant that it wasn't in this area, and it was thought that it would have to go a little deeper before it could do so. Okay. Afterwards, Lin Xingyun handed the 2 demon pills to Tiger Mother and Lin Yueshi respectively. This demonic elixir will be of great use to you, so take it quickly. After a night without incident, the 3 tigers continued on towards the depths. Lin Xingyun wasn't as eager as before, and his speed of advancement was much slower. In addition to looking for a new residence, he hadn't forgotten that he had to help Lin Yuexi look for medicinal herbs. There's no need to go too fast. Soon, Lin Xingyun and the others arrived next to a waterfall. The waterfall's water flows swiftly into the creek below. The water in the creek was clear, similar to the creek next to that original territory of theirs. It just so happened that they hadn't cleaned for a few days either, and after making sure that there was no danger in the vicinity, they plunged into the creek with their heads in the sand. Ha! This water is actually hot. Lin Xingyun's body had just entered the water when he sensed something strange. While the streams are supposed to be cool, the creek here is indeed hot water, with a temperature of about 50 or 60 degrees. Is it hard to believe that the upper stream is a hot spring? Lin Xingyun looked up at the waterfall, curious about the scene above. Can't really say. But it's kinda cozy to take a bath in here. Lin Yuexi looked cozy as she swam around within the creek. At this moment, Lin Xingyun seemed to notice that there seemed to be something behind the waterfall, which immediately caught his attention. He hastily opened his blue mind's eye and looked in that direction. Sure enough, at the center of the waterfall, there was a crimson glow that was particularly dazzling. Above the glow, the temperature of the waterfall was still only normal, but after flowing through the glow, the temperature of the water also rose. It looks like the water in the creek is getting hot because of what's behind the waterfall. Lin Xingyun found the reason. Stuff? What could be there? Lin Yueshi looked towards the waterfall suspiciously as she narrowed her eyes, seemingly equally aware. It seems to be true, the aura fluctuations in that area are very violent. It's not guaranteed that there are any rare heavenly treasures hidden in the back. The two looked at each other, and immediately they unanimously decided to go over and take a look. Da hu and air hu, you guys be careful. Tiger Mother had long since gotten used to this, and only casually reminded her. Got it. Lin Xingyun and Lin Yuexi walked together towards the waterfall, and when they arrived at the bottom of the waterfall, they looked up. Sure enough, he was able to see a cave behind it, at a height of about 6 or 7 meters. The cave happens to be located behind the waterfall and you can't really spot it unless you look closely. Lin Qingyun topped the turbulent waterfall and his feet flashed with electricity. He stomped his limbs hard, and against the pressure of the current, he leaped to the position of the cave in 3 steps and 2 steps, and plunged headlong into it. Lin Yueshi, on the other hand, followed behind him, and with Lin Qingyun around, she had much less resistance, and likewise followed closely behind to drill into the cave. Chapter 60 Mutated Demon Beast Egg. Lin Qingyun was the first to enter the cave, and as soon as he entered, he felt a wave of heat coming over him. The temperature in here was extremely high, and had reached a level that made him feel uncomfortable. In addition, the aura within this was extremely dense, and this aura likewise contained blazing heat. That's why the waterfall is hot out there. Whew! God, it's hot. Lin Yueshi then drilled in, and she was similarly surprised by the temperature within the cave. However, she herself possessed the fire attribute demonic power and had some resistance to such temperatures. The aura is so rich, I'm sure there must be good treasures inside. Lin Yueshi looked inward expectantly. Lin Qingyun said to Lin Yueshi, "I'll go in first, you follow behind me." Humph! What a handsome act! Lin Yueshi snorted lightly, but still stood silently behind Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun's body was surrounded by electric aura, ready to deal with any danger that might arise as he slowly walked towards the cave. The width of the cave was more than 3 meters, which was quite spacious, and it was pitch black inside, and when Lin Qingyun tried to cast his by-mind eyes to probe inside, all he saw was a crimson red. Those were all auras that filled the cave, so it seemed that this skill still had some drawbacks. As they gradually went deeper, the temperature around them increased. Ha! This is Fire Cloud Ganoderma. At this moment, Lin Qingyun noticed that on the stone wall of the cave, there were several crimson-colored Ganoderma growing. The crown of the Ganoderma had a cloud-like pattern. These features were clearly the Fire Cloud Ganoderma that Lin Yueshi needed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshi hurriedly came over to look at it, and her eyes immediately lit up. It's still true. We're so lucky. It looks like it's in good condition, it's just not very old, but it's good enough. It's probably because of the rich fire aura here that allows them to grow so well. Lin Yueshi was quite happy, never imagining that she had found a medicinal herb so quickly. It made her even more curious about what was inside. She rushed over and removed the Fire Cloud Ganoderma from the stone wall and packed it into her own small package. Keep going. I think I vaguely saw something. Lin Qingyun said softly. After walking for about 2 minutes, they didn't encounter any danger either, and the cave widened as they went deeper. During this period, they discovered several more fire attribute heavenly treasures one after another, all of which were beautifully included in Lin Yueshi's package. These were all fire attribute high-grade materials, which could be of great help to her. In addition, they also found some feathers on the ground as well as the body of a demon beast. The corpse of this demonic beast had become dried and withered from the heat, and it had a pair of wings that were over 5 meters wide, covered in a layer of crimson feathers. What kind of demonic beast is this? Lin Qingyun carefully examined the corpse. It seems to be the corpse of a fire-feathered bird, and these feathers were left behind by it. This kind of demonic beast is not rare, and the bloodline is also at the level of ordinary grade. The highest is only the 5th rank. Looking at the size of this corpse, this bird should have been of the 5th rank when it was alive. Lin Yueshi was experienced, and after some observation, she came to a conclusion. Fire plume bird. Since it's dead, what the hell is releasing the heat? Lin Qingyun was a bit puzzled. Not really, you'd have to walk in to find out. This fire-feathered bird should have died from serious injuries. One of its claws is missing, and all the bones in its abdomen have been broken. Lin Yueshi shook her head. It looks like you'll just have to go forward and find out the truth for yourself. Suddenly, an extremely strong heat wave was released from the depths of the cave, and Lin Qingyun's breath caught in his throat, and he felt like his hairs were going to be burned. He hurriedly released the Big Dipper Thunder Tiger armor, enveloping himself while looking at Lin Yueshi behind him. Are you okay? No. Nothing. Lin Yuexi's face was a bit ugly, but she was still able to withstand it. I should have known to bring the condensed frost jade with me, it would still be able to resist some of the heat. The heat wave gradually dissipated, and Lin Qingyun took this opportunity to dash towards the source of that heat wave. Running out a distance of roughly a few dozen meters, Lin Qingyun came to the end of the cave and finally found the source of the blazing temperature. That turned out to be an egg. Lin Qingyun stretched out his tiger paw and rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. On the ground at the end of the cave, there was a huge bird's nest, which was currently burning because of the heat. And in the center of the burning bird's nest lay a lone bird's egg about the size of his palm. The bird's egg emitted a faint fiery light, and on the surface of the eggshell, it seemed as if a magma-like substance was constantly flowing. What kind of egg is this? How come there's still a seeming pressure? Lin Xingyun was a little surprised that such a high temperature and rich spiritual qi was actually released from amongst this egg. Could this egg have been hatched by a fire-feathered bird? This ordinary demonic beast can have this ability? Fire-feather bird egg mutated, an unknown breed of demonic beast is bred in it, and it looks like the young inside are about to break out of their shells. It turns out that a mutation has occurred. At this time, Lin Yueshi followed, and she saw the bird egg at a glance. This bird egg has actually mutated. I'm not saying that our luck is good. Lin Yueshi looked the egg up and down with interest. Can you recognize what species the demonic beast cubs inside are? Lin Xingyun asked casually. Lin Yueshi shook her head and said, a mutated demonic beast egg can only be recognized after it breaks its shell. Mutated demonic beast eggs are extremely rare and highly uncertain. Most of the mutated demonic beast eggs that hatch out are pups with congenital defects that may not survive more than a few hours before they die. But there are rare cases where mutated demonic beasts with epic or even legendary bloodlines will hatch. Those kinds of demonic beasts are basically hard to come by in 100 years, and if they grow up smoothly, they are all guaranteed to be Demon Zoon level powerhouses. Lin Yueshi looked at the demonic beast egg with a burning gaze. By the looks of this, the mutant cubs inside are definitely not simple. If we can hatch a legendary bloodline, then we'll be rich. Even though Lin Yueshi had seen a lot in her previous life, she had never really seen a mutated demonic beast. It was truly amazing to actually come across one here now. She was already silently calculating in her mind to take this mutant cub and make it her aid in her revenge. Lin Xingyun was now thinking about whether he would have evolved his bloodline once more if he had swallowed this egg directly. It was also at this time that the mutated demon beast egg changed. Chapter 61 Fire Luan Cub. The mutant demonic beast egg suddenly began to stop releasing fire attribute aura, and it shook in place as if it wanted to break out of its shell. It's going to hatch. Lin Xingyun both held their breath and watched the changes in the mutated demonic beast egg carefully. Ka chow. A crunching sound came from the surface of the mutant demon beast's egg as it cracked open. Immediately afterward, the crack became larger and larger, and a bird's beak was exposed. The demonic beast cub seemed to be quite strong, and with a fierce push, it pushed a piece of the eggshell open, revealing its small head. Chirp! The cub let out a tender cry as it lay on its back inside the eggshell, its eyes not yet open, and it could only instinctively stomp around with its two little paws. In a short while, it hatched out completely and its true appearance was presented to Lin Xingyun and the others. It was only as big as Lin Xingyun's palm, its body was bare, with only two fiery red dull hairs on the top of its head, and its beak appeared yellowish, looking as if it was an inconspicuous chicken. This thing is a mutated demonic beast? Lin Yueshi looked the cub up and down, her eyes filled with suspicion. This wasn't quite what she expected. She had expected a mighty, dominant and imposing cub to hatch. Can it be that it's a mutated demonic beast with a congenital defect? How could that make so much noise? On the other side, Lin Xingyun obtained information about this cub through the system. Fire Luan Cub Mutant. The body contains a trace of the bloodline of the ancient beast Luan bird. Because it is a mutant demonic beast, the bloodline is not pure. For the epic level bloodline demonic beasts, the follow-up, if you can purify the bloodline, you can reach the legendary level. Such a gadget is actually a Fire Luan? How come I don't see where it has the physical signs of an epic bloodline? Lin Xingyun was also a little less convinced. But then, both had a simultaneous eye-opener. Only to see this Fire Luan pup pupate on the ground a few times, seemingly without finding its mother. It directly opened its small mouth, and an extremely strong suction force came violently. In the next moment, the flames burning on that bird's nest were instantly sucked directly into its mouth. Not only that, the remaining fire attribute aura within the cave were all drilled into its body in a brain. In a flash, this Fire Luan cub was also rapidly changing. Its body surface grew feathers at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its eyes slowly opened, growing larger all at once. Not only that, from the fluctuation of demonic power in its body that seemed to be there, he felt that the grade of this cub had already reached the third stage. Lin Yueshi was even more full of questions. What do you mean? Against me, right? I've worked so hard to cultivate for so long to get to the third rank, and you were just born and you're at the third rank? Lin Xingyun's eyes lit up. It seems that there is really something, if you eat it now. Host, please calm down. It's still just a child. All the fire attribute auras within the entire cave were swept away by the Fire Luan cubs. It then closed its mouth with intent. It then stared at Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi, who were standing in front of it, with its small watery eyes. It spread its little wings at once, let out a joyful yelp, and trotted toward them. Daddy! Mom! The Fire Luan cub cried out in a milky voice. At those words, Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi were petrified in place at the same time. What's going on? How did you become a happy father yourself? Lin Qingyun stupid, he is only half a year old The fire lawn cubs rubbed affectionately against the thighs of both, and seemed to have recognized both as their own parents. After reaching the third stage, its entire temperament also changed, its fiery red feathers were extraordinarily dazzling, and the entire bird was round and rolled, looking quite cute. Just born can speak, and also directly break through to the third stage, it seems to be a really powerful demonic beast. Lin Yueshi could not see the true identity of the fire lawn cub for the time being, but she could tell that it was not simple. Since the other party recognizes himself as his mother, then he is not polite, just this call can be changed. Child, I'm not your father, you've mistaken me. Lin Qingyun gently pushed it away and said helplessly. Who knew that the fire lawn cub's eyes were filled with tears as it looked pitifully at Lin Qingyun. Daddy! You don't want me! The fire lawn cub cried out with a sobbing voice, looking strangely pitiful. A touch of guilt inexplicably arose in Lin Qingyun's heart. TCH, this is relying on us. Why are you being so mean to the child? Go to the side. Lin Yushi pushed Lin Qingyun to the side. She then walked over to the fire lawn cub and extended her paw to gently rub against it. The fire lawn cub stopped crying at once. Mom! I'm hungry. The firebird cub stretched out its little wings, pointed to its beak, and touched its belly again. Air! What does this bird cub eat? There are no worms over here to feed it. Lin Yueshi was a little overwhelmed. Lin Qingyun asked the system. Fire lawn cubs feed on fire attributed heavenly materials and treasures, or fire attributed demon pills, the blood and flesh of demonic beasts, and so on. Lin Qingyun drifted off as he said to Lin Yueshi. You take out those heavenly treasures you just picked up in your package, it should eat this. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshi suspiciously pulled out a handful of red light grass from her parcel and handed it to the fire lawn cub. Seeing this spiritual grass, the fire lawn cub's eyes were glowing, and it directly opened its little mouth, and within a few moments, it ate these spiritual grasses into its stomach. Mom! I want more. The fire lawn cub looked at Lin Yueshi once again, its eyes filled with hope. Seeing this, Lin Yueshi gritted her teeth and took out another vermilion vine flower, only she didn't give it to it right away, but said softly. Child, if you call me sister from now on, you can have this jutang flower. Mom! Call sister. Mom! You. Me. Lin Yueshi almost fainted in anger. Instead, the fire lawn cub looked at her with an innocent expression. Alright, what are you fighting with a child for? Hurry up and give it food. Lin Qingyun felt amused at Lin Yueshi's slightly childish behavior. Lin Yueshi helplessly gave up the idea of lowering her generation, just be a mom. She fed the vermilion vine flower into the mouth of the fire lawn cub, which cried out thank you mom while eating that vermilion vine flower. The fire lawn cub was like a bottomless pit, eating more than a dozen heavenly materials in one breath, and still didn't see it get full. Looking aside, Lin Qingyun and Lin Yueshi were dumbfounded. Bad, another foodie. Chapter 62 New Territories. No more feeding. There's nothing left to feed anymore, I can't give you my fire cloud Lingji. Lin Yueshi protected her parcel that had dried down and said that she wouldn't take it out. And the fire lawn cub was also very sensible and did not continue to eat. It patted its belly and burped, a small flame erupting from its mouth. So in the future, we will have to raise this little fire lawn? Lin Qingyun said hesitantly as he looked at the living fire lawn cub. Firebird? So it's a fire lawn? It kinda looks like it when you look at it like this. But that's a demonic beast with a legendary level bloodline. Lin Yueshi was a bit surprised. No, its bloodline purity isn't complete because it's a mutated bloodline, right now it's at most epic level. Lin Qingyun said casually. Oh, that's reasonable. An epic level bloodline is also already very strong. I estimate that in the entire Dark Soul Mountain range, there are no more than 10 demonic beasts that have reached an epic level bloodline. This little guy has a lot of potential, and will be a great help when he grows up in the future. Just keep it for the time being. Lin Yueshi nodded and said seriously. And the little guy was quite clingy, they couldn't shake him off even if they wanted to. Makes sense. Lin Qingyun also thought it was great, when this little guy grows up in the future, he can still ride it and fly in the sky, just thinking about it is energizing. It's time to give it a name. You think of a catchy one. Lin Yueshi looked at Lin Qingyun and asked him what he thought. Lin Qingyun sniffed and thought about it rather seriously. Why don't we just call it Captain Inferno Head? The two red dull hairs on top of the fire lawn cub's head resembled a handful of small flames, an apt name. What the hell? Get serious. Lin Yueshi was instantly furious. Then you think of said Lin Qingyun rather unconvincingly. Lin Yueshi frowned and thought for half a day before finally saying, why don't we just call it Little Fire? Doesn't feel as good as my Captain Inferno head. How nice of you to say. AI, obviously my naming talent is quite excellent. How come I don't have any inspiration now? Lin Yushur was a bit depressed. Our mom's genes are too strong. Chanting, this naming technique of yours looks like it's pro-life, Lin Xingyun teased. In the end, after the unanimous decision of the two of them, the Fire Lawn Cub was given the good name Little Fire. Daddy, cried Little Fire in a milky voice. Lin Xingyun inexplicably felt a sense of contradiction in his heart, but he still said gently, from now on, you'll be called Little Fire. And since you call her mom, you should call me uncle. Shouldn't it be to call your father and then call me aunt? Lin Yushur said quietly. I see that you are not a mother and child, and both have the fire attribute, so you should recognize this child. Get thee outta here. At that moment, Little Fire yawned and said sleepily, Mom and Dad, Little Fire is sleepy. This kid really only wants to hear what he wants to hear. Sleep, Little Fire, Lin Xingyun said helplessly. Afterwards, Little Fire waved its wings and flew directly to Lin Xingyun's head, finding a comfortable position to sleep. Lin Xingyun's head was full of black lines, but he didn't dare to move. Ha ha ha! Seeing this comical scene, Lin Yushur couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey! Forget it, go call Mom in as well, this is a good place to stay. Lin Xingyun said to Lin Yueshi. The area inside this cave was spacious enough to accommodate the four of them, and with the waterfall outside as cover, it would be hard to be discovered. Outside was the creek, with plenty of water, and next to it was a clearing that made it easy for them to move around. It's a good place to make your home in the future. Lin Yueshi nodded, thinking that this place was very nice. She was about to run out and yell for Tiger Mom to come in with her, when Tiger Mom's shout came from outside the cave. Big Tiger and Two Tiger, how are you guys doing? In no time, Tiger Mother walked within the cave and joined the two. Mom, why did you come in? We were about to go call you, Lin Xingyun said. The water in the creek has suddenly turned cold, so I'm guessing there's some kind of change going on here, and I'm worried about your safety, the Tiger Mom said softly. Seeing that they were all fine, Tiger Mom was relieved. Lin Xingyun told Tiger Mother roughly about the situation inside the cave. When she heard that Little Flame recognized Lin Xingyun and Lin Yueshi as his parents, Tiger Mother's expression was a bit strange. So you're going to be a grandmother yourself? Obviously haven't raised either child for a year yet. And as for the matter of making a home here, Tiger Mom agrees. She was also quite pleased with the place, especially the creek, which reminded her of the old territory. It passed unanimously. After determining this, Tiger Mother and Lin Yueshi began to get busy, cleaning up the interior of this cave, clearing some useless trash, as well as the corpse of that fire-feathered bird outside the cave. Lin Yushur found a place to bury this fire-feathered bird. After all, it was at least Little Fire's own mother. Lin Xingyun placed the sleeping Little Flame on top of his head onto a piece of animal skin, and only then did he feel at ease. That's when he remembered his previous mission. Does making this place a territory count as completing the mission? Are you sure you want to use this place as a territory? A system voice sounded and Lin Xingyun nodded his head. Okay. Congratulations to the host for completing the new Quest 3, and obtaining the rewards Spirit Toad Bag 1, Skill Points plus 50, and 500 Spirit Stones. 500 Spirit Stones are placed in the Spirit Toad Bag by themselves. Sure enough, the task was easily accomplished. Lin Xingyun then had a palm-sized bag in his palm, which had an extraordinarily tough outer skin that resembled a toad's belly. Penetrating his spiritual sense into the spiritual toad sack, Lin Xingyun saw the space inside. It was still quite spacious and could hold a lot of things. The 500 spirit stones were also lying quietly in the corner. His demonic power was growing at all times, so he didn't need to utilize spirit stones to cultivate. But it doesn't mean he can't use these spirit stones. In this world, spirit stones are considered essential items, alchemy and refinery to buy items and so on. All use it. Saving some spirit stones out was also a good precaution, and in the future, he was planning to enter the human world for a stroll. Afterwards, he used his spiritual sense to load that 5th grade treasure weapon as well as the Yin Con iron into the spiritual toad bag. Retracting his spiritual sense, Lin Xingyun urged his demonic power and wrapped the entire spiritual toad bag in it, then opened his mouth and swallowed it. With his demonic beast's body there was no way to carry the item. He simply learned the Dark Thunder Evil Python's method and placed the item in his stomach. With his demonic power wrapped around it, the spirit toad pouch could be very stably kept in its body. When you need to use it, then you will activate your demonic power to take it out. After swallowing the spiritual toad bag, Lin Xingyun casually moved around to make sure that this spiritual toad bag would not affect him. I wish I could return to human form sooner. Chapter 63 News from the Blood Rogue Mountain. After a few more days, Lin Xingyun and the others had also adapted to their new life. The spiritual chi here was more than twice as rich as the outskirts, making them feel very comfortable. Lin Xingyun returned from outside to the waterfall here, and at a glance, he saw Lin Yuexi, who was practicing beside the stream. Judging by the aura she revealed, it was only a step away from her breaking through the 4th rank. Here, the earthbending demon ginseng you need. Lin Xingyun walked over to her and handed her a ginseng covered in blood. Thank you. Lin Yuexi opened her eyes and was instantly overjoyed, thanking her from the bottom of her heart. Lin Xingyun had been poking around the waterfall for the past few days, exploring the nearby terrain as well as the demonic beasts. There weren't any particularly powerful demonic beasts within a dozen kilometers radius of the waterfall. At most there were only a few 4th-ranked demonic beasts, but in front of Lin Xingyun, they weren't enough to look at anymore. One of the 4th-ranked demonic beasts was clearly the Earth Crystal Beast, and as its good neighbor, Lin Xingyun naturally had to pay a visit to the door. The Earth Crystal Beast is also quite enthusiastic, not only good wine and meat to entertain him, before leaving also gave him a 4th-order demon pills, as well as its collection of Earth-themed demon ginseng or taught. Lin Xingyun could be grateful. By now, Lin Yuexi was just short of the golden silk chalcedony as an ingredient, and would be able to put together all the ingredients for the pill. Where's our mom and little fire? Lin Xingyun asked as he looked around and did not find them. They went to play blindly, and it's only because mom knows how to bring up a child, or else I'd be bored to death by him. Lin Yuexi was a bit speechless. Ever since little fire joined the family, their lives had changed. The boy was quite energetic and very childlike, always pestering Lin Yuexi to play with him. As a last resort, Lin Yuexi left him to Tiger Mom to take him. Perhaps it's an intergenerational relationship. Little Fire and Tiger's mom are quickly getting along. He has Tiger's mom to take him to play every day, and Tiger's mom feels the joy of bringing up a child from Little Fire. After all, Lin Xingyun and Lin Yuexi had started not pretending since a month or so later, skipping straight to childhood. It made Tiger Mom feel somewhat of a shortcoming. I haven't really seen any spirit stone veins around here. The golden silk chalcedony thing is probably going to be found further away. Lin Xingyun said thoughtfully. There's no need to rush, this elixir is just for me to try. Lin Yuexi said casually. I'm going on another trip in a few days, so I'll just stop by and find it for you is all. Lin Xingyun had asked all those 4th-ranked demonic beasts in the territory, hoping to get some clues about the Blood Rogue Mountain, but unfortunately they all came up empty-handed. This made him somewhat suspicious that there was no mountain called Blood Rogue Mountain, it was just called that by the system. But after all, the central zone covered an extremely large area, bordering 3 of the 7 southeastern countries, and where they were was only a very small area. So he could only prepare to explore further afield. Going out again? Lin Yuexi was stunned. I can't afford to be idle, it's better to go out and make a splash more in line with my unruly soul. Lin Xingyun teased. Che, and an unruly soul. Lin Yuexi rolled her eyes. After staying in the territory for a few more days, Lin Xingyun set off once again, heading towards the northwest, the depths of the Dark Soul Mountain range. Lin Xingyun was not very worried about Tiger Mother's safety, as long as there were no demonic beasts above the 6th rank, Tiger Mother and the others would be able to cope. After walking for about 2 days, Lin Xingyun didn't know where he was anymore, so he had no choice but to pay another visit to a 4th-ranked demonic beast. Tiger Moncler. This is called Evil Wind Valley. I'm just a small minion. I have no grievances with you. Have mercy. Under Lin Xingyun's tiger claw, a 4th-rank fruit civet cried and begged for mercy. Evil Wind Valley? Do you have a map of the neighborhood, or maybe draw me one? Draw it and I won't kill you. Fruitcake spoke up in a hurry. Yes. I really have a map. Lin Xingyun saw this and loosened his paw that was holding it down. The fruit beaver hurriedly took out a piece of bark from the hole in the tree next to him and handed it to Lin Xingyun's hands. This map was originally used to record the place where the little one hid the nuts, and the terrain within this 10-mile radius is recorded in it. Lin Xingyun looked at the map carefully. The records on it were quite detailed, such as the Valley of the Evil Wind, Grizzly Mountain, Deer Mountain, and so on, with several conspicuous circles drawn on them, which should be the places where the fruit beavers hide their nuts. You're at the 4th rank, do you still need to hide? Lin Xingyun asked casually. The fruit beaver revealed a pitiful look. What's a 4th rank? A stone smashing down here can kill several 4th ranks. Besides, although I have a high rank, I'm not as good as some flesh-eating 3rd-rank demonic beasts in a real fight. So Lin Xingyun nodded. One last question for you. Do you know where Blood Rogue Mountain is? Blood Rogue Mountain. I think I've heard that name before, Fruitcake said with a thoughtful look on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyun was instantly energized. He hadn't even held out much hope, but he never imagined that he would actually be able to find a hint of a clue here in this little fruit civet. Think about it seriously, if you can provide clues, I will definitely have a reward, said Lin Xingyun. I remember Master Tiger. Fruitcake shouted. On the north side of Deer Ring Mountain, there is a bend of the Blue Moon Spirit Spring, which was originally the spirit spring that those demonic beasts of Deer Ring Mountain relied on for their survival. But about a few months ago, a group of foreign demonic beasts suddenly broke into Deer Ring Mountain and commandeered that spirit spring, causing those demonic beasts in Deer Ring Mountain to be forced to flee there. It seems like that group of demonic beasts is saying that they are the Blood Rogue Mountains. Fruitcake said seriously. Their strength is frighteningly strong. We must know that the clan leader of Deer Mountain is at least a 5th order demonic beast, and he was driven away just like that, and quite a few of his clansmen died. After hearing these words, Lin Qingyun's heart lit up with hope. Finally, a clue. Are you sure it's a demonic beast from the Blood Rogue Mountain? Lin Qingyun asked again. Okay. Master Tiger, how dare I lie to you, said Fruity Beaver pitifully. Good, then I will make a trip to the Deer Calling Mountain. Lin Qingyun memorized the directions in the map and felt like moving immediately. He glanced at the fruit beaver next to the tiger's paw and casually threw it a 4th-rank demonic pill and said, "You did a good job, here's your reward." The fruit beaver stared blankly at the 4th-rank demonic pills in his hand, his eyes straightening. Ghost. This monkler is really generous, 4th-order demon pills said to send. I have lived for decades, but I have not seen a 4th-order demon pill, but I have in my head. Thank you, Master Tiger. Fruitcake exclaimed excitedly. With this 4th-rank demonic pills, its strength progressed even faster. It couldn't say that it would be lucky enough to break through to the 5th rank in the future. In that case, it wouldn't be afraid of other demonic beasts anymore. Lin Qingyun no longer paid any attention to it, but ran straight towards the direction of Deer Ring Mountain. On mission, finally making good progress. Chapter 64, Deer-Scented Mountain. The Deer-Ringing Mountain, as the name implied, was a territory occupied by a herd of deer, and it was still quite famous in this region. Lin Qingyun had casually captured a few 4th-rank demonic beasts, and they were all aware of the existence of this place. The white jade deer herd was none other than the masters of the Deer-Ringing Mountain. They were peace-loving and didn't have too much contact with the outside world, but for those herbivorous demonic beasts that entered, they would all show a friendly and welcoming attitude as well. The resources of Looming Mountain were considered to be one of the best territories in this area. Not only was the vegetation dense and the aura rich, containing many heavenly treasures, but there was also a BUS spirit spring located here. This group of white jade deer's strength also skyrocketed because of the existence of this Blue Moon spirit spring. It wasn't as if there were no other demonic beasts that had hit this place before, but with the presence of 2 5th-order demonic beasts in the white jade deer herd, the other demonic beasts were no match at all. This has kept Deer Mountain a fairly peaceful scene for nearly a dozen years. However, just a few months ago, a group of powerful and ferocious demonic beasts attacked Looming Mountain and occupied that BUA Spirit Spring, and the white jade deer herd was forced to flee the area. These are the present situation of Deer Hill. Having 2 5th-rank demonic beasts around can be beaten away. This Blood Rogue Mountain is very strong. But the leader of the Blood Rogue Mountain is also only a 6th-rank demonic beast. It's not so bad that it personally came. Indicating that the ones who came to the Deer Ring Mountain should only be its subordinates. If they are its henchmen, then I'll beat them up and ask for the location of Bleeding Rogue Mountain. If its own beast comes, that would even save me a lot of time. Lin Qingyun thought in his heart. He was quite confident in his own strength. As long as his opponent was still at the 6th rank, he had a great grasp of defeating him. Arriving at the vicinity of the Deer Mining Mountain, Lin Qingyun looked ahead. The cloudy, densely vegetated hill in front of him was thought to be the Deer Mountain he was looking for. It was only on the apparently peaceful hill that he always felt a hint of ferocity. Ha, let's see what kind of a bunch you guys are. Lin Qingyun was just about to take a step towards the Deer Mountain when a crisp ringing sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding 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 ding. He paused instantly, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead. At some point, a white figure suddenly walked out from the smoke in front of them. This little friend, please stay. Kagome Mountain is in danger now. An ethereal and pleasant female voice entered Lin Qingyun's ears. Afterwards, the white figure was revealed. It was a deer with an alabaster-colored body. It had a slender figure, a light and elegant posture, and a pair of eyes that looked like 2 rubies, as if it had walked out of a painting. Its 2 horns looked extraordinarily beautiful, and there were 2 bells hanging from them, making a crisp sound as the white deer walked. White Jade Spirit Deer, 5th-ranked demonic beast, rare grade bloodline. Are you the leader of the White Jade Deer herd? Lin Qingyun asked casually. Yes, the white jade spirit deer didn't open its mouth, it just looked at him calmly, but its voice had already reached his ears, quite magically. If that's the case, then why do you need to stop me? It seems that the Deer Mining Mountain is no longer your territory now, Lin Qingyun sneered. I never imagined that this white jade deer herd had been driven to the foot of this mountain and that I had even come across it. That's exactly why I'm going to stop you. It's very dangerous on the Deer Mist Mountain right now, so don't go and get yourself killed for nothing. We're still staying here precisely to warn the other demonic beasts who don't know the situation, and at the same time prevent that group of guys from continuing to harm other innocent demonic beasts. The white jade spirit deer continued. Kind of you guys. Lin Qingyun raised his eyebrows and said. But aren't you going to take back your territory? Could it be that you intend to cower at the foot of this mountain for the rest of your life? At those words, the white jade spirit deer that was originally standing elegantly seemed to have some changes in its mood. It's none of your business, little friend, get out of here. The alabaster spirit deer was still trying to maintain its calm. At that moment, an electric aura suddenly lit up under Lin Qingyun's feet, and a fierce wind surged from around him. Demon technique. Wind and thunder steps. In the next moment, his figure directly disappeared in place, and the pupils of this white jade spirit deer suddenly dilated as his body tensed up. However, as she tried to react, Lin Qingyun's tiger claw had already grabbed her at the neck. Are you going to stop me now? Lin Qingyun said in the ear of the white jade spirit deer. The white jade spirit deer looked at Lin Qingyun, who had come to his side at some point, his eyes filled with disbelief. This demonic force. It was a 6th order demonic beast. How could there be such a young 6th ranked demonic beast? And he actually didn't see Lin Qingyun's rank just now. Originally, she was just following her mother's instructions to routinely expel the demonic beasts that wanted to enter Deer Ring Mountain, but it turned out that she actually encountered such a powerful demonic beast herself. With just one move, one could not cope with it. If the other side wants to kill himself, I guess he is a corpse now. You. The white jade spirit deer wanted to say something else, but then a soft voice came. Linger, let this friend in. This friend, can you let go of your daughter so you can talk to your concubine if you have anything to say? After this voice rang out, the white fog in front of them suddenly slowly dissipated, revealing a road leading ahead. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun withdrew the tiger claw that was pressed at the neck of the white jade spirit deer and walked straight along this path. Looking at Lin Qingyun's back, this white jade spirit deer completely lost the elegant performance she had just given. She stomped her feet and the sound of the bells on her antlers became shrill. She followed Lin Qingyun's lead and walked towards the depths. The white mist coalesced once again, blocking out the scene in front of them. Upon stepping into the white mist, there was a clearing filled with grass. The clearing is surrounded by thick, dense forest and is very secluded. As he walked in, he saw more white jade deer, only they were all ordinary grade bloodline demonic beasts, and their grade was only 3rd grade. The instinct to face powerful demonic beasts caused them to tremble on all fours and flee in panic when they saw Lin Qingyun appear. It's okay everyone, this friend is not an enemy. The soft voice sounded again, soothing these frightened alabaster deer. Lin Qingyun looked around. From the outside it looked like the place was filled with white mist, but the view inside was exceptionally clear. There should be a formation or something like that set up here, that's why it's so effective. It's pretty amazing. Chapter 65, The Hunt of the Hour. Just at this time, a group of slightly larger, more spiritual white jade deer stepped forward, and compared to the other white jade deer, they looked a bit more composed, although their gaze towards Lin Qingyun still carried a bit of fear. It was thought to be the 4th order demonic beasts in the white jade deer herd, and there were as many as 7 of them. 2 5th order and 7 4th order, this white jade deer was still quite powerful, no wonder it was able to monopolize a mountain in this area. However, even with this configuration, they were still driven here, so it was evident that the Blood Rogue Mountain was even more powerful. Guest from afar, what is the purpose of your visit to this place? That gentle voice resounded once again, and immediately afterward, the deer herd in front dispersed, and outstepped a white jade spirit deer with a graceful temperament, also of the 5th rank. She looked much older than the white jade spirit deer from before, and through the conversation just now, it was assumed that she was the other party's mother. Also of the 5th rank, this white jade spirit deer's breath was a bit frail, and it should have suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Mother! The white jade spirit deer named Linger behind her hurriedly trotted over. I heard that you guys were attacked by the demonic beasts from the Blood Rogue Mountain, is that true? Lin Qingyun didn't care about those and went straight to the point. At those words, the eyes of this older alabaster spirit deer dimmed. Indeed there is this matter, that group of Blood Rogue Mountain's demonic beasts are very strong, there are 3 5th order demonic beasts as well as dozens of 4th order demonic beasts, we are no match for them. They commandeered the BUS Spirit Spring and went on a rampage to kill the other demonic beasts residing on Spirit Deer Mountain. Lin Qingyun nodded, then said, I understand everything, thank you for reminding me. Do you guys know the exact location of that group of demonic beasts? I'm guessing you guys also want to take back the territory of this Deer Mountain so I can help you get rid of them in the meantime. A flash of light flashed in the eyes of the older white jade spirit deer, but she still asked without haste. Does this guest have a grudge against Blood Rogue Mountain? Not really, I don't even know where the Blood Rogue Mountain is. Lin Qingyun said full of concern. I just simply want to kill them. Isn't this the natural law among demonic beasts? The weak is strong and the strong eats the strong. Where is the need for any reason? At those words, the white jade spirit deer named Linger's face changed slightly, as if Lin Qingyun's words were very impactful to her. Instead, the older alabaster spirit deer nodded deeply. Although I don't know for what purpose you're dealing with the Blood Rogue Mountain, but all in all, we're on the same side and can be considered half friends. Then how about I lead the way for you? She said softly. The other alabaster deer sniffed and hurriedly said nervously. Lord Patriarch, how can you go in person? Yes, it's too dangerous, you haven't fully recovered from your injuries. Let me go, I can lead the way. Linger also said in a panic, that's right mother, what if he's in league with Blood Rogue Mountain, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go? If you can't, you can let me go. In the face of their concern, the older white jade spirit deer was saying, what foolishness are you talking about Linger? If this guest is from the Blood Rogue Mountain, why would he need to trick me into going out? He could have killed us all by now. I'm the patriarch, so naturally I'll do it. In the end, it's the place where my clan has survived for generations, and I won't allow it to be encroached upon by others. Linger, you have to protect the clan. Saying that, the older white jade spirit deer stepped in front of Lin Qingyun, ignoring the other white jade deer. You're quite responsible, but it doesn't matter who leads the way. Lin Qingyun was quite appreciative of this patriarch of the white jade deer. Thank you for your compliments. Since you are willing to help, you are the honored guest of my white jade deer clan, it is only right for me to lead you there. This white jade spirit deer was quite modest. Just going along for the ride. Lin Qingyun said carelessly. My concubine's name is Deer Nanyun, I don't know what the guest's name is? The white jade spirit deer asked Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun sniffed and spoke after a moment of contemplation. My name is Lin Qingyun. It was the first time he had ever given his name out, and it didn't mean anything in particular anyway, so it was fine to say it. Lin Qingyun, Deer Nanyun muttered. It's not too late, let's leave as soon as possible. Lin Qingyun didn't want to waste any time and hurriedly said. He didn't have any interest in this white jade deer clan and only thought about quickly finding the location of the Blood Rogue Mountain, completing the quest and obtaining a new reward. The rewards looked small, but the 6th grade treasure soldier 10,000 demon streamer was something that made him very excited. Deer Nanyun nodded and said, okay guest, please follow me. Saying that, a white mist surged up under Deer Nanyun's feet, enveloping them in it, and under Deer Nanyun's leadership, they soon walked out of the maze that protected the deer herd. The Bui Spirit Spring is on the other side of Deer Song Mountain, and that group of demonic beasts converge there as well. Deer Nanyun said softly. Do you know the specifics of the Blood Rogue Mountain? Lin Qingyun asked as he walked. Deer Nanyun shook his head, not very well understood. Blood Rogue Mountain shouldn't be a nearby demonic beast force, the probability is that they came from the other end of the Tsunami Ridge. Tsunami Ridge? Lin Qingyun was puzzled. It's a very high and wide mountain range, and it's a little difficult to get over it. In addition to the fact that our white jade deer clan is fond of quietness and seldom travels to more distant regions, so I don't know much about the other end of the Tsunami Ridge, Deer Nanyun said with a slight apology. It doesn't matter, anyway, I will know this information from the mouths of that group of demonic beasts. Lin Qingyun casually said. Deer Nanyun was already looking forward to it for some reason. The journey was uneventful, and it took about 2 hours or so for the two to make it over the relatively low elevation of Deer Mountain to the other end. After coming to the other side, the scene here was no longer as serene as where the white jade deer and the others were. From time to time, there were roars of hostile beasts that came from time to time, breaking the peace. Guests, look! Over there is the location of the Bus Spirit Spring, and that group of demonic beasts. They are really rushing towards the Bus Spirit Spring. Deer Nanyun suddenly spoke. Through the fog, Lin Qingyun followed her line of sight and indeed saw a vacant lot on the mountainside. In the center of the clearing was a clear, turquoise spring. And around that spring, there were countless demonic beasts that were continuously scooping out the spring water from the Bus Spirit Spring and subsequently transporting it elsewhere. Originally good Bui Spirit Spring, by them Hua out of shape, see Deer Nanyun extra heartache. Good, your mission is accomplished. Just leave it to me next. Lin Qingyun locked onto the group of demonic beasts and prepared to launch a sudden attack. Chapter 66. A tiger subdues 100 demons. Hurry up! Didn't you eat? Hurry up and move it for me. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of demons to do it. If you don't want to be today's dinner, move your ass. Beside the Bus Spirit Spring, a 4th-ranked leopard demon commanded the group of small demons to carry the spring water of the Bus Spirit Spring. They form a long line and send the spring out of Deer Mountain, departing toward the north. So many demonic beasts. Lin Qingyun concealed himself and gradually approached the Bua spirit spring. In the middle of his field of vision, there were hundreds of demonic beasts, which were divided into several batches, taking out the spring water and transporting it away. Just into the eyes, there were no shadows of 5th-order demonic beasts to be seen, and there were only so many 7 or 8 4th-order demonic beasts in command. No wonder the White Jade Deer clan can't defeat them, such a huge number. It is estimated to be able to trigger a wave of small beast tide. It seemed that this Blood Robe Mountain was indeed not that easy to deal with. Just at this time, 3 huge figures suddenly walked in the distance. The one on the left was a huge giant ape, more than 3 meters tall, covered in dark hair, with a golden unicorn on top of its head, and a pair of scarlet eyes filled with a ferocious light. The demonic beast in the middle was a male lion. It was covered with a layer of silver scales, its 4 claws looked like that legendary dragon claws, and it had the most powerful aura. The demonic beast on the right was a canine demonic beast with 2 heads, sharp fangs flashing with coldness, and its body was as black as ink, with the most sinister aura. A 1-horned great ape, a silver-scaled male lion and a 2-headed devil dog? Lin Qingyun immediately acquired all the information about these 3 demonic beasts. All 3 of them were clearly at the 5th rank. And the racial talents were all outstanding. The silver Lin male lion in the center was also a demonic beast with a rare grade bloodline, and although the other 2 demonic beasts were only ordinary grade, their racial talents were not weak. Why are they all out? Lin Qingyun looked at the 3 demonic beasts and created some doubts. Right at this moment, the 2-headed demonic dog suddenly lowered its head and sniffed earnestly, and one of its heads twisted over, eyeing the other 2 demonic beasts. Seeing this, the 1-horned giant ape suddenly slapped down a 4th-ranked demonic beast in front of it and roared, "A bunch of fools in a horse's foot, what's the use of having you guys if you didn't realize that a rat had burrowed in?" That 4th-ranked demonic beast was slapped half dead on the spot. Just at the same time, the 2-headed demonic dog suddenly spat out 2 black demonic flames in Lin Qingyun's direction. Yo! The dog's nose is pretty good. Lin Qingyun naturally knew that he had been exposed, but this was within his expectations. After all, he had never intended to deliberately hide himself. These 2 clusters of demonic flames were directly dodged by Lin Qingyun with ease. All put down your work and catch rats together. At the 1-horned giant ape's command, all the demonic beasts that were still carrying the spring water gathered in unison and killed towards Lin Qingyun's hiding place. Oh, with this group of stinking fish and shrimp still want to catch me? Lin Qingyun directly released his demonic power aura, and under the pressure of a 6th-order demonic beast, the group of killing demonic beasts directly fell limp on the spot, so scared that they couldn't stand up at all. What? The silver Lin male lion and them immediately felt a bit surprised. In the next moment, 3 electric ons killed out at the same time, slashing towards the 3 of them respectively. Ow! The 1-horned giant ape roared in anger, its arms continuously pounded its chest, and that golden 1-horned horn lit up as it directly stood at the forefront, coming to blows with those 3 electric ons. Boom! Lin Qingyun didn't have the slightest intention of holding back. The power of these 3 lightning bolts was real. It was unexpected that this stupid ape actually dared to take it hard. As expected, this 1-horned giant ape was directly sent flying backwards by the terrifying power contained in the electric mane. Old ape! The silver Lin stallion was shocked. It did not expect that the 1-horned great ape, which had the strongest defense among the 3, would be sent flying out. 6th-ranked demonic beast? It immediately sensed that Lin Qingyun's strength came to be more than several times more powerful than them. Damn it, where did a 6th-ranked powerhouse appear from here? It's hard to believe that the Great King's secret has been exposed. The 2-headed demonic dog was shocked. The idea of fleeing had already sprung up in the silver Lin lion's mind, yet Lin Qingyun wouldn't give them that chance. Several more electric awnings shot out, enveloping the silver Lin stallion and the 2-headed demon dog. At the same time, Lin Qingyun's figure appeared, the wind and thunder rolling under his feet. His speed was extremely fast. He directly crossed over those small demonic beasts that were scared out of their wits and pounced towards them. A great sense of oppression enveloped them at once. It really is the 6th order. Ow! Having no choice but to meet the battle, the silver Lin stallion could only meet the battle. It roared angrily, its demonic power bulging as it swung its claws, wanting to fight head-on with Lin Qingyun. Clang! Lin Qingyun's tiger claw clashed with the silver-colored scale-covered lion claw of the silver Lin male lion, making a dull sound. Just when the silver Lin stallion thought that he had stopped Lin Qingyun, he only saw countless purple-black electric awnings instantly surging out from Lin Qingyun's claws. Demon technique! The fatal thunder palm! A huge force violently attacked, and the heartbeat of the silver Lin stallion accelerated as it also condensed its entire body's demonic power on top of its claws. Although the silver demonic power was incredibly sharp and carried a hint of the dragon's pressure, normally it could take advantage of any other enemy it faced. However, in front of Lin Qingyun's absolute strength, this was a bit less than impressive. The purple-black demonic power instantly destroyed all of that silver-colored demonic power with a destructive force, and sent the silver Lin lion flying out. On the other side, the two-headed devil dog was trapped tightly by those electric awnings. Demon technique. Hidden thunder formation. Countless electric awns shuttled back and forth, carrying an incomparably lethal force, and if it was slightly inattentive, it would be electrocuted to a charred blackness, and the pain would sting its bones. It could only keep spewing out black demonic flames to block these electric awnings, but it was also so burned out that it couldn't wait to grow 2 more heads. The one-horned giant ape stood up with great difficulty. It had 3 more scorched black wounds on its chest, causing it unbearable pain. However, seeing its teammate being beaten like this, it still stood up with difficulty and once again let out a roar towards Lin Xingyun. "You're quite the yeller." Seeing this, Lin Xingyun sneered and opened his mouth as well, purple-black demonic power converging at his throat. Demon technique. Thunder sound whistle. Buzzing. A deafening tiger's roar rang out, which could be heard throughout Deersong Mountain, and the hearts of countless demonic beasts trembled tremendously, shocking their eardrums and causing them to tingle. The one-horned giant ape that was attacked head-on by Lei Yinxiao was even more caught up in a terrifying wave of air, and a tiger's roar that sounded like thunder exploded in his ears. Its ears, nose and also eyes instantly spewed out 6 columns of blood, and it directly rolled both of its eyes as its huge figure collapsed with a loud bang. In just a few shots, Lin Xingyun had beaten these 3 demonic beasts, to the point where they were in a sorry state, and the one-horned giant ape had even directly fainted. Dear Nan Yun, who took in the scene, was stunned. Chapter 67 Desperate Silver Lin Lion. Dear Nanyun watched as Lin Xingyun knocked these 3 powerful 5th-ranked demonic beasts to the ground with only a few moves, her heart beating wildly. Is this the power of a 6th-ranked demonic beast? Suffocating like a boa constrictor wrapped around a snake. It was fortunate that he hadn't crossed paths with this Lin Xingyun, or else the entire white jade deer herd would be considered to have come to an end. At the same time, she couldn't help but flip up joy in her heart. Looking at this situation, the recovery of Deersong Mountain's territory was already something close at hand. The silver Lin male lion climbed up with difficulty. It looked at the one-horned giant ape that had been stunned, as well as the 2-headed demon dog that was trapped in the hidden thunder formation, unable to protect itself, and was horrified in its heart. At that moment, Lin Xingyun turned his gaze towards it. I can't believe you can still stand up. You're quite resistant to being beaten. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xingyun once again executed the wind and thunder steps, his body disappearing in place and violently grabbing at the silver Lin lion. Ow! The silver Lin lion roared, his body covered in silver light as he activated his bloodline talent. Demon technique. Silver Emperor Shield. Its figure swelled up, its muscles bulged, its silver scales rustled, and its majestic demonic power surged and roared, transforming into a silver light shield. Boom! Lin Xingyun's sharp claws slapped on top of the silver glow around it, and a wave of resistance instantly came. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun's tiger claws lit up with electric awnings, constantly tearing at the light shield. The light shield barely resisted Lin Xingyun's attack, allowing the silver Lin stallion to get some breathing room. It clenched its teeth, thinking that it couldn't just sit back and wait, or its light shield would be pierced sooner or later. Demon technique. Silver mango stab. The ring of mane hairs at the neck of the silver Lin lion instantly exploded, turning into countless silver-colored burrs that zapped towards Lin Xingyun. It thought that its attack would cause Lin Xingyun to avoid the front line for a while, so as to give itself a chance to pull away. However, Lin Xingyun did not dodge, and then a layer of purple-black armor slowly covered his body surface. Demon technique. The Big Dipper Thunder Tiger Armor. Clang. Densely bristled silver needles hit on top of the astral thunder tiger armor, but could not shake the slightest, but instead was Lin Xingyun body surface of the purple and black lightning. Electric charcoal curls simply cannot hurt Lin Xingyun. Oh? Instead of begging for mercy, you dare to strike back at me? See death. Lin Xingyun snorted coldly and once again executed the breaking thunder palm. Boom! The silver-colored light shield could no longer support Lin Xingyun's fierce attack and was smashed into pieces in an instant. The silver Lin stallion was shocked. It didn't expect its proud light shield to be so unbearable. With the still furious aftermath, the fierce thunder palm violently slapped at the silver Lin stallion, which hastily dodged, but was still slapped in the back. Jab. The purple-black electric aura destroyed the silver Lin on his body surface directly, and then struck through its skin. Ah! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out directly from the silver Lin male lion's mouth. It felt that his spine was almost slapped off, and the intense pain nearly caused him to pass out. Who is His Excellency, Court? Why are you making an enemy of my blood rogue mountain? The gap between the 5th and 6th orders, though tremendous, was not too desperate. However, in the face of Lin Xingyun in front of it, it had no chance to fight back at all, such a sense of oppression that it had only felt from its chief. However, the chief who had ruled the Blood Rogue Mountain for nearly 100 years had only reached the strength of the 6th rank 70 years ago, which was still considered relatively fast. As a result, this extremely young-looking tiger demon in front of him was able to reach this level. You can see how unbelievable his talent is. The Silver Lin Stallions do understand this, and they have no chance of winning. Since he couldn't fight, the Silver Lin Stallion intended to perform the mouth escape to see if he could fight for a ray of hope. Blood Rogue Mountain. What is your position on this Blood Rogue Mountain? Where is the exact location of the Blood Rogue Mountain, how many demonic beasts are there, and what are their strengths? Tell me all about it. Lin Qingyun revealed a subdued expression as he looked at this Silver Lin lion. Upon hearing this, the Silver Lin male lion gritted its teeth, and it said in a deep voice, I can say it, but you have to promise not to kill me. Ka Chow. A lightning bolt struck at the Silver Lin Stallion's calf, directly piercing through that calf. Even with the protection of its sturdy silver scales, it was of no use. As the severe pain came, the Silver Lin Stallion clenched its teeth and did not cry out, but its twisted face and fine beads of sweat all revealed its pain. It lost feeling in its lower legs, adding insult to injury. And you're negotiating with me. Do you think you're in that position to negotiate now? Your life is completely in my hands, and you can only answer whatever you are asked. If you don't want to talk, there are those two guys who can. Those two guys don't talk, there are hundreds of other little demons over there that can talk as well, there's always a softie, so why can't it be you? Lin Qingyun sneered. Upon hearing this, the Silver Lin male lion's expression was obscure as it struggled in its heart and eventually compromised. I said, I'm all for. I'm the 3rd commander of the Blood Rogue Mountain, and there are 9 commanders in the Blood Rogue Mountain, all of whom are at the 5th rank. The 2 of them are the 8th commander and the 9th commander. The Silver Lin lion said with difficulty. 9 5th order demonic beasts. This handiwork is indeed extraordinary. Lin Qingyun's heart was slightly moved, but his face was unmoved. The Blood Rogue Mountain is 200 miles north of the Tsunami Ridge, with the Dragon-Toad River to the west, a dense forest to the east, and the human nation of Qingdian 300 miles away. The Silver Lin lion continued. Our Blood Rogue Mountain has a total of thousands of henchmen and over 94th ranked demonic beasts. And then there's our Blood Rogue Lord, who is a 6th ranked powerhouse and has half a foot in the 7th rank. Not only within a 1,000-mile radius of the Blood Rogue Mountain, even the Qingdian Kingdom, which is not far away from the vicinity, also honors the Blood Rogue Lord for 3 times. It spoke of the strength of the Blood Rogue Mountain's leader as high as possible, attempting to use its prestige to deter Lin Qingyun, so that the other party wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. It's quite a blow, and it's 1,000 miles square. As a result, after going over the Tsunami Ridge, no demonic beasts know of your existence at all. Lin Qingyun said without giving the slightest bit of mercy. This is not because the Tsunami Ridge is too rugged and separates the 2 sides. We just discovered a tunnel to this place a while ago, and that's how we were able to get here. The Silver Lin lion said with some defiance. Lin Qingyun didn't care about those, he continued to ask. You came all the way out here, robbing people's land and digging up their spirit springs, what are you doing it for? Never lie to me, the last demonic beast that lied to me was already a pile of charcoal. He warned. The Silver Lin lion, who had originally planned to find a random excuse, choked on the words that came to his mouth. It doesn't dare to gamble. But if the truth is told, wouldn't that be betraying Lord Blood Rogue? In the end it's still a dead. Chapter 68, Utilizing Full Power, Strongest Strike. It was also at this time that the 2-headed demon dog trapped in the Hidden Thunder Formation finally broke free. Every bit of fur on its entire body was intact, and the tops of its 2 heads, even more so, were smoldering with black smoke. It had taken a lot of effort just to break free from Lin Qingyun's Hidden Thunder Formation. Silver Lion, do you intend to betray the Great King? What a spineless thing! The 2-headed demon dog rushed at the Silver Lin Stallion and angrily rebuked. Hearing the words of the 2-headed demon dog, the Silver Lin male lion was even more speechless. It had at least followed the Blood Rogue Mountain chief for decades, and was still the 3rd commander, so it always had a bit of backbone. It has already said enough, and revealing more information would not be a good idea. I won't tell you. Old Buster. Use that move. If you can't beat him and die with him. The Silver Lin Stallion bellowed as he once again condensed the demonic power in his body, wanting to resist Lin Qingyun's oppression. It's got some backbone, but it doesn't do any good. Seeing this, Lin Qingyun's long-prepared electric aura was instantly exerted, smashing into the Silver Lin lion. At such a close distance, the Silver Emperor's shield that the Silver Lin Stallion had temporarily executed was easily defeated by Lin Qingyun. It still wanted to physically fight with Lin Qingyun, however, Lin Qingyun's strength could be several times stronger than it, even if there was a huge difference in the seeming size of both sides. Within a few rounds, the Silver Forest male lion was slammed to the ground by Lin Qingyun's claw. Not only did it not injure Lin Qingyun, but on the contrary, a few more wounds appeared in front of his body, and he once again spewed out a mouthful of blood. Its resistance wasn't a pointless decision though, it was buying time for the two-headed demon dog. One of the two-headed demon dog's heads suddenly opened its mouth wide, and its stomach churned before it spat out an object the size of a fist. The surface of the object was wrapped in blood-colored frilly leaves, shaped to look like a fruit kernel. The leaves slowly opened, revealing the transparent kernel of the fruit that glistened with blood in it. As this blood-colored fruit core appeared, those group of demonic beasts that were not far away from Lin Qingyun's aura and dared not move suddenly let out miserable cries in unison, struggling in place in pain. Ah! Help! Help! Ow! Such a turn of events caught Lin Qingyun's attention, and he hurriedly turned his head, opening his blue mind's eye to look at the group of demonic beasts. Only to see that within their bodies, a blood-colored demonic power was rapidly spreading and expanding until it filled their bodies. When Lin Qingyun looked after he put away his blue mind's eye, their size had also changed. Only to see that each of their eyes were filled with bloodlight, and all of their limbs and heads had blood-red branches growing out of them, which looked exceptionally bizarre. Is this demonic power? From that blood rogue mountain leader? Plant-type demonic beasts are really somewhat rare. This group of demonic beasts that had been seized by the blood-colored branches were no longer afraid of Lin Qingyun's pressure at all. They let out mournful, hoarse hisses and killed towards Lin Qingyun as if they were crazy and uncaring. Ka-chow! A bolt of electricity flashed and directly struck one of the demonic beasts, and it was instantly struck by the bolt to the point where its skin was broken. Yet no images of blood spewing out or blood and flesh scorching appeared. Its outside body seemed like a block of tofu, and it simply fell off, revealing a completely wooden body inside. It swayed but didn't fall, instead it continued to pounce towards Lin Qingyun. Offend my blood rogue mountain. You're not getting out of here in one piece today. Old Nine don't play dead, come with me. The two-headed demon dog shouted at the one-horned great ape posing as a corpse next to him. Its consciousness had already come to its senses, and when it heard the words of the two-headed demon dog, it was no good for it to pretend any longer, and it hurriedly climbed up. Ha. I slowed down a little bit to build up my strength. Now that we have the power of Lord Blood Rogue, we won't be afraid of him. The one-horned giant ape walked forward and rubbed the blood from the corner of his eyes before looking at Lin Qingyun with a ferocious gaze. The silver Lin lion's injuries were extraordinarily severe, but it still managed to force itself to stand up. Kid, you're a genius, but too arrogant. Even if you know the location of the Blood Rogue Mountain, so what? You won't be able to defeat Lord Blood Rogue with you. Now I'll let you see how powerful Blood Rogue Mountain is. Silver Lin male lion completely stopped pretending. Rather than suffocating and dying, it is better to fight for a sliver of life. You guys are acting like I'm the bad guy. But it doesn't make any difference, it doesn't matter if you guys don't talk about it, you're all going to die anyway. The 3/5 ranked demonic beasts in the front and back held the determination of certain death to fight Lin Qingyun to the death, and hundreds of demonic beasts controlled by blood-colored demonic power frantically pounced on them from behind. Lin Qingyun at the center remained bland and self-assured. The consumption of demonic power is a bit large. Lin Qingyun estimated the existing demonic power in his body. The series of attacks just now, he had consumed 60% of his demonic power. Ding 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 ding. It was also just when Lin Qingyun decided to stabilize his hand that a crisp ringing sounded in his ears. Then a flash of green light instantly lit up underneath his feet, and wrapped in the green light, Lin Qingyun immediately felt that his physical strength and demonic power were actually recovering rapidly. White Jade Spirit Deer. You really are the help they called in. Seeing this green light, the silver Lin stallion raised its head to see Deer Nanyun standing gracefully in the distance. Follow me. The silver Lin stallion knew that they couldn't drag on, or else if they let Lin Qingyun recover, they would have even less hope of turning the tables. The 3/5 ranked demonic beasts struck at the same time, while the army of demonic beasts at the back killed Lin Qingyun's followers in a brazen manner. Rumble. Unprecedented fluctuations of demonic power erupted within Lin Qingyun's body, and countless electricons fluttered around with him at the center, shaking back their attacks. At the same time, Lin Qingyun's demonic power surged towards the top of the sky. In an instant, the clear sky became covered with dark clouds, completely shrouding the area. The air pressure became exceptionally dull, and countless arcs of electricity surged within the dark clouds. An ominous premonition surged in the heart of the silver Lin lion. Not good. Demon technique. Underworld Thunderjack. Lin Qingyun urged all his demonic power to unleash this most powerful demonic skill of his. Wow! Purple-black electricity poured down from the dark clouds like a waterfall. The demonic beasts controlled by the blood-colored demonic power, as well as the 3/5 ranked commanders, all of them were unable to escape in time, and were completely enveloped by the purple-black sea of thunder. Dear Nanyun's eyelids jumped in the distance. Fortunately he was far away and was not affected, otherwise with this level of attack, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Too strong. Chapter 69 Digging for the Pandolin. The Sea of Thunder gradually dissipated, and this open space was directly cleaved into a ruin, the original grass becoming devastated. The group of demonic beasts also directly flew into ashes under this strike, not even a dregs remained. The 3/5 order demonic beasts of the Silver Lin male lion, but with their strong physical bodies, they were not so much as to be chopped to the point of having no hair left, but they still were not able to withstand Lin Xingyun's strongest strike, and became 3 piles of charcoal that were still smoldering. With this strike of his, not even a 6th-ranked demonic beast of the same rank would dare to take it hard, let alone the 3 of them. Lin Xingyun walked up and rummaged through the corpses of the 3 demonic beasts, turning out their demonic pills, and thanks to their thick skin and flesh, their demonic pills were preserved, unlike the group of small demons who chopped up and had nothing left. 3 demon pills emitting different scents appeared in the center of Lin Xingyun's paw, still hot. He opened his mouth and ate the 3 demon pills together directly. Swallowed demonic pills of 5th order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 2,600,000, physical fitness plus 97, mental power plus 85, reinforcement points plus 110. Swallowed demonic pills of 5th order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 2,440,000, constitution plus 101, mental power plus 92, reinforcement points plus 115. Swallowing a 5th order demonic beast demonic pills, demonic power plus 3 million, physical fitness plus 120, mental power plus 110, reinforcement points plus 145. Acquired new skills, Berserk low level, Forbidden inflammatory body medium level, Underworld tiger mind spell medium level. Fusion of Berserk and Brute Force, obtaining a new skill, Dharma heaven and earth middle level. Fatian Xiang D intermediate level. After performing the skill, the host's body will expand 5 times, and its strength and demonic power will also increase 5 times, and the skill will automatically shut down when the demonic power is exhausted. Forbidden inflammatory body intermediate level. The host's body's resistance to fire is increased, and all attributes of fire and inflammation damage is reduced by 70%. Underworld Tiger's Heart Spell Intermediate. Evolved from the lion's heart spell possessed by the Silver Lin lion, it can cause the opponent to briefly enter a state of mindlessness after locking eyes with them, losing all ability to think and unable to control their body. The 3 demonic pills were taken and Lin Xingyun directly skyrocketed by 8 million demonic power. At the same time, he got 3 new skills and his strength immediately rose by a large margin. Lin Xingyun couldn't wait to check his panel. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, 6th 76 million points of demonic power are required to evolve to the 7th rank. Race, Thunder Tiger. Body mass, 1010.7. Mental strength, 887.3. Demon power, 26 million. Skills, Thunderbolt Palm high level, Underworld Thunderjack high level, Thunder Drive high level, Lightning Pendulum intermediate level, Thundersound intermediate level, Thunderbolt Tiger armor intermediate level, Hidden Thunder Formation intermediate level, Blue Mind's Eye intermediate level, Heavenly Elements intermediate level, Poison Resistant intermediate level, Wind and Thunder Steps intermediate level, Prohibited Inflammation body intermediate level, Underworld Tiger Heart Mantra. Intermediate level. Reinforcement point, 702. Being able to become stronger, he had more confidence for the battles afterward. After resolving all the demonic beasts of the Blood Rogue Mountain on Deer Ming Mountain, Lin Xingyun also had the presence of mind to start thinking. Why would they, the Silver Lin stallions, prefer to be dead rather than reveal the reason why they came to Deer Ring Mountain? This reason was surprisingly more important than any other information about the Blood Rogue Mountain. And the betrayal the 2-headed devil dog spoke of. It looked like they had come to plunder the BUS Spirit Spring for the leader of the Blood Rogue Mountain, and it was particularly important. He'd have to figure it out somehow, and it would affect his actions afterward. At this time, not far away, Dear Nanyun ran over and looked at the scene here, shocked and speechless. Lord Lin. Lin, on behalf of the White Jade Deer Clan, I would like to thank you for your outpouring of help. Thanks to you showing up, we were able to keep the BUS Spirit Spring. Dear Nanyun came back to her senses and hurriedly thanked Lin Xingyun. If there is anything you need, Lord Lin, my White Jade Deer Clan will very definitely give my full support. The reason why the last sentence was added was because Dear Nanyun suddenly realized that the relationship between the White Jade Deer Clan and Lin Xingyun was not that good. The opponent's purpose in the beginning was to kill the demonic beasts of the Blood Rogue Mountain, not to help the White Jade Deer Clan. In case he flipped out now, Dear Nanyun didn't think she could block it. She hastened to promise, though the promise was quite pale. Lin Xingyun didn't care about her petty thoughts, nor did he have any appetite for the White Jade Deer clan. He was prepared to rest a little before moving out once again, going over the Whistling Sun Ridge and killing the Blood Rogue Mountain. Don't thank me, get your people back. It's just that this clearing is a little damaged. Lin Xingyun looked around. There wasn't a good piece of land. Fortunately, the spirit spring was located far away and wasn't affected. Just as Lin Xingyun was relaxing his mind a little, he suddenly felt a slight vibration in the ground. It put him on guard again. Get out! Lin Xingyun shouted angrily, his feet lit up with electric aura as he smashed towards a spot on the ground. Ka chow! That piece of ground was once again blown out into a large crater. Dear Nan Yun was startled, and then she also felt that there was a demonic force coming from beneath that ground. There are actually demonic beasts that dare to approach. Could it be the remnants of the Blood Rogue Mountain? At that moment, a heartbreaking cry came from the pit. Tiger! Tiger Master! Don't kill me! I'm not a demonic beast from Blood Rogue Mountain. As he spoke, a tiny head trembled out of the deep pit. It's a pangolin. Only its body was covered in earth-colored scales, and its two long claws clawed at the edge of the pit with an extraordinarily pitiful expression. Digging pangolin, ordinary level demon beast, 4th order. Lin Xingyun looked at it like that. It wasn't aggressive at all, so he put the electric aura away. A 4th-rank demonic beast that dared to risk its life to get close to him either had a brain problem or had something more important than its life. Who are you? Do you recognize it? Lin Xingyun turned his head to Dear Nan Yun and asked. Dear Nan Yun shook his head. Tiger. Tiger Master. I am a demonic beast of the Digging Pangolin clan. Just now your divine valor and valor, mighty and extraordinary, small all see in the eyes? The Digging Pangolin slowly climbed out of the pit. It looked towards Lin Xingyun with both knees kneeling down, full of flattery. To be able to say that 2 idioms was already consuming all his brain cells. Please also ask Master Tiger to save my people. They were killed by the S of the Blood Rogue Mountains. Please, I'll do anything. The Digging Pangolin begged Lin Xingyun with a sobbing voice. Chapter 70, Golden Chalcedony. Lin Xingyun sniffed and frowned. What happened? Tell me about it. The Digging Pangolin hurriedly said, my little group originally lived in the depths of the Yellow Rock Cave for generations, and did not compete with the world. Because we occupied a spirit stone vein, our tribe is still very rich. But just a few months ago, a large number of demonic beasts from the Blood Rogue Mountain suddenly attacked us, enslaving my tribe and forcing us to dig spirit stone mines for them. My people have been crushed by sleeplessness these past few months, and many of them have lived and died. It was only a few days ago that I was able to escape under the cover of the Lord Patriarch in search of help. It so happened that I saw your valor while passing by Deer Hill, so please save them. The Digging Pangolin spoke with affection and a sniffle. Spirit stone veins? Plus the BUS spirit spring on Deer Mountain. The Blood Rogue Mountains all go around invading the territories of other demonic beasts in order to plunder these resources that contain pure spiritual chi. That's something that could indeed be dug down deeper. Lin Xingyun sensed the key point. Dear Nan Yun looked at the Digging Pangolin with slight sympathy. Also as a victim, she naturally empathized. Luckily, she had retreated with her pack in time to avoid many casualties at that time. You're from the north side of the Whispering Sun Ridge? Lin Xingyun asked to the Digging Pangolin. It nodded, yes Master Tiger, I dug a tunnel under the Whistling Sun Ridge, which is how I was able to come here so quickly. So it is. It's okay to ask for my help, you have to be able to pay enough. Lin Xingyun said casually. The pangolin armor froze, then it hurriedly blurted out, Master Tiger, whatever conditions you have, just mention them, this life of mine can be given to you, as long as you can save my clansmen. What do I need your life for? Lin Xingyun said without a trace of anger. He then slowly spoke, since you have a spirit stone mine, then I'm sure there should be golden chalcedony within the spirit stone mine. He had hit upon this idea when he heard the armored man talking about spirit stone mines. Of course I have. Not only golden silk chalcedony, but also rare ores such as purple sky crystals and blood spirit stones, we've dug them all. As long as you repel those guys from Blood Rogue Mountain, you can take whatever you want of these spirit mines, Master Tiger. This spirit stone vein under the control of my clan is very deep, they won't be able to finish digging it up in a while. Upon hearing this, the Digging Pangolin's spirit perked up and he eagerly promised. Since Lin Xingyun had asked for something, it meant that this matter was about 8 or 9 times better. Seeing that it didn't look like it was lying, Lin Xingyun simply agreed straight away, alright, tomorrow we will set off to save your clan. Thank you, Master Tiger. Thank you, Master Tiger. The pangolin was overjoyed and thanked him. Seeing this scene, for no reason at all, dear Nan Yun somewhat envied the armored man. She also desperately wanted to give Lin Xingyun something so that she could have a further relationship with him. After all, being targeted by a behemoth like the Blood Rogue Mountain, the situation of Looming Mountain was quite dangerous, and if he could get on Lin Qingyun's good side, Looming Mountain would be more secure in the future. Lord Lin, I have something I would like to offer you that can help you. Saying that, dear Nanyun's two antlers lit up with a soft white light, which converged between her eyebrows and turned into a piece of jade. The white jade slowly floated towards Lin Qingyun and was caught by him with his tiger claw. The jade was warm in his hand and he could feel the rich and pure spiritual energy in it just by holding it. This is? Lin Qingyun curiously surveyed the jade. This thing was not a simple jade, it seemed to have a great mystery. This item is called the BUS Spirit Jade. It is an extremely precious jade from the depths of the BUS Spirit Spring. It is considered to be the crystallization of the entire BUS Spirit Spring, and over the hundreds of years that my clan has been here, the Spirit Spring has only coalesced to produce two pieces. It only serves one purpose, and that is to absorb and store spiritual energy on its own, and when you need to use it, you can directly introduce the spiritual energy in it into your body, and the capacity in it is so great that it can fill my demonic energy back up 4 times in a row. Having it in your hands will allow you to fight more consistently. Dear Nanyun patiently recounted the effects of the Jasper Moon Spirit Jade. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun attempted to catalyze his own demonic power and reached within the jade in an attempt to pull out the spiritual power within it. He was then surprised to find that those spiritual forces instantly drilled into his body unimpeded under the pull of the demonic force. The demonic power that he had consumed in huge quantities earlier unexpectedly began to recover directly and rapidly. This is a good thing. It's like an on-the-go blue pill. Lin Qingyun was very fond of this spiritual jade. With it in place, he could instantly recover when he encountered a depletion of his demonic power. This can be useful in the middle of a battle to turn the tide. Seeing Lin Qingyun's satisfied expression, dear Nanyun was much more relieved. Despite the fact that a piece of Blue Moon Spirit Jade was very valuable, if he could befriend Lin Qingyun, this sacrifice would all be worth it. Moreover, Lin Qingyun had helped him recapture the BUS Spirit Spring, otherwise she wouldn't necessarily be able to get another piece in the future in her lifetime. Mother! Mother! An urgent shout came, and dear Nanyun turned his head to look, only to see dear Linger running towards here with a dozen members of the White Jade Deer Clan. Spirit! What are you guys doing over here? When dear Nanyun saw them, he couldn't help but ask. Dear Linger looked at the mess all over the ground in front of her, her heart beating wildly. She couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and the other members of the White Jade Deer Clan present could hardly hide their shock. Mother, we heard a loud bang over here and worried that something had happened to you, which is why we rushed over, dear Linger said. But looking at the sight before her, it was something else she could worry about. What about that group of demonic beasts? It's not going to get knocked off. Dear Linger had a bold thought in her mind, but she didn't dare to really think about that possibility. Linger, the group of demonic beasts from the Blood Rogue Mountain have been eliminated by Lord Lin. Why don't you thank Lord Lin? Helped us reclaim lost ground. Dear Nanyun said to dear Linger. All wiped out. Could it be that the earth-shattering roar just now was something he had performed? Dear Linger's gaze towards Lin Qingyun was filled with awe. Although this area was split out of shape, but dear Nanyun said not to care. Looming Mountain is rich in aura, it won't be long before it will be restored. Dear Nanyun brought Lin Qingyun to another area where he could rest. At the same time, he instructed dear Linger to bring back the other White Jade Deer clansmen. Lin Qingyun lay on his back under the shade of a tree, and in front of him was the turquoise and clear Blue Moon Spirit Spring. The rich spiritual chi poured out, making Lin Qingyun feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 71: The Tense Blood Rogue Mountain. To the north of the Tsunami Ridge, there was a particularly large mountain. Compared to the lush and rich jungles in the other areas of the Dark Soul Mountain range, this large mountain looked bare. There is not much green vegetation at all, even if you can see some. It is also extraordinarily twisted and bizarre, and the tree trunk leaves are all showing the color of blood red. Above this high mountain, a crimson cloud floated at all times, making the entire mountain look very eerie, and no demonic beast dared to approach. Blood Rogue Mountain. As a transcendent demonic beast power within a few hundred miles, it had absolute dominance here. However, just a few months ago, the entire Blood Rogue Mountain became tense, and right after that, a large number of Blood Rogue Mountain demonic beasts went out and invaded the surrounding demonic beast clans everywhere, plundering their resources. For months, the area was a chicken and dog mess. At the top of the Blood Rogue Mountain, there stood a huge ancient tree, with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a height of hundreds of meters. Its body was blood red, and a powerful pressure emanated from above the ancient tree. And at the mountainside of the Blood Rogue Mountain, there stood a figure which was currently looking at the ancient tree with eyes lost in thought. Chancellor, a new batch of spirit stone mines as well as spirit springs have been brought back. A small demon said respectfully to the figure in front of him. The figure turned around. It was a rock bird that was more than 5 meters tall, with feathers that were blood red in color and sharp, unruffled eyes. Very well, quickly transport it to the spirit vein core and offer it to Lord Bloodrogue. The rock bird said in a deep voice. Yes. The little demon hurriedly agreed. Subsequently, a large number of demonic beasts carried various storage tools and rushed towards the depths of the Bloodrogue Mountain, where large amounts of spirit stone ores as well as massive amounts of spirit spring liquid were transported. The rock bird's expression eased a little, and then it asked the other little demon beside it. Any word from the second commander on them? Back. To the great commander, the little demon said with a trembling voice. Second commander, they have no news yet. Little immediately sent his men to check. As soon as possible. It's already been a few months that have passed, and there's actually no news of a new spirit vein. Things are getting worse for Lord Bloodrogue. If it drags on. The rock said in a heavy tone. Yes. Yes. The young demon ran away as well. There was only one demon left here, the rock bird. Bloodrock, there's no need to rush. Things like spirit veins are so rare, where can they be found so easily? If I really can't find it, it means that it is my destiny to do the same and I don't have to force it. A hoarse voice suddenly rang in the rock bird's ears. Then on the ground at its feet, a thick tree root slowly grew. The surface of the tree root continued to twist and change, eventually turning into a pale human face. Seeing this human face, the rock bird hurriedly lowered its head and its attitude became respectful. Lord Bloodrogue. We will definitely help you find a new spirit vein. A new batch of spirit stone mines and spirit springs have already been shipped over, and will still be able to support them for a long time. The rock said. Ahem. No more of that. There's something important that needs to be done by you. The pale human face coughed twice and continued. At your service, my lord. I just sensed that Lao San and the others used up my blood seed cores, they must be in trouble. You send your men to look at them as soon as possible before something happens to them. Upon hearing this, the rock bird's eyes rolled around, and after a few moments of serious contemplation, it remembered. The oldest three they are going to the south of the Tsunami Ridge, a place called Deering Mountain, where there is a BUS spirit spring. The White Jade Deer clan there has already been driven away, and according to its investigations, there are no forces around Deer Mountain that can threaten them either. Just a few days ago, they were shipping back a batch of spiritual spring liquid. Why did something suddenly happen? The rock felt incredible. In order to ensure safety, it had directly sent 3 Fifth Order commanders there. Yes, my lord, I'll send my men to investigate. The rock nodded. Aha! The pale human face moved, and then the roots slowly burrowed back into the ground once more. Just as the rock bird was about to call his subordinate lesser demons, a lesser demon suddenly ran and shouted. Reporting to the Chancellor, the 4th Commander, it's back. Oh. Upon hearing this, the rock bird unfolded its wings and swung them out, instantly sweeping up a gust of wind, blowing the small demon next to it to roll a few times on the ground. Its figure directly took off into the air, and in a moment's effort, it arrived at the foot of the Bloodrogue Mountain. At the foot of the Bloodrogue Mountain was where the demonic beasts of the Bloodrogue Mountain resided, and they even imitated humans by building many wooden houses, forming a colony similar to a mountain fortress. At the gate of the cottage, a huge figure slowly stepped in, strutting. It was a huge bear demon. Senior, what are you doing back here? Just then, the rock bird suddenly descended from the sky and came to follow that figure. When the bear demon saw the rock bird, a smile appeared on his face, looking extraordinarily fierce. Big brother, don't mention it. The vein of spirit stone I found was gutted. It's grandma, this colony called Red Horn Ants is really wasteful. They actually dug up so much before, and I only dug it up in less than half a month before it was gone. So angry that I just killed them all. This bear demon revealed a helpless look. Looking at its expression, it thought that it was the one who had suffered a loss. I've sent them elsewhere to look for new veins of spirit stones. The last few days have worn me out enough. I'll come back and rest for a few days. The bear demon said casually. So it is. The rock nodded. You're back just in time. There's been a bit of a situation over at the oldest. I've been thinking about it, and I've decided I'd better make the trip myself. The mountain needs the commander to hold down the fort and protect Lord Bloodrogue's safety, so you'll stay on the mountain for the next few days and wait for me to return. It instructed the bear demon. Sango. How can they still be in trouble? The 3 of them commanders going together are actually not as good as one of me, hee. I'm going to laugh at them when they come back. The bear demon was a bit surprised by what it heard, but it didn't think much about it in a bad way and just smiled. Big brother, don't worry about going. I'm guarding the mountain, surely nothing will happen. Very well, you should also pay more attention to the other commanders, lest another situation occurs, otherwise without the spirit stone spirit spring liquid replenishment, Lord Bloodrogue will be in danger. Rock Bird admonished. Got it, said the bear demon, waving his hand. Afterwards, the rock bird spread its wings and flew towards the southern part of the Blood Road Mountain, and in the blink of an eye, its figure disappeared in the air. Chapter 72 The Frightened Rock Bird. The rock bird's speed was very fast and was not limited by the terrain, so it could directly fly over the Tsunami Ridge. Without a few hours, it had arrived at the southern part of the Tsunami Ridge. That direction is the location of the Deer Mountain, isn't it? It circled the sky twice and finally settled on the direction of Deer Mountain. At this moment, it was already late at night, but its eyesight was not half affected, and the entire Deer Mountain was in its eyes. Strange, why is it so quiet? The rock bird turned around again, with doubt in its eyes. Because it didn't see any traces of demonic beast activity at all, it was reasonable to say that the Silver Lynn Stallion and their manpower were numerous. Even if they were resting right now, there shouldn't be any movement at all. Looks like something did happen. The rock bird's heart thumped with a bad feeling. Just then, it suddenly saw a huge patch of scorched blackness at the side of Deer Mountain. The land, as if it had been plowed, but the rock could see clearly that it must have been attacked very strongly, and it looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Such a horrifying image made the rock bird palpitate a little. Just what kind of attack can cause such a sight? Wait. Next to here is that BUI Spirit Spring, right? Wouldn't that mean that the object of such an attack is most likely the oldest three of them? The rock bird immediately tensed up. Could it be that there is a 6th-ranked demonic beast present in this Deer Mountain? At this time, it noticed the other side of the BUI Spirit Spring, which was filled with a thick mist, and when viewed from above, the mist completely blocked its line of sight, and it was unable to see the scene below clearly through the mist at all. Just as it was planning to fly lower, trying to get a better look at the scene below the mists, 3 rays of light suddenly lit up in the midst of the mists. Immediately after that, 3 purple-black electric awnings violently sprang out of the mist and came towards it. Seeing this, the rock bird hurriedly swung its wings and dodged in the air. Whoosh! 3 lightning bolts grazed the edges of its body, and it was able to barely dodge the attack. Just as it was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the electric aura behind it suddenly exploded in place. Those 3 electric awns transformed into countless tiny electric lights, shifted their direction, and surrounded towards the back of the rock bird. Jab! Although the rock bird had sensed the attack from behind, it had just stabilized its stance and was too late to change its position, plus the number of these electric awns was too large, completely blocking its alignment. These tiny electric arcs directly hit its body. Hiss! A dense tingling sensation swept through his entire body, and the rock bird sucked in a breath. With the blood-colored feathers on its body surface, they weren't powerful enough to hit it hard, but it was still electrocuted, nearly losing its strength and falling headfirst. So strong! Gotta get out of here! Sensing the gap in strength between the two sides, the rock bird didn't even think about it and directly ran away. It dominated the air, forcing its body's powerlessness and waving its wings toward the heights. A few more lightning bolts flew, but they couldn't reach it anymore. Running pretty fast. Lin Qingyun stood in the midst of the mist and looked upwards. At his viewpoint, there was no mist covering the surroundings, and the view above his head was extraordinarily wide open. This was attributed to the maze that Deer Nan Yun had set up, and the concealment was indeed very good. All the members of the White Jade Deer clan were shrouded under the mesmerizing array. Empress Sister's moves are quite good. The attack that Lin Qingyun had just blasted the electric awns away with was inspired by Lin Yueshi, and it was quite effective, and it also gave him quite a lot of new inspirations for his control of his own power. Lord Lin, that demonic beast just now, was it sent by the Blood Rogue Mountain? Deer Nanyun asked as he walked over. It looks like it should be. I can't imagine that they're quite well informed. It's only nighttime and they've already sent someone. But they shouldn't know of my existence yet, or they wouldn't have just sent a 5th-ranked demonic beast to scout. Lin Qingyun said in a dignified manner. Lord Lin, since Blood Rogue Mountain already knows about it, will it continue to send its men to take revenge off? Deer Nanyun asked hesitantly. She was worried that the Blood Rogue Mountain would once again organize strong men to kill them and come back. At that time their territory would be taken away again, thus she hoped that Lin Qingyun would stay for a few more days. It won't be, just don't worry about it, guys. Losing 3 5th-ranked demonic beasts in one go, even its Blood Rogue Mountain won't feel good. They should have invaded more than just the Deer Mountain as well as the digging Pangolin's territory, and I'm guessing the war effort is so spread out that they can't stop the fight for a while. Unless the leader of that Blood Rogue Mountain arrives in person. Lin Qingyun said after thinking for a moment. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Deer Nanyun felt that Lin Qingyun had a point. I'll leave tomorrow as usual. If you're worried, you can hide for a few more days. It won't make any difference in the end anyway. The rock bird didn't dare to stop at all, and flew directly to the top of a huge tree in the Whistling Sun Ridge before stopping. The demonic beast that attacked me is definitely a 6th-ranked demonic beast. The oldest 3 they. Should have. Already. Sensing Lin Qingyun's strength, the great rockbird also already had an answer for the outcome of the Silver Lin Stallion and theirs. The direct loss of 3 Fifth Order commanders and hundreds of demonic beast henchmen could not be said to be a heavy blow to Blood Rogue Mountain. What made it even more suffocating was that the situation on Blood Rogue Mountain was not optimistic right now. The other commanders had been sent to other places and it would take some time to call them back. And even if you call them back, it won't help. If one wanted to defeat a 6th-ranked demonic beast, one was not able to rely on numbers alone. Unless Lord Blood Rogue himself kills them. However, it is now also difficult to protect themselves. Our Blood Rogue Mountain Spirit Vein depletion, which also led to the same route with the Spirit Vein of the Blood Rogue adult life, also has a crisis. That's why they went around plundering resources like spirit stones and spirit liquids, trying to make the spirit veins dry up later. But water from afar cannot quench the thirst of the near. The only way to completely free Lord Blood Rogue from the crisis was to find a new spirit vein that would allow it sufficient sustenance. Otherwise it will have to stay on Blood Rogue Mountain. What is the origin of this 6th-ranked demonic beast? Could it have known about Lord Blood Rogue? That's why it attacked us? Lao San, they won't have leaked the information out. The rockbird's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't think of any good solutions at all. As a last resort, it could only choose to fly back to the Blood Rogue Mountain and inform Lord Blood Rogue of this matter, so that it could prepare for a response in advance. After this little episode, the night was calm again, and Lin Qingyun slept leisurely for the rest of the night, his energy and stamina having recovered for the most part. It's time to go. Chapter 73, Yellow Rock Cave. Dark Soul Mountains, Yellow Rock Cave. At this moment, the depths of the Yellow Rock Cave were still feverishly digging for spirit stone ore. At a depth of several tens of meters underground, various mining channels were intricate, and within each of them, there were several digging pangolins diligently digging for spirit stone ore. Behind every mountain armor, there were demonic beasts of the Blood Rogue Mountain staring with bloodthirsty gazes, and as long as they dared to be lazy or cause trouble, then it would be punished ruthlessly, or even killed on the spot, and no one would say anything. The clan. Clan chief. You hang in there, Kitty will find help. At the entrance of the Yellow Rock Cave, several pangolins gathered around a pangolin that looked aged and concerned. Ahem. You guys don't have to worry about me. Remember. Must live. The aged pangolin coughed up a large mouthful of blood as it gasped. On its abdomen there were 4 clear claw marks that directly pierced through its scale armor, and large streams of blood flowed out, while on its body many whip wounds could be seen, and not many of its scales were intact. Matriarch. Slap. A whip suddenly lashed out, knocking the group of pangolins to the side and sending them wailing. Why don't you guys get to work? What are you howling here for, disturbing the Lord Commander's drinking? A 4th-rank monkey demon held a leather whip and rushed at them, cursing. Beside it, a huge-sized lizard demonic beast was burying its head in a wine vat and drinking. This wine jar was filled with spirit wine, and the aroma of the wine was overwhelming. The lizard demonic beast raised its head, revealing a contented expression, its nostrils spewing out 2 streams of alcohol, looking a little drunk. The wine brewed by humans is really something else, you monkeys should learn from it, so that I don't have to rob it every other day. Lord Commander. The monkey demonic beast holding a leather whip next to him shouted respectfully. Let this group of pangolins continue digging the spirit stone mine, leave this old one for me to continue smoking. Daring to let the clan go while I'm drunk, so damn looking for death. The lizard demonic beast snorted coldly. Yes. With that said, the other several lesser demons drove the other pangolins into the Yellow Rock Cave, leaving only this one aged pangolin on the ground. The monkey demonic beast continued to hold the leather whip and kept swinging it. The leather whip struck the aged mountain armor, causing its body to tremble tremendously. Even though it was a 5th-ranked demonic beast, it was too old, and on top of that, it was heavily injured, so it couldn't withstand such a beating. However, it didn't try to resist or struggle, allowing the monkey demonic beast to whip it. Geez, old thing, you don't think you're going to be saved just because you let a clan member get away, do you? I really don't believe it can really bring back any help. The only strong person in this area is Lord Blood Rogue, so don't have any illusions. The lizard demonic beast snorted coldly and said rather disdainfully. With that, it buried its head within the vat again and drank to its heart's content. The aged pangolin armor's gaze was a bit dim, and it similarly did not have much hope in its heart. It didn't ask for it to really bring back any rescuers, but only for it to take the hope of its people and live well for a change. Lord Patriarch. A shout suddenly came from the distance. The aged pangolin heard the sound and subconsciously twisted his head to look. Only to see that not far from the Yellow Rock Cave, a pangolin was waving in its direction. Little Yoshi. The aged pangolin's eyes widened in some disbelief. You guy. Why are you back? Get out of here! It shouted with all its strength. At the moment it was anxious and angry. The lizard demonic beast suddenly raised its head and followed the voice. You who? How dare you come back? What an ignorance! Get it for me! It sneered and immediately ordered its men to kill towards Yoshi. Yet the pangolin named Yoshi was not the least bit intimidated. Instead, it provocatively wagged its tail at the lizard demonic beast. Come and catch me, stupid lizard. Kill it for me! The lizard demonic beast shouted angrily. The surrounding lesser demons rushed to kill Yoshi. It was also at this time that a purple-black lightning bolt suddenly swept past Xiaoji's ears at high speed. The lizard demonic beast's pupils dilated violently, and just before it could react, the electric on was like wearing a sugar gourd, and it came through the killing little demons. And it was clearly the target of this electric aura's final attack. The lizard demonic beast rolled twice in a hurry and managed to dodge the bolt. Boom! The electric aura struck it straight on its wine tank, shattering it to pieces. Who? The lizard demonic beast twisted its head around and stared dead at Yoshi's back. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, accompanied by lightning and thunder and howling winds killing towards it. The lizard demonic beast saw clearly that it was a tiger demon with a purple-black body. It was Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun didn't have much to say and directly executed the breaking thunder palm, slapping down the lizard demonic beast's brain. Berserk Bone Lizard, 5th Order Ordinary Grade Bloodline Demon Beast. It was no problem to kill 3 5th Order Lin Qingyuns, let alone fight them alone. Ka Chow. The mad bone lizard could only hear a thunderclap ringing in its ears as it subconsciously tumbled backwards once again. Fury Thunder Palm flopped, smashed on the ground, directly on the ground to shoot out a 2-meter diameter scorched black pits. Look at the wild bone lizard heart trembling. This if you shoot in the door of its head that their own graves will have to get a big bag. I can't believe it actually found help. Damn you guys, where did you find such a fierce demonic beast? A palm flopped. Lin Qingyun didn't care, he hadn't exerted his full strength either. He didn't hesitate for a second and continued to kill towards the berserk bone lizard like a raging storm. Demon technique. Electric light swinging tail. Lin Qingyun made a turn and the tiger's tail was drawn towards it. Demon technique. Phantom bone armor. Seeing this situation, the mad bone lizard couldn't think in time and directly cast its own big move. Its entire body surface was immediately covered with a bone armor that wrapped around its entire body, looking extraordinarily hard. Boom! The tiger's tail fiercely lashed on top of that bone armor, and the fierce attack directly broke that bone armor. Mud can't stop it. The mad bone lizard despaired in his heart. It was also at this moment that its gaze brushed against Lin Qingyun's eyes, and after only a second of staring at them, it instantly felt its mind become blank, as if it had lost control of its own body. It stood frozen in place for a good 3 seconds. Yet it was only those 3 seconds that had killed it. By the time it came back to its senses and started thinking again, Lin Qingyun's tiger claw had already slapped at its head. No! The berserk bone lizard roared in despair, but there was no way to dodge the strike. Boom! Another breaking thunder palm was slapped down. This time it was slapped directly on its head, only to see its head shattered like a watermelon falling on the ground, killing it on the spot. In just 3 moves, a 5th-ranked demonic beast died under Lin Qingyun's hands. Chapter 74 Delivering the Dugout Pangolin Plan. With an expressionless face, Lin Qingyun skillfully took out the demonic pills from its brain and put them into the golden toad pouch. The other lesser demons in the surroundings, seeing this scene, were all frozen in place with fear. Only after a long time did they come back to their senses and scatter in all directions. The 5th commander is dead. Run! Run! OMG, that's horrible. Quickly go back and report to the Chancellor. In the blink of an eye, these little demons ran far away. Lin Qingyun also had no intention of chasing after them. It was a bit degrading for him to chase after a couple of 4th-ranked small demons when he was a 6th-ranked demonic beast. The aged digging pangolin stared at Lin Qingyun with 2 small eyes, somewhat lost in thought. It was a bit in disbelief that the image in front of it was even real. 6th Order. Surprisingly, it's a 6th-ranked powerhouse. I can't imagine that Yoshi has not only brought back help, but also a big heavyweight. Matriarch. Yoshi scrambled over and helped the aged pangolin up. Matriarch, are you alright? Cough cough cough, I can't die yet. The aged wear mountain armor voice was a bit weak, but the good thing was that as a 5th-ranked demonic beast, it wasn't that easy to die. Lin Qingyun walked over, looked at it, and casually took out a spirit herb with healing effects from the golden toad pouch and threw it to it. He had collected a lot of various heavenly materials along the way, so he was prepared. Yoshi hurriedly took the spirit herb and gave it to the aged mountain armor. The pure medicinal power melted away inside the aged pangolin, simply repairing some of its injuries. Although it couldn't bring it back to full blood, it could still allow for a partial recovery. Sure enough, after a while, the aged pangolin was in better spirits. Yoshi, thanks to you, my clan is saved. The aged pangolin looked at Yoshi with relief. Yoshi scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I didn't do anything, it's all because of Lord Lin. This is Lord Lin, thanks to him, otherwise I really don't know what to do. The aged wearer armored man stood up with great difficulty at the words and rushed towards Lin Xingyun and said respectfully, Greetings, Lord Lin. On behalf of the Digging Pangolin clan, I thank you for your help. Forget about the thanks, Xiaoji has promised me a reward, I hope you guys can pay it, said Lin Xingyun blandly. I, the Digging Pangolin clan, would like to be your vassal for generations. Life and death can be under your control. The aged pangolin said respectfully. It also went out on a limb. A vassal? I don't care. All I need is some ore. Lin Xingyun shook his head, accepting a group of pangolins as his henchmen was not something he was interested in. Only. Just some ore. The aged pangolin was a little surprised. Isn't it too nice of this lord to do them such a favor and only need some ore? Is this the big man's heart? Lord Lin, there are still many demonic beasts from the Blood Rogue Mountain in the Yellow Rock Cave. Yoshi said suddenly. The demonic beasts outside the cave have all run out of sight, but the demonic beasts in the cave don't know that their boss has been killed yet. Its people are still in dire straits. You should know the layout of this cave very well, lead the way ahead. Lin Xingyun gestured. Yes. Yoshi nodded excitedly. With that, Yoshi took the lead and charged towards the Yellow Rock Cave. Hurry up and move. Don't keep Lord 5th Commander waiting. Within a passageway, a 4th-ranked demonic beast from the Blood Rogue Mountain was escorting several digging pangolins, transporting a piece of dug-out spirit stone ore to the outside of the cave. It looked extraordinarily arrogant, not realizing that death had already descended on his head. Ka chow. A light suddenly lit up in front of the dimly lit passageway, and this 4th-ranked demonic beast had just twisted its head to look at it, but all it saw was a purple-black lightning bolt slashing towards its head. Boom! The electric ons directly pierced through its body, and it didn't even let out a single scream before it was killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, the few numb-looking digging pangolins revealed a bewildered expression. Fellow countrymen, I'm coming to save you. Just then, Yoshi suddenly ran from the front of the passageway and shouted at the dugout pangolins. What? These digging pangolin armors were only below the 3rd rank and could not speak yet, only making whimpering noises. They saw Yoshi and perked up. Get out of here and get to the matriarch, Yoshi said to them. Several of the pangolins nodded in unison, and then they trotted towards the outside of the Yellow Rock Cave. Lord Lin, this way. Xiaoji shouted to Lin Xingyun behind him. After about half an hour, Lin Xingyun smoothly cleared the Yellow Rock Cave of all the remaining Blood Rogue Mountain demonic beasts. More than 100 dugout pangolins were all saved by him. 1 5th order demonic pills, 7 4th order demonic pills. Lin Xingyun counted his harvest, which was still quite generous. These demon pills were all put into his golden toad bag for emergencies. Outside the Yellow Rock Cave, more than 100 digging pangolins gathered around. Seeing each other once again, they were also very excited that they were finally out of their misery. Fellow countrymen, let us all thank Lord Lin for saving our lives. The aged pangolin called on all the digging pangolins to rush towards Lin Xingyun and kneel down. The gazes they looked at Lin Xingyun were filled with awe. Lin Xingyun also logically accepted their thanks. Afterwards, these digging pangolins each returned to their normal lives, and after regaining their freedom, they stopped laboring day and night, and fatigue swept through their entire bodies. Lord Lin, over here are the ores that Blood Rogue Mountain hasn't had time to take away yet, offering them to you. The aged pangolin armored man brought a few of his 4th-ranked kinsmen and carried over a dozen wooden crates for Lin Xingyun. The wooden boxes opened in unison, revealing their contents. Lin Xingyun looked over. The dozen or so boxes were filled with large handfuls of spirit stones. The spirit stones were all turquoise and transparent, and in a rough sweep, the number of spirit stones was estimated to be in the thousands. The aged pangolin then personally opened a wooden box, which was even more dense with spiritual energy and contained various rare ores that emitted different rays of light. The value of these ores could not be much worse than the thousands of spirit stones. Lin Xingyun swept his gaze across and saw one of the jade stones with a single glance. This piece of jade was colorless and transparent, and at the same time, within the jade, it contained a golden thread. Chrysoprase. Finally, I found this thing. Lin Xingyun was quite satisfied. Chapter 75 Next Steps. As for the other ores, although they were rare, he couldn't use them at the moment. However, under the resolute request of the aged pangolin, Lin Xingyun still accepted the ores as well as the thousands of spirit stones. Lord Lin, in the future, when you have a need for spirit stones, you can always come to Yellow Rock Cave, and the spirit stones of Yellow Rock Cave are your spirit stones. The aged pangolin said with a grin. If there are any difficulties in this area in the future, I will definitely come for help. Lin Qingyun then said. AI Lord Lin is polite. Doesn't your injury matter? Go and treat it quickly. Lin Qingyun glanced at the bloodstains in front of the aged mountain-piercing armor. After taking your elixir, my injuries have stabilized for the time being, so there's no need for Lord Lin to worry. Compared to the old man's injuries, the old man is more worried about the Blood Rogue Mountain's retaliation. I believe that it won't be long before the Blood Rogue Mountain knows that the commander has been killed, and with the temperament of the Blood Rogue Demon Tree, it will definitely send a large army to kill over in person. The aged pangolin sounded extraordinarily worried. Blood Rogue Demon Tree? Lin Qingyun was puzzled. Doesn't Lord Lin know? The owner of the Blood Rogue Mountain is this Blood Rogue Demon Tree, the only 6th-ranked demonic beast within a few hundred miles. The aged pangolin was just about to say the only one, but suddenly remembered that this Lord Lin in front of him was also a 6th-order demon beast. It really is a tree-type demonic beast. Lin Qingyun nodded. The character of this Blood Rogue Demon Tree is extremely brutal and vicious. It has stood at the top of Blood Rogue Mountain since 100 years ago, and any demonic beasts that disobeyed its commands were entangled in its branches, sucking the demonic power and essence blood out of its body alive. My clan has to offer nearly 10,000 spirit stones to the Blood Rogue Mountain every year to ensure peace, but who knew that they would suddenly kill over? The aged mountain armor continued. Then do you know why they suddenly started plundering so many resources? Lin Qingyun asked with a frown. The aged wearer armor shook his head. This old man is not sure. All I know is that since a few months ago, they have been plundering the territories of other demonic beast groups. At that time, I sensed something was wrong and wanted to lead the pack to move, but I ended up being one step too late, which led to the tragedy. AI, it's all the old man's fault. It sighed, rather self-condemning. Matriarch, how can it be your fault? It's all because Blood Rogue Mountain is so not something. Yoshi cried out indignantly. The weak and the strong are the unchanging laws within this mountain range, and the fault lies in the fact that the old immortal is too weak to protect you. Yoshi, my clan's future still needs to be carried by you guys, so you have to work hard, the aged pangolin said to Yoshi. Yoshi nodded his head heavily. Don't worry, Matriarch, I will definitely cultivate well. The weak and the strong, well said. So this time, I'm here to eat up the Blood Rogue Mountain, said Lin Qingyun with a light smile. At that, the aged pangolin was taken aback. Sir Lin. Lin. Are you planning to attack Blood Rogue Mountain? Not bad. If it wasn't for saving you guys, I would probably be at the top of Blood Rogue Mountain by now. Lin Qingyun did not cover up. With all due respect, the strength of that Blood Rogue Demon Tree is quite terrifying. Even in the 6th-ranked demonic beasts, it can be ranked. Even the other 6th-ranked demonic beasts in the Dark Soul Mountain range wouldn't dare to easily provoke it. Even though you have an outstanding talent, Lord Lin, there's no need to go up against it now. The aged mountain armor spoke clearly. In its opinion, although Lin Qingyun was powerful, he was not yet a match for the Blood Rogue Demon Tree. But he wins because he's young and it's not too late to wait a few more years. Lin Qingyun was naturally aware of this. Waiting a few more years, it was estimated that he would have been at the 7th or even the 8th rank. Killing a Blood Rogue Demon Tree would still not be a piece of cake. But why put off things for years when you can fix them immediately? I guess at that point, he won't be able to see this reward. My mind is made up, and we'll have to wait and try to find out if we can beat it. After resting for a moment, I will go to Blood Rogue Mountain. You're worthy of being Lord Rin, aren't you? Xiao Ji was greatly in awe, revealing a look of adoration. Also, as a young demonic beast, it was quite yearning for such boldness from Lin Qingyun. Since Lord Lin has decided, then the old man will no longer be good enough to stop him, said the aged wearer of the mountain armor in a sensible manner. It's just that if Lord Lin goes alone, a bloody battle is inevitable. There are many demonic beasts in the Blood Rogue Mountain, and without the Mad Bone Lizard, there are still a few remaining 5th-ranked commanders around, so even if they can't injure Lord Lin, they'll still cause quite a bit of trouble. I have a proposal. Why don't we take this opportunity to unite the other demonic beast clans that have been attacked by the Blood Rogue Mountain, and kill the Blood Rogue Mountain together? Not only can you divide their power, but you can also help Lord Lin share the pressure so that you can deal with the Blood Rogue Demon Tree without fear. The aged pangolin spoke slowly. Oh? That's not a bad idea. After Lin Qingyun heard it, he felt that it made quite a bit of sense. Even if he killed 4 5th Order, there were still 5 more commanders on the Blood Rogue Mountain, as well as thousands of lesser demons, and if they all came together to stop Lin Qingyun, it would cost him a lot of heartache. Fighting a demonic beast of the same rank, every ounce of demonic power was extraordinarily crucial, and even though he was confident in defeating the Blood Rogue Demon Tree, the chances of winning would be much lower if there were other obstacles. A few hours ago. Into Bloodborne idiom figure outweet the true nature of the world. The rock bird was finally flying back, and as soon as it landed, a tree root drilled out from under its feet beside it. Blood. Blood Rogue Lord. The rock sounded a bit down. Looking at you, the old three of them should not be able to return, said the Blood Rogue Magic Tree hoarsely. I ran into a 6th-ranked demonic beast on Deersong Mountain. Old three, they must have been killed by him. Lord Blood Rogue, it's not coming for you, is it? What are we going to do? Rockbird asked nervously. 6th Order? Which 6th-ranked demonic beast? The Blood Rogue Demon Tree asked with some surprise. My subordinate was incompetent and did not see its true appearance. It was hidden amongst the mists and did not give me the chance to get close enough to explore. All I know is that it will cast purple and black thunderbolts to attack. The rock said truthfully. Purple and black lightning. Doesn't seem to be an old friend. When did a new 6th Order pop up in the south? The Blood Rogue Demon Tree murmured hoarsely. My lord, how should we respond? With your current state, I am afraid, asked the rock bird worriedly. Bloodrock, how did you become so timid? Even if I'm not in good shape, can I still cope with a newly emerged 6th-ranked demonic beast? It will only be my sustenance if it dares to come, the Blood Rogue Demon Tree said morosely. You go and inform the rest of the men to return to the mountain as soon as possible before there are any more accidents. These spirit stones and spirit liquids that are being sent now are enough for me to use for a while. I, Lord Blood Rogue. The rock bird respectfully agreed. Chapter 76, The Great War is Coming. What, Sango, they were killed? The huge bear demon looked at the rock bird in shock. It somewhat wondered if it had heard wrong, and the wine jar in its hand fell to the ground unconsciously. A 6th-ranked demonic beast has set its sights on us, or at this critical time, this is very unfavorable for our Blood Rogue Mountain, the rock bird said gruffly. Grandma, fortunately Lousy came back early, said the bear demon somewhat thankfully. Immediately, the great rock bird hurriedly looked for a few fast little demons and asked them to call the other commanders back. Now this situation, the other commanders outside, that undoubtedly became a lamb to be slaughtered, or of the power to concentrate together is the hard way. No. Not good. Chancellor, the 4th Chancellor. The 5th Chancellor Lord was killed. Just then, a group of small demons ran back to Blood Rogue Mountain in a panic, and the monkey demon among them that had managed to survive cried out in fear. Old 5. The rock bird and bear demon were once again shocked. Quickly, who killed Old 5? Rockbird asked in a hurry. The monkey demon gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air before speaking. It is a tiger demon. The 5th commander was killed by the other side in just a few shots. Tiger demon? The rockbird and bear demon looked at each other as they associated something. To be able to kill Old 5 in seconds, then the other party must be a 6th-ranked demonic beast. Is it hard to believe that it's the demonic beast that killed Lao San and the others? The rockbird continued to ask, what are the characteristics of that tiger demon? Tell me more carefully. The monkey demon scratched his ears and thought about it, and hurriedly said, that tiger demon is purple-black in color, its size is as big as half of the 5th commander's body, it looks quite young, and it can also attack with lightning. That's right. That's it. The rock remembered last night vividly. The other side was coming for the Blood Rogue Mountain. Old 5 it went and occupied the Yellow Rock Cave. That tiger demon actually found its way there so quickly. How in the world did it know precisely what we were planning? The bear demon was very confused. We've made a lot of noise in the past few months, it must have been watching us for a long time. I can't believe we just realized it, what a carelessness. The rock bird was quite chagrined. Immediately send your men to Yellow Rock Cave and keep an eye on that tiger demon's movements for me, he commanded eagerly. 2 more days passed. Within these 2 days, the entire Blood Rogue Mountain had become beastly, and the several other commanders who had gone out had also rushed back one after another. The entire Blood Rogue Mountain had entered a state of martial law. I can't imagine that in just 2 days, my Blood Rogue Mountain has lost 4 commanders. The remaining 5 commanders gathered together, their air pressure somewhat low. Lao air. Any word on the whereabouts of the new spirit vein? The rockbird asked to a strange demonic beast that was covered in flames. Fire source crystal beast. Unlike other demonic beasts, this demonic beast was born in an extremely dense fire attribute aura, feeding on flames, and in its abdomen there was a crystal source that was the source of its power. This kind of demonic beast is spiritually intelligent after birth, quite wise, and continues to grow itself as it continues to devour all kinds of flames. This fire source crystal beast of Blood Rogue Mountain was the one that had already reached the peak level of the 5th order, powerful and extremely sensitive to aura, which was why it was sent to search for spiritual veins. The fire source crystal beast shook its head. Sorry big brother, I wasn't able to find a new spirit vein. Such an outcome was also expected by the rockbird, and it didn't hold much hope. But big brother, I found something strange. It has something to do with the chief. The fire source crystal beast suddenly said. What strange thing? The great rockbird hurriedly asked when it heard that it had something to do with the Blood Rogue Demon Tree. I found a new spirit vein in another place, said the fire source crystal beast heavily. Just what? It's just that spirit vein has also dried up, and based on the timing, it's within this half a year. The fire source crystal beast said. Can't it be that this spirit vein of Blood Rogue Mountain is connected to that one? When the other commanders heard this, they also revealed unbelievable expressions. There should be a great connection, maybe the source of both spirit veins are in the same place, otherwise this would be too much of a coincidence. The fire source crystal beast said seriously. Click, click, click. A crimson tree root slowly grew out. Lord Blood Rogue. When the commanders saw this, they all bowed respectfully. Elder, is what you said true? The Blood Rogue Demon Tree asked towards the fire source crystal beast just as it burrowed out. Lord Blood Rogue, my subordinate can confirm that spirit vein just failed within half a year. The fire source crystal beast said respectfully. The human face above the roots of the tree revealed a look of vicissitude. In that case, I probably know what it is. Logically speaking, this spirit vein under the Blood Rogue Mountain, although it had been sucked for hundreds of years, it was not to the point of exhaustion, but just a few months ago, the spirit chi in the spirit vein suddenly began to lose a great deal of it, and its vitality dissipated drastically. It was in such a hurry to save its life that it didn't have time to think much. My lord, what is the reason? Is there any hope of peace for you? At those words, the great rockbird looked hopefully at the Blood Rogue Demon Tree and asked. I'm not sure yet. I'll give it a try once I've solved the trouble at hand. The several lords at the core of the Dark Soul Mountain range must be very interested in this matter. The Blood Rogue Demon Tree didn't say it outright, but its tone was much better. What's the movement of that tiger demon? The Blood Rogue Demon Tree asked the rockbird. Lord Blood Rogue, that tiger demon has stayed in the Yellow Rock Cave without any other actions, but it's those few groups that we invaded that have started to stir up in the past 2 days. My subordinate suspects that they've gotten in touch with that tiger demon, and their wings have hardened a lot. The rock said truthfully. I'm thinking that just because you have a backer, you want to defy my Blood Rogue Mountain? What an insouciance! If it wasn't for the emergency situation, I should have slaughtered them all before. The bear demon was dismissive. Ha ha ha, whoever it is, I'll let it know how bad the price of arrogance is. The Blood Rogue Demon Tree laughed hoarsely. And just then, a small demon ran in to report. Your Majesty, it's bad. The Digging Pangolin clan, the Iron Armored Ant clan, and the Heaven's Eye Cow clan are all killing towards Blood Rogue Mountain at the same time. Also within the territory of the Dugout Pangolin, the Alabaster Deer clan has appeared. The many commanders were solemn as they heard the words. The Great War is about to begin. Chapter 77 Spying by Various Forces. Lin Qingyun raised his head and looked towards the top of the Blood Rogue Mountain. There was a thick layer of blood-red cumulus clouds piled up there, making the atmosphere of the entire Blood Rogue Mountain extraordinarily depressing. And underneath the blood-red cumulus clouds, one could vaguely see an exceptionally conspicuous sky giant tree. The Blood Rogue Demon Tree, is that it? Lin Qingyun muttered under his breath. Lord Lin, the clansmen of the 4 clans have all been assembled. At that moment, beside Lin Qingyun, the aged Digging Pangolin said respectfully. Lin Qingyun turned to look. Thousands of demonic beasts of different races stood sternly behind him, looking at him with eyes full of respect. These 4 demonic beast races, without exception, had all been looted by the Blood Rogue Mountain. There was no need to mention the other 2 clans. The Iron Armored Ant clan's queen was killed and the clan lost 3/10 of its members. The patriarch of the Heaven's Eye Cow clan fought to the death and died of blood exhaustion, and its younger brother, as the only remaining 5th-ranked demonic beast, covered the remaining clansmen as they fled. Without Lin Qingyun's appearance, it was estimated that they would have either gone into exile elsewhere and lost their territories, or even their entire clan might not have been able to keep them, thus they were filled with gratitude towards Lin Qingyun. Under the operation of the aged Pangolin, they formed a temporary alliance with Lin Qingyun as their leader, and together they attacked the Blood Rogue Mountain. Lin Qingyun was not destined to belong here, and if the Blood Rogue Mountain still existed after he left, then sooner or later they would still fall into the clutches of the Blood Rogue Mountain unless they gave up their homeland. Instead of that, it would be better to follow Lin Qingyun and put up a fight to topple the Blood Rogue Mountain. Are you guys sure you want to get involved in this as well? Lin Qingyun looked at dear Nanyun as well as dear Linger next to him. Lin Qingyun originally didn't intend to pull the White Jade Deer clan into the gang, but they took the initiative to come and find Lin Qingyun. In addition, the majority of the White Jade Deer clan's fourth-order demonic beasts had also rushed over, so it could be said that the backbone of the White Jade Deer clan was all here. Lord Lin has shown great kindness to my clan, so it's only natural for my concubine to come and help. In the past, the White Jade Deer clan did not fight with the world, but in this Dark Soul Mountain range where strength is honored, even if one is unwilling to fight, sooner or later, one will be forced to get involved within the strife. Instead of being passive, we should take the initiative. Although dear Nanyun's voice remained polite, the determination and firmness in her tone was exceptionally clear. I haven't fought a few times in total, and I'm here to sharpen myself in order to better protect the clan in the future. Dear Linger on the side said with the same firmness. Lord Lin, having seen your strength, my old ox is quite impressed with you. I'm sure you will lead us and avenge my brother and the clan. The current patriarch of the Heavens Aikao clan, the younger brother of the previous patriarch, said in a muffled voice, its height exceeding 3 meters, its 2 sharp horns towering high, and at the center of its brow, there was an additional green-colored eye. The king of the iron-armored ants also came over. It was more than a meter long, covered in pitch-black iron armor, with a pair of extraordinarily sharp iron pincers in front of its body. Lord Lin, our iron-armored ant clan will not let you down. The iron-armored ant clan had the largest numbers and were the mainstay of this temporary alliance, but because their queen had been killed, their numbers could not be replenished until the next queen was born. Great! The Blood Rogue Demon Tree will be taken care of by me personally, so you guys will just be responsible for helping me stop the rest of the Blood Rogue Mountain demonic beasts. Lin Qingyun's tone was full of confidence. After 2 days of rest and recuperation, every aspect of his body had once again reached its peak. And he's even more powerful than he was 3 days ago. All things being equal, the army departed. The central zone of the Dark Soul Mountain range covers an extremely wide area, certainly not stopping the Blood Rogue Mountain a large force. In the Blood Rogue Mountain's periphery, there are also several 6th-order demon beasts forces entrenched. Several major powers had friction and grudges against each other for a long time, so they would keep a close eye on each other. The Blood Rogue Mountain's previous move of scavenging everywhere was also discovered by them, only that most of them didn't know about the news of the spirit veins under the Blood Rogue Mountain drying up, so they didn't do much to react. Now that Lin Qingyun had appeared and was leading several 5th-ranked demonic beast clans in a joint attack on the Blood Rogue Mountain, the series of news had likewise reached their ears. A new 6th-order demonic beast. Interesting. I don't know how the Blood Rogue Mountain offended it. This is going to be hilarious. Remember that the last time several major powers fought between 6th-ranked demonic beasts had to be traced back more than 10 years ago. Listening to this makes my hands itchy. I'll find the old elephant next door to spar some other day. On the western side of the Blood Rogue Mountain, a 6th-rank wolf demon listened to the report of his men, and a playful smile floated up at the corner of its mouth. You guys settle down, I'll go over and make a scene. The wolf demon spoke to a few of his men. Yes. Within a dense forest, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Knock, knock. Heavy footsteps came from a long distance, scaring the nearby demonic beasts into scurrying away. 2 rows of giant trees collapsed, and a giant elephant over 20 meters tall emerged from them. At this time, a bird-type demonic beast suddenly flew in from afar, stopping at its ear and chirping something. The giant elephant stopped dead in its tracks and listened intently. Stygian Thunder Tiger? I remember seeing it last time in the territory of the humans' Thunder Pond Kingdom, thousands of miles away from here, and that Stygian Thunder Tiger was still only a mere 4th rank. As a result, another 6th-order Stygian Thunder Tiger popped up here, attacking Still Blood Rogue Mountain. It can't have anything to do with that relic. The giant elephant spoke slowly, its voice like a bell, its small eyes filled with wisdom. Looks like a visit is necessary. As he spoke, the giant elephant once again moved its feet and traveled towards the south, a pair of huge tusks clearing the obstacles in front of it. On a huge sycamore tree on the north side, a giant bird with colorful feathers stood elegantly on the branch, listening to the report of the men beside him. After hearing this, its pair of flawless and absolutely beautiful eyes blinked and slowly opened its mouth, its voice flirtatious and enchanting. Other demonic beasts don't know, but I know it very well. The Blood Rogue Demon Tree has gone to such great lengths to collect spirit stones and spirit liquids, and it's 80% because the spirit veins under the mountain have dried up. That old, undead demon tree relies on its spirit vein to reach the 6th rank, but its vitality is similarly bound to it, and it won't survive if the spirit vein dries up. And at this time that Stygian Thunder Tiger comes looking for trouble, does it know about this too? The giant bird had a searching look in its eyes. Master, they should have started fighting by now. Should we take advantage of the amount? What robbed? The henchman beside him asked carefully, and it frowned, unable to think of that idiom. Take advantage of the fire. The giant bird spoke. It is indeed to take advantage of the fire. But the resources of the Blood Rogue Mountain should all be in order to renew the life of that old tree, and Manhwa is almost gone. It's just that jade bone fragment it occupies, it must get its hands on it. Saying that, the giant bird spread its wings and flew into the sky, the feathers on its body shining brilliantly under the sunlight. Chapter 78, Killing the Blood Rogue Mountain. At the foot of the Blood Rogue Mountain, the bear demon said with a face of impatience and a stifled tone. Tramp, it's always us who go out and bully other races, when did we fall to the point of waiting for others to come to our door? Special times, less whining. This time the opponent is not compared to before. I've never seen a hallowed 6th order demonic beast that personally kills a 5th order demonic beast, it's too shameless. The fire source crystal beast on the side said without any good humor. Here it comes. They're coming. A tremor suddenly came from the earth, and when they looked along with the commotion, they only saw a large number of demonic beasts scurrying out from the dense forest in front of the Blood Rogue Mountain, running towards their direction. The demonic beast in the lead was clearly Lin Xingyun. Seeing Lin Xingyun appear, the rockbird immediately spread its wings and flew high into the sky. You bunch of cheap beasts, you also dare to taint my Blood Rogue Mountain, looking for death. The rockbird angrily rebuked in the air, the powerful pressure of a 5th order demonic beast sweeping out. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun let out a cold snort and directly struck out a bolt of electricity that shot straight at the rockbird in the air. The rockbird's face changed, the shadow that Lin Xingyun had cast on it last time had yet to be completely removed. This time Lin Xingyun's attack was even faster. It was just about to rush to dodge, when a crimson tree branch suddenly sprang out behind it, blocking the bolt for it. Lord Blood Rogue. The rockbird was delighted, and when he turned his head to look, the giant tree at the top of the Blood Rogue Mountain directly stretched out a branch hundreds of meters long out. Go back. The Blood Rogue demon tree's voice reached its ears. It's... The rock flew back in some distress. Lin Xingyun paused in place, and the 4 clans behind him also stopped in unison. On the ground in front of him, a tree root slowly grew out, and on top of it, a pale human face slowly coalesced. Who exactly is your excellency? I, Blood Rogue Mountain, should have no grievances with your excellency. Why are you targeting my Blood Rogue Mountain like this? The Blood Rogue demon tree looked towards Lin Xingyun and said in a hoarse voice. The human face on the tree root looked straight at Lin Xingyun, the 2 wooden eyes filled with surprise. Too young. Why is it so young? It wasn't that the Blood Rogue demon tree hadn't seen demonic beasts with heaven-defying talents before, it had even had the honor of seeing a juvenile demonic beast with a legendary level bloodline. But even if it was a legendary grade demonic beast, it wasn't as if it could come to the 6th order so swiftly within half a year. And judging by the demonic power surrounding Lin Xingyun was afraid that the demonic power he possessed was even more powerful and condensed than it was. He himself had lived for hundreds of years and had drawn on the constant flow of spiritual energy from the spiritual veins, but he actually still couldn't compare to Lin Xingyun. What's wrong with this world? No offense? It's true that we don't have any grievances. A few days ago I didn't even know where the Blood Rogue Mountain was. Lin Xingyun said casually. Upon hearing this, the Blood Rogue demon tree couldn't help but ask, then why are you still? Lin Xingyun continued, doesn't your Blood Rogue Mountain also not have any grudges against races like the White Jade Deer Clan and the Digging Pangolin? That doesn't stop you from plundering their resources and killing their people either. I understand, the Blood Rogue demon tree didn't say anything more and sighed lightly. It also had to marvel at how ridiculous the rules within the Dark Soul Mountain range were. At this point in time, being targeted by a demonic beast of the same rank for no reason, without any justification or reason, killing it at the doorstep. There was a time when they did the same to other demonic beast races as well as humans, and now the wind and water had turned. Since there's nothing to say, let's kill. You brought this on yourself. The Blood Rogue demon tree is also not a demon that likes to talk nonsense, although it is old, its ruthlessness and cruelty has not disappeared, but it is just in the way of the status quo to hide it. It really didn't believe it, even if the other party's demonic power was even stronger than it didn't think that Lin Xingyun was its opponent. A fledgling tiger cub dares to provoke himself, so his life will be left behind. As soon as the words fell, countless red tree roots with teeth and claws suddenly sprang out of the ground, killing towards Lin Xingyun as well as the demonic beast alliance behind it. The oppressive feeling of a 6th-ranked demonic beast struck, causing the demonic beasts of the 4 clans behind them to be hastily startled. Lin Xingyun's face was as normal as ever, he had long been prepared for anything, and in the face of this sudden attack, he immediately reacted. Buzzing. Demon technique. Thunder sound whistle. Boom. A tiger whistle like thunder resounded through the heavens and earth, and the whistling wind containing rumbling thunder was released with a roar. Wild winds swept through, enveloping all the tree roots in front of them, and the terrifying destructive force directly destroyed these blood-red tree roots, including the tree root with a human face. Wood shavings fluttered as the back half of the root burrowed back into the ground. Lin Xingyun didn't have any hesitation, and after destroying all the tree roots, he directly executed the wind and thunder steps and killed the Blood Rogue Mountain. Kill! Clansmen, charge with me! Behind Lin Xingyun, the 4 demonic beast clans also joined together to kill the Blood Rogue Mountain. Stop him! At the same time, the Rockbird commanded the group of demonic beasts from the Blood Rogue Mountain, trying to stop Lin Xingyun. However, Lin Xingyun's speed was too fast. He rose up in the air with all his limbs, directly crossing over them and heading straight to the top of the Blood Rogue Mountain. His only target was the Blood Rogue Demon Tree. A few commanders still wanted to stop Lin Xingyun, but they were blocked by a few 5th-ranked demonic beasts such as Deer Nan Yun. Their overall strength wasn't as good as the Blood Rogue Mountain, and even though the Blood Rogue Mountain had still lost 4 commanders, it was still enough to stop them from bothering Lin Xingyun. Without any obstacles, Lin Xingyun swiftly climbed the Blood Rogue Mountain. Strangely enough, ever since Lin Xingyun had ascended the mountain, the Blood Rogue Demon Tree hadn't blocked it anymore, allowing him to get close to his own body. Lin Xingyun opened his blue mind's eye and was always on guard against the attack of the Blood Rogue Demon Tree. Ha ha ha, little doll, you're still too tender. A pale, raspy voice came to his ears. In the next moment, Lin Xingyun realized that there were hundreds of demonic power fluctuations underground that were coming towards him at an extremely fast speed. He hurriedly performed the wind and thunder steps to leap up in the air, trying to avoid the lock of these demonic powers. The entire Blood Rogue Mountain is under my control. You think you can dodge it? The Blood Rogue Demon Tree's voice came out once again, and it was quite smug. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of incomparably thick tree roots sprang out from the ground, paving the way to surround Lin Xingyun in the center. These tree roots were extremely fast and at tricky angles, constantly winding towards Lin Xingyun. Despite Lin Xingyun's constant dodging, the space in which he was able to move was still being constantly compressed. In the end, his figure was completely submerged under the heavy encirclement of tree roots. Lord Lin! Seeing this, Deer Nan Yun could not help but exclaim in shock as her heart trembled. Ah, what an insouciance! This is what happens when you go against Lord Blood Rogue. The Rockbird laughed out loud, yet it didn't take long for it to stop laughing. Demon technique. Dharma heaven and earth. An extremely brutal and majestic demonic power came from beneath the roots of the tree. Chapter 79 The Waiting Lin Yushur. Click, click, click. The roots of the tree above broke off layer by layer, and a huge figure slowly stood out from it with an unstoppable aura. How can it be? The Blood Rogue Demon Tree let out an incredible shock. It wasn't that it didn't expect Lin Xingyun to be able to break free, but it didn't expect him to be able to break free so quickly. Was expecting to trap him for a while. Moreover, this aura on Lin Xingyun's body was even more powerful than it was just now. An increased type demonic technique? But that's a bit of a sick increase. The Blood Rogue Demon Tree muttered. Boom! The lightning around Lin Xingyun's body continued to rage, destroying all of the surrounding tree roots. His body size at this moment was already as much as 5 times that of just now, standing over 9 meters tall, and his aura was even more oppressive than just now, so much so that even the Blood Rogue Demon Tree felt palpitations. Whew! This skill is really perverted, my power has actually skyrocketed so much. But the rate of loss of this demonic power is more or less fast. The usual rules, quick battle. As Lin Xingyun thought of this, he urged the demonic power in his body to be released towards the sky. Demon technique. Underworld thunder tribulation. Rumble. An electric aura shot up into the sky, unexpectedly directly dispersing the thick red cumulus clouds. At the same time, the dark clouds began to continuously converge and come on such a scale that it even covered the sun, and the entire Blood Rogue Mountain was even plunged into darkness. The Blood Rogue Demon Tree felt bad as it hastily launched an attack towards the sky. Demon technique, Blood Demon Flower. Above the massive demonic tree, countless branches swayed, and a blood-red flower suddenly bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The petals floated down, seemingly light and swaying, but in actuality, they were shooting towards the sky at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, and each petal was filled with infinite killing opportunities. Whoosh! The heaven and earth in front of him seemed to be only red, and the entire sea of flowers haunted the Blood Rogue's mountain. Fall! Lin Xingyun shouted violently, and the dark clouds above his head violently released a majestic purple-black thunder aura. The sky seemed to be opened up as if a mouth had been opened, and the thunderons turned into a sea of thunder pouring down, more than 10 times more powerful than the last time he annihilated the silver Lin Stallion and the time they unleashed it. This was Lin Xingyun in full bloom. Ah! The Blood Rogue Demon Tree let out a roar as the sea of blood demon flowers continued to rise, colliding with the sea of thunder. At the same time, within the mountain of Bloodrogue Mountain, the Bloodrogue demon tree used its own roots, still frantically drawing spiritual energy from the spirit stones and spirit liquid to recover itself. It couldn't care about anything else at the moment. As long as it survived this round of attacks, it would still be able to gain the upper hand by virtue of having accumulated so many spirit stones and spirit liquids. The Sea of Thunder poured down, and countless blood demon flowers were directly destroyed and turned into ashes. However, the number of blood demon flowers was extraordinarily large, and the Sea of Thunder was not able to break through the Sea of Flowers for a while. By the time the blood demon petals were destroyed as much as they could be, the Sea of Thunder from the underworld Thunder Tribulation had also been consumed for the most part. The aftermath of the Sea of Thunder slammed into the Bloodrogue demon tree's body, but it wasn't able to do much damage to it. Ha ha ha. This should be your strongest strike. I blocked it, let's see what else you can do. The Bloodrogue demon tree's rampant laughter resounded throughout Bloodrogue Mountain. Worthy of being a 6th-rank demonic beast, it's just more resistant to beating than a 5th rank. It would be a bit too boring if this blow killed you. Lin Qingyun didn't have any frustration, instead, his battle spirit surged even more. Again! The electric aura around him was once again released, and he killed towards the Bloodrogue demon tree without any hesitation. Mommy, where the hell did Daddy go? Little Fire's waving wings flew around Lin Yushi. After the last few days of feeding, it had gotten a few sizes bigger, even a little rounded, and was struggling a bit to fly. I don't know, who knows where he's been fooling around. Lin Yushi had already been forced to accept this title and said without a trace of anger. At the moment she was absorbed in fiddling with the fireplace in front of her. After many improvements, the fireplace in front of us had evolved from the size of a palm to more than a meter high. The material is also much harder. Lin Yushi continuously released golden flames, scorching this stand furnace. Chrysanthemum, ah, my chrysanthemum. Lin Yushi similarly looked forward to Lin Qingyun's quick return. That should be about right. Feeling that the fire had arrived, Lin Yushi slowly withdrew the flame. Open! With a delicate cry, the lid of the Dan furnace snapped open and a fresh medicinal fragrance emanated from it. Lin Yushi hurriedly came forward to look at it, and Little Flame also flew over curiously. Only a round elixir lay quietly in the center. It's done! She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Lin Yushi took out the pills from the Dan furnace. Mom, what's this? It smells so good. Little Fire asked curiously. Fire, do you want some? Lin Yushi looked at Little Flame with a bad smile on her face. What? A Little Fire revealed a human and harmless look to him, his eyes looking straight at the elixir in Lin Yushi's hand. Here! Lin Yushi threw the elixir into the air, and was steadily caught by the Little Fire and held it in her mouth. It had no defense, and tilted its head back to swallow directly into its stomach. Lin Yushi, on the other hand, was fully focused on the Little Fire, her body tense. Fire, how are you feeling? She asked carefully. Little Fire felt it seriously for a moment, then said. It feels kinda comfortable. Warmth in the belly. What's wrong, Mom? No. It's fine. Lin Yushi waited for a while longer to make sure that nothing was wrong with Little Flame, and only then did she feel relieved. It's finally refined. Lin Yushi lamented in her heart. The previous one she had tried to refine many times and basically failed. In order to find out her shortcomings, she even tried the drug on herself, resulting in either diarrhea or hallucinations. I didn't think it would actually work this time. It seems she still has a talent for alchemy. Fortunately, the resources within the Dark Soul Mountain range were abundant and could withstand her being so ho-hum. In this way, she was also more certain of refining that elixir. Everything is ready, just need the golden chalcedony. I'll practice more before that guy comes back. As Lin Yushi thought of this, she was about to start up her furnace again to try a more difficult elixir. Just then, Tiger's mom came running back in a hurry on her feet. What's the matter, Mom? Why the rush? Seeing this, Lin Yushi asked suspiciously. Tiger Mom said in a huff. Eru, I think I see humans. Chapter 80 Human Appearance Pantheon. Human? Lin Yushi was stunned. What's wrong with humans? Just because it says we're here in the middle of the country doesn't mean humans won't be here. Nothing to fuss about. Lin Yushi said casually, not thinking. It was presumed that certain martial artists above the 5th grade went into the mountain range to hunt demonic beasts to collect spiritual herbs or something like that. There's something strange about this group of humans, they're here to cut down trees. Tiger Mom said hesitantly. No brain problem, right them, the huge Dark Soul Mountain range is full of trees, why do they have to take such a big risk to come here to cut them? Lin Yushi snorted. Mommy, Grandma, what are humans? Little Fire asked in disbelief. You can understand it as hairless orangutans. If you meet them, remember to run far away. Lin Yueshi said. Orangutans, Fire muttered. Where are they chopping down trees? I'll go check it out. Lin Yueshi raised some interest in this group of humans. She was curious as to what exactly they were after. There was another very strong guy in that group of humans by that ethereal pool to the southeast, and I almost even got caught out by him. Tiger Mom said seriously. To the southeast, as I recall, wasn't that a bay of shadowy pools where the yin and yang gathered? Aside from spirit grasses and trees that like yin shi that would grow near there, other demonic beasts would rarely go near there. Lin Yueshio became even more curious. Arrow, it's better not to go, it's dangerous if the humans find out. Why don't we wait for Big Tiger to come back and check it out? Those humans have only been here for a short while anyway, so they should stay for a while. Tiger Mother said hesitantly. She didn't really want Lin Yueshi to risk her life. As soon as she heard that she would wait for Lin Qingyun to return, Lin Yueshi instantly became a bit unhappy, and her competitive spirit was aroused. Why should I wait for that guy to come back? Mom, don't worry, I'm just watching from a distance. Just stay home and keep an eye on Little Flame, I'll be back soon. Saying that, Lin Yueshi directly twisted her head and left, not giving Tiger Mother the chance to say anymore. Is this what humans call a rebellious period? It's still Little Fire who listens. Tiger Mom sighed. Grandma, I want to go too. Little Fire looked pleadingly at Tiger Mother. Good girl, you don't want to go. Grandma will take you to catch fish. Lin Yuexi traveled lightly and soon arrived near that pantheon. Even from a distance of a few hundred meters, she was able to feel a sinister aura coming from her face. As she drew closer, the scenery around her changed slightly. Several of the most common trees in the Dark Soul Mountain range also gradually disappeared, replaced by a plant called the ink willow tree. They very much like to grow in the place of rich yin qi, also therefore in their body also contains a rich yin qi. Many evil cultivators, soul cultivators and other martial artists very much like to use them to make props treasure soldiers. Click, click, click. In front of the quiet woods, there was a flurry of lumbering movement. It looked like the group of humans was just ahead. Lin Yueshi raised her right paw, and on it were 3 fine black lines. She urged her demonic power and injected it within one of the fine lines. In the next moment, that black fine line slowly floated up while growing in size. Ah! The black fine lines gradually transformed into a vague black soul, which unconsciously let out a hoarse moan. Shut up! Lin Yueshi urged her demonic power and sealed the black soul's mouth shut. It was only then that it was honest. Lin Yueshi then maneuvered this black soul around herself, continuously releasing yin qi. In this way, her aura would be covered by the yin qi, and as long as her figure wasn't exposed, then it would be difficult to be detected in this yin qi rich place. The black soul slowly wandered around Lin Yueshi while she continued to walk towards the front without making any noise. Hey! Brother Wang, do you have any extra clothes? I feel like it's getting colder and colder. This hole is evil. A young martial artist in his 20s put down the axe in his hand and said to the middle-aged man beside him. I told you to bring more clothes, you didn't listen. I still have a long sleeve and a bottle of yang replenishing pill in my parcel. Counting you in for 2 spirit stones is fine. The middle-aged man casually said, while once again swinging the axe in his hand towards the large tree beside him. The axe chopped at the ink willow tree with a sound similar to metal. While looking through the gap, the trunk inside took on a pitch-black color. 2 spirit stones. Robbery. Forget it, I'm here to earn spirit stones, not to spend them. Old me can only earn 3 spirit stones a day. If it wasn't for earning money, I wouldn't have come to this hole. The youth muttered when he heard such a price. Only 3 spirit stones, you kid has a big mouth. Where else can I find this errand where I can earn so many spirit stones just by chopping down trees every day? Don't be in the middle of a blessing. The middle-aged man said casually. AI, it's better to endure it and go somewhere else to slow down later. The youth sighed, then lifted his axe to continue chopping down the trees. This is the middle of the Dark Soul Mountain range. Don't run around if you're a second-grade martial artist, or you won't know how you'll die, the middle-aged man reminded. There are more third-ranked demonic beasts in the center than ants. Besides, the White family's master won't let you run around. The middle-aged man suddenly lowered his voice. And not far from them, a knife-wielding middle-aged man was sitting next to the fireplace, drinking hot tea while watching the workers here. If someone from Woodwind City saw him, they would definitely be able to recognize him. He was clearly one of the top echelons of the Bai family, and his strength had also reached the 5th rank, and he had even shown up at the demon hunting conference. There were about 3 dozen people here, and besides the man with the knife, there were 4 supervisors, and the rest were short-term workers attracted by the high pay. Some of them were cutting down trees, while the rest of them were cutting and sanding the cut trees to make a plank. The planks were then pieced together to make an eerie coffin. Even though this place was very dangerous, the remuneration of 3 spirit stones per day was really very tempting, knowing that they had previously risked their lives to hunt demonic beasts and couldn't earn 100 spirit stones a month. Speaking of which, it's really strange, why did the White family suddenly have to make so many coffins? Seeing as how they're still taking this matter seriously, they went so far as to come this far to chop wood, and even sent a 5th grade martial artist. TSK, it feels like the Bai family is going to make some big moves. The youth gossiped in a whisper. Pry less into the affairs of the great families and focus on your work. Keep your mouth shut. If the Bai family's master finds out, it won't be easy to take your little life. The middle-aged man warned in a slightly heavier tone. Hey, no. I'm just bored and talking off the top of my head. The youth scrunched his neck and smiled sarcastically. Chapter 81 Heavenly Burial Scripture Practitioner. Just then, an overcast wind blew by, causing all the workers present to shiver in unison. OMG, ghosts! Master Bai, help! There was suddenly a ghostly sound in his ears, as if a stern ghost was whispering close to his ears, making people's bones creepy. These workers were basically just below the level of a 2nd grade martial artist, which was just a little bit stronger than ordinary people, and they were already scared. But this was even more explosive. Don't even panic. With me here, let's see who dares to play God. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sitting next to the fireplace stood up violently, drew the long knife in his hand, and fiercely drank. The spiritual energy within his body was released, and his aura shook the entire arena. Upon hearing his stern shout, these workers immediately paused, not daring to move. What's going on? The long-sword man's sharp eyes swept around for a week, but didn't find anything. Uncle Wenlong. I just heard a ghost screaming. Across from the man with the long knife, an overseer trembled. I heard it too. Uncle Wenlong, this place is so gloomy, there can't really be ghosts. The other overseer then said. The other workers didn't say anything, but they nodded in unison to show that they had heard it too. Seeing this, Bai Wenlong cursed in his mind. How to let the old man took such a hard job, originally in this inchy thick place to stay for a long time is annoying. It was still a good idea to keep the group of workers safe from demonic beasts at all times. Now even ghosts are popping up. But he couldn't show any panic yet, or the workers would do even less good work. With 3/10 of a point left to reach the standard, we can't afford to drop the ball on him. A ghost call? How come the old man didn't hear that? All you do is get paranoid all day long. Bai Wenlong snorted coldly. But, the supervisor on the side wanted to say something, but he was disliked by Bai Wenlong. There's no buts, get back to work for me. Even if there really is a ghost, this knife of mine is not a vegetarian. Saying that, Bai Wenlong violently swung out the long knife in his hand, and the sharp blade directly cut off a thick ink willow tree next to him. Master Bai is mighty. When the many workers saw this, the uneasiness in their hearts receded by a few points. After all, there was still a 5th grade martial artist sitting in the town. What did they have to be afraid of? I guess it was just the sound of the wind blowing through just now, nothing to be afraid of. So it was that these workers calmed down a bit and went back to work. Unbeknownst to all, in a corner unnoticed by everyone, a black soul body slowly drifted away under the protection of Yin Qi. Lin Yueshi closed her eyes and maneuvered that soul body back to her side. White family? Coffins? The conversation between the middle-aged man and the youth just now was all heard by her word for word. She murmured the words softly. The White family should be the one in Woodwind City. That girl named Bai Meishue seems to be from the Bai family. Shady wood coffins. Lin Yueshi frowned and kept searching through her vast ocean of memories. She remembered hearing about this thing somewhere. I remember. It's the burial scripture. Aren't these Inwood coffins exactly what the burial scripture needs? Lin Yueshio suddenly remembered. About 1,000 years ago, there was an unheard of odd job disciple in a small remote clan who accidentally obtained the burial sky scripture and cultivated in obscurity for 10 years. And just 10 years later, people were horrified to discover that this small sect with only thousands of disciples had been wiped out in one night. The entire large hill of the sect was covered by a dense mass of coffins. That handyman disciple was sitting right on top of the coffin of the fitted patriarch, laughing maniacally, and his cultivation had also reached the 9th grade of martial artist. And the rest of the more famous recipients of the burial scripture had had similar experiences. Such secret stories could not be known by outsiders, and only she, who sat in the demon sect, had the opportunity to know these complete experiences. It also meant that this kind of Inwood coffin was necessary to cultivate the burial scripture. I remember that the burying sky scripture obtained by the Bai family, wasn't it taken away by Meishue's father? How come there are still cultivators in the White family? Lin Yueshi's eyes stared, but she was well aware of the terrifying nature of the burial sky scripture. If it grows up completely, I'm afraid that the so-called 7 southeastern countries will be devastated in an instant. It looks as if the clansmen of the White family don't seem to realize that these coffins are for them, right? Possessors of the burial sky scripture have a common trait, and that is that they will blood sacrifice their loved ones or important people, and in this way, they will be able to gain a greater increase in strength. I also don't know to what realm that person who practiced the burial sky scripture has reached. Lin Yueshi thought in her heart. This is interesting. With that in mind, she slowly headed back towards the territory, with no intention of stopping them from continuing to cut. In less than a month's time, I guess we'll see a good show. When the time comes, you can always go around Woodwind City so you don't miss it. This is the first time I've seen a burial sky scripture cultivator up close. Lin Yueshi thought in her heart. However, all of this required her to break through to the 4th rank or above, and now she was even more eager for Lin Qingyun to return earlier. Rumble. On the Blood Rogue Mountain, another thunderous explosion rang out as Lin Qingyun shattered an incoming tree root directly in front of him. The entire Blood Rogue Mountain became pitted and full of wretchedness. The Blood Rogue demon tree was still standing there, only that it had many more scorched black spots on its body, and a few of its branches had broken off. Lin Qingyun and the Blood Rogue demon tree had fought for hundreds of rounds, and both sides were already exhausted from the fight. However, on the surface, it was still Lin Qingyun who had the upper hand. At least he wasn't injured, it was just that his demonic power had been consumed a bit too much. Little doll, why should you and I fight to the death? I can forgive your offense, you now take those demonic beast clans and leave, I promise I will never violate their territory again. The Blood Rogue demon tree said in a hoarse voice. I don't. Lin Qingyun simply spat out 2 words, a meaningful smile on his face as he watched the Blood Rogue demon tree's fire rise. Good. Good, good, good. Toast to the world. Then it's a big deal, I'll kill you even if the fish dies. The Blood Rogue demon tree bellowed. You're overthinking it, you'll only end up dead. If I'm not mistaken, you shouldn't be able to afford to spend. Chapter 82 5 6th Order Demonic Beasts. Lin Qingyun's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the Blood Rogue demon tree's heart hard. How did he find out? And when was it found? You seek death. The Blood Rogue demon tree didn't dare to think any further, it had to end the battle as soon as possible. The spirit stones and spirit liquid in the Blood Rogue Mountain had been almost consumed by it. If it dragged on, it was afraid that even if it resolved Lin Qingyun, it would still be hard to escape death. Look at you, you're in a hurry again. I'm not even in a hurry, what are you in a hurry for? Lin Qingyun let out a cold smile. Through the battle just now, he had keenly noticed that the Blood Rogue demon tree's attacks were getting more and more impatient. At the same time, its demonic power recovery speed was much slower than before. Logically speaking, the Blood Rogue demon tree was sitting on the spiritual energy of a spiritual vein and would not worry about consuming it with Lin Qingyun, which was why Lin Qingyun had planned to make a quick attack in the beginning. But now it was the opposite, the Blood Rogue demon tree was fighting with more and more urgency, and even though it was deliberately hiding it, it was still captured by Lin Qingyun. This made him think of the possibility that something should have gone wrong with the Blood Rogue Mountain's spirit vein, and it was unable to provide a constant supply of sustenance to the Blood Rogue demon tree, which was why it had to go on a rampage to scavenge for spirit stones and spirit liquids. Ha 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 ha, I knew it, Blood Rogue. You're really going to die. It turns out that the spirit veins under the Blood Rogue Mountain have long been depleted. I was wondering before, if I had known, I would have brought my men to kill over here, but unfortunately. Hey, Weedy Bird, since you know in advance, why don't you say it earlier? When the time comes, we will unite and destroy the Blood Rogue Mountain. The benefits will be 3 for you and 7 for me. Off, I don't need to join forces with you. I was going to wait a while longer, but I was shortchanged. Right at this moment, 2 Hong-like voices suddenly came from above the sky of the Blood Rogue Mountain. Immediately afterward, 2 powerful auras appeared at the Blood Rogue Mountain. It's you guys. Sensing the appearance of these 2 auras, the Blood Rogue demon tree's voice had a slight tremor in it. Lin Qingyun's expression was indifferent as he raised his head to look. Only to see the sky above, the haze was bright, and in the center of the colorful light, a stunningly beautiful bird covered in 7 colored feathers flew in with its wings spread out. On the other hand, a black fog came out from nowhere, a gloomy and cold air swept through, and in the midst of that black fog, a huge black wolf demon stood proudly in the midst of the black fog. 7-colored spirit phoenix, epic bloodline demonic beast, 6th rank. Black demon wolf mutated, rare class bloodline demonic beast, 6th order. 2 more 6th rank demonic beasts had actually appeared, and by the looks of things, the Blood Rogue demon tree even recognized them. Lin Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a man-thirsty ferocious aura. The 7-colored spirit phoenix and the black demon wolf similarly turned their gazes towards Lin Qingyun, filled with curious gawking. Upon seeing how young Lin Xingyun was, they were also quite surprised. "It's unbelievable," murmured the seven-colored spirit phoenix. "Black Devil, colorful phoenix. Help me finish off this brat, and I'll pay you handsomely, and you'll definitely be satisfied." The blood rogue demon tree shouted hoarsely. At this moment, it didn't care about any face, and first solved the crisis in front of it. "Oh, the payoff? With the current you, what else can you come up with for payment? I'm afraid that all your family's wealth has been used to fill in the holes of the spirit vein." The seven-colored spirit phoenix sneered and mercilessly dismantled it. "We came here this time just to see what you're up to. Speaking of which, why didn't old elephant come? It looks honest, but it's the most sullen fellow out there. It shouldn't be possible for it to miss such a lively event." The black demon wolf looked around the circle, completely ignoring the words of the blood rogue demon tree. Rumble. A loud sound came from the distant dense forest, which suddenly began to collapse to both sides, and a huge object was rushing over at an unstoppable speed. Seeing this situation, the demonic beasts of the Four Clans Alliance and Blood Rogue Mountain that were still fighting fiercely directly separated, each running farther away for fear of being crushed alive by this behemoth. "Boy, 5/6th ranked demonic beasts, is this going to change the sky?" The behemoth came to the foot of the Blood Rogue Mountain and revealed its true form, which was clearly a giant elephant. Dear Nan Yun and the other demonic beasts hid not far away, watching this scene in shock. At this moment, around the Blood Rogue Mountain, there were already 5/6th ranked demonic beasts converging, and the battle between them more or less appeared to be a small fight. "Ha ha, old elephant, you're late," the black demon wolf laughed at the giant elephant. "Ancient elephant of the flood, epic bloodline demonic beast, 6th rank." Lin Xingyun raised an eyebrow. Two demonic beasts of epic level bloodline actually appeared at the same time. "Didn't come late, the good show isn't and hasn't ended yet." The giant elephant's voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the Blood Rogue Mountain. The giant elephant looked towards the blood rogue demon tree, a flash of greed in its eyes. They said that they were here to join in the fun, but in reality, they weren't here to take advantage of the situation, and although the Blood Rogue Mountain's family was about to lose all of its money, they were still able to squeeze some oil out of it. Especially the blood rogue demon tree itself. If one was able to snatch its demonic pills, one's strength would also advance by a large margin. The giant elephant even wanted to swallow the entire body of the blood rogue demon tree to strengthen itself. Good. Very good. You guys don't bully the beast too much. Looking at these 3/6th ranked demonic beasts as if they were party like clouds, as if in their eyes, they were completely devoid of any threat, the blood rogue demon tree instantly felt that it had been humiliated. Thinking about it, when he was in his heyday, where would these guys dare to take half a step on Blood Rogue Mountain? "Since you all want me to die, I will drag you all along with me." Thinking of this, the demonic power of the blood rogue demon tree was instantly released with full force, and its body became transparent, resembling a blood-red amber giant tree. Seeing this, the voices of the 3/6th ranked demonic beasts came to an abrupt halt and looked at the blood rogue demon tree with vigilance. "Lord Blood Rogue. No! Damn it, I'm going to fight you guys." When the rock bird and the other leaders saw the scene, they all revealed a look of pain. "Death to all. Demon technique. Blood tree true realm." Buzz. The blood rogue demon tree let out a violent cry, and the blood-red demonic power centered on it, spreading out towards the surroundings, and it was as if the heaven and earth had turned into a crimson red in an instant. Lin Xingyun and a bunch of other demonic beasts were all enveloped in it. "Blood rogue? How dare you?" The black demon wolf was greatly alarmed. It actually sensed an extremely dangerous aura. The blood rogue demon tree absorbed all the stored spirit stones and spirit liquid, and the spirit veins under the blood rogue mountain were completely depleted at this moment. Regardless of the outcome, the blood rogue demon tree had no way back but to die. So it chose to pull a few back before it died. It unleashed the strongest strike at the cost of its own life. "You guys made me do it. Quickly break this boundary." The seven-colored spirit phoenix droned as she surrounded herself with a cloud of haze light, striking towards the blood rogue demon tree, and the other two 6th ranked demonic beasts both rushed to attack as well. "Hey kid, come with us and kill it. What are you doing frozen?" At that moment, the seven-colored spirit phoenix noticed that Lin Xingyun below was standing still without any movement. The demon pills of 4 6th order demonic beasts, if they are served together, how much demonic power can they rise? Lin Xingyun suddenly raised his head and swept around, causing the seven-colored spirit phoenixes, them, to feel shivering. Chapter 83 Sonnet Rank Demon Technique, Underworld Thunder Tribulation. What? Lin Xingyun's words clearly reached the ears of the seven-colored spirit phoenix, causing her to wonder if she had heard wrong. Yet now she couldn't care less. The attacks of the 3/6th ranked demonic beasts struck the amberized body of the blood rogue demon tree, and its body shattered apart in a flash. However, after those fragments fell to the ground, they once again returned to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the world around them gradually turned into a blood-red color, becoming more and more dense, and even their bodies were being assimilated by this blood-red color. Blood rogue, can't you just go and die? And give us trouble before you die. The black demon wolves swept their gazes around, and even though their attacks didn't cause any substantial effects, they remained unperturbed. Well, at least everyone had been a sixth-order demon beast for decades and hundreds of years, and they had all experienced great storms. And right in the corner where they hadn't noticed, 7 or 8 more demonic pills suddenly appeared in Lin Xingyun's tiger's palm. One was the 5th-ranked demonic pills of the Berserker Bone Lizard, while the rest were all 4th-ranked demonic pills. These were the ones he had previously stored away for a rainy day. Immediately, without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it all in one gulp. The demonic pills entered his stomach and instantly melted away, being completely absorbed by Lin Xingyun. Swallowed demonic pills of 5th-order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 2.5 million, physical fitness plus 90, mental power plus 82, reinforcement points plus 125. Swallowed demonic pills of 4th-order demonic beasts, demonic power plus 550,000, constitution plus 32, mental power plus 25, reinforcement points plus 51. Swallowing the demonic pills of 4th-order demonic beasts. Acquired new skill, Bone Frenzy middle level. A series of information flooded into his mind, and at the same time, Lin Xingyun's panel gained a small increase, and some of his demonic power was restored. Host, Lin Xingyun. Rank, 6th. 76 million points of demonic power are required to evolve to the 7th rank. Race, Thunder Tiger. Body mass, 1320. Mental power, 1167. Demon power, 32 million. Skills, Thunderbolt Palm High Level, Underworld Thunderjack High Level, Thunderbolt High Level, Lightning Pendulum Intermediate Level, Thundersound Intermediate Level, Thunderbolt Tiger Armor Intermediate Level, Hidden Thunder Formation Intermediate Level, Blue Mind's Eye Intermediate Level, Heavenly Elements Intermediate Level, Poison Resistance Intermediate Level, Wind and Thunder Steps Intermediate Level, Forbidden Inflammation Body Intermediate Level, Underworld Tiger Mantra Intermediate Level, Bone Berserker Intermediate Level. Reinforcement points, 1250. The increase in this aspect of physical mental strength was not what Lin Xingyun wanted. The most important thing is the enhanced reinforcement points for boosting. His reinforcement points were finally breaking through 1,000. With so many reinforcement points, he would be able to further strengthen his new skills. Then, without hesitation, he spent 1,000 reinforcement points to raise the Underworld Thunderbolt. Underworld Thunderjacking Zune rank, use your demonic power to condense a thundercloud, which can unleash massive lightning attacks on enemies within a range of 100 meters, causing massive damage while ignoring part of the defense. At the same time, he spent 200 reinforcement points to raise his FAT on Xian D to a high rank. The effect of this skill was quite perverse. It could strengthen his various attributes several times in a short period of time, so it was no wonder that it required so many strengthening points. FAT on Xiang D high level. After releasing the skill, the host's body will expand 8 times, and its strength and demonic power will also increase 8 times, and the skill will automatically shut down when the demonic power is exhausted. In the next moment, Lin Xingyun opened his eyes, his aura a few more points stronger. This instantaneous change was not noticed by any demonic beasts except for the 7-colored spirit phoenix, who had been keeping a constant eye on Lin Xingyun's movements since just now. Noticing the change in Lin Xingyun, she had a vague feeling of uneasiness in her heart, a feeling of uneasiness that scared her even more than the blood tree true realm released by the blood rogue demon tree. I hope it's just me. The blood-red color in front of their eyes grew more and more intense, and even their nostrils were flooded with the pungent scent of blood. It was obvious that this blood tree true realm couldn't directly harm them, but if it continued to drag on, it was guaranteed that something bad would happen. But they don't even have a target they can attack. It left them a little bewildered for a moment. Lin Xingyun, however, looked determined. In that case, why don't we just destroy them all? Lin Xingyun took out the Bui spirit jade and inhaled all the spiritual energy stored in it into his body, transforming it into demonic energy. His demonic power instantly recovered to the level of 60% of his peak. Demon technique. Dharma heaven and earth. Lin Xingyun shouted angrily, his figure instantly swelled up again, even more terrifying than just now, and his demonic power aura was also at an appalling level. What's going on? Such a terrifying pressure enveloped all 3 demonic beasts present as they looked towards Lin Xingyun in disbelief. How did he become so strong? The black demon wolf was startled. Just now Lin Xingyun was still somewhat unremarkable. Apart from his extremely young age, it wasn't enough to catch his attention. But the current Lin Xingyun's aura that had erupted was enough to make him look up to him. 7. 7th order? This can't be right. The black demon wolf was a bit incredulous. An increased type demonic skill? But this multiplication of increase is too much, right? Where can a mere Stygian thunder tiger possess a demonic skill of this level? The giant elephant said in a deep voice. No. I won't let you. Underworld thunder tiger. You're the first one I'm going to kill. Right at this moment, the voice of the blood-robed demon tree suddenly rang out, carrying an endless amount of resentment. The blood-red color around it also gradually became more than cranky with its voice. However, under such a powerful pressure from Lin Xingyun, these blood-reds weren't able to come close to him in the slightest. It's not working. Try this move of mine. Lin Xingyun released the demonic power in his body violently. A bucket-thick thunderbolt shot out from its body and shot straight into the sky. From the outside, the entire blood-robe mountain was completely shrouded in dark clouds, which rolled around and thundered, as if the world was ending. On the summit of the blood-robe mountain, there was a huge blood-colored orb that enveloped Lin Xingyun and the other demonic beasts, and that layer of thunderclouds had clearly locked onto this blood-colored orb. Seeing this, dear Nanyun hurriedly led his clansmen away from Blood-Robe Mountain. She knew that this was a skill that Lin Xingyun had cast out, so she couldn't be injured by mistake. At the same time, she had a feeling that the fight was going to end. Chapter 84, Slaying the Blood-Robed Demon Tree. The Rockbird and other commanders were also shocked by the pressure. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the blood-robed demon tree, and they also fled for their respective lives. Ow! Thunderclouds rolled around, in which the power of lightning had filled up to the extreme, as if it was about to overflow. No! No way! How can such a mighty pressure be exerted by a junior like you? The blood-robed demon tree's slightly trembling voice came out. Die! Lin Xingyun spoke indifferently, pronouncing the death sentence of the blood-robed demon tree. Boom! In the next moment, a huge thunder dragon condensed from lightning violently sprang out of the thunderclouds and pounced on the blood-red orb with its mouth wide open. Run! The three demonic beasts, the seven-colored spirit phoenix, subconsciously thought, yet they were still a step too late. The thunder dragon that was not comparable to the size of the blood-robed mountain came down with a roar, and the blood-red orb pressed without any resistance, and was directly destroyed by the devastation. No! With that unwilling roar of the blood-robed demon tree, the entire blood-robed mountain was completely plunged into a sea of lightning. The blood-colored orb was destroyed, and the blood tree true realm couldn't withstand such a majestic force at all. The surrounding blood-red color also directly disappeared, and was replaced by a purple-black thunder aura. The killing move that the blood-robed demon tree had poured out its life and strength to make was mercilessly crushed by Lin Xingyun. Ah! The other three sixth-ranked demonic beasts were also enveloped in the sea of thunder, the lightning constantly eroding their bodies, and even if they resisted with all their might, they were unable to completely get rid of it. Lin Xingyun stood in the center of the sea of thunder, as if he was a monarch of thunder and lightning. As he stepped towards the front, the purple-black sea of thunder circled around, leaving a path for him now. He walked straight towards the very top of the blood-robed mountain, where the original blood-robed demon tree grew. At the moment it revealed itself, no longer in its amber state. Its main body had already turned into a charcoal under the erosion of the sea of thunder. Its body was just a little too big though, and the lower part hadn't been completely destroyed. Kill the 6th order demonic beast blood-robed demon tree, physique plus 220, mental strength plus 300, reinforcement points plus 500. The blood-robed demon tree was completely dead. Lin Xingyun remembered that it seemed like the quest needed to get whatever jade bone fragments it possessed to come. Thinking of this, he opened his blue mind's eye and searched all over the corpse of the blood-robed demon tree. Eventually, at the bottom of its tree's heart, he found an item emitting jade light, as well as a blood-colored demonic elixir. The blood-colored demonic dan was clearly the demonic dan of the blood-robed demon tree. The demonic dan of a 6th-ranked demonic beast was indeed unusual, and the demonic power in it was quite dense. Lin Xingyun tilted his head back and took a scarlet demon pill. Swallowed the demonic pills of a 6th order demonic beast, demonic power plus 13.3 million, constitution plus 400, mental power plus 450, reinforcement points plus 520. Acquisition of new skill, Blood Tree True Realm High Level. Blood Tree True Realm fuses with Hidden Thunder Formation, acquiring a new skill, Red Thunder Blood Realm Zune Rank. Red Thunder Blood Boundary Zune Rank, a boundary that strengthens demon souls for battle and causes a suppression effect on enemy souls in the boundary, best performed with the 10,000 Demon Streamer. After swallowing the demonic dan of the blood-robed demon tree, Lin Xingyun's appearance changed slightly. At the end of his fur, there was an additional faint splash of blood-red color, making his entire tiger look even more ferocious and majestic. At the same time, his pair of eyes were tinted with a slight red color. His bloodline was once again strengthened, and although it wasn't at the epic level yet, it was still much stronger than before, and his demonic power was even more condensed and refined, becoming even stronger. The host's bloodline has been strengthened, and the demonic power gained by the host has been increased to 3 points per second, with no upper limit. It's elevated again. It seems that as long as the power of the bloodline is boosted, the amount of demonic power that grows per second will also become more. New quest completed. Kill the 6th order demonic beast of Bloodrobe Mountain and obtain the jade bone fragments it possesses. Reward, spiritual power plus 70, a 6th order treasure weapon, the 10,000 demon streamer. There's one more Zune ranked demon technique, but it seems like it needs to be used in conjunction with the 10,000 demon streamer. Beside Lin Xingyun, an additional streamer slowly floated beside him. The stick of the streamer was blood red in color and seemed to have been crafted out of the blood-robe demon tree, while the cloth of the streamer was pitch black in color, with a large demon character written on it. 10,000 Demon Streamer, a 6th order treasure weapon that can detain the souls of demonic beasts in the streamer to help you fight the more demon souls it detains, the more powerful the 10,000 Demon Streamer will be. Lin Xingyun sensed that his spiritual power was already connected to the 10,000 Demon Streamer, and he could directly urge his mind to manipulate it. Good stuff. This trip really wasn't in vain. Lin Xingyun was quite happy. He then looked at the jade bone fragment and placed it in his tiger's palm to examine it carefully. The jade bone fragment was shaped like a fragment of a skull, crystal clear and emitting a faint aroma. There was no telling what the system was making him get it for. New Quest 5, unlock the legacy relics of the mysterious demonic beasts through the jade bone fragments and obtain their complete inheritance, rewards to be determined. After reading the new quest, it dawned on Lin Xingyun that it looked like this jade bone fragment was used to unlock the key to a relic left behind by some demonic beast powerhouse. As for the location of the relics and the identity of the mysterious demonic beast, the system did not say anything about it, so he could only rely on Lin Xingyun to find it himself. He wasn't in a hurry, his strength was steadily growing now anyway. At this time, the Sea of Thunder slowly dissipated, and the large Bloodrobe Mountain completely became a scorched earth, and even a large portion of the mountain had been destroyed. The figures of 3 6th order demonic beasts were revealed. They looked extraordinarily distressed, with not a single piece of their bodies intact. The originally brilliant and eye-catching 7-colored feathers of the 7-colored spirit phoenix were now electrocuted into charcoal, and its feathers disappeared all over its body, turning it into a hairless chicken, which was extraordinarily comical. Its body trembled and covered its head with its wings. The flood ancient elephant was a little bit better. It had thick skin after all, and it was the demonic beast with the strongest defense among them, but it was also electrocuted in a bad way. One of its ivory tusks was broken alive, the incision was scorched black, and its skin and flesh were also ravaged, with wounds all over its huge body. At the moment, it was gasping for air and looking at Lin Xingyun in awe. The one who was most seriously injured was the black demon wolf. Its strength was originally a bit worse, plus there was no defensive demon technique or treasure weapon in its body. It was electrocuted the most miserably. The black mist around it was destroyed as much as it could, and it slumped to the ground, unable to even raise its head. It just so happens that in this 10,000 demon streamer of mine, I'm still missing a main soul. Which one of you few wants to be competent? Lin Xingyun stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking these 3 demonic beasts. The 10,000 demon streamer hovered slowly beside him, seemingly picking out the right unlucky person. Upon hearing this, the 7-colored spirit phoenix didn't know where the strength came from, forcibly enduring the severe pain, spreading its wings and rushing into the sky, using all the strength it had in its life to escape from this place. Although the flood ancient elephant's injuries weren't enough to be fatal, it didn't dare to have any more thoughts of going against Lin Xingyun, even if his demonic power was depleted. But the dark clouds overhead hadn't completely dissipated, and it didn't dare gamble. So it followed, striding its column-like limbs, and quickly fled the place. Lin Xingyun then turned his gaze towards the unlucky man, the black demon wolf. They've all run away, so I'll have to go with you then. Under the terrified gaze of the black demon wolf, Lin Xingyun's tiger palm slowly fell. Chapter 85: The increasingly powerful Lin Xingyun. It wasn't that Lin Xingyun really wanted to let go of the 7-colored spirit phoenix and the flood ancient elephant, it was really because his current consumption was a bit too great. Those 2 demonic beasts seemed to have suffered a lot of damage, but they were at least of the 6th rank, and Lin Xingyun didn't believe it without some underhanded means. It wasn't just the speed at which they both escaped that told them they must have kept a few tricks up. Even if he insists on killing them, he can't catch up. As for the black demon wolf, the unlucky one, he could only be blamed for being too much of a dishwasher. Even the blood-robe demon tree was able to last a few rounds, and it couldn't even block this move. Don't kill me. I'll give everything I have. I also know a secret that will interest you. The black demon wolf looked at Lin Xingyun, who was looking down at him, and it said in a panic, "Not interested." Saying that, Lin Xingyun's tiger palm lit up with lightning above it, and he stomped on the black demon wolf's head with a loud bang. Another 6th ranked demonic beast that died in Lin Xingyun's hands. With a thought, he summoned the 10,000 demon flag to his body and floated above the corpse of the black demon wolf. The 10,000 demon streamer immediately lit up with a flash of red light, enveloping the corpse in it. Immediately, the soul of the black demon wolf was drawn away from its body by this red light and forcefully ripped out. Its soul was still struggling involuntarily, trying to break away from the control of the 10,000 demon streamer, but to no avail. The 10,000 demon streamer effortlessly took the demonic soul of the black demon wolf into the streamer. At the same time, Lin Xingyun also scooped out its demonic pills and put them into the golden toad bag. Demon pills are more or less greasy after eating too many of them. Next time, Lin Xingyun thought and summoned the 10,000 demon streamer to his side. Come out. As his command was given, a black silhouette slowly drilled out of the 10,000 demon streamer, which was none other than the demonic soul of the black demon wolf. The current one had its spiritual intelligence erased and was completely at Lin Xingyun's beck and call. Lord! Lord! The demonic soul of the black demon wolf rushed at Lin Xingyun hoarsely. That's really good. It's a pity that the demonic soul of the blood robe demon tree was incorporated by it into the blood tree true realm, or else I could have made the two of you a companion. I'll grab you some minions later, so you won't be lonely in the streamers. Lin Xingyun casually said, and once again, the demonic soul of the black demon wolf was incorporated into the streamer. The dark clouds slowly drifted away, and the blood-red cumulus clouds that originally floated on the top of the Blood Robe Mountain all year round had long since disappeared, and there was rare sunlight on the Blood Robe Mountain. Lin Xingyun walked down from the top of the devastated Blood Robe Mountain. Lord Lin! Many thanks to Lord Lin for his help in leveling the Blood Robe Mountain. We're finally relieved. Seeing Lin Xingyun slowly walk out of the crumbling Blood Robe Mountain, the anxiously waiting demonic beasts of the four clans in the distance rushed over. They look extraordinarily excited and ecstatic. I, the digging pangolin clan, would like to serve Lord Lin for generations. The aged pangolin suddenly fell to his knees and said loudly. Seeing it do so, the patriarchs of the other three clans also hurriedly followed its example and expressed their loyalty to Lin Xingyun. Us, the Heaven's Eye Cow clan, are also willing to serve Lord Lin. With such a powerful 6th-ranked demonic beast as a backer, it would be much better off within the Dark Soul Mountain range in the future. Lin Xingyun acquiesced to their allegiance, and he didn't have the energy to push back. Go, hunt down the remaining members of the Blood Robe Mountain and bring back their corpses. Lin Xingyun gave orders to them. Upon hearing this, the patriarchs of the four clans simultaneously said, Yes, Lord Lin. Without the support of the Blood Robe Demon Tree, these Blood Robe Mountain demonic beasts that survived were a scattered mess. Their hopes were completely dashed, and they pressed on with no thoughts of resistance. And the four clans were fighting at the moment, cooperating with each other, and as single Blood Robe Mountain's demonic beast kept dying in their hands. Lin Xingyun, on the other hand, was holding the 10,000 demon streamer on top of him, and was constantly collecting demon souls at the back. If he found any trace of the Blood Robe Mountain commander, he would directly strike and kill him in seconds. Thus, after another half a day of chasing and killing, most of the Blood Robe Mountain demonic beasts made their way into Lin Xingyun's 10,000 demon streamer. Aside from the rockbird that escaped by virtue of its innate advantage, the remaining four commanders were all killed by Lin Xingyun. 3 5th-order demon pills, a fire crystal origin, and more than 34th-order demon pills were successfully included in Lin Xingyun's golden toad pouch. In addition, there were also 3 more 5th-order demon souls in the 10,000 demon streamer, more than 34th-order demon souls, and more than 400 demon souls below the 3rd order. Such a huge number of demonic souls once again added a lot of battle power to Lin Xingyun. The battle wrapped up and was concluded with Lin Xingyun's absolute victory, and he was finally able to stop and rest for a moment. Afterwards, Lin Xingyun went to rest at the Deer Ring Mountain at Deer Nanyun's invitation. After all, this place had the best ecology and the spiritual chi was very rich. Lin Xingyun lay down on the side of the Bui Spirit Spring and fell into a deep sleep, recovering his strength. During this period, the 7-colored spirit phoenix flew directly back to its territory and stood on top of a huge sycamore tree. As she looked at herself in such a sorry state, she couldn't help but grit her teeth, stretching out her bird claws and continuously kicking the sycamore tree trunk beside her. Damn! I have such beautiful feathers, and I've let him ruin them. Where did such a powerful Stygian thunder tiger appear? An attack like that doesn't look like something an ordinary Stygian thunder tiger would be able to execute. Come on, man! At that moment, a bird-like demonic beast flew in and trembled before her. Master! How? Did you become like this? I'm fine, it's just some trauma. Go find out for me, what is the origin of that underworld thunder tiger? The 7-colored spirit phoenix calmed down and gave orders. Yes. Master. Also, you gather all your men and go to the Black Demon Forest. The Black Demon Wolf is dead, and there are a lot of goodies in its territory, so it can't be cheapened to other demonic beasts. The seven-colored spirit phoenix commanded. The black demon wolf is dead. The bird demonic beast was shocked. Really changed the sky. The master looked seriously injured. Black devil wolf is even dead. Blood rogue mountain in the end, what happened? Dead. Originally I wanted to join in the fun, but I ended up hitching myself up. If this gets out, I won't be laughed to death. The seven-colored spirit phoenix wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. Because she's not much better. Chapter 86 The Undercurrent of Wood Maple City. Lin Qingyun rested for the night and woke up the next day feeling refreshed. Lord Lin, you're awake. How does it feel? Dear Nanyun walked slowly and respectfully said to Lin Qingyun. Well, it feels pretty good, and Deer Mountain is a really nice place. Lin Qingyun said casually. Then you. Dear Nanyun wanted to open his mouth and ask Lin Qingyun to stay, but he didn't give it that chance. I'm leaving. It's been a little long out this time already. Lin Qingyun stood up and said. Ah. You are leaving. Dear Nanyun was a bit surprised. After resolving the blood rogue demon tree, there's no need for me to stay here. Your crisis has also been lifted, and you should have no trouble for a long time to come. Lin Qingyun said. That is saying something. By the way, the other three clans trouble you to inform them as well. You don't have to be depressed, I'll be back in the future. With that, Lin Qingyun instantly moved off, and under the gaze of the White Jade Deer clan, he sprinted away. Inside Wood Maple City. This month, Wood Maple City continued to live a rather peaceful life within the city. At least on the surface. Inside the city lord's mansion, Tan Yuan was sitting on top of the main seat, flipping through the case files about what was going on in Wood Maple City. You say the White family has been extraordinarily restless lately? Tan Yuan looked at his men below and spoke. Yes, my lord, Bai Wenlong as well as Bai Qiming of the Bai clan left the Bai clan under the guise of delivering goods, but in reality, they went to the more distant townships and villages, spent a lot of money to recruit many carpenters as well as workers, and brought them within the Dark Soul Mountain range. The henchman said truthfully. After hearing the words of his men, Tan Yuan's hand paused as he flipped through the case file. Speaking of restlessness, the White family has rarely been peaceful over the years. First that so-called supreme treasure, and after that the marriage with the third prince. Has always been the ambition of the road known to all. They're up to something this time. Tan Yuan frowned slightly. He only hoped that it would be best for the Bai family not to make too much noise, lest they attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Tianyue kingdom, and in that case, the risk of him being exposed would also increase. Do you know what the White family is taking those carpenter workers for? Tan Yuan asked casually. The henchman shook his head and said, my subordinate doesn't dare to enter the mountain range to continue tracking, lest he be discovered. But my subordinate has already planted men among those carpenters, and I believe it won't take long for the news to come back. Very good, go to the account office later to receive 200 spirit stones. Tan Yuan nodded and complimented his men. That's all the subordinate should do. The subordinate was quite pleased. Tan Yuan then asked, do the Yi and Ning families know about what the Bai family has done? Did either of their families make any more strange moves? Upon hearing this, the henchman thought for a moment, then said, I shouldn't know, the two of them haven't made many moves recently. It's that the Yi family is going to send Yi Qing to Tianyu City in a few days, so that he can receive better cultivation guidance. There was also another young clansman from the Ning clan who broke through to the 4th stage 2 days ago. The henchman narrated the story, telling Tan Yuan many trivial things about these two families. If there were any clansmen from the two families standing here, they would definitely be dumbstruck and shudder. Many things that even some members of the clans did not know about had reached Tan Yuan's ears first. Tan Yuan's infiltration of these three families had made him aware of any movements of the three families. He was an extraordinarily cautious and careful man, and because of his special status, he didn't want anything to happen that was out of his control. So now all this unusual behavior of the Bai family made him extra vigilant. Report back to me immediately when there is news from the Dark Soul Mountain range side. Also, have the brethren planted in the Bai family investigate as much as possible. I want to know, what exactly is the Bai family hiding? Tan Yuan commanded. Yes. The henchman replied respectfully. Tan Yuan stood up, his hands behind his back, and the half of his face that was exposed was filled with gloom. Bai family household name. Bai Meishua sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Bai Xiaoqing who was lying on the bed, still unconscious. The current Bai Xiaoqing's face had a little more redness, even her body was no longer just skin and bones, it looked a little more alive. Ever since the last time she parted ways with Lin Qingyun and the others, she had been collecting those heavenly treasures that could restore vitality through various channels. Spirit stones were naturally not something she lacked, and the rewards from last time would allow her to squander them for a long time. It's finally done. White Sticks put down her needle and thread and lifted the doll in her arms. The doll was purple-black in color, precisely embroidered after Lin Xingyun, but it looked even more furry and chubby. White Sticks was very pleased with his masterpiece. The Lin Xingyun doll she had sewn up was placed on the edge of Bai Xiaoqing's pillow, and on the other side, there was a doll lying just as quietly, only it was golden in color and looked even prettier. Xiaoqing, with De Hu and Air who guarding you, I'm sure you'll be fine. Bai Meishui whispered in Bai Xiaoqing's ear. Meanwhile, in the back of the White family's mountain, Bai Wangjing and another high-ranking member of the White family, Bai Qisong, walked inside a hidden cave. The cave's opening was extraordinarily small, but inside this mountain was something else. There is one space in the entire mountain that covers more than a soccer field. And within this space, there were countless coffins full of yin qi. With so many coffins laid out together, the sinister aura came out and made Bai Wenjing look away. He took out a red bead and held it in his hand, dispelling the yin qi around him, while at the same time, his mind moved to activate the storage bag in his other hand. In the next moment, nearly 50 more coffins emerged and were placed in front of them. Nearly 200 more to go. Too slow. Wen Long and Qiming have gone to the middle of the Dark Soul Mountain range. The Yin woods in the outskirts are almost cut down. If the commotion is any louder, it will be noticed by other martial artists. I believe that in another month, the remaining 200 will be ready. Behind him, Bai Qisong said. I hope so. Yu is a bit impatient. Bai Wenjing sighed. These coffins have consumed nearly 30% of the clan's spirit stones. This expense is not small. Bai Qisong stroked his beard and glanced at Bai Wenjing and said quietly. Poof. What's the big deal if it's just a little bit of spirit stone? When Yu has practiced the first volume of the burial sky scripture, reaching the 8th and 9th grade in the future will be within reach. At that time in the entire Tianyue country, my Bai family will have the right to speak and have as many spirit stones as they want. Counting on a little immediate gain or loss will only result in a small loss. Bai Wenjing said in an undeniable tone. Ha ha ha, I'll just casually mention it, using spirit stones in exchange for the Bai family's prosperity, that's naturally a profitable business. Bai Qisong laughed awkwardly. Let's go. Next month the third prince will officially receive Bai Meishui to the imperial city. At that time you will bring a team of clansmen to escort them, and by the way, take this opportunity to contact a few important guests in the imperial city. Got it, I'll take care of it. Chapter 87 Lin Yuexi's Breakthrough. You've gotten stronger again. Lin Yuexi stared wide-eyed, incredibly looking at the more powerful and domineering Lin Xingyun in front of her. How long has this passed? She was already numb to Lin Xingyun's rocketing upgrades. Here, the golden silk chalcedony you asked for. Lin Xingyun threw the piece of golden silk chalcedony to Lin Yuexi. Lin Yuexi subconsciously caught it, her eyes glowing as she looked at the jade containing strands of gold silk in front of her. It really is chrysoprase. Too good. She couldn't hide her joy. Daddy, I want presents too. Little fire flew to Lin Xingyun's head and chirped. Lin Xingyun laughed, there's nothing less for you. Saying that, he took out the fire crystal origin, which was the product of the Blood Rogue Mountain's second commander's death. It didn't have a demonic pill, but instead provided its power through this fire crystal origin. This contained an extremely rich fire attribute essence, which was very suitable for Little Flame to use. Seeing the fire crystal origin, Little Fire's eyes instantly lit up, and it immediately opened its mouth to hold the fire crystal origin in its mouth. Thanks, Dad. It directly tilted its head and swallowed the fire crystal origin. Seeing Lin Xingyun's moment of shock, could this thing be swallowed directly? Luckily, an epic level bloodline was an epic level bloodline after all. After Little Fire swallowed the fire crystal origin, a faint red light lit up at its stomach, and then it opened its little mouth and spewed out several balls of blazing flames. After doing this, it flew around again like a bird with nothing to lose. Lin Xingyun casually found a 5th-order demonic pill from the golden toad pouch and gave it to Tiger Mother. After some excuses, Tiger Mother eventually accepted it with pleasure. 5th-order demon pills. Lin Xingyun is now rich in abundance. After Lin Yuexi took the golden silk chalcedony, she went straight to her own furnace and started the fire in preparation for alchemy. Watching Lin Xingyun become stronger and stronger by leaps and bounds made her heart itch. Even though giving her another 10 days and half a month's time would make her promotion to the 4th rank a snap, she couldn't wait a moment longer. Moreover, this elixir was not just capable of allowing her to advance, it also had a more important function. Just to be on the safe side, she even moved the fireplace to within the cave behind the waterfall, so that she wouldn't be disturbed by an accident. The task of carrying the furnace naturally fell into Lin Xingyun's hands. Lin Xingyun and Lin Yuexi leaped into the cave. He placed the fireplace on the floor before saying, "Well, I'll be out if there's nothing else." Lin Xingyun had been running around for several days in a row, and now he just wanted to enjoy his current leisurely life. "When I get out, I have something very important to tell you." Lin Yueshi glanced at Lin Qingyun and spoke faintly. What's so important? Lin Qingyun was puzzled. It's about the girl called White Meditation Snow. Ha! Lin Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, and before he could continue asking, he was driven out of the cave by Lin Yueshi. There's no use telling you now, just wait patiently. Lin Yueshi dropped a sentence. Lin Qingyun felt inexplicable as he let down from the cave. But now he could only wait for Lin Yueshi to come out of the gate. What the hell is all about? It's also connected to Hades' snow. Not having much of a clue for a while, Lin Qingyun stopped thinking about it and instead decided to lie down on the edge of the creek and take a good rest. Even though the aura next to the Bui Spirit Spring is rich, it's not as reassuring as this small stream. 2 more days. Lin Qingyun was roasting meat by the creek, while Tiger Mother was playing along and learning the roasting process from him in the meantime. When I become humanoid in the future, I will take you to eat hot pot. Lin Qingyun urged his demonic power and controlled the fire. Fondue. That's what it is, thought Tiger Mom seriously. Anyway, it's delicious as all. Lin Qingyun said casually. At that moment he looked to the side. Not far away, the little fire was sitting on the ground like a small red ball. Its eyes were closed tightly and its posture was quite strange. This is the technique that the Empress sister used to cultivate. I can't believe she actually passed it on to Little Flame. Lin Qingyun was a bit surprised. However, this was a good thing for Little Flame, and would be very helpful to its future demonic power. Baked. Lin Qingyun took the lead in taking out a few slices of roasted meat and handed them to Tiger Mother. Tiger Mom's eyes glistened and she hastened to enjoy it to her heart's content. Lin Qingyun fished up a slice of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing on it. At the same time, he began to check out his panel. Host, Lin Qingyun. Rank, 6th. 76 million points of demonic power are required to evolve to the 7th rank. Race, Thunder Tiger. Body mass, 1940. Mental power, 1927. Demon power, 32 million. Skills, Fury Thunder Palm High Level, Underworld Thunderjack Honorable Level, Red Thunder Blood Realm Honorable Level, Driving Thunder and Electricity High Level, Law of the Heavens and the Earth High Level, Thunder Sound Whistle Intermediate Level, Gang Thunder Tiger Armor Intermediate Level, Blue Mind Eyes Intermediate Level, Lightning Swinging Tail Intermediate Level, Resistant to Toxicity Intermediate Level, Wind and Thunder Steps Intermediate Level, Prohibited Inflammation Body Intermediate Level, Underworld Tiger Mantra Intermediate Level, Bone Berserker Intermediate Level. Reinforcement points 1170. Enhancement points were enough to raise another high-level skill to the Zun rank. Lin Qingyun was torn between the two skills, the Breaking Thunder Palm and the Dharma Sky and Earth, and finally chose to raise the Breaking Thunder Palm to the Zun rank. The Breaking Thunder Palm, as one of his strongest moves in terms of killing power, boosting it up would help him immensely. And Fatan Xiangdi was not in a hurry to raise it now. Anyway, he still had a 6th-order Demonic Dan and several 5th-order Demonic Dawn. If he really needed to use it, he could just get high directly when the time came. Having the 3 major Zun rank skills in his possession made Lin Qingyun feel like he was able to arm wrestle with a 7th-ranked demonic beast. The demonic skill was sufficient, but next, we could consider making upgrades in the treasure weapon. His current treasure weapon was only the 10,000 Demon Streamer, and the 5th-rank treasure weapon that he used to roast skewers. It was still more or less a bit thin. After that, if he had the opportunity, he could get a few more treasure weapons to play around with. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from a cave not far away, directly piercing through the flowing waterfall. An extremely strong aura of demonic power emanated from it. A breakthrough so soon? Lin Qingyun raised his head to look with some surprise, only to see an extremely fast golden figure suddenly burst out of the cave and landed directly in front of them. Finally 4th rank. Lin Yueshi was surrounded by golden flames, radiant and overflowing with joy. Congratulations! Lin Qingyun heartily congratulated him. Chapter 88 Becoming Human. Lin Yueshi's aura at this moment had officially reached the level of the 4th rank, and it was even thicker than a normal 4th rank demonic beast. It's just that. The elixir that Lin Yueshi made with great care, if it only helped her to raise to the 4th rank, that would be somewhat inconsistent with her identity as a female empress. Judging from the joyful look on its face, it was thought that her harvest must not be small. As soon as Lin Yueshi came out, she unceremoniously stuffed a few slices of roasted meat into her mouth and chewed on them. "I'm starving, it's really not easy," mumbled Lin Yueshi vaguely as she ate. Lin Qingyun looked at Lin Yueshi, his eyes signaling that didn't she have something important to say? "Why don't you say so now?" Lin Yueshi felt Lin Qingyun's line of sight and instantly understood what he was trying to convey. She glanced at the unaware Tiger Mother on the side and signaled him to wait until Tiger Mother was not around. Lin Qingyun was a bit speechless. What was there to hide from Tiger Mom? But he nodded silently. Late into the night, Tiger Mother and Little Fire went back inside the cave to sleep. Lin Qingyun lay on his back next to the stream and looked up at the full moon in the sky. Tonight's moon was extraordinarily bright and clear, causing a white veil to cover the dark Soul Mountain range within which one couldn't see out of the corner of one's eye. There were fish swimming in the creek from time to time, but unfortunately, these fish were not very big, not big enough for Lin Qingyun to stuff his teeth with, or else he would have fished a few out and roasted them. At this moment, Lin Yueshi walked towards him in a graceful manner. She followed Lin Qingyun's line of sight and looked up to the sky, the same inexplicable emotions contained in her eyes. There you are. If there's anything important, make it quick, I'm a little sleepy. Lin Qingyun glanced at Lin Yueshi and yawned. Lin Yueshi laughed and looked at Lin Qingyun. This is impatient? Then I'll make this short. Some time ago, our mom saw a group of humans cutting down ink willows next to a sylvatic tan. The ink willow tree? Is that the kind of plant that harbors yin? Why would a human want to cut that? Lin Qingyun frowned. The manpower that cut down the trees was organized by the Bai family, and the wood that was cut down was all made into coffins. Lin Yueshi continued. This immediately aroused Lin Qingyun's interest. What? What is the White family going to do? A coffin made of yin wood seems a bit unlucky. It's indeed very unlucky for the Bai family because these coffins, odds are used to contain them. Lin Yueshi was non-committal. Why? Lin Qingyun said with a straight face. Do you remember the burial scripture? The one that was taken away by Meishue's father. The cultivation of the burial sky scripture precisely requires these coffins, which are used to bury the cultivator's closest relatives. I thought that the White family had completely lost the burial sky scripture, but it seems that they have mastered the official cultivation method. But listening to that by Meishue, the Bai family was quite anxious at the time, paying the price of many to try and stop her father. If they had mastered the complete burial sky scripture, they wouldn't have had to do so. Lin Yueshi narrated the story. Lin Qingyun listened silently. The more he listened, the uglier his face became. So, the Bai family still has a part of the incomplete burial sky scripture and has a cultivator, and the Bai family is willing to sacrifice their entire clan in order to help him succeed in his cultivation? Lin Qingyun said in disbelief. The first half is right, but the second half. I guess that cultivator, the probability is to conceal this, or else the Bai family is no longer at any cost. It is impossible to use such extreme means. A person who cultivates the burying sky scripture, all of his humanity will be worn away little by little, becoming cold-blooded and cruel. It's reasonable to be able to do that. Lin Yueshi said. That means that He Shui and the girls are in danger? Lin Qingyun stood up and said. Why didn't you say something about this earlier? Lin Yueshi sneered and calmly looked at Lin Qingyun. What's the point of saying it earlier? What can you do? Is it hard to believe that you're planning to just kill your way into Wood Maple City and rescue them? Although your current strength is very strong, but if you, as a demonic beast, break in brightly, wouldn't that be a living target? Looking at the stance of Wood Maple City, there should be a 7th grade martial artist sitting in the town, and quite a few 6th grade martial artists, so going in hard will only result in losses. Lin Yueshio's words calmed Lin Qingyun down. Fair enough, since you said that, is it hard to believe that you have other plans? Naturally, if it were any other situation I would have definitely watched from the wall, but this time is rather special. I'm very interested in the remnants of that burial heaven scripture. Lin Yueshi smiled. New task 6, kill the martial artist practicing the burial scripture among the White family. Reward, random 6th order treasure soldier 1, random demon skill 100 changes pill 5, spiritual strength plus 300. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Lin Qingyun's eyes moved slightly. So what's your plan? Lin Qingyun asked curiously as his tone did not change. Lin Yueshi revealed a smug smile to come as a flash of golden flame suddenly lit up on her brow. Immediately afterward, the golden yellow flames continued to grow, completely engulfing her figure. When the flames dissipated, a petite girl appeared before Lin Qingyun's eyes. His pupils dilated slightly as he looked at the girl in front of him with some disbelief. The girl was about 7 or 8 years old, with fair skin, delicate eyebrows, and a stunningly beautiful face carved out of powder, just like a porcelain doll. Her eyes and hair were a golden color that stood out even in the dead of night. Golden flames covered her slender and delicate body, slowly coalescing into a simple dress that covered the embarrassing parts. Without a doubt, this girl was clearly Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi lowered her head and surveyed her body as she moved her limbs and jumped in place again. It's true that human body structure is still comfortable. You can actually take shape? Lin Qingyun was shocked as he looked towards Lin Yueshi, who had transformed into a human form. Said that after 9 orders of demonic beasts can only take shape it, even if the bloodline is stronger, it is not so much as 4 orders can take shape it. I can't fully transform yet, and in this state now, I'll be able to maintain it for 2 more hours at most, unless in the future, my strength reaches the 9th rank, or I obtain something like the transformation pill transformation grass. Lin Yueshio shook her head. She lifted her hand, lifting a long strand of hair from her forehead and placing it in front of her eyes, her eyebrows frowning slightly, her tone a little disgruntled. What's with the blonde hair? Forget it, just switch back in the future when you're fully transformed. You look like this, could it be the effect of that elixir? Lin Xingyun came forward and asked curiously. Seeing Lin Xingyun in that state, Lin Yueshi revealed a wry expression that was even more obvious than her tiger form looked. This immediately made it clear to Lin Xingyun that this guy was going to trap himself. Do you want it? Promise me 3 things and I'll give you 1. Lin Yueshi stretched out 3 fingers and laughed badly. Chapter 89 Changes in the City. Lin Yusher's look, paired with her stunningly beautiful face, looked really a bit strange. Perhaps the fact that she hadn't transformed back into her human form in a while had caused her to manage her expressions a little less well. She also realized this in a whirlwind and hastily reached out to rub her slightly rounded cheeks, taking her expression back and looking at Lin Xingyun in a serious manner. 3 conditions? That's better. Turning into human form doesn't seem very appealing to me. Lin Xingyun twisted his head with a disinterested look. Seeing this, Lin Yueshi instantly became anxious, her expression management directly disappeared as she huffed and puffed. Don't forget it. 2 conditions are fine. Don't you want to experience the joys of being in human form? Can't even just take something. Seeing this, Lin Xingyun could only agree helplessly. Fine, I'll promise you just that. You might as well go on and say what you're going to do. Is it hard to believe that you plan to use your human form to blend into the city? Humph, that's natural. Lin Yueshi nodded her head. Generally, cities and ponds that are close to the gathering place of demonic beasts will set up city protection spell formations, relying on guards to patrol and watch during the day, while at night the spell formations are turned on to avoid demonic beasts from taking advantage of the opportunity to mix into the city, and I think that Maple City has such a spell formation as well. Lin Yueshi said slowly. At that time, I will destroy the operation of the spell formation from the inside, while you take the opportunity to blend into the city and hide. Destroy the spell? Do you have this certainty? Lin Xingyun asked. Humph. I'm a Grand Empress, it's not simple for me to unravel a small formation. Lin Yueshi said rather unconvincingly. It's just that you don't drag me down when the time comes, so you can grasp the moment before someone notices. Don't worry about it, said Lin Xingyun confidently. It's just that we're still not quite sure who the person from the White family who cultivates the burial scripture is. Generally speaking, those who cultivate the burial sky scripture will gather an undisguised in-chi around them, which is why those who have successfully cultivated the burial sky scripture in the past have been insignificant minor characters. Therefore, those White family executives who often show their faces will not be able to cultivate it, and considering that it was the burial sky scripture they obtained 10 years ago, I think it would be most appropriate for one of their clan's juniors. And then let him fake his death 10 years ago and hide somewhere in the clan to cultivate silently, so that it will be seamless. Lin Yueshi analyzed. If the Bai family knew what Lin Yueshi said, they would probably all be terrified. Her analysis was quite accurate. That's going to require some serious investigation into the inner workings of the White family. Before that, it's better to bring He Shui and her sister out of the Bai clan first. Lin Xingyun remembered Bai Mei Shui's safety. That little girl is interesting, it's not bad to let her stay, said Lin Yueshi. At that moment, golden flames flared up on her body once again, followed by the next moment, she changed back into the appearance of a demonic beast. Let's leave tomorrow, and make up an excuse then so our mom doesn't worry too much. 3 days later. The back of the White House. Beneath the alabaster tomb in the eerie chamber. As Bai Wenjing stood in it, he inexplicably felt that the yin-chi had become even more dense, and even when he took out the bead that could dispel the yin-chi, it seemed to be somewhat less effective. He couldn't help but take a few steps backward, looking sardonically at the teenager in the coffin. The coffins you asked for are almost ready. There are more than 300 coffins, the next batch will be shipped back in a week, you don't have to be in too much of a hurry. Bai Wenjing rubbed his hands together as he spoke. It wasn't clear if he had noticed but didn't think so, or if he hadn't noticed at all, as the yin-chi around him slowly invaded his body, slowing down his thinking. Bai Yu silently watched this scene, a smirk of triumph hanging at the corner of his mouth. It was under his manipulation that these yin-chi continued to erode Bai Wenjing, still leaving him unaware. Very well, father, you did very well, said Bai Yu morosely. Jade. What are these coffins for? Should I go for my father to prepare? Bai Wenjing's thinking gradually stiffened, but he was still barely able to think and ask a question in his heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes glowed with a white light, and after Bai Wenjing locked eyes with him, his eyes instantly followed suit as his expression became wooden. "Father, there is no need for you to prepare. I'll do the rest on my own," Bai Yu said quietly to Bai Wenjing. "Yes. It is? Then my father will go out first," Bai Wenjing said in a stiff tone. "Wait, father, how many people are in our family right now?" asked Bai Yu tentatively. Bai Wenjing's eyes flashed with a flash of bewilderment as he seemed to want to think deeply about why Bai Yu was asking this, but there was always a layer of something like a white film separating them. Therefore, he simply stopped thinking about it and said slowly, "Heir. Counting your uncles and aunts, they are almost nearly 200. A small portion of them are out in the field running our white family store and are not in the clan right now." Bai Yu's eyes were glowing as he continued to ask, "What about the servants and maids of the clan? How many are there?" "About 500 or 600, said Bai Wenjing truthfully. "Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Father, go and call all your relatives who are in the field back to the clan. I hope to cultivate the first volume of the Burial Heaven scripture in its entirety in their presence," Bai Yu intoned. A flash of resistance flashed across Bai Wenjing's face, but after hearing Bai Yu's last words, his resistance dissipated and he gently nodded his head. "Yes. Is the way it should be. I'm on my way. It's going to." As he spoke, Bai Wenjing turned around woodenly and walked slowly towards the outside of the chamber. Bai Yu silently watched his father walk out of the crypt as the white light that had flared up in his eyes slowly dissipated. "Almost. Already. Don't be in a hurry. White Jade. This is the beginning of your rise to the top." Bai Wenjing walked out of the tomb, the bewilderment on his face gradually dissipating as he seemed to return to normal. "Ha? Strange, what's happening to me? Could it be that I've been overworked lately?" Bai Wenjing shook his head, inexplicably out of place. "By the way, the clansmen who are out there have to be recalled as soon as possible. When Long Chiming is still making coffins within the Dark Soul Mountain range, should we call them back as well? Forget it, call them all back together." The only thing left in Bai Wenjing's mind was this matter, and he desperately wanted to carry it out. He rushed towards the clan with great strides. Chapter 90, Entering Wood Maple City. At the entrance of Wood Maple City, it was already afternoon at the moment, and there were more pedestrians coming and going. Among the pedestrians, an inconspicuous petite figure walked into the city along with the flow of people. In such a remote city, the control over the flow of people was relatively lax, and most of the guards at the city gates stood lazily in the shade. Their main duty, too, was to be in charge of being vigilant against the attacks of demonic beasts. Thus neither noticed the petite figure with the hooded head. Lin Yueshi walked while looking around with her afterglow. She was always on guard to prevent herself from being discovered. "The city here is pretty barren, there's not even a decent good one. I still miss my Moon Devil City, I don't know how it is now," Lin Yueshio muttered under her breath. Not forgetting the purpose of her trip, she still had some time before late night, so she'd better find a place to hide first. There's not much time left to take on human form. Spinning around, she walked into a roadside inn and came to the counter. "Hello, honored guest." "Hey." When the shopkeeper saw someone come in, he subconsciously piled up a smile and just wanted to go greet them. Instead, he ended up seeing it was a kid with a hood walking in, causing him to freeze. "Little kids, are you lost?" The shopkeeper was also a relatively enthusiastic person. Seeing this situation, he quickly squatted down and asked softly. "I'm going to stay," Lin Yueshi said in an indifferent tone. "Ha? Stay. Stay." The shopkeeper also found it rare that a little girl who looked 7 or 8 years old had come to stay at the store. "Little friend, did your adult send you here? Our rooms at the Siya Inn are very expensive," the shopkeeper continued. "Cut the crap, how many spirit stones a night for the most expensive room you have here?" Lin Yushur was a bit displeased, reaching out her small hand to take out a bulging cloth bag and slapped it in front of the counter. 10 spirit stones a night." The shopkeeper looked through the mouth of the cloth bag, only to see that it was filled with spirit stones, roughly counting as many as 70 to 80. This surprised him even more. Such a small child, where did he get so many spirit stones from? What is she really about? "It's only 10 spirit stones, the environment of your store can't be bad." Lin Yuexi didn't care much about the mere 10 spirit stones. The shopkeeper sniffed and became a bit anxious. "Little friend, words can't be spoken carelessly. My Siya Inn is the best inn within the entire Wood Maple City. Even that His Highness, the Third Prince, came to stay at my Siya Inn for one night, and he was very satisfied with our place. Alright, here's 10 spirit stones, I'm staying for one night." Lin Yushur was too lazy to listen to the other party bragging, and immediately threw out 10 spirit stones onto the counter. Good guest. Register your information over here and I'll show you your room later. Seeing the 10 spirit stones, the shopkeeper couldn't help but freeze, but then he piled a smile on his face and put the spirit stones away. Door-to-door business. Who cares if she's a kid? Just pay her anyway. Lin Yueshi extended her hand and wrote 3 words on the book, Lin Shiryu. Shio Yuki. Siye. Miss Lin is quite a match for my Siyen. The shopkeeper smiled politely. Poof. Take me to my room. By the way, how's the privacy in your place? Lin Yueshi asked casually. Don't worry guest, our Siya-in's rooms have been specially treated to be not only soundproof, but also able to isolate a certain amount of spiritual energy fluctuations, so they definitely won't be disturbed. That's good, I don't like to be disturbed, no one is allowed to come in without my permission. Afterwards, the shopkeeper led Lin Yueshi up to the 4th floor and into a room at the far end. The room was large, nearly 100 square meters, both the decor and furniture were very flashy, and it was clear that the shopkeeper wasn't boasting. Lin Yueshi nodded her head gently, very satisfied with this place. Okay, you can get out now. Esteemed guest, then I'll retire for now, if there's anything you want to do, feel free to order with the boy. The shopkeeper left with a sense of humor. After waiting for it to leave, Lin Yueshi locked the door of the room and at the same time carefully examined all parts of the room, making sure that there were no abnormalities before relaxing a little. She went to the window and looked out. The windows here happened to look out onto the city walls in the distance. The city wall was about 10 meters high, and with Lin Qingyun's strength, he was basically able to leap up without any effort. Now, it's just a matter of waiting for nightfall. Lin Yueshi closed the window. Very late at night. Several of the gates of Wood Maple City were closed. A 5th-grade martial artist walked to the west gate and said to the guards, "Patrol at night, all be more spirited, if there is an attack by a demonic beast, report to me immediately." Yes. The many guards agreed in unison. Immediately, this 5th-grade martial artist took out a token from his bosom and injected spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, the token emitted light, and as it did, a faint curtain of light slowly rose above the entire city wall. After doing so, that 5th-grade martial artist instructed a few more words before turning around and leaving. When he left, the guards immediately became lazy and stood to the side chatting idly. Geez, it's all this talk every day, I can even memorize it. Demonic beasts, where are there so many demonic beasts these days, let alone attacking a city? Hee, that's because you're still young. Remember 20 years ago, I've also seen a beast tied with my own eyes, thousands of demonic beasts with crazy like. Even among them there are still the existence of 6th order demonic beasts, TSK. Then was then, now is now. Anyway, I've been looking at the gate for 5 years now, and I haven't seen any bold demonic beasts. That is, this is not also the city guard array in. If it is perceived that the breath of the demonic beast is close to, it will launch an attack on it by itself. There is what we have in it. I first find a place to squint for a while. What do you think of this thing? Will it fail one day? No kidding, even if you die of old age, this thing won't fail. In the city lord's mansion, Tan Yuan strolled through the courtyard with his hands behind his back. For some reason, he was feeling extraordinarily irritable tonight, making it impossible for him to quieten his mind. So he simply went out of the room and into the middle of the courtyard. My lord, you're still awake. The 5th-grade martial artist from before returned inside the city lord's mansion and was a little surprised to see the strolling Tan Yuan. I'll just walk around. No problems with the patrols, right? Are the city protection spells still functioning properly? Tan Yuan asked casually. Heh, there hasn't been a problem in all these years, Lord City Lord doesn't need to worry. If you ask me, there's no need for the city protection spell formation to even be turned on every night. It's really a bit of a waste to consume so many spirit stones every night to maintain its operation. The 5th-grade martial artist casually spat. Think of danger in peace, don't think that just because it's peaceful now, you don't think the city protection spell formation is necessary. Wood Maple City is the first line bordering the Dark Soul Mountain range, security is vital. In 2 hours, you'll make the rounds again. Tan Yuan said with a frown. Yes. The 5th-ranked martial artist lowered his head and agreed. When he left, Tan Yuan raised his head and looked at the full moon high above his head, but his irritated heart did not get stretched. Just then, he sensed movement and turned his head to see a dark shadow coming towards him. My lord, I'm back. The black shadow came before Tan Yuan and said respectfully. Why are you back at this hour? Tan Yuan asked casually with a raised eyebrow. The dark shadow was the same henchman who was responsible for gathering intelligence. He didn't understand why it would choose to come back at this time. Could it be something urgent? My lord, Bai Wenlong and Bai Qiming of the Bai clan have come out of the Dark Soul Mountain range and have quietly returned to the Bai clan. Our scouts have also brought back information. Black Shadow said in a grave tone. Tan Yuan asked, what did they go to do when they entered the Dark Soul Mountain range? Cutting down trees. And are specialized in cutting down those woods that contain yin qi, and they take those woods and make them into batches of coffins. Coffins, a touch of bad feeling inexplicably rose in Tan Yuan's heart. When did the White family get into the funeral business? Coffins made of yin wood don't seem to hold the dead either. What the hell is the White family planning? Tan Yuan's heart became irritated. This feeling of being out of his control made him extraordinarily uneasy. Go! Organize manpower and go to the White House. Tan Yuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 91, An Uneventful Night. You say a little girl of 7 or 8 years old came in today and booked the upper classroom? That's kinda rare. Inside the inn's hall, a blond man dressed in luxurious clothes, revealing earthiness all over his body, spoke to the shopkeeper in an astonished tone. Yes, boss, I was kinda wondering about that too. That little girl looks like no ordinary person. Could it be the daughter of some big family? I haven't heard of any big families with the name Lin around here. The hairy man played with a walnut in one hand, looking thoughtful, his eyes flicking to the 4th floor. Boss, what should we do? The shopkeeper asked tentatively. Put away your little mind, this little girl should not be alarmed for the time being. Tomorrow you send someone to poke around and find out more about her. The boss, who was well read in the end, waved his hand and said. Don't worry, boss. The shopkeeper replied respectfully. Any other interesting news recently? The boss picked up a cup of tea on the side and took a sip. The shopkeeper pondered and thought for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly said. There really is something rather strange. Oh? Say it. The owner came interested and asked casually. The White family has suddenly recalled all of the family members who were operating outside in the past 2 days. Even some of the unappreciated pariah clansmen were broken and allowed to return to the clan. This matter has caused the Yi family as well as the Ning family to panic a bit, but the Bai family has not made any statement. The shopkeeper gossiped with glowing eyes. What exactly do you think this White family is planning to do? This does seem a bit counterintuitive. The boss narrowed his eyes in thought. The only thing that can explain it is probably the fact that Bai Meishui is going to marry into the royal family in a while, recalling the clansmen to make a strong statement. Seems pretty likely to me too. When everyone was unaware of it, Lin Yueshi had long disappeared into the room. After she turned into her human form, she directly let down from the window, and then her form disappeared into the darkness. Wood Maple City's protective spell formation should be the one called the Floating Light Formation. It's considered a very common defense formation. I can't imagine that it's also found here. It looks like there must be a connection between this area and the central state. Come what may, find a chance to search for some information on these 7 southeastern countries. Lin Yueshi stood at the root of the city wall and looked up at the curtain of light at the top of the wall. With my current strength, it's still more or less a struggle to completely destroy it. But just putting that guy in should still be fine. Just as she was about to make her move, there was a sudden cacophony of noises in the distance. She saw many flashes of fire, constantly surging towards the interior of Wood Maple City. Ha! A situation? Lin Yusher thought that she had been exposed. Now she didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Instead, under the cover of the night, she quietly went forward to explore. Only to see a large number of martial artists holding torches and running fast and furiously on the wide street, with several martial artists at the forefront riding horses a few points faster. Lin Yueshi keenly noticed that there was something not quite right about the martial artist in the lead. They're from the City Lord's mansion? That leader should be the so-called City Lord. 7th grade martial artist. But this aura. Lin Yusher quietly retreated back into the darkness, even though she was curious as to what the other party was there to do. But right now it was still important to put Lin Qingyun in first. Immediately, she traveled to the side of the city wall to actually crack the floating light formation. The back of the White House. In the shroud of darkness, all the White family executives were all gathered here. Matriarch, what is the purpose of calling us all here in the middle of the night? That's right, first he called us all the way back to the clan without saying anything, and then he brought us here. It doesn't seem like it's the day of the Ancestor Festival yet. Some of the higher-ups who were often absent from the clan said in a grumbling tone. Bai Wenjing stood at the front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. At those words, he turned to the crowd. Wenjing, why is your face so ugly? On the side, Bai Wenlong noticed that at the moment, Bai Wenjing's cheeks were sunken, his eyes were dull, and he was topped with a pair of heavy dark circles under his eyes. It was more than a little creepy to see in this darkness. Obviously it wasn't like this just now. How come Bai Wenjing became like this after he entered Bai Yu's tomb and came out? Bai Wenjing didn't seem to hear Bai Wenlong's shocked cry and said to himself, "You all must still remember what happened to my white family 10 years ago. Although Bai Qinian left with the Burying Sky Scripture, I had Yuer memorize the first volume of the Burying Sky Scripture before that, and that's what prevented my Bai clan from completely losing that supreme treasure." Jade? Could it be the patriarch's male son who died young back then? Didn't he die a long time ago? Even if he managed to cultivate the Burial Sky Scripture, that's not much use. At this moment, Bai Qiming, who was on the side, suddenly said, "No, actually, Yuer is still alive." Chapter 92 White Jade Massacre. Apart from the senior members who stayed in the clan all year round, most of the clansmen who operated in the field did not know about this, in order to prevent them from speaking out. They all already knew about the Burial Sky Scripture, but the Burial Sky Scripture had been taken away by Bai Qinian after all, and even if someone looked into it, ultimately, they wouldn't be able to find out about the Bai family's head. And the less people knew about Bai Yu's cultivation of the first volume, the better. So this matter was not told to those people. Hearing the news that Bai Yu was still alive and had cultivated the Burial Sky Scripture, the other clansmen present all revealed looks of surprise. So much so that they all ignored Bai Wenjing's out-of-place state. In that case, there is still a possibility for my Bai family to rise? 10 years of time, is it hard to believe that he has been cultivating the Burial Sky Sutra? Day. A heavy footstep suddenly sounded in this dark night, and the hearts of the crowd inexplicably trembled because of it. The crowd looked, only to see that in front of them, in front of the tomb at the very front, an entrance had opened up at some point. Then, a thin and pale figure slowly walked out from the entrance. Is that Alabaster? Bai Yu was dressed in a wide white robe with long black hair spread out like a lone ghost, making the people present shudder. "Hello, uncles and uncles." Bai Yu grinned and took large strides towards them. His tone was gentle, but it was as if he was looking at them with the gaze of prey in his empty eyes. As Bai Yu approached, an extremely dense qi came with him. Not only did a few of the 5th grade White family executives feel chills, those less powerful executives even took a few steps back. 6th grade. Such a young 6th grade martial artist. The 6th grade martial artist aura around Bai Yu surprised the crowd. Those clansmen of the same generation as Bai Yu, other than Bai Meishue who had reached the 4th grade, the rest of them could still be 3rd grade martial artists. The crowd was inexplicably excited in their hearts while feeling scared. Their Bai family had another 6th grade martial artist, so wouldn't that enable them to become the #1 family within Wood Maple City in the future? Bai Yu opened her arms and took a deep breath with her eyes closed, mesmerized. It's a beautiful world out there. "Sage nephew Bai Yu, did you ask the clan leader to call us here?" a senior asked carefully. Bai Yu sniffed, her demonic eyes glanced at him and gave a light laugh. "Not bad. I need the help of my uncle and uncle for something." "Hey, we are all family, talk about helping or not." That's right. If Xian nephew has anything to do, just feel free to tell us." As he spoke, Bai Yu took out 3 storage bags from his arms. "My gong method, it's still one last step away from being complete. I need my uncles and uncles to help me again." As he spoke, Bai Yu's mind moved. In the next moment, more than 30 coffins were suddenly released from a storage bag and neatly placed in front of the crowd. "Xian nephew, we've already collected so many Inwood coffins for you, what more do we need to do?" Bai Wenlong frowned and asked carefully. He had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. How was the effect of this Burial Sky Scripture not quite the same as what he had imagined? Obviously 10 years ago, Bai Qinian, who had also cultivated the Burial Sky Scripture, was still quite normal, and although he had inexplicably ended up rebelling against the family with the Burial Sky Scripture, he wasn't as netherworldly as he was now. Could it really be that this thing is evil, as Bai Qinian said? Right, could it be that these coffins are also props for practicing the Burial Scripture? The number of these coffins is about the same as ours. Hey, it's not like they're making us lie in them, huh? A senior officer laughed awkwardly. Instead, Bai Yu smiled without saying anything, which caused that senior's smile to fade away. Uncertain, he asked again, "I don't think it's for us." It was also at this time that Bai Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, large streams of blood blossomed out amongst the crowd, and their pupils dilated, only to see that one of Bai Yu's arms had pierced through that senior's chest, and blood splattered out directly. The crowd was straight up confused. The white jade's arm was shrouded in qi, and after penetrating that senior's body, the qi instantly invaded his body at an extremely fast speed. His skin instantly turned a miserable white color, and his vitality was all gone. "Wise nephew, what are you doing?" Bai Wenlong was the first to react as he shouted. "If you want the first volume of the Burial Sky Scripture to be complete, this is a necessary sacrifice. Don't worry, uncles and uncles, after you die, I will lead the Bai family to glory. GGG. Bai Yu pulled out his arm and twisted his head to look at Bai Wenlong, an inhuman laugh escaping from his throat. In the next moment, the yin qi that had condensed into substance lunged straight at Bai Wenlong. Tramp! Bai Wenlong cursed and hastily drew out the long knife at his waist to ward off this extremely strong yin qi. However, his strength was only 5th grade after all, so where could he resist? The dense yin qi directly enveloped him in it, and the piercing coldness went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky, and his hands holding the long sword couldn't help but tremble. Die! Bai Yuqing shouted and slapped his palm at Bai Wenlong's heavenly aura. Boom! Bai Wenlong was simply unable to resist as boundless yin qi shot out from his palm, spreading from his heavenly aura towards his entire body. No! Bai Wenlong's heart was incomparably remorseful. Unexpectedly, this burial scripture was indeed a scourge. What a mistake to blame Bai Qinian. Done. It's all over. To think that he was still inside the Dark Soul Mountain range a few days ago, building a yin wood coffin. To this day it's actually built for itself. His skin was as white as paper all of a sudden, his vitality dissipating at an extremely fast speed, and threads of black enveloped his entire body. A 5th grade martial artist was killed by Bai Yu without even being able to fight back. Run! Only then did the other executives react to the fact that their group would not be Bai Yu's match at all, and they hurriedly planned to scatter and run away. Bai Yu was also unperturbed as he lifted the 2 corpses and threw them into the 2 yin wood coffins next to him, and tightly covered the lids. This way, their souls won't be detached for a while. After doing so, Bai Yu turned his head to look at the fleeing executives with a sneer in his eyes. Do you think you can escape? As he spoke, a gloomy wind whistled up, and Bai Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in place. In a few moments he was at the side of one man, and in an instant, as he watched in despair, he resolved his life. In order to prevent their souls from detaching soon, he put all the rest of the coffins into storage bags. After killing one person, a yin wooden coffin was released beside him and he was directly loaded into it. White Family Back Mountain is relatively remote. At this moment the White family's other clansmen and family members are still in dreamland, unaware that in this small back mountain, a crazy killing and the brutal staging. Chapter 93. Father and son are at each other's throats. Bai Wenjing turned his head and rubbed his eyes. His ears were filled with all sorts of noisy and mournful shouts. For some reason, he felt hazy in front of his eyes and his brain was quite sluggish. Where am I? What are you doing now? Strange how it's getting hard to remember things? It seems like I came to see Yule just now. Where is Yule? Bai Wenjing shook his head, and the vision in front of him became clear. Hearing the cacophonous screams, Bai Wenjing raised his head violently, the scene in front of him making him wonder if he was hallucinating. One could only see more than 20 bizarre shadowy wooden coffins on top of this open space in the back of the mountain. And in the front, Bai Yu continuously chased after the other White family executives. One after another White family executives were wiped out on the spot after he caught up with them, and then subsequently loaded into the coffins. What's going on? Jade, what are you doing? Bai Wenjing's eyes were wide with rage as he hurriedly shouted. Father, haven't you responded yet? I had you build so many coffins just to hold you all. As long as I sacrifice a blood relative or someone close to me, the first volume of my gongfu will be able to be perfected. And thanks to you, thanks to your stupidity, you were so easily controlled by me, otherwise I would have had to go through a lot of trouble. Bai Yu turned his head to look at Bai Wenjing, revealing a cold smile. At the moment, his hands were covered in blood, and his white robe was dyed red. Bai Wenjing's mind directly collapsed after hearing this. No way! My Jade is not like that. You're not Jade. His hands were trembling uncontrollably and he looked desperate. Old man, still refusing to accept reality? Bai Yu's tone was icy cold. Back then, it was you who allowed me to secretly cultivate the first volume of the Burial Sky Scripture, and it was also you who gave me a large amount of cultivation resources to allow me to grow up. Why are you not satisfied now? Bai Wenjing let out an agonizing wail after hearing all of this, and he clasped his head with both hands as he broke down and shouted. Why didn't I realize that? Why didn't I think of that? It's all my fault, I'm the White family's sinner. Bai Wenjing's eyes were covered in blood, and at this moment he had it all figured out. It turned out that what Bai Qinian had said was true, and while the burial scripture brought great power, it also brought disaster. And this disaster, cultivated by his own hand and handed him the knife, killed all his own people. Blame it all on your own greed for power. Bai Yu casually killed another senior member of the Bai family and put him inside a coffin. Ximing! Shi Son! You guys run, inform the rest of the clan, run! Bai Wenjing shouted at the few executives who had survived, and when they heard that, they also ran towards the mountain without hesitation. They knew very well that if they allowed Bai Yu to kill them like this, their entire clan would be killed in his hands. Gotta get the rest of the clan to flee as soon as possible. I'll stop him. I will atone for my sins, I will kill you. Bai Wenjing shouted and exerted the spiritual energy within his body, killing Bai Yu without any regard. Seeing this situation, Bai Yu's expression remained indifferent as he casually swung out a fist and violently punched towards Bai Wenjing. Boom! Bai Wenjing was a 6th grade martial artist after all, and he wasn't as likely to be killed in a single move like the others when he was fighting for his life with all his might. He swung out a palm at the same time, blocking Bai Yu's punch, while his other hand grabbed at Bai Yu's head. Martial skill. White Plume Claw. Seeing that his attack was about to hit, Bai Wenjing suddenly felt that an extremely cold aura stopped his attack in front of Bai Yu, unable to get a millimeter closer to him. At the same time, the piercing yin qi spread down this palm of his hand towards his body. A sneer surfaced on Bai Yu's face, and there was nothing but coldness in his eyes. Bai Wenjing hastily withdrew his hand that was about to be frozen, and his heart gradually went cold. He also finally recognized the reality that this person in his eyes is no longer his own son. Or rather, no longer the son he expected. The other party really wouldn't hold back on himself just because he was his father. The last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared, and Bai Wenjing was ready to die. Kill. Bai Wenjing thought of this and once again killed towards Bai Yu. Martial skill, Soul Burying Claw. Bai Yu's right hand transformed into a fist into a claw, and a dense yin qi enveloped its claw as it fiercely grabbed at Bai Wenjing. None of Bai Wenjing's attacks were able to harm Bai Yu in the slightest, and instead, he was scratched on his right arm by this claw. 4 extra blood marks appeared on his right arm. By all accounts, this level of injury was nothing to a 6th grade martial artist. However, after this claw, a large amount of yin qi surged down the wound and into Bai Wenjing's body. Countless thin black lines spread along the wound. Bai Wenjing's right arm instantly lost its sensation, and such a feeling was still spreading towards his body. Having no choice but to do so, Bai Wenjing clenched his teeth and urged all the spiritual energy within his body to block the erosion of these yin qi. However, this made him even less able to pose a threat to Bai Yu. Damn it! I won't let you! Bai Wenjing clenched his teeth, and with his only remaining left hand, he took out 4 talismans from the storage pouch at his waist and threw them into midair. The talisman instantly lit up with a dazzling light, suppressing the yin qi in front of him. These talismans were clearly effective against Bai Yu, who took a few steps back to avoid the light, his expression grim. Taking this opportunity, Bai Wenjing stabilized the yin qi in his body while once again taking out a long sword from his storage bag. 6th grade treasure soldiers. Under the cover of the talisman, Bai Wenjing once again killed towards Bai Yu. He attached a layer of golden spiritual energy to the long sword in his hand. The long sword was swung out and a golden sword qi whistled towards Bai Yu. The sharp sword aura made even Bai Yu feel a hint of pressure. The old undead. You won't be able to stop me. Bai Yu dodged this sword qi attack while he rushed at Bai Wenjing and opened his hand, followed by a fierce grip. Boom! Bai Wenjing's right arm instantly burst open. The yin qi that had invaded his right arm was detonated by the white jade, directly causing Bai Wenjing's right arm to disappear. At the same time, such a violent impact caused Bai Wenjing to almost plant himself on the ground. His right shoulder was bloody and his entire body was trembling. Such an injury could not be withstood even by him. Yet his gaze remained firm and unshaken. He lifted his longsword and once again killed towards Bai Yu without a second thought.